Oh, I'm here. Okay, what is this balloon shit that's going on? Is this some shit we should care about, or?
Now, the balloon was spotted Saturday morning over North Carolina. It was in Asheville, and then it was over in Charlotte. As it does near the Atlantic coast here, Biden had been inclined to down the balloon over land when he was first briefed on it Tuesday, but Pentagon officials have advised against it, warning the potential risk to people on the ground did outweigh the assessment of potential Chinese intelligence gains. So again, you are looking at a live look there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, as we do continue to follow this from every angle, working to gather the latest information, which is that the U.S. is now apparently considering a plan to shoot down the balloon over the Atlantic. You can actually see off in the distance there what appears to be some aircraft. We saw that earlier around Charlotte, North Carolina. There were unconfirmed reports that some military aircraft was flying around the balloon. We now know there is more of that aircraft that appears to be in that image there. We've also been checking in with our different affiliates across the country, and our Fox Phoenix team spoke with an intelligence official to gather more information about this. I want to play that for you, but also leave that live image there on your screen as we are playing it.
Right thing in broadcasting it publicly, so that way China, would be put on notice that this is not something, that law-abiding countries do.
Northern Arizona University professor Dr. Paul Lenz is keeping a close eye on the balloon and its potential impacts on politics.
We spy on China, and China spies on us all the time. And so what many folks are saying is that this is a balloon and a method that was used previous times. But of course, the government doesn't say anything. The U.S. government doesn't say anything. But because it dropped lower into civilian airspace and people on the ground were able to see it, the U.S. government needed to say something.
The balloon was first spotted in Montana, which is home to one of the only Air Force bases with nuclear missiles. Today, meteorologists with the National Weather Service spotted it over Pleasant Hill, Missouri, near Kansas City. Then it made its way near St. Louis. A Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson claims the civilian airship is being used for meteorological purposes, but had deviated from its planned course.
The balloon does not present a military or physical threat to people on the ground at this time.
The Pentagon says it acted immediately to protect sensitive information, organizing F-22 fighter jets and closing the airport at Billings, Montana, for several hours. The Pentagon says the balloon was traveling well above commercial air traffic, but President Biden decided against shooting it down because of the risk to people below. Chase Doak saw the balloon with his own eyes in Montana.
So when I locked my eyes on it, I just saw a big round disc in the sky. It honestly looked like a tiny moon.
The balloon's presence comes at a time of increased tension between China and the U.S. over national security. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says China committed an irresponsible act by deploying the balloon over the northern United States, which is a violation of the U.S. sovereignty and international law. In response, Blinken has since postponed his scheduled trip to China.
We concluded that conditions were
not. What do you think will be the most challenging aspect of the JBT debate?
All right, that right there
we'll get into that in a bit.
Fox Phoenix team, as we do have reports from several different affiliates. Now, if you are just joining us here at 106 on the East Coast, I do want to get to the latest here. As we have learned, the Biden administration is considering a plan to shoot down that large Chinese spy balloon suspected of conducting surveillance on U.S. military by bringing it down once it's above the Atlantic Ocean, where the remnants could potentially then be recovered. That is according to 4 U.S. officials there who spoke to the Associated Press. The officials spoke on the condition of remaining anonymous to discuss that sensitive operation and said it was unclear whether a final decision had yet been made at that point by the president. Now, in a brief remark Saturday, in response to a reporter's question about the balloon, Biden said, quote, "We're going to take care of it." We played those comments for you a bit earlier, only about 10 seconds of comments as he walked by. The balloon was spotted Saturday morning over North Carolina as it did near the Atlantic coast. We know, of course, that it was spotted over in Charlotte maybe about 2 hours ago. Before that, Asheville, North Carolina. Last night, it appeared to be in Missouri and Tennessee, and this all began there in Montana, as we did see Chase, the guy you just heard from, who took that video that did go viral. What you are looking at once again is that live view of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That is where we do expect to see the balloon arrive pretty much any minute now. You can see so many different trails that appear to be aircraft.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I wear the flex because I'm soulless.
Flex, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to read your lips.
Yeah.
No chance from you.
Yeah, I speak very fast.
Do you have ADHD?
Any what?
Why do you speak so fast?
I don't know.
You're in a rush.
Yeah, I'm in a rush, yeah.
Why were you
I'm in a rush to know more about you.
What?
I'm in a rush to know more about you.
Would you smash Mira? Mira is one of the few people, when it comes to just sex, I don't need like a whole bunch of personality shit or whatever. Mira is one of the few people whose personalities are just so fucking gross that I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I hate this person. I actually hate her. She's just a disgusting fucking human being. Oh, more Minx drama.
And, fair enough. What are your goals?
Just stream more.
And what about in life in general? What kind of impact do you want to leave on life?
What do I want to do in life? Oh my God, these guys. Make sure you don't.
I'm not doing that.
See, that's why I like him.
I'm not.
Pull up the trunks.
Yeah, pull up your trunks.
No.
Oh my God.
God.
I'm not doing that.
Baby milk. Damn. What did Mira do? Just she's a shitty person personally, and then she's like all in that huge like lick rocks and anti-vaxxer and all that shit. She's just like just not. Yeah, M1R4.
Why are you talking about her right now?
Apparently, XQC was flirting with her at Amaranth's party.
Is what?
Was flirting with her at Amaranth's party.
Oh,
Checking in.
Your name, please.
Michael Jordan.
Oh.
Michael Jordan, 8 o'clock?
Oh yeah, and you remember when she faked having a broken nose, right? Mel?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Do you remember she faked her broken nose?
She said she was in a protest?
She said she was in a protest. She got a fucking nose job. What a fucking moron.
That's me.
Oh. Oh. Man.
How you doing?
Really? Let's go.
I really want to travel more, but never again on Spirit Airlines. You guys flown on Spirit Airlines? The Motel 6 of the sky? You've experienced that? The only airline with roaches, okay? Except even the roaches walk on the plane, they look around like... I don't need this. I don't need it. I feel like Spirit is so cheap, they just tape a picture of clouds to the outside of the windows and drive you to your next location. Right? Dude, I was on a Spirit Airlines flight this past summer, and we were still at the gate. We hadn't pushed back yet. So I got on the plane, and I sat down, and the flight attendant comes on the intercom, and she goes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your flight attendant speaking, Janice. And I just want to let you all know that we're having a bit of a weight distribution issue on the aircraft today. So if we have any volunteers that would like to move to the back of the plane, we'd really appreciate that. Thank you. And I was like, oh. A weight distribution issue? So immediately, I move to the back of the plane, and I sit down, and I strap myself in, and I look forward, and no one else had moved. No one had moved. So I'm thinking, like, okay, do these people just want the plane to do front flips in the sky? And so nobody moves. And a few minutes later, I see Janet start to waddle her way toward the back of the plane. And she sits down next to me, and she looks over and says, hey, thank you so much for moving. And I was like, yeah, no problem. Is everything okay? And she goes, we'll see. Yo, we'll see? Pretty sure you're not supposed to say that on an airplane.
Okay. Fastest one-handed roll ever.
I got something you'll never see again in your life. Unless you see me do it again. Listen! Very carefully. I'm gonna play a drum roll that fast.
If you could have a 30-minute interview with Cruz, Obama, what questions would you ask him?
Was it worth it? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Damn. Probably something like, do you have any regrets? It's always interesting.
And the audience says, no way! Whole lot of money.
Wow. I'm gonna go wash my hands 1 sec. And then we'll mel out. Oh.
Vote for.
Bro, Jesus.
See what happened for me. So I became a sayer.
I'm good. Okay, apparently this guy was on Jebediah's show. I think this is the guy I'm going to be debating, so...
Only when you do...
This is an hour... an hour and a half. No, yeah, an hour and 20-minute show. So I imagine any argument he's going to use on Pearly Things is probably going to be contained in this show, so we're going to watch this today. Oh, Jedediah, not Jebediah. Sorry. What is this?
Us all to focus on the money, follow the money, your campaign finances. It's a matter of public record that you stated that it was a personal loan that funded your campaign, but then that was later retracted. Can you explain where that $700,000 came from?
Simply put, I own a business. My business generates revenue through legitimate practices of capital introduction, introduction for business in the sort of purchase agreements and so on and so forth. I am the sole proprietor. I disperse my dividends to myself. And I...
Wait, I'm so sorry. Am I crazy? Does this guy have lip fillers?
Agreements and so on and so forth. I am the sole proprietor. I disperse my dividends to myself, and I use my own funds that I've obtained by working to fund my campaign.
Why was that box then later unchecked?
That is an ongoing investigation. We are looking into it because we've had some activity on the campaign side that was unauthorized by the campaign, and that is now being investigated by my new campaign team, by our legal team, and in order to respect the integrity of the investigation, I won't be touching into details of what transpired there because I don't even know. As you can imagine, the American people has now been led to believe that George Santos goes in there and edits his own financial stuff and does his own FEC. You hire fiduciaries to take care of that.
So, of course, we'll say this. You do not file, you don't handle your own FEC filings.
No.
But you must know where that money was coming from if it was legally obtained.
Oh, the money was legally
How did this guy fucking win his election? Jesus Christ, Republicans, what are you doing?
Give it to him. Dario inside has that pass knocked away by Grant Williams. Scramble to the loose ball. Suns get it. Saban Lee with a rise and rip, young man. Give it to him.
You're gonna do more finance, more or investment related content? Maybe. I don't know. That just stuff usually comes up in the peripheral. Viewing this thread on the H3 subreddit about you. Oh, Destiny keeps owning Sneeko and Fresh would fit with their own arguments. Oh, what are all the comments? Wow, Destiny's cool sometimes, but he sure does have a lot of really bad takes. Or I wish Destiny could be this cool all the time, but he's such a piece of shit all the time. He's just so bad. I wish Destiny could actually be a leftist. Why does he hate Hassan so much? That's my guess. I'm unfamiliar with who this is. Oh. Sneeko wants to be Andrew Tate. God, why can't Destiny be like this more often? Dude is unhinged most of the time and obsessed with hating on Hassan. There we go. Destiny fucked my dog, burned my... Good job, forethought. Upvote to you. Nice one. Don't upvote people just because I saw them on my stream, okay? No brigading here. Okay, we don't do that.
Like the Tate's content or not, that's nothing to do with it. I don't mind. But this is not fair. This is human rights violation, yeah. And I can't see with Romania on this magnifying glass in front of the whole world, they can get away with this. It's sickening.
I just want my family to come back home and, I want justice to be made, obviously. There's always been corruption in Romania, but this is a whole other limit.
I think the Romanian population themselves should take a look at this, take away their biased ideas of the Tates and think anyone could be a victim, anyone could be perpetrator or a convict, so it's dangerous.
The real victims right now are Andrew Tristan and the two other girls being arrested. They are victims of the corruption and victims of the authorities. That's the fact. Those are the real victims. And it's the police and the authorities. They are the guilty ones. They are the ones that should be paying for punishing people that have done nothing wrong. And us. We're also victims because we suffer seeing our family and closest friends being punished for nothing.
I think the biggest fear most men have is this. You can now, based on what's happening to Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, every man should be in fear. Every woman should fear for their brother, husband, or son. Because basically what they're saying is, you can accuse someone of a crime. The victim can say they did not commit the crime. and you can still send them to prison.
If that's what humanity means, I want nothing to do with it. That's not being human. And I don't even understand how the people working on this case can sleep at night, knowing all this. Because there are people suffering. A lot of people are suffering out there because of what's happening to them. How can you feel safe? And of course, there will always be haters, but I've seen all those supporters. And honestly, for Andrew and Tristan right now, and say that we all appreciate your support and being there, that's really helpful. That's the real vaccine we need.
Right, thank you so much for your time and for taking our questions. A lot of them were detailed, and I know it's difficult based on the situation that you are in, where you're stuck. And I've explained that you're not a victim, and yet you're being forced to be a victim, most likely because they want to discredit your witness testimony in live court. So anyway, thank you very much, and much appreciated.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
Okay, let's... What is this? What the oh, it was the girls we were looking up to see who the fuck the Tristan girlfriends were. I need to clean my desktop up. Hold on. Ah, too many icons. Oh, Dan list. My git commands. Alright, Unc, you're taking a break. D&D stuff. Doesn't matter anymore. Goodbye. Stuff.txt. The fuck was this for? Oh. Vosh stuff, maybe? Oh, don't care. Lord of the Rings. Super... Oh. I remember that argument. Gatekeep Gaslight Girl Boss. I don't know what this was for. Bye. Okay, this is one of our Andrew Tate things. This was for our... I don't care about this. Deep fake shit. Okay. Okay. That podcast you were on was great. Oh, the Charisma on Command guy? Yeah, that was really good actually. I thought it was a good show. But I mean, I think largely because of him. I don't want to sound condescending because I don't run a podcast or anything, but like when I talk to somebody who's done research, the conversations are super interesting. But it feels like a lot of podcasts I go on, for the first like 2 hours, it's like, so what do you do? Oh, you know, I stream games and I do politics. Wow, games and politics. Well, how did you get into that? 2016, I started talking about Trump and, you know, all of that. It's like, wow, so what's it like doing games and politics, like, at the same time? Like, I notice you play games a lot while you talk to people. Like, is that hard to do? And it's like, yeah, it's not that hard, you know, I'm so used to it. And it's like, wow, cool. So are you on the left or right? Or like, what kind of, and, you know, and I was like, but this guy seemed to know, a lot about me already, so. There's this bit though, sweaty towel guy.
I talked to hella pedophiles on the internet when I was growing up.
Yeah.
But it was just like funny for me. But like I remember having like phone sex with a woman that was like 35 years old when I think I was like 14.
Bro, the internet was a wild place. And it was real phone sex, not like Discord, because we didn't have that back then. It was on the house phone. Yikes. But that woman must have been a pedophile. Jesus Christ. What a life. What a world. The fucking landline, true. Where you'd be talking to a friend and you'd hear like a little, and you're like, Dad? You hear that noise, you're not sure if somebody picked up or not. What? This, oh, sorry. Forsen getting into Factorio right now? Wait, what? He's got to be at his Minecraft thing. Oh my god, what's he doing?
Automating. So
oh my god! Somebody get him to play space exploration. Tune him up. Turn him on. Send him the mod.
Facts. So let's get those built, and then we can research the very first thing. With automation completed, we have now started our journey into the wondrous world of factorial automation, and the first things we want to do is...
God, it would never happen, but do you know what a sick fucking meta would be? A sick fucking meta would be serious debates with people like Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson on stage, but the two people debating have laptops and they have to play a game at the same time, and like both performances are evaluated. God, that'd be fucking amazing. Fuck. Imagine like Ben Shapiro and like AOC debating, but they're also playing like TF2 or like CSGO at the same time or something. But it's like a serious topic and the stakes are real. It's over like some fucking new bill, like on the House floor or something. Ryuk did it better. I got professional shots taken of me finally that aren't like super weird. Why did this guy commented on a picture that I posted? Why? I posted a picture of myself and this he doesn't even follow me on Twitter. And he replies back, "You look super gay." Do you think this guy wants my my white BBC? WBC? BWC? Is it black big cock or is it big black cock? If you wanted big white cock, would it be WBC or would it be BWC? Which is it? BWC. In the morning at 5 a.m. First thing he did in the morning. Yeah, this guy woke up in the morning and wanted to talk about how gay he wants me to be. Isn't that like the gayest thing ever? I know who it is. It's the conservative rapper guy. Yeah. This is the guy that I debated that said that clouds were living to have a pro-life stance. He follows the photographer? Oh, okay. Have you read any of the classic epics from the ancient Greece, like the Iliad? Would be really interesting to hear your thoughts about how morally gray those heroes like Achilles and Odysseus are, especially if they come from a while back. I don't remember any of that shit. We did a lot of reading in my, because I think it was AP English 3 and 4, and the AP English 4 was the dual enrollment class. So we read the Odyssey, we read the Iliad, we read Beowulf, we read shit about Gilgamesh. Everything that was written, it's just like movies. Anything written before 1997 is just dog shit. It's just bad. It was just all bad. It was just all bad and boring. No one cares. What was the one with the, what's the one that kills the guy? Oh, Beowulf. Only like 1/10 of Beowulf is about that thing. They made a movie on it, I think. Did you actually read Beowulf or the short version? Beowulf is like 2 parts, and the first part is like 1/10 of the whole story, and it's the part where he slays like Medusa or whatever. And then there's like a whole other thing that's just boring bullshit. And people only know I think the succubus part, I think. I don't know, it's been a long time. Fuck all that shit, okay? Buck, Grendel, yeah, maybe. The first part is totally disconnected from the dragon. Yeah, but a lot of people apparently only know about the first part. The dragon part is thought to be written by someone else. How old is it? It's written in, oh, fuck. Is Beowulf like 1400s, 1500s? I have no idea. Beowulf. Let's see how off I am. Oh, it's written in the 500s. The 500s. Just kidding. I guess 1500s, there'd be probably a way better record of what was actually written and all that shit, huh? It's the oldest story in existence, I think. What do you mean by that? Well, the Bible is. From 0. Okay, loser. The photo looks good with the blue hair. Yeah, all the photos that guy took look good. That guy's a master photographer. It's written in Old English. Yeah, you mean German? People think that when people think about Old English, they think ye oldie shop. Apparently Y used to be TH, that's why it's called Y. But this is like people like, oh, this is in Old English. Or like, thou hast walketh to my whatever. But it's Old English is actually, you can't read it. It's like another language. I think it's probably closer to German or something. This is like Old English. I'm pretty sure this is. You can't, you wouldn't understand it if you were trying to read it as a person that only spoke English. I don't even know if you spoke German if you could read it, actually. I have no idea. This is Welsh? Oh, okay. Well, somebody can find the Beowulf original text. It's because I think I think the book we bought was written in English. Oh yeah, here you go. But you have to get like a translation from Old English because this shit doesn't fucking mean anything. You can only understand English until like 1600. Everything before that was unintelligible. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're referring to Shakespeare in English. Yeah, Shakespeare, a lot of people think that's like Old English or whatever. But Old English was like some indecipherable fucking weird ass shit. Well, I mean, not indecipherable. Obviously, they deciphered it, but... Something I'm gonna do when I get back. Oh, first, we need to think of a second platform to stream to. I want a duo stream. Train offers me something I might do a stream to Kick. But if I wasn't doing a stream to Kick, the three possible choices are, it's Rumble, Facebook, and TikTok, I think. Those are like the three. Rumble seems like a good alternative media platform. Facebook could be a whole new world of untapped audience. Plus, I'm growing my meta stock. Is today Saturday? Are the markets closed? I have no idea what today is. It is Saturday, fuck. Reddit auto removes Rumble links? Is that true? If you're going through the trouble of setting up, why not just do them all? Because I don't think I can I can barely interact with like 2 chats. 3 I can probably do, but 4 is too much. I'm not gonna be. I remember this. I need you to admit that the 1800s yielded some of the best literature of all time. Listen, nothing good in history started popping up until like the 1900s and onwards. That's true of music, literature, religions, everything, okay? Everything pre-1900 was just dog shit in history. Really, I'm gonna be honest with you. Just dog shit. Have you read Moby Dick? What a painfully horrible mid-fucking book. That Ahab dude never shuts the fuck up about anything. Oh my god, J.K. Rowling could have written it in 50 pages. This guy draws it out to what, like 600? How many pages is Moby Dick? What a, just a horrible fucking 427 pages. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just give me Harry Potter, okay? Favorite classical composer or just composition? I'm like such a normie fuck, but like some of the piano etudes, I don't know the names of them, by the Liszt guy. For a lot of them are very technical, they're cool. And Chopin, that Chopin dude, he knew what he was doing. Okay, Chopin had a penchant for writing some cool notes on the paper. Okay, he's a cool dude. What do you think of Debussy? Debussy? Honestly, I should listen to more. He's the guy that started kind of like the whole impressionist thing. He's got a couple of pieces that like everybody knows. They get used a lot in media, pop culture and shit. This Claire de Lune one is really popular. I'm sure he's got other pieces that are cool too. He must, right? If he wrote stuff like this, it's probably cool. Look at me. Look at my mouse. Just scrolling down. All I'm doing is scrolling down. All I'm doing is scrolling down. It just scrolls up so much. I need a new mouse. A new mouse and a new keyboard. Damn. Keffel's digging up the tick. Oh no, the Dune bug screenshots. Ooh. Have you tried uninstalling G-Hub? Is that really going to help me, my dude? I don't think that's going to do anything. Watch my mouse stop working. Oh my god, she's pulling out all the Destiny ammunition. Damn. Good to see that old surplus lefty War II ammo still being put to good use. Oh, cool. Look, my mouse is still doing it. Wait, hold on. Have you Googled for a solution? I think it's just bad manufacturing. Like I said before, like if somebody could just like make a thing for... I'm not gonna have time to watch this video. Wait, hello? If somebody could just like make a mouse that costs like $300 where all the parts are like fucking industrial grade or some shit, I'd buy it. I'd buy it. What's the mouse? It's the Logitech Pro. It's a really, really, really good mouse when it's working, but... You ever heard any of this girl? Yes, we used to have this, this used to be on my playlist a long time ago, I think. Why? Why did I remove it? I remember this. This is like a StarCraft 2 song. This is like a 7-year-old playlist song.
Hello, D-Man.
Hey, what's up? Wait a second. It's feeling a little weird in here. Do you want to go to my room?
Sure.
Okay. I'll see you there, okay? We're down the hall.
It's always weird whenever you say it like that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I don't
like,
know if it's like weird.
You're like, we're both in the same building, and you're like calling my phone. Let's just like meet in a room somewhere, and it makes more sense, you know?
Sure. I don't know what the difference is, but whatever makes you feel more comfortable. We are now in Destiny's room.
Thank you.
Pause.
Okay, well, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Perfect. Now that we started with an honorary pause, I think we can get into the topic, which is, you saw the no jumper with Adam 22.
Yeah, the house phone stuff.
Yeah. So before I even launched it, I'm curious, what were your thoughts on the whole thing? And then I will just go from there.
Okay, this is my thought from start to finish on what's happened, okay? So, supposedly, Adam 22 was interviewing a trans woman, and in the show, she decides to drop that one of his friends' house phone that she'd given him head. And apparently, he was like, that's not cool, or something. Or they talked a little, we watched this a long time ago, but and then he's like, okay, we're gonna edit that out. And then when the show goes live, they edit out some of it, but later on, I think something slips through where the editors didn't catch something. And now everybody knows that house phone has been fucking around with what a lot of people in that community just consider to be a man, which makes him gay, which is no good, no bueno. And now the big, I don't know how serious people are feeling about this, but some people are saying that Adam told his editors to intentionally fuck it up to cause drama with this guy. And and other people are saying it was a mistake. But yeah, I don't know. And then that's where I don't know where they're at right now. I know that people are fighting a ton in the no jumper community over all this, but that's where I'm at on it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what do you think about everything?
I mean, I'm a little biased, I guess, because I know Adam. It's possible that he is like a super snaky, horrible fuck person. That's possible, but like it seemed like an innocent mistake, which I guess just sucks. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I like Adam. Adam's.
Ooh, you're about to rake this motherfucker over the coals. Let's hear it.
Yeah, no. Honestly, when I saw what happened, I was at first confused, and then when I watched the podcast, I was like, bro, I don't know how you air that out. Okay. As I understand it, those two are really close friends. They've been friends for close to 7-8 years.
House phone and Adam, right?
Yes, specifically. I watched the podcast, okay? I don't know what kind of editing job they were trying to do, but you could just read their lips anytime they said his name. I don't know if that was intentional. I don't know what it was. But if you're telling me you're trying to protect somebody and you include the whole podcast of them saying the person's name and you can just read it off their lips, that's not you editing anything. Like, the audience is not retarded. If they want to know who it is and they know it's an employee at No Jumper, then they're going to know who it is just by reading the lips. They can put 2 and 2 together. So, first off the top, I thought it was crazy. Secondly, on the fact that I think I saw a clip of you saying, like, you know, she's an attractive trans woman. Like, what's the issue and all that good stuff? And, listen, to me, it's almost as similar as being gay and then being outed. Like, if somebody,
yeah, that's what I said. Yeah,
if someone is into that stuff and they're not ready to come out with it for whatever reason, you, it's weird enough if the person just outs them. It's extra weird if it's your close friend of 7 or 8 years, where they're just sitting there as you're being outed on the podcast and they put that shit out. There's no way. I don't know. I just couldn't imagine the scenario. Okay, go ahead.
Well, so here's the thing, okay? I'll take a slightly firmer stance on this. There's no way it was intentional. Now, we can argue that he was being, like, pretty reckless or pretty dumb, sure, or maybe he thought his editors would have done a better job editing, but, like, Adam is never getting enough of a hit on this video that makes it worth the unbelievable shitstorm that he would ensue, right? We can agree on that, right? There's no way that he's like, what were the views in that video even? Like, there's no way that's worth it for him.
I'll push back in this sense. Even if it wasn't on purpose, it was so crazy irresponsible to somebody you consider a close friend that I couldn't imagine, like, you not catching a ton of heat for it. In the sense that, like, I work with Preach. I'm doing an interview with somebody who knows something about him, and they start outing him in the podcast. Okay, first off, I'm not finishing the podcast. We cutting that shit short because you keep making snide jokes about my friend, my co-host, my board partner. So that's already crazy off the top. But then to have the video be edited the way it was and then put that out into the public, not having the foresight, because in the podcast itself he says, like, oh, I know this is going to be terrible for my friend, I should maybe call him and let him know. So he's aware that this would be tremendously harmful to the person involved, okay? And then he doesn't do any oversight in regards to how it's prepared before it's put out. Do I believe he intentionally did that to her? I don't think so. But I think he just doesn't care enough to even take a second, which is, like, also very damning in a way, because he knows that it's going to be very hurtful to the person involved. He says it. He says it out of his own mouth. I don't know how you don't look at him crazy. Like, even me.
Well, no, like I said, like, I can, like, he's probably projecting a bit of his own kind of, like, values and cares, or maybe he thinks, like, oh, I wouldn't care, so it's not, maybe he's not treating it with the care that he should. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna, I definitely think he should catch some flag for it. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I just think, like, some people, I've seen, not just you, but other folks were saying the whole thing about the whole trans woman thing, and it's just, like, most of the world is not there. Like, I'm not even just talking about black people. I'm not just talking about black people.
Yeah.
I'm talking about everybody. Like, outside of a very liberal minority in the U.S. of A., there is very few places on this planet, anywhere, in any community, that you can say that you are involved with trans people, and it doesn't, like, have social, like, ramifications for
Sure, and that's fair, but you're fucking retarded if you're in the fucking community that judges that shit so harshly, and you're fucking around with a fucking porn star. Like, you're actually so fucking retarded, it's hard to even have sympathy for you at that point. And he is fucking retarded. If House Phone is literally that worried about that shit getting out, and he's fucking around with his loose-lipped porn star trans person getting ahead, like, not to excuse what Adam did, because obviously that shit he shouldn't have fucked around like that, but damn, House Phone is a fucking retard. Like, I'm sorry, like, holy shit.
Yes.
Like, if I wanted to be super quiet about being bi or gay or whatever the fuck, like, I'm not gonna go fuck like the most popular fucking male porn star or some shit and expect that shit not to get out. But again, it doesn't excuse Adam being reckless with it, for sure.
not the brightest bulb in the shed. Like we both agree, I think that was really dumb of him to be involved with that person. I don't know. To me, like seeing Adam do that was so bizarre. It was so bizarre, and it almost made me start to believe the conspiracies about them wanting drama at No Jumper, because it is such a bizarre move to do. If it wasn't intentional, like maybe Adam is just so busy with other stuff, but I don't know. It's just a weird thing to do.
I mean, I doubt he probably doesn't go over any of the videos, right? He like my guess is I guess how he's probably said, okay, hey guys, make sure that you edit out like any mention of that shit or whatever, and then they didn't do a good enough job. But then, like you said, knowing that issue was so sensitive, he should have like personally checked it himself to make sure that it was like okay, which I think is legitimate, yeah, to catch flag for. But
let's say somebody comes on my podcast and says something like an allegation against you of something very serious. You best believe I'm going to have some extra foresight in regards to how I put out that video before I even think about doing it. There's no way I'd be like, yeah, editor, do whatever you want without like revising it. That's a serious thing against your friend, right? So I don't know, just that part was weird. I think I want to ask you about this. But I see like the No Jumper stuff happening all the time now, and people are complaining. But do you think it's very possible for people to be friends with their employees?
Yeah, I mean it works until it doesn't. There's two like different wildly divergent trains of thought. One is that like everybody that works together is kind of friends and they all hang out and do stuff together. And then the second thing is like it's like the Mythbusters mantra, or like what you and Preach do, where you guys are kind of like friendly on set, but then other than that your lives are totally separate. I don't know if there's a right or a wrong way to approach that. I think there are huge benefits to both sides of things. Like being friends with your employees means that you're going to be making content that's elevated to a level that probably couldn't otherwise get to, because that vibe and that synergy and that chemistry you have with friends is going to be so good. But also you run the added risk that any drama is going to be, one, more likely to happen, and two, when it does happen, it's going to be way more catastrophic, because now it's not just an employee that kind of like whatever, it's a friend, and everything gets like way more extreme, you know?
Yeah, I think one of the hardest parts about it is generally one person has more power than the other within the confines of a business.
Yeah, usually.
And so when you have to make a business decision and you talk to your friend, it's hard to remove the hat for that person. You know, like if you're talking to them as an employee and they see you as a friend, then those lines get very blurry. So there's certain discussions just become very difficult. And I think what I'm seeing with No Jumper is like the way that they talk to him, they don't talk to him like he's their boss.
Yeah.
Right? Which is pretty important, because I think as they're trying to resolve issues that are in the workplace, they're trying to do it as friends, whilst also understanding this guy can fire me at any moment and then move on with the business and my livelihood is threatened. So it's a constant dynamic that I think just doesn't work long term unless there's a tremendous amount of mutual respect. And I just don't see too many employee boss relationships that last long like that. Do you have employees you consider friends?
Friendly, but probably not friends. I'm trying to think. I mean, like I'd be like Cake does like on my website stuff. Like I think we're friends, friendly, but like we don't like play games or like hang out a ton or do anything like that. But I mean, like we're in chat, we'll talk every now and then. But we don't like do things every day or whatever. Yeah. No, I mean I know what you mean. It's hard. Yeah, it's a difficult thing to balance. Yeah.
I want to ask, do you feel like people need to get over this whole trans thing and like and how they view people who sleep with them?
Well, I mean, obviously, yeah. But I mean, you have to meet people where they are, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's ever gonna happen. So this is actually a story about transphobia. I'm like, partially. I mean, there's definitely a lot of people. I think people might say this whole thing about, oh yeah, trans women or whatever, and they're like, yeah. But then if you ask them, like, yeah, what if you find out your significant other slept with a trans person? You also all of a sudden.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, depending on the community, for sure. Yeah.
People shift all of a sudden. And they're like, why are you shifted? And it's like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not into people who are into stuff like that. I'm like, what do you mean? This is a man and he's into women. What's wrong with that? And then you realize there's a delineation between those two things. And I think for most people culturally, even here in the U.S., I think, I've had this conversation with liberal women before, and they'll spout off the whole mountain. Oh yeah, trans women. And I'm like, fantastic. I'm like, if you found out the guy you're dating was fucking with a trans person, how do you feel? And you see all of a sudden their ass, like cheeks, they just clench or they start pausing all of a sudden. I think for most people, I think internally they're not there.
Maybe, yeah. But it also depends too, I think, a little bit. Like I think it's fair to be pro-trans and trans people are blah blah blah, but then like I don't know if I would date a trans person because of like other preferences. I think that's probably okay, right?
I mean, no, they take it a step further. They wouldn't date a person who dated a trans person.
Oh. Maybe. I think it depends on the person, maybe. What?
Is that surprising to you to hear from a liberal person?
Date a person who's dated a trans.
The reason why I bring it up is because I think a lot of people do the whole lip service about trans women or women or whatever.
I agree with that, but
as you dig deeper, you realize that in terms of their own personal choices, they would not. They feel. There's no way you can tell me that you wouldn't date somebody who dated a trans person, and also tell me that you feel like trans women are women.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just trying to think of how many people would be bothered if they're... because in my mind, there's an archetype of a person who says trans women are women. And that person, I don't feel like they'd be like, oh, you dated a trans person in the past, I can't be with you anymore. I feel like that person wouldn't do that. That kind of person. But I already feel like the people that say like trans women are women, that's already like a pretty small subset of the population. So
I would agree with you that they probably wouldn't say that like that. But if you ask them about it, they would feel discomfort about it. And I think where that discomfort comes from is that when you factor in those two concepts of trans women are women, but also understand that a man that you're interested in has been with the biology of another male, in your head, there's a part of you that still thinks, oh, this is kind of gay. And I don't know if I want to be involved with a dude who's doing gay stuff. That's subconsciously.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I don't think the type of person that says trans women are women. I don't think the type of person that says that is that kind of person. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. For a person who's just like, oh yeah, like I think that trans women are women or whatever. Like I think that type of person is probably gonna be okay if their partner in the past has dated or if they're bi or whatever even, right? That would be my general feeling on it. I could be wrong. It's hard to, once we start getting to like how do people feel about partners of partners, we're getting like third order stuff that is harder to know about.
Yeah. This what do you think is going to be happening at No Jumper? Do you think this drama soap opera filled season of theirs is going to keep going, or do you think because did he attack Adam? 'Cause I heard Adam said something about his mom.
The problem is that like the No Jumper universe, it's like the Destiny universe, where like if you want to know what's going on, you have to be watching like fucking like you have to watch Adam's original drama, then you need to get like the other No Jumper crew's perspectives on it, then you've got to see what Ack said about everything, then you've got to get academics talking to other people about it, and there's like a whole thing where it's like if you miss like one day's worth, you're like, who the fuck is Mr. Girl? You have like no idea what's going on. So I don't know what's going on. Like the things that I keep kind of like seeing in the peripheral and hearing in the peripheral are like the look of like Adam being white is like not good, and everybody seems that's always like a thing in the background for people saying, because I saw that come up on a show I think where Adam was getting roasted on like titles of videos and how he's like exploiting the black community, and now with like everything coming up with house phone and everything, probably not good. I don't know where it's going. It could just be like all of it blows over and the next drama comes out and who the fuck cares, or it could be that like I don't know, maybe shit is untenable and unstable and stuff is about to start flying apart at the seams. I'm not sure. I think I read a it was a fucking Reddit post saying that that where somebody did this whole fucking schizo rant about how like the problem with No Jumper is that the individual people on No Jumper are getting so big that they might think that they can like all leave and do their own shit, and that Adam kind of fucked himself on that. I don't know if that's true or not. So yeah, I see a lot of different things in a lot of different subreddits, videos, or whatever. I don't have like a full grasp of the situation. Yeah.
Bro, when he said, "I paid for your mom's funeral," I was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it."
Well, I mean,
when he said that, I was like, "Oh, you can't."
I mean, it depends on the. I'd have to go back. The problem is I don't know. Fuck, what was the context of that brought up? Because if the guy is accusing him of like not giving a fuck or being a shitty person or being whatever, then I mean, I would bring that up. Yeah, bro, what do you mean I don't give a fuck? Like I literally gave you money for your fucking mom's funeral. What do you mean I don't care? Right? I would bring that up 1,000,000%. I think it's fair. If he did, I think it's fair.
I want you to perceive how that sounds. He's saying, I feel like you don't care. You were very insensitive when my mom died and how I was handling it, the way you talked about it. And then he said, nah, I paid for your mom's funeral. That shit is crazy. That is crazy. That is a crazy thing to say to someone who's grieving and going through that whole process, because it almost looks like, bro, I handled your bills. The shit that you should, like, it almost feels like the dude, that's why he reacted so fast. Because I just seen it right now. That's a crazy thing to say to someone. There's just little things that I think culturally, I wonder if Adam is sensitive to or understands. Actually, I want to give him credit. I feel like he does. I just don't think he's always thinking things through before he does them. And that's probably bad. Because like the two things he did, I don't know.
I mean, you're making it sound like he's surrounded by like a bunch of children that have to be treated like retarded children. Like, I would have to know the full context of, like, I need more back context. Like, if it was the case, like, for instance, like, let's say this guy was like, bro, I need time off. Like, Adam, like, my mom fucking died. Like, it's fucking me up, dude, or whatever. And Adam's like, listen, dude, here's $1,000. Go bury your bitch and get the fuck back here, you know, on Monday. And then Adam says some shit like that. Then I could see him being like, dude, that's fucked up. What do you mean you gave him some money for his mom's funeral? You didn't even give him time off work, bro. That's fucked. But if it was the case where the guy's like, fuck, like, Adam, my mom died, like, I don't know, like, I'm feeling bad, and Adam's like, oh shit, dude, like, I'm sorry, like, that's fucking horrible, like, here's like 10 G's, like, I hope, like, if it helps with the funeral costs or whatever, like, good luck. If that was the case, and then Housephone later brings up, like, bro, you didn't even care my mom died, then I 100% am with Adam being like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, I sent you like a ton of money unprovoked just to like help you with the funeral costs. How can you say I didn't care? I think that's totally fair to bring up, because on one end, you're looking at it where it's like, oh, like, it's really insensitive for Adam to say that. But on the other end, you got to understand, Housephone is attacking Adam really hardcore there. You didn't give a fuck when my mom died? That's a pretty insane, or that's not insane. That's a big statement to make. And if Adam feels like it's not accurate, then I could see him bring, but I don't know the background context, right? That's why I'm saying, like, it could be okay, or it could be fucked up, you know? I saw another thing unrelated to that. I saw another thing where, and again, these are all just Reddit posts in the No Jumper and now the No Jumper 2 subreddit, because they made a spin-off because they were getting mad at people getting banned. I heard somebody say that Adam did give him like a few $1,000s or something to help with the funeral, and Housephone actually had it paid for, and he just like pocketed that money. So I don't know. I don't know like what's real for any of that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say this. I'll say this. I think when someone dies, to me, it's a terrible look. We can talk about the particulars and wanting to defend yourself. I think when somebody dies and that kind of situation happens and you guys are hearing that out, if he's talking about his grief or his pain and however he's feeling about it, and then you almost punk him by saying, yo, I paid for your mom's funeral, which is... you can disagree.
Well, no, what you just said was wrong. He wasn't talking about his pain. He was saying that Adam didn't give a fuck. He was making a claim about Adam's state of mind, not about his pain.
So he was talking about, okay, listen, I don't want to get too weeds, even though it's probably necessary in order to have this conversation. I would just say this. If someone is grieving, they're going through that process, and they feel like you were insensitive or you were whatever wrong in that process, and you almost show them up when you guys already have this much tension, there's no way it's not going to escalate. There is very few scenarios where someone can come and say they paid for my mom's funeral in front of other people, and it don't look crazy. I'll just tell you, it's almost like when you do someone a solid, and then in the middle of a discussion or argument, you use that against them. It can be seen very, very poorly. And especially when it comes to a funeral, which is as a son, you want to be able to handle yourself. I don't know. The moves that Adam was making, and I think that's why he's getting such a negative reaction, is just stuff that's not well seen.
Yeah, I mean, by children, but that's a baby thing. I don't know. Like, if you're going to weaponize your dead parent to win a fucking debate on the No Jumper podcast, and the other guy did do something to show that he did have some kind of care, then fuck it. You deserve to have it thrown in your face. If you want to feel like a man that could take care of your mom's funeral, then go out there and earn some money like a man and pay for your mom's funeral. Don't take money from your fucking boss and then later on say like, oh, well, he didn't even care about my dead mom. Like, I don't know. That sounds crazy to me. But
talking about the way that he's talking about the way that he described whatever Housephone was doing the grieving part, and he's saying you used words that were very insensitive. Oh, he's dealing with the mom thing or whatever. And he felt like the way he was talking was disrespectful. And then Adam's rebuttal was like, I gave you money for your mom. You know what I'm saying? That to me is like, what, you think money is what makes things right or respectful? That's a crazy way to talk to somebody. Now, maybe we disagree on this, and that's fine. That's just a difference of perspective. I don't want to stay too long. But for me, the trans thing is crazy. You can't do that. And I know for him, this is going to be something that he's going to get clowned for probably for the rest of his days. There's not going to be a single time where folks are not going to bring this up, or people around him are not going to mention this, or folks are not going to look down on him for it. And I guess I'm curious, do you think it's just a cultural difference that you probably don't see it as big of a deal as I do?
Like I said, I need more context. Like if we're gonna weaponize dead parents, like if somebody did that to me and I felt like I did do them a solid, that's gonna come out. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm talking about the trans thing.
Oh, I mean, the trans thing is pretty dumb, yeah. I mean, it seems like, obviously, there was a fuck up there. So Adam either needs to redo his process on how he does shit, but, like, yeah, I mean, that was pretty fucked up, yeah.
Okay. All right, at least if you could see that, that's fine. That's fine. That was the main thing for me, because, I don't know, when that happened, I was like, what the fuck is that? And, yeah. No trans stuff for me. All right, well, that's pretty much all. I just want to just, briefly go over that,
All right,
if you fucking with trans people, make sure Adam doesn't know. And make
well,
sure
I don't give a fuck, so, but I'll keep it in mind, right?
I think if it came out that you did that, nobody would.
Yeah, true base. I'm already apparently full on fucking gay anyway, so it's all good.
That is true. I think most black people see you as gay once they find out you sucked one penis.
Base, that's true. Oh man, dude, I'm gonna be in 16 days. He's gonna back out. I already know he's gonna back out, but I'm probably gonna be on a show on Fresh and Fit with that Donovan guy. Oh.
Oh, hey, listen. Don't mention anything I said because I think he'll get mad.
Oh, I know. I'm ready. Myron said he'd. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It'll be fun. If he actually shows up, oof. But okay.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll let you go.
Have fun. Peace out. Good luck. Oh my god, I just turned on grid mode. I don't know how to turn this shit off. F4 show tile grid. Oh. I feel like I'm not gonna have time to watch this today. That politics AMA, I think I'm gonna try to keep it to 2 hours. Because at 4 hours of like fucking crazy, like, I don't want to say boring questions. I'm being mean already, but. Wait, hold on. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Layla debunks everything about Tate.
There's no evidence in my file because I've done nothing wrong.
Leia's psychological analysis of Andrew Tate being a score. What?
Knows I'm innocent.
Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan have
Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel.
controversial social media personalities.
So I've just seen Andrew go from police custody to the van. I see no lashing out. Immediately, the news headlines are biased. He's saying that there's no evidence and that the Matrix are trying to frame him. No lashing out. It immediately implies violence, like he's lashing out.
I'm good on that one, Chief. Hold on, let me see the Adam 22 house phone funeral. I just want to watch this clip again, just so I have this in my head.
Domestic violence between.
Let Cub get his shit off.
Talking about.
What
about what actually
supposed
happened.
to
Get his shit off.
Period. This nigga, like, I'm not even like surprised about even the way you reacting right now, bro. You've been like this, bro. You want to look like the good guy. You want to look like you cared so much. You wanted to edit it, but that's just not the truth, bro.
I mean,
sat there
but
and
we
I
have
called
everybody in this office can confirm
I
that
don't
that
give a
is how
fuck
that was
about-
supposed to go.
I don't. It is not. Do you hear how you keep saying shoulda, coulda, woulda?
I'm talking about what actually
Supposed
happened.
to.
I know how bad
you're
it is
not
that
talking
it
about-
happened.
you're
I'm
not
talking
talk-
about the
you're
fact
not
that we
talking about what
tried to
happened.
make it not happen.
It don't matter about what the fuck you tried to do, Adam. It's about what happened, bro.
And yeah.
And then let's move forward to that bullshit ass apology you gave when you're on the fucking news. You're talking about, yeah, he's been going through the mom shit. He's been going through the health shit. You talking about the person that fucking raised me, that birthed me, my best friend that died. Oh, just he's been going through the mom shit.
But are you actually acting like I have some kind of disrespect for your mom when
You're
I fucking
disrespectful as fuck.
I paid for the fucking
First of all-
funeral as soon
first
as
of
it
all-
happened just because.
Dude, he's like a foot taller than this guy. What is I wonder what he said. Adam 22 apology house phone. I wonder what he said that sounded. These guys all just sound. And again, I'm admitting here, I could be really biased because I like Adam. He seems like a friendly dude. We're not like friends or anything. We don't talk a ton or anything. But it always feels like Adam is surrounded by a bunch of people that are so fragile and so temperamental, like, and so crybaby. That's what it feels to me. But maybe this is what you guys do in this community. Maybe it's all about like that false bravado, like crybaby, retarded child bullshit. I don't know. Like, you said bad shit about my mom. But maybe Adam did sound really disrespectful. I don't know. Adam 22 apology house phone. Where's the apology thing where he says like that mom shit or whatever? I'm curious. Does anybody have? Like, I feel bad because Adam seems like an adult, like surrounded by like the Rugrats. Not, I shouldn't say that because not everybody over there is like that. That's actually not true. No, I shouldn't say that. Most people. I'm thinking because of all the drama with Flacco and everything recently too, which seemed crazy. But Destiny never grew up in the hood. Thanks, buddy. You're absolutely right. That's true. We didn't know that until you said it in chat. It's the first video right there in the first couple of minutes. Is it this one? This is 3 days ago.
Hey, you can see that.
Oh wait, was it just in this? I thought he. It sounded like he was referencing another interview that he did in front of the news when he was on the news. Destiny, you really are speaking without knowing what you're talking about right now. It's pretty upsetting to hear your takes about this. No, I am speaking what I know about, and what I'm saying is true. You might be from a community, it might be this community, where acting like an entitled, spoiled child that goes to violence, that goes to blows every single fucking time you don't like something happens. That's great. That's what savages do, okay? That's fucking retarded, and it makes you look like an overgrown man-baby child, okay? Whether you're black, white, hip-hop, e-gamer, whatever the fuck, that shit is retarded, and it's cringe, okay? You settle when you're an adult, that has things that he cares about in his life, that might be a family, might be a job, might be a brand or a reputation or career, you settle things by talking like adults, okay? If you want to give some excuse about, well, in my culture, actually it's okay to fucking attack somebody if we don't like the way they talked about our fucking mom. She's dead. Your mom doesn't give a fuck, okay? She's gone, all right? Grow the fuck up.
You can see that from a mile away.
No. If anybody has the thing that he's referencing, I'm curious. It's a respect thing in these cases. Yeah, I know it's a respect thing, but it's cringe as fuck, right? You can't do this on one. Fuck. I don't want to get too into that. Never mind. But no, this is fucking. That's wild. Okay. Or listen, you can have your communities. That's fine. But I have no respect for you, and I have no respect for that community. Okay. Then that's fine. You know, that's cool. We have our different things. We do our things differently. Like that's cool. But. I don't disagree, but I think there's a ton of little shit building up and finally boiling over. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. It seems like because the white Adam black entertainer employer dynamic seems to be something that a lot of people in those communities are commenting on, and then there's a bunch of little things that seem to be building up to these types of blow up things. Maybe yeah. It's in this stream, I believe. I'm looking for a timestamp right now. Oof, but you got banned. That won't matter when someone breaks your jaw, Destiny. Keep talking to people like that. Yeah, and you can go talk that real shit while you're getting raped in jail, dude. Like, who's the winner at the end of the day there? Like, how masculine are you gonna feel when your fucking cellmate is 9 inches deep in your fucking raw asshole? Talking that, be real shit. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's the cringiest fucking shit in the world. Nothing is more cringy than people that are like, I need to fucking attack you, bro. I need to fucking beat you up, bro. It's literally childlike shit. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I'll be at No Jumper in March 1st, okay? If you want to go fucking kill me, good luck. PYL, hold on. Stalk me for video link.
Or anything, but knowing, I guess, matters to me is just making it clear that I had no intention of giving House Phone a headache. I'm fully cognizant of the fact that he's been, I don't want to act like his whole life has just been hell or anything, but obviously dealing with the mom shit and he's living on his own for the first time and he's. Oh,
I feel this does sound a little bit dismissive here. I can understand being a little irked about that.
Got health.
Still doesn't excuse him attacking him or I guess. It sounds to me like Adam is just fucking. That's just the way that he talks. I wouldn't interpret this as being super disrespectful, but I understand. Baby's gonna baby. Fear the autism army with a diabetes needle. Is this guy? Who is this guy? I feel like he's saying so much weird shit in my chat. Women are more emotional, by the way. Yeah, true! Actually true! And then all of the people from this community will go over and watch Fresh and Fit and be like, well, true, women are more emotional. Meanwhile, somebody spoke a little bit off about my mom, so I attacked my fucking boss on camera, live. Jesus. Adam creates drama over there. He was the one that had his host look into Flacco's background live. He's been a puppet master who glorified drill rap and playing Jerry Springer for black people. Wait, are you saying this legitimately, or are you copying what I've read? Because this is what some of the community says about him. And again, I'll reiterate for the 50 millionth time, because I know you fucking you actual drooling retards are going to run and write posts on the Reddit about this. I don't know the dynamic of all the no jumper crew people enough. It might be the case that Adam really is like a huge piece of shit who like orchestrates all this shit behind the scenes. Maybe that might be the case. It might be the case. I haven't seen it. I don't know it, but those are the two sides of the argument. One is that Adam is just like a chill dude. He's doing his thing. People are really dramatic around him. Another one is that like Adam milks it. He hams it up a bit and he makes a fuck ton of money off it. And people get like really mad about it. But I don't know enough about the ins and outs to know like who truly is like in the right or wrong there. To be fair, it's more than him being white. He's pretty shameless when it comes to drama farming, regularly inviting groupies to expose celebrities. Yeah, but I mean, like, would the drama farming matter if he was black? Because it feels like it's him being white adds a different twist or dynamic to it. Because when you say, to be honest, anytime somebody accuses people of drama farming in the entertainment world, it kind of rings hollow. Because of course we drama farm. We're all about like getting views and talking about things that people care about, and people care about drama, and drama gets views. So of course, like the idea that you wouldn't talk about stuff that is like a lot of people are interested in is very dramatic. You're always going to do that, but. You care about the China balloon shit? We looked it up earlier a little bit, but. Don't people complain about academics doing it? Yeah, but does academics catch real shit for it? Like, are people like, we're canceling academics, or we're not going to fuck with academics anymore because they do too much drama shit? It seems like for Adam, it seems like it takes on a more insidious tone. Don't use you guys / people, and don't mention basketball, crime, or jail when talk about black people challenge. What are you talking about? I literally said right afterwards, whether it's hip hop or gamers or whatever crew. Actually, get the fuck out of here, you fucking retard. Get the fuck out. I mentioned jail because the guy said he said he would attack somebody. It had nothing to do with black people going to jail. It has to do with attacking somebody and going to jail. Is it your mind that instantly went to all black people go to jail? Get the fuck out of here, you fucking moron. Or actually, yeah, I am racist. Remember that. Anytime you're wondering, hold on, let me be very clear. If you're listening to this and you're trying to figure out, like, is Destiny racist or not? The answer is always yes, okay? I have liberal racism from the new racism from the past, like, 6 or 7 years of politics, and I have the old school, just white person, well, no, I've got liberal racism, I've got gamer racism, because I was a hardcore gamer, so we were super racist back then, and I used to be super conservative growing up. I have conservative Republican racism, too. And I'm half Cuban, whatever the fuck that means, so I also have internalized racism. All the racism that you think I have more than that. And more than that, okay? So whatever you think I am, okay? Just know that. Don't accuse me. Don't type it in chat, because I already know that. And we all already know that. All of us know that I'm racist, okay? So don't even bother typing it. We don't need to. Move on to the next part, okay? Everyone is a little bit racist. I'm a lot of it racist, okay? And I have blue-haired racism, whatever that means. Need help with students who turned my class into a dating service. Professor at a local university, I'm passionate about teaching. Some senior engineering students created a sort of dating service / app, how I met my future wife, not the actual name, but close enough. Advertised itself as a way for smart young guys to meet potential marriage material by helping them social with young, cultured, educated women. It works by aggregating diversity data my university publishes. Jesus. Hello?
Hey,
Oh, hi, what's up?
I just came here to say that I was right.
Wait, about what?
Your audience, they literally can't handle you just like talking about black issues or no jumper. Like similar to Adam. Like you're white, so stay out of it. You couldn't possibly do it correctly.
Oh, I mean, like, I think it's fair. Like, ABBA did it well. I think it's fair to say that, like, there might be some aspects of a culture that you don't understand. that's fair and it's probably true. I think that's totally fine. It just gets really cringe when I'm trying to say anything except especially black men, but it's just really cringe when certain people like want to bring out the racism tag immediately,
No.
like it's a way to shut
You're
down
being a
like
little
all
cringe.
conversation.
You're being a little cringe right now.
Yeah.
Okay? ABBA presented you a story,
Mhm.
and you gave your opinion, and then someone was like, "There's more you don't know. Well, you have to look into it. You don't know," and it almost feels like you actually got guilted into feeling bad for having an opinion in a conversation. I don't think you would do that.
Well, I mean,
with any other situation, but because it's a black issue, and like your audience is like hyper fragile, like you end up actually feeling bad. You're like, well, maybe it is a difference.
No, I think
You're
it's
literally
fair.
just
I think it's fair.
interjecting.
No. I think it's fair for the house phone guy to feel like he got fucked over by Adam. I think that's fair.
No, yeah, but that's not the entirety of like what we're talking about, right?
Well, what other aspect of that conversation do you think I backed away from too much?
Did you not just ban a bunch of people for telling you you're white, like, or?
I
or
banned
that
a guy
you don't
for
know
saying I
what
was
the fuck you're talking
racist.
about?
I banned a guy for saying I was racist. I think.
Yeah, but you didn't say anything incorrect, and it's like still too much for them just to hear it from you.
Sure. Well, but well, that's a different thing than what you just said about
About what?
Hold on, you just went to a totally
Did I
different
jump
claim.
too many places? Okay.
Yeah, wait. No, wait. I'm sorry. Originally, you said that I got moved around more than I thought I did in the ABBA conversation, which I disagree with. And now you're saying, but some people in your community.
I didn't say that. Now you're adding shit.
You said that
you got fucking moved around. I said that he presented you a situation and you gave your opinion. Obviously, you don't know if there's more information that you're missing from it. You're gonna engage with what the fuck he tells you. You're gonna have an opinion, and then as soon as he hops off, people are like, you don't know the whole story, blah, blah, blah. And then you start looking more at clips and stuff. But to be upset with you for having an opinion based off like what ABBA was giving you, like that should be fucking fine.
Okay,
but
wait.
I do feel like you have some guilt for having a fucking opinion because it's like black issues, and it probably feels like, oh yeah, maybe I should wait till I have the whole story. Like that's the case for everything. But if someone presents you like a
I don't think. I think I had an opinion. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I already had it. Yeah, I think I already had an opinion. I think it's fine if people disagree. And I always want more information. Like if there was a clip because there was a clip we were both referencing. Like I would like to look at the actual thing if I can, because it's good just to know exactly what was said. I think that's okay.
Okay. I don't know. I think you are a little bit more timid when it comes to black issues, and I think your audience is on time when it comes to black issues.
Yeah, the audience is, but yeah.
Yeah, but because they are, I think it impacts you.
I mean, I get irritated with them, but no, I mean, I think I try to look up video clips and all of that all the time or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. I love you. Be careful. Bye. Destiny, the mom thing isn't even a black issue. I don't think I have the mental endurance right now to answer that question in the way that I would and then deal with the fallout from my audience afterwards. So I'll just say, okay, chief. Okay, what was I doing? I'm doing cool. I know what I'm doing. I have this thing in like 40 minutes. Oh fuck! I wonder if I can probably start watching this. Okay, we're moving on from this. Are you guys happy? Are we good now? They're gonna research cordyceps. What is that? Oh, at some point, but that's not. I'm doing this Andrew Tate shit now. Good portion of black people come from single mother houses. In black culture, respecting mothers is very important. That's why Tupac made a son honoring his mother. Cool. You having no care for your family is super strange. How can you not see how a person's mom dying is not? Okay, okay. I'm gonna give the full sociological explanation for my understanding of this, and I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, remember. Okay, this is just the most important thing that I ask of you. Okay, if I'm ever wrong about an issue relating to a black community or a black issue, it's not because I didn't grow up in the hood, and it's not because I'm just misunderstanding something. It's just because I'm racist. Okay, always remember that. Don't ever forget that. Okay, okay. So I think that broadly speaking, different communities have outlined different ways to be successful. When it comes to men, different ways to be men, broadly speaking, okay? If you're white, broadly speaking, you're trying to like get a job, provide for your family, do that shit. If you're Asian, you're trying to do really well in school, you're trying to do that shit. If you're Hispanic, you work really hard, do this shit, right? That's broadly outlined. That's like most of the broad colors of people, the beautiful palette of colors of people in the United States and their way to be successful. I think one issue with a lot of impoverished black communities is that if you don't have a lot of economic opportunity, if you don't have a lot of good paths to success, and on top of that, if you're a man, it's very hard to prove your masculinity, right? Because like traditionally, the avenues that you would take to this, getting a job, working hard, running a family, are almost completely cut off from you, or at least to your parents. Like that's like an issue that you run into, right? So I think that there's one explanation I've read for why in some black communities there's so much false bravado, quick to violence, like angry to violence is like very quickly. Somebody scuffs your shoes, you kill them in the street, blah, blah, blah. Is because you don't have very many ways to express your masculinity because you don't have the traditional routes available to you. So then you opt for this like honor culture, super violent, aggressive type of thing. So when that earlier chatter said, what did he say? Something about like you're acting like this is like a black culture thing, or that mom thing is a black culture thing. Attacking somebody quickly because some shit is being said to you, that is not something I think that is as normal in other cultures as opposed to like African American culture in the United States. That quick to anger, quick to violence, like I need to prove how much of a man I am by beating the shit out of you. That's pretty endemic, I think, to some of the more toxic aspects of black culture. I won't say all black culture in the United States because that's not true. I want to say all hip hop culture. But like I do think that is a pernicious. As a pernicious issue that is prevalent in some parts of black culture, especially some parts of hip hop culture. Okay, whoa, it's very true in post-Soviet areas. Yeah, that might be true too. But, or actually, with a lot of very poor people areas, yes. But because it affected black people in the United States, more specifically African Americans, in a more specific racialized way than other groups of people, you see it more pop up as like a black issue. Even though there are poor white communities that are going to be quick to anger as well, right? If two guys bump into each other on Wall Street, and somebody smells like coffee, who the fuck cares? Because these guys have something to lose. You've got a life, you've got everything. Like, why the fuck would you do anything? Whereas if you've got two white guys in a trailer park that get into a fight over some shit, yeah, they're gonna beat the shit out of each other because this is all they have to prove themselves. They have nothing else in the world besides their reputation, their name, or whatever, and that's what they're gonna fight on. Same thing. There are poor communities, like there are a lot of like the bonger fucking criminal dudes. I heard. I don't know if this is true or not because now I'm way out of my fucking blah blah blah. But I've heard, does Conor McGregor come from like a kind of like a poor fucked background? Because I've heard people say that was part of his attitude problem too, for the getting into fights with people. It's because he's not used to being like, hey, like you're a guy, you've got a reputation, you've got a lot of money, you've done all this shit. Why the fuck are you starting fights with randos? And it's because that mentality carries over. I'm like, well, I have to fight this guy, who's talking shit. I need to beat the shit out of him. When he got into that, when he threw a door through a bus window or some stupid shit like that. Yeah, you have that. Yeah, that's like a thing that comes out. Okay, there you go. Jesus. So yes, being upset about your mom. I'm sorry, let me code switch. Being upset about your moms, I can understand that. Okay, but attacking a 8-year friend over it, throwing an orange juice at him, who's also your boss on live TV, that's unhinged, fragile child shit. That's what that is. I have a friend who just moved to Miami from some other place, and she's discovering how crazy the nightlife is. She's like, I was at a party and a guy did cocaine right in front of me, and I'm like, yeah, welcome to Miami. I'm gonna go to I'm gonna show up at No Jumper in my fucking hood. That's what I'm gonna do, okay? Because who the fuck cares, all right? Who cares? Okay, wait, for this Tate stuff. I want STV Philly to be watching a show where I'm on No Jumper and I get into a fight with a black dude and I just scream out like, "Get your Walmart ass chain out of my fucking face." I think I would actually get killed. I think the person in front of me would fucking kill me, but I want him to see it. I would die in that moment just to know that he's watching that stream and I took his advice. I'm blinded by your rhinestones. No. Okay. Stop. Okay. I need to keep track. Okay. Claims and shit. Nah, they'd laugh. Well, I mean, if we were actually heated, maybe, but... Or if we were actually heated, I don't think they would laugh. I think it would be. But who knows? Maybe they would. Maybe they'd give me a big pat on the back. And they'd be like, that's the kind of insults you want to hear. Make fun of our chains, because we can take that off. We can't take off our skin. And we'll have a bonding moment. We'll all hug each other. No homo. I mean pause. What do you say? Is pause the new no homo? Oh, what? Oh, shit. I was just gonna say, my interview wasn't good enough for me to get in your fucking intro, but never mind.
Oh, hello, everyone. That is our new intro. I hope you like it. I hope you like it. We're getting feisty here. We're leveling up here. This is a fantastic show today that I have planned. I'm very excited about it because, as you well know, I often say I have a very particular set of skills. I'm the mainstream media's biggest nightmare. You're going to find out why today. Ooh. If you don't know already. Welcome, everyone who's always with us. Welcome to new folks tuning in today. So first, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do here today. Then I'm going to give some different house rules are a little bit different today, and then I'm going to do a little bit of background. We have a fantastic guest that I have booked for today. Okay. An investigative journalist who has been doing
journalist.
Objective work on the Tate case, has been doing a lot of digging.
Objective? Neutral? Journalist? All words I like.
I have been doing a lot of digging, so you combine the both of us. We're going to get to the truth today, don't you worry. This is a deep dive, as we call it, a deep dive into what I call corruption and red flags in the way that the Tate case is being handled. So here's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the grounds for holding the Tate brothers in prison at this point. What are they? Yeah. Do they exist? Okay. We're going to talk about what was suspicious about the raid from the very start. Prosecution leaks. Some stuff has leaked out from the prosecution. Why has it leaked? What has leaked? What does that tell us about the status of this case right now? Okay. The case files have been grossly distorted in multiple ways. We're going to dig into how they've been distorted and the potential why of why they've been distorted. There have been corruption in the handling of witnesses, which we've seen. There are some new updates that just came out last night about that we're going to dig into. And we're also going to dig into the truth about the accusations and whether politics, both the macro, we talk about the system, the matrix at large, can't stand Andrew Tate, we all know that. But there's also some stuff going on locally in Romania that could be playing a role in terms of what's really behind this raid and what's really behind the arrest. So we're going to do all of that. I am going to work a little bit differently. I'm going to just start with what we know now, with the updates, give you some updates, and then we're going to work backward because I think that's the best way to do this when it comes to this case. So a couple of housekeeping things. The chat will be open today. I will be reading the super chats, but we're going to do $10 and up to start, see how that goes. The reason is I have a very special guest who I will intro in just a few minutes. Don't worry, he's here. He's standing by. But I really need to get to the depth of the matter here. So chats, if you have a question for me, you have a question for the guest, we will absolutely read them $10 and up today.
Okay.
And then we'll adjust as need be. Okay, I want to start before we intro the guest. And he's fantastic. Some of you already know he's on our thumbnail, so no surprises there. But for those of you who don't know, he's done fantastic work. I want to give you a few updates on the case itself.
Okay.
And he's listening. He can, of course, weigh in on any of this as well. But just some basic updates. Tina Glangian. I don't know if you know who that is, but she has been hired by the Tates. She's a very high-powered attorney. She's an American attorney. So the Tates
What do we know
now
her
are
from?
being represented by.
What do we know that lady from? Any idea? Who is she? Wasn't she involved in some? Wasn't she involved in some other high-profile case? Was she the one who? Nah. Was she the one who defended Jussie Smollett? Nah, no shot. It couldn't have been. It can't be her, right? Nah. Wait, what? No way. Could it really be? Represented Chris Brown, Jussie Smollett, and Keisha. No shot. How crazy.
Romanian representation that they have, and now they have this woman who is a high-powered, high-level criminal defense attorney who is their U.S. representation. The Tates are American citizens, so it only makes sense that they would have U.S. representation as well. And we're going to dig into this. There's a lot of problems going on, by the way, with that attorney's lack of access to them. We're going to get to that and discuss what's going on there.
Okay.
The latest court hearing was this week. For those of you who don't know, the court did deny the defense attorney's appeal. The brothers will continue to be detained.
Jeez.
As of right now, it's until February 27th. I don't know if that will be extended. I have my own guesses as to what will happen, and I will share them with you.
Okay.
This is, remember, an ongoing criminal investigation, but what's key about this investigation is these brothers have not actually been charged with anything.
What?
There are no charges that have been filed.
That's fucking insane. If we were in the United States, that'd be a really big deal. I wonder if we're going to talk about the fact that it's in Romania at all.
There's no charge. There is no trial that has been set. This is an incredibly unique situation in that...
That's so unique.
The investigation's ongoing since April. April of 2022. We are now 10 months in. What is the justification at this point for holding them without charging them? We're going to dig into all that as well. Okay. Tristan, one thing that was revealed, this is not me disclosing any information that's exclusive. I have not had conversations, and we'll get to that. I'm going to give you some background on, my experience with the Tates or lack thereof, and the guests as well. So you know exactly where this commentary is coming from.
Okay.
But the lawyer did say publicly that Tristan has a 3-week-old baby.
Oh my
Apparently
God.
that he has never met. And that was
another one? That's so sad.
One of the reasons that she brought forth of why they need to be released if they're not going to be charged. This is quite serious. I mean, you can imagine you have a 3-week-old baby you've never met because you've been detained for this long. That's incredibly challenging, I'm sure, for him.
Just as a heads up, I reiterate this a lot, okay? And if you don't believe me, talk to a lawyer, Flair, in chat. Judges and every part of the criminal justice system you deal with is very, 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 very human. All of them are very human. If you're gonna say some wild shit, how well your sentence on like a fucking court case related to like a DUI or some shit could come down to what you wear to court when you dress up for the judge. Whether you show up in a t-shirt and shorts or whether you wear a nice suit and you're respectful. Your demeanor and everything and how you engage with the criminal justice system is incredibly important. If you are out here saying over and over and over again, fuck the Romanian legal system, I got 11 fucking passports, I can leave whenever the fuck I want. If you're out here saying shit like that and they do decide to arrest you, you're wild if you think they're gonna let you fucking walk and not consider you a fucking flight risk. You're insane. You are insane. You are insane. I guarantee you the judge has seen those clips over and over and over again when they're trying to figure out, is this a person a flight risk? Should we let them out? Do we keep them? Like,
for him, it has to be taking a toll on him in some way.
Would there be a jury in the Tate Romanian case? I don't believe it's a jury. I think it's done by 3 judges if it goes to trial.
Tina Glandian also asserted that detaining the Tates at this point, she believes it's a human rights violation, a violation of international law, and importantly, a violation of the EU guidelines. Romania is part of the EU, so is there a violation of guidelines going on there? That's very, very important. Okay, with no further ado, I am now going to bring in my guest for today, who is Suleiman Ahmed. Suleiman is...
So, Destiny, if you get arrested, you're dressing up for court, right? When I did all my court shit in Kansas City, you better... The fuck just happened? I don't know why my shit just reset. Good luck. Bro, it is windy as fuck outside. My shit is getting slammed.
Is an investigative journalist. He's a researcher. He also has a law degree. Some of you were asking about that. He has been digging into this.
A law degree where? Can you tell? Not that I discredit anything, but like, damn, if we're getting international, it would just be nice to know, no?
Tate case, step by step. I've seen him on a number of interviews at this point. He also has a Substack that's worth visiting. I'm going to give him a chance at the end to promote whatever he'd like to promote, you know, his social media, his Substack. We can plug all of that. He's here to go over the findings with me today. Suleiman, first of all, welcome to the show and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Before we even dig into any of the components of the case, and like I had said, I'm not sure if you were able to hear, but I'm sure you were, I'm going to go backward here. I'm going to go with what we know now, and then we're going to dig into what's, in my view, gone wrong. If you could share with the audience just first, do you have any personal relationship with the Tates? Are you someone who's spent time with them? Or what is your status as it relates to the Tates? I think this is important.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. So with the Tates, I've never met Andrew or Tristan Tate, and neither have I ever communicated with them. Actually, I wasn't even a fan. So I wasn't someone who was against what he said, but I just didn't have much exposure to it. And so up until his arrest, the exposure to it was very minimal. And the only reason I got into the case was because I was looking online and people were basically really attacking him. But the basis of the attack was baseless in terms of there was no evidence. And so I was seeing people posting things and then making wild assertions based on whatever evidence they were providing. And so that's when I jumped into it, to just demonstrate that the flaws in their thinking and the flaw in the journalism. And then from then I started looking into the case deeper and deeper. So I would say when I came into this, I was completely unbiased. But like as with any topic, when you research it, when you understand it really well, you end up forming an opinion on it. So yeah, obviously now, once I've formed an opinion on it, I definitely do think that my Twitter feed is very...
Why does it matter what I wear in court? How is that any objective points to the case and what I did as a suspect? It's not. It'll determine how the judge views you as a person. Are you taking it seriously? Do you seem like you have respect for the process, or are you just a jerk off? Because if you're a jerk off, you'll do whatever the statutory maximums are for, fuck you hard. But if you're being respectful and nice, he might cut you some slack.
Very much pro Tate, but the reason for that is because that's the conclusion of unbiased research.
Okay, that's perfectly reasonable. I think that from what I've seen, both just from asking you right now and prior, that your motivation for getting involved was to just get to the truth. And that's what our job is, right? To figure out what's going on here. Of course, I'm an opinion person, so I lend my opinion from the start. But I absolutely feel very comfortable. I titled this, Deep Dive into Corruption and Red Flags in the Case. I feel very comfortable saying that there's something fishy going on here. No question. I would also just like the audience to know I've had no communication with the Tate legal team. I've had no interaction with them. What you hear from me today is from my research, the investigative research that I have done on my own. I've watched countless videos. I've never met Tristan or Andrew myself. I had one exchange with Tristan prior to him being arrested because I wanted to have him on the show, and I extended...
Destiny, check his Twitter. Wait, where? Link it. LLB in law. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Mute links is on? Mute links just means you can't type my name and then put a link, you fucking moron. You can still put a link. They just shut down the balloon. Chinese spy balloon shot down. Thank you. I don't know what LLB law means. LLB law. Bachelor of Law. Undergrad law degree. Wait. So he didn't go to law school? Is that what that means? I didn't know you get a bachelor's in law. Oh, but he might be a bonger. That might be totally different. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't have any idea about like I don't know anything about bonger shit. I'm sorry. Maybe for bongers, maybe that's their equivalent to law school. No, he hasn't passed the UK bar exam. Destiny, Europe has undergrad law degrees. I believe we have undergrad law degrees in the United States too. Isn't that what pre-law is considered? You get like an undergrad in some kind of legal shit, and then you go into law school. Like you can do pre-med as well. Like you can't get like an undergrad in being a physician, but you can get a theology and philosophy graduate student, academic researcher, teacher and writer in the fields of Islamic theology. Why are all the Muslims coming out for Tate so hard? Holy shit. Oh my God. Pre-law isn't a degree, it's a program, but your degree is usually anything you want it to be. What is a pre-law program or like a pre-med program? I thought that when you do like pre-law or pre-med, so like for instance, let's say I do like pre-med, let's say I do pre-med. What I could do is I get like a 4-year degree in like in biology, and I take a lot of courses that are going to help me so that once I go to med school, I've got like a lot of the basics out of the way basically. And that pre-law would be like I get a 4-year undergrad in philosophy or whatever, but I'm taking a lot of courses related to like criminal justice or something. Is that like what pre-med or pre-law? Pre-med is just a set of required courses that med schools require. Yeah, okay. All right. My hair looks a little stressed. There you go.
An invitation, and we were working on making that happen. No content was discussed. So what you're hearing today is just a desire for truth. And the reason I have Suleiman on is because I have observed him in many interviews, and I think that he has not only a deep understanding of the case, but also the right intentions and motivations as to why he's talking about it to begin with. So I want to ask you, we're going to start with, and please, Suleiman, if I ask you a question and it's too opinionated or you don't want to give your opinion, that's completely fine. Just feel free to say, I'd rather not comment on that. That's completely understandable. You will be most valuable to us when we get into the case itself in terms of the breakdown, because you have some fantastic timelines. We actually have a few timelines that pulled from your Substack. But I want to ask you just off the bat. To me, I am struggling to find justification at this point for why these individuals are being held. You have Tina Glandian coming on and saying at this point, this is a human rights violation. They have not been charged with anything. Do you see any legal grounds at this moment in time for detaining the brothers?
Well, no, I think I agree with Tina. It's a significant violation of EU guidelines. It's a significant violation of human rights, and it is impeding on international law. Because in reality, what's happening is they had 9 months to investigate, and they wiretapped the brothers. They were looking at their private communications. They had the witness statements of the women. They had psychological reports, and even then, that wasn't strong enough. And now, since then, they detained them, and we know they've detained them for a month, and it will be for another month while they investigate. But you can never.
Hold on.
Can you imagine all the people stuck at the airport?
Oh, I know. They already closed that down.
Yeah, they like this whole southeast.
Look at it. Just turned. They just shot something, I think.
Oh, they launched.
They launched.
They launched. They did. Oh,
they just did. They hit it.
I should ban whoever linked this.
Down.
Wait, what was that comment? My theory: Biden is showing China our weak spots. Traitor Biden will hand America over to them.
Down.
They just
down.
Holy smoke.
It is coming down.
It is coming down.
Another one just came in too.
They just hit it, yo.
They just shot that thing now.
Let's go.
What?
The impact of not having De'Aaron Fox on the floor.
Ever have a scenario where you basically detain someone and take away someone's liberty and then investigate and try and find the evidence? What it should be is, as it is in the United Kingdom and in the United States, but I can speak to the United Kingdom more, ordinarily what happens is the police look into the information, they analyze the information, they look at both the pros of the case and the cons of the case in terms of being able to prosecute.
Okay.
And only when they've established all the information, all the evidence, do they then pass that information on to the CPS, which in this case is, in the UK it's called the CPS, but in this case it's called the prosecutor. And then the prosecutor looks at it and he makes a decision, look, is this information strong enough to go, that when I take it to court?
Why, oh, why? I feel like, I think I'm just gonna fucking hijack this entire line of argumentation and say, you don't have the right to appeal to other countries' legal systems when you've been on record specifically bragging about going to Romania because of their legal system. Like, I think you just don't have the right to complain. Like, you just can't. I don't think you can do it.
Court is gonna be beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's the basis of it. But right now, what they're saying is, the judge is saying, guess what? The information you've given me.
What bumped the meta stock? Bro, who do you think's been talking to the Zuck all day, every day, okay? He got that D bump.
Gives me suspicion, reasonable suspicion. So that's a well below the threshold of beyond reasonable doubt. So based on that, I am going to remand. But guess what? You need to find me more information, and only when you do will we be able to take it to the point where we can try and prosecute or convict.
Yeah, and it's important to note in the United States, what's happening to them right now in Romania cannot happen in the United States. You have 48 hours here in the United States to charge or release. So you can either charge them within those 48 hours or you have to let them go on bail. In Romania, as was just discussed, they can apply for a 24-hour hold, a 30-day extension, and that can repeat up to 180 days. Now, these are U.S. citizens. You know, Tina Glandian was on television, I believe it was yesterday or the day before. The reason she was brought in is because they are U.S. citizens. Suleiman, in your view, is there nothing that can be done legally to protect a U.S. citizen who is clearly in a circumstance where, and we're going to dig through why, there seems to be corruption, there seems to be a lot of nonsense going on in terms of how the case is being handled? And I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but my question is there nothing that can be done for a U.S. citizen who finds themselves in a circumstance like that?
Of course. I mean, the United States just set precedent very recently when Brittany Griner, a WNBA player, went to Russia and was convicted according to Russian law. And she was brought back in exchange for an arms dealer. So that was the level and the extent to which United States made moves to bring one of their citizens back. In this case, they've not even been charged. So they should be, these similar level of moves should be made for them as well.
When you argue with these people, what is your intention? Are you trying to convince them or their audience? Or this guy's never changed his mind. This guy's a partisan hack, obviously. Pearl, I don't know what the fuck goes on in that brain. I think the thing is that oftentimes, if you're somebody that is a hardcore Tate dick suck, you've never in your life seen a reasonable person give you reason to pause and re-examine if you're being super biased or not. Because generally, anything you're going to hear from left-leaning people about Tate is just going to be, oh, they're bad, they're poisoning the toxic masculinity and blah, 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 blah. So, like, you're going to think, like, okay, yeah, these guys are probably being held on some political bullshit, like, fuck you. I don't think a lot of Tate fans have heard the actual case against him or the things that he said about, like, trafficking women. So I'm going to sort of present that side of the story and give people something to think about, more or less.
Well,
yeah, well, it's not going to be. Audience, I hate to disappoint you, but this guy, Andrew Tate, has made a lot of people, we're going to get to the political stuff on the end of it, he's made a lot of people in positions of power, a lot of very bad people, very unhappy with his commentary on, you know, whether it's the pandemic, whether it's Greta Thunberg and climate change, whether it's masculinity.
Oh my God.
He's made a lot of people very unhappy, and I very, very highly, almost certainly doubt that the U.S. government is going to be making any moves to try to make his life easier. The message here, whether his legal team is listening or not, to Tina Glandian is get in that jail. And we're going to get to that in a second. Get in the jail, get in the jail and see what's going on. So I want to ask you a question about that now, because she was on television, Tate's U.S. representative, saying that there were unsanitary, inhumane conditions in the jail. We've seen Andrew Tate. I know he's...
Okay, also, just a heads up, I don't know if these guys do anything. This is what lawyers are supposed to say. That's what's going to happen. If I go to a jail in Florida, my lawyer is going to be on TV saying, like, he wants to see his son. It's his birthday in 1 month. The jails are disgusting. He's being mistreated by the police officers. He's got a pre-existing medical condition. He's vegan and they're not feeding him. Like, this is the job of your lawyer. I don't know why these fucking idiots uncritically repeat things that the lawyer is saying. Of course the lawyer's gonna. She should be saying that. That's her job. Her job is to be the #1 advocate for the Tates. But you're not gonna repeat things she says uncritically. Her job is to say literally whatever the fuck she can to try to make you more sympathetic towards them. That's the lawyer's job.
It's not personally tweeting. I don't know who's handling that account. But whoever is handling that account has also made claims that at one point it was said that he was in solitary confinement. Do you have any insight into what's going on inside that jail? Are they isolated? Are the brothers together? What are the conditions like? If you have anything at all on that, let me know.
So in terms of that, what we do know is that the lawyer explained that she did attempt to go see the Tate and she was refused access. So once again, that brings up a huge problem, because if they're not able to be given access to their own legal counsel, that's again violating their rights, violating their human rights, first thing. And the second question is this, and this is just an inference that we can make from that. What is the reason why they're not allowing it?
Have they been denied access to their Romanian legal counsel or just their US legal counsel? Because that's a big difference. Would you really be, are they gonna make you, like, do you have a right to see every single fucking lawyer from every single fucking country where you have a passport? Like, I don't know, that's, because I'm pretty sure they're communicating with the Romanian counsel, right? Because they're going in, they're doing the questionnaires or anything. I don't know, I have to look this up.
To see them. Is this something that they want to hide? Is this something that they think is a concern that they don't want the Western world to know about? So these are valid questions that one can surmise from them blocking access for Tina to the prison.
Yeah, and because she's been blocked, nobody can really get insight into what is going on in there, with the exception of the tweets that we see about solitary confinement. I think there was a tweet about cockroaches. I mean, it sounds like a less than ideal circumstance, to say the least.
There are bugs.
This is a very important point. He has gone and hired a U.S. attorney for many reasons, right? Maybe there's an ease of communication there. Maybe there are things that, as a U.S. citizen, he needs to discuss with a U.S. attorney who understands the rights of American citizens. And she went with his Romanian representation together to gain access to this jail. And as Suleiman just said, was denied. What is
there you
the
go.
legal justification for that? There is.
So it sounds like the Romanian legal counsel was allowed in, but the U.S. counsel wasn't. If I'm hearing that statement correctly, that's what it sounds like.
None. So hell should be raised. She needs to get in that jail. I think they are afraid. Personally, my opinion, I think they're afraid that an American lawyer is going to see the level of conditions that are going on there and is going to raise hell. That's my personal opinion. Something's going on there that is unjust and not right in terms of the way this entire case is handled, but I guarantee you the conditions match up with that. I want to ask you, Suleiman, about who is currently detained. We know that all of the talk here is about the Tate brothers, Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate. I had read a report that the 2 women are also detained as well. I don't know if you can attest to that, and that one woman was hospitalized yesterday. Can you speak to that at all?
That's right, yeah. So the 2 women were detained, and actually we shouldn't forget about them because the conditions in there do seem to be quite bad. And the reason, again, the fact that one of them has been hospitalized, again, provides us an indicator in terms of the conditions that are in the prisons. So both of them work for the Tates, PA and assistants, as far as I remember, as far as I know. And they've been detained as well. And I think we'll be talking about that in a lot more detail because what's the reason why they've been detained? What's the reason why certain victims are called, certain witnesses have been called victims? That's something I guess we're going to have a deep dive about.
Yes, we absolutely will get to that. Just to quote Tina Glandian, the lawyer, she said, quote, "We're deeply concerned about them being held inside. You hear horror stories sometimes of things that happen while people are in pre-trial detention. People who oftentimes are then cleared and should be released, and sometimes they don't even make it out." She did say that, yes, go ahead, Suleiman, please.
Sorry, I do. What's important is, what's the reason the women haven't been released? So we'll talk about their reason for the men, but that doesn't apply for the women. So that's another important point to consider.
Yeah, do you want to surmise on that now, or do you want to hold till we get it?
Yeah,
go
so
right
basically, the judge gave a couple of reasons why he believes that the men shouldn't be, so the Tates should not be released on our remand. And one of the reasons was that they could leave the country. And the argument he used was that you know, on one of the clips of Andrew Tate, he says, "I've got multiple passports."
Oh shit, the judge had, okay. Oh, I was just guessing. So the judge has actually seen those exact videos and has an exact opinion based on, oh, well, there, hell yeah.
And the worst thing about that is that video clip from social media has been used. And for me, that's just unacceptable. Like, if you're being viewed from the international perspective, you need to do things in a high level manner. So just to think that they've used something from social media to make a decision is horrendous, because what you should be doing is to determine if someone's got passports is to ring embassies and ring the requisite countries and find out if they have the said passport. So that's the first thing that they have concerns with. And someone like Andrew Tate, he won't be able to leave the country. He's a well-known, popular person, one of the most Googled mans on the planet. If he was to move countries or go to any other country, people would know about it, and then he'd be on the run for the rest of his life. So it's just a ridiculous notion that they think.
Doesn't Romania have other countries around it and roads and cars? What do you mean he can't leave the fucking country? What is he talking about? How far back is Romania? How far back into the Dark Ages are we? Like, what? Is Romania an island in the middle of the fucking, like, next to Hawaii? I'm so confused. Jesus. Hold on. I'm gonna jump in and start doing this anime. I'll be back 1 second.
Are you ever going to do more finance or investment related content? Green pill me, big boy. Imagine being a white name. Zero introspection, bunch of white name ones. But like myself for 10 hours, also infest any wins. You gotta get trained on the stream more. The factorial grind is over, Angel Thump. Sorry, buddy, didn't see the note about Factorio before my message. Send a broadcast message with your subscription. Optional. People G. When keeping it real goes wrong. Be honest now that the trans stuff on House Phone is out. He just needs to take ownership of what happened. Just move the F on and have Adam 22 running the money made off all this drama that just might take. Main shrugging, medium skin tone. Don't get fooled. It's all smoke and mirrors. Here he just wants to play League with Destiny. Stay strong. Disappointing. When is the Pearly Things debate? It's not a black issue, it's a trans issue that House Phone didn't want. The cat out of the bag and black people are quick to roast him. Man shrugging medium skin tone. Have some money for going through with the explanation. Subcultures like these exist a lot in Deep South, white communities as well, where family and saving face is important. When you have nothing to lose, all you have is your reputation. Andrew Tate is going to get out, and everyone's March YouTube algorithms will be through the roof. Everybody will be make more Tate videos. Roll eyes over this man. Please check your email for Tate debate research material.
Bruce Rivers is the criminal lawyer. 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 Stop self-snitching. Rudy.
Safety, while we're waiting for him, can you give me a good reason I shouldn't be able to, like, make a deepfake porn of your mom and jerk off to it?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, hold on, I have Destiny stream on.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
I literally just
bitch.
heard you say that in the fucking background.
Oh, is he in here now? Okay, that's
no,
useful.
I don't. Is he in here?
1 second.
Oh, okay. It's because she's cripplingly disabled, but I guess you're fearing that.
That makes it more hot. She can't get away. One sec, let me put perms in the channel. Okay, Destiny, you should be able to speak now. Or I might need to unmute you manually first. One sec. No, you should have speaking perms.
Nope.
Hello? Are you there?
Oh, hello? Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, hi. Oh, just as a heads up, I see that charm hole guy in here. I'm never associating or asking or talking to that guy ever. So if he has a question, I'm not answering it. Just letting you know.
Okay. Are there any other topics you want to avoid? Just like not.
No, I'll talk about anything. I don't care. I'm good.
Okay.
I just don't want like the attention whore, like weird schizo people.
That's like half the server.
Well, listen.
But I'll try to keep that in mind. So the rest of you, we're gonna get started now. If you want to ask Mr. D-Man a question, you can put the question in the AMA question channel, like I said earlier. Just make sure that you add VC to the question if you want to ask it yourself. Otherwise, I'll just read it out for you. If you have the perms to see the priority channel and the ability to type there, put your question there. If you troll, if you just come on and say the N-word or something, I'm gonna ban you permanently. So don't do it. I will find your alt accounts that'll ban those too, and I will ban you from every other community I have influence on Discord, and that's a lot. So it's not worth it. Just trust me. The rest of you, try to be civil. He is taking time out of Saturday to do this, so yeah, don't be an asshole.
Wow.
Destiny,
hi.
Thank you very much for agreeing to come on and talk to us again. How have you been?
Pretty good. Just chilling, you know.
That's good. I've noticed that you've been really into the MGTOW stuff recently. How's that? Like, I've like gone through that community a bit before, and it's always seemed very like. It feels like a lot of these people have never interacted with humans. Like typically when I get into it, is that like your experience too, or is it like?
Wait, are you asking me? Are you asking, or is this a question from the audience?
This is just me.
Oh,
right?
just
So
you. Oh,
I've been watching your content for a long time, right? So and I've always wondered like. The MGTOW community to me always seems like, especially like these fucking like the deep, like, you know, women are all, you know, sluts, and, you know, if you have sex with more than one dude in your life, you're a whore. These guys just seem like they are taking advantage of like socially inept dudes, autistic dudes who don't speak to women anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and just kind of giving them a reason to you know, justify their inability to communicate with other humans.
Sure.
Like, is that your experience too, or do you feel like there's like something deeper there that they're pointing to?
It's probably not even worth. I don't think it's worth trying to stereotype or generalize. I don't think it's worth trying to generalize, because there's, first of all, so technically it's not the MGTOW community, it's the red pill community now. But there's so many different trains of thought. I'd rather deal with individual things they say, rather than like trying to figure out, broadly speaking, what's going on. I think I kind of agree with you that a lot of it, on a broad sense, comes from a lot of general insecurity and everything. But there's a lot of different. Yeah, there's a lot of different feelings and thoughts in these communities. So,
Okay. So speaking of weird communities, we've got the first question from China Defender. China Defender, you are unmuted. Go for it.
Yo, what's up, guys? Yo, let's get some Z's in the chat, man. Let's get some Z's in the chat for Putin. So, my question was, I recently saw, you know, your battle against Mr. Girl, and I just noticed that you sort of promoted this guy for months and gave him a platform when he said, you know, crazy things about women, crazy things about children. So I just want to know, do you want to apologize to the politics community and your own community for promoting that sick son of a bitch? Go ahead.
Nope. I like interesting people. I'm always going to talk to interesting people. Some of them are going to be sick. Some of them are going to be cool. Some are going to be sick and cool. And yeah, I'm always going to continue to do that.
Yeah, well, what did they say about cuties? What did Mr. Girl say about cuties?
Is that like a rhetorical question, or do you want me to? You can just go watch his
No,
video.
I'm asking
on it,
you.
right?
I'm asking you. What did Mr. Girl say about cuties? Go ahead. Tell the chat.
Didn't he say that Cuties was a thought-provoking movie that succeeded in making you feel uncomfortable at how people are willing to sexualize adolescents, especially young girls?
So you promoted that. You promoted that to thousands of people across the internet.
Hundreds of thousands, I think.
You're promoting that.
Uh huh.
Why are you promoting that?
It's an interesting perspective.
Isn't your platform supposed to provoke people to, you know, be thinkers, be political thinkers?
Yep.
And, you know, recognize that?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what you're doing, right?
Mhm.
But you're promoting Mr. Girl, who is somebody who said that, oh, if a woman said no and I did it anyway. He's on record. He's literally on record saying that. And you're against that. And you went against him But you promoted him for months. So why did you promote him for months, and then when he sort of turned on you, then you sort of like flip, and then it's like, oh, I actually hated that guy anyway. He's a narcissist. But we all know he's a narcissist. Everyone can see he's a bad guy. But
Do you
why
think I
did
should
you
only?
flip?
Do you think I should only have
flipped.
people on my stream that I agree with every single position they have?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Well, I
Because
don't run my shit that way. So
because
if you have
look
a
at
stream,
Vosh,
you're allowed to do.
You created
your stream.
Vosh and Hassan, bro.
You can do your
You
streams.
created Mr. Girl, Vosh, and
and you
Hassan.
should go do your streams however you want to do it. But I'll continue to platform people that I think are interesting. Some of them are probably going to backstab me in the future. That's just how it goes. But no, I choose for what I think is the most like
should you
thought-provoking,
platform
interesting
people that
stuff.
say they're gonna rape children? Are you gonna platform those people?
If somebody said they were going to rape children, probably not, unless they were really interesting in other ways. But no, I'd probably.
It's just
draw
a
line.
disagreement, Destiny.
Mhm.
It's just a disagreement. It's
Well,
it's
no,
a
that's like
honest
a statement of
disagreement.
like criminal intent to go like commit like pedophilia acts or whatever. I didn't say that.
So it's just
I
criminal.
didn't say that there were no disagreements. I just asked if there were any disagreements. Right? There are going to be people that I platform that I have disagreements with. That doesn't mean I'm going to. I have to platform all disagreements. Right? There are going to be some people that I wouldn't platform, like Charmhole over here. So yeah, it just depends what's going on.
All right, why are you talking so fast? Oh yeah, Charmhole's a retard, so just ignore Charmhole. But
Okay.
why are you talking so fast, man? Just calm down. It's just
I'm
just
super calm. That's how I
ask me
normally
about
talk.
Mr. Girl.
If I'm too fast, you can probably watch
Well,
the
when we
VOD,
talk
turn
about
the speed
Mr.
down.
Girl, you know, it gets a little interesting. You know what's crazy? I watched the debate between Hinkle, you know Hinkle,
Unfortunately.
Jackson Hinkle,
Yeah,
Haas,
I do.
and you guys and Dylan Burns, and it was a really great conversation. Actually, I actually thought it was
It wasn't a great conversation. It was probably one of the worst
But
I've ever had. But yeah.
I thought Dylan Burns. I
Mhm.
think like Dylan Burns is your little orbiter,
Mhm.
and he doesn't really have anything to say. Like he's just kind of a nerd. So let me ask you about Dylan Burns. Do you think that war tourism, like going over to a foreign country and filming dead people, like what Dylan Burns does, do you agree with that? I just want to know.
How many dead
do you
people have been
agree
in a
with
Dylan
that
Burns
sort
video?
of thing?
Can you tell me?
Plenty.
How many?
He's in a foreign country.
Wait. He's
where
so you
people
tell
are
me if I
getting
go
killed.
to his YouTube channel, there are dead people in his videos?
Yeah, man. Go on his channel.
Wow. Can you link me
It's
one?
on his channel.
I'm in the AMA discussion chat
yeah.
right here. Can you link a
Get one
video
of
where
these
there are dead
nerds in
bodies?
chat to link it.
No. Because you
Yeah, just
said
get
it.
some nerd in chat to
Yeah,
link it.
so I'm in chat right now. I'm looking in the
Well,
AMA
listen,
discussion
here's the
chat.
thing.
Uh-huh.
See, this is what nerds do. You guys
Okay.
think I need a
I'm good.
source?
Go to that
I don't
comment.
actually need a source.
Okay.
Just ask the
Okay.
chat for a source. Bro.
Wait, hold on. So yeah, so last chance, Mister. So do you
Well, he
have
asked us
like, a
que- he's just-
video
he's just
or
here to, like-
something?
no, he's here to
Oh, what do you
ramble,
want my
that's
son, Doobie? Make it quick. Make it quick, Doobie.
Okay,
What do you want?
Father, do you have a video or
Listen,
some
my son.
evidence that Dylan Burns like had a dead person on video at some point? Or
My
like,
evidence is
someone
the
died
chat. The
during
chat can
filming?
prove it. My evidence
Okay,
is the
well,
chat.
The sad thing is
Thank
that
you,
if this
Mr.
guy
That's
like
my-
wasn't such a spurgy fucking dipshit, like there's an interesting question to be asked for how do we feel when people in the West go to like war-torn countries with the safety and sanctity knowing that they can go back home to the West and with all the money and finances they have to like make content out of those people. I think that's an interesting question, and it would have been an interesting discussion, but the guy's too much of an autistic retard to actually have that discussion. So instead, he can just spurg out for 20 minutes, virtue signal to his friends that he tried to own somebody in a fucking Discord AMA, which is apparently the highlight of his life, and then we can all go on being dumber for it. So.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. China Defender. Next one, we've got Eagle. Eagle, whenever you're ready.
So my question is, do you support Joe Biden?
Yeah, I think so, brother. Yeah.
Why?
I think he's doing a good job at pushing policy. I supported him in the presidential election because I preferred him to Trump. I think broadly speaking, in terms of political parties, he seems to represent a lot of things that I would probably align with, like policy-wise.
So how about the withdrawal from Afghanistan, though?
How about the what?
The withdrawal from Afghanistan.
I'm glad we withdrew. I mean, it's possible that it could have been handled in a better way. I'm not actually sure of that, but I'm really glad that we finally got out. I'm glad that he decided to do it instead of pushing it down the road another 4 or 5 years like every other president seemed willing to do. I'm happy we're gone.
So like the highest inflation in years, high gas prices, the withdrawal from Afghanistan. So how do you support Joe Biden? Like, what did he do that was successful? More specifically?
So inflation is coming. Inflation has been like a combination of a whole bunch of different things.
Yes, take him out.
Do you think that Biden is responsible for inflation?
Spent $1.7 trillion. That was the highest since World War II.
Is that inflation?
Caused inflation, yes.
Okay, so I think that inflation has probably been caused by incredibly lax monetary policy for a long period of time in combination with a really big like shift in demand and supply around the world because of stuff related to COVID. I think that those two things are probably pushing inflation more than 1 or 2 Biden budgets. So, I mean, I don't blame him for that. I guess I'll applaud him for the Inflation Reduction Act, or at least he's trying to pair like bills with appropriate cuts in spending so that we're not having it's like having a deficit neutral effect, which is probably good. But I don't know how much the president himself, unless he's pushing really expansive policy that is causing like massive budget deficits. I don't really know how the president himself can necessarily be held responsible for inflation. And I'm pretty sure gas prices are Are they down to where they used to be, or are they below that, or are like gas prices have been falling pretty hardcore? I don't know if gas prices are high anymore. I'm not sure.
Saying about the inflation thing, first of all, our debt ceiling is like near 30 trillion, and then he spent $2 trillion on that Inflation Reduction Act, which never even reduced inflation in the first place. So how is that successful?
The Inflation Reduction Act was deficit neutral. It was paired with spending and with spending cuts with the spending that it had. So it should have no impact on the budget. That was the point. That was why it was called the Inflation Reduction Act. I don't think it actually reduced inflation, but it was just supposed to be deficit neutral. And then the what was the other thing you brought up?
What about the debt ceiling?
The debt ceiling is something that's always being increased. Like that's U.S. monetary policy. I don't know. That is
I
nothing.
don't think that the U.S. should do something about that.
Yeah, personally, I think we should just remove the cap on the debt ceiling completely, because I think it's a really stupid political football to kick back and forth, and it makes world monetary policy a little bit sketchy. When
How do you kill the U.S. dollar? Why should the U.S. dollar be trusted?
Because it's backed by the largest and strongest economy that's defended both in terms of economic productivity and military in the history of the planet right now. I think that's a pretty good reason to trust the U.S. dollar.
China's gaining hegemony, so like, I don't think that the U.S. is going to be the strongest like global power for long if like our monetary policy continues like it is.
Yeah, people have been saying that for like 100 years. I don't know what you want me to say for that.
It's getting closer to the truth with China, though.
It's getting closer to what with China?
China is like expanding all of his economic influence through BRI, and the U.S. is just losing power. So,
I guess we'll see. I don't know. I've heard these things for like decades, that like China is threatening like U.S. world, like influence or whatever. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that. I can't read the future. That's a very macro question.
what with BRI and yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You broke up. I thought you were done. Did you have anything else you wanted to ask?
I was just saying, like, what do you think about China's recent expansion into like places like African and Asian countries through BRI, and how should the U.S. combat that?
Honestly, I don't know. I have to go read more Financial Times articles about it. I always hear like really conflicting reports about Belt Road stuff, that like in some ways like China is doing a really good job at getting basically a lot of influence in these areas because they're gaining access to ports and they're making predatory loans, and it's giving them like a lot of influence. I've heard other things, that like people in the West tend to treat China as being way more efficient than they actually are, and that some parts of the Belt Road Initiative are actually just really expensive to China, and they're not doing anywhere near as well as they thought they would be on a lot of it. I don't know what the actual truth is there. That's a pretty complicated issue. I'd have to do like more research to give you like have a really strong opinion on it.
So how should the U.S. keep its position as a global power is what I'm saying.
I mean, you have to be open to trading with everybody, like make sure that being a friend of the United States is beneficial for you, defend U.S. interests here and abroad. I mean, the same things we kind of always have done, right? Like it's good to be a producer of products and services, trade those things with people, build strong relationships with countries around the world. I mean, it's playing the influence game, right? Basically the opposite of like what every single, basically whatever Trump wants to do with like U.S. foreign relations, do the opposite of that. And that's probably like the direction that the U.S. needs to go for maintaining its position as leader of the world.
If China's investing trillions of dollars into other countries, how is the U.S. going to like maintain its position under Joe Biden's current foreign policy?
I think I don't think the U.S. can even make those. I don't think they'd be politically popular. I think the U.S. should. I think that'd be a really important thing to do. But we have a huge sect in the United States that thinks that any foreign investment is like evil. So I don't know how you deal with that. You can only do what the people want, right?
If you're admitting that the U.S. is like losing its foreign power, so how's Joe Biden successful in that aspect?
I don't know what Joe Biden could be doing to like build out relationships with like countries in Africa and stuff. I don't know if Joe Biden even could do anything with that. I'm not sure what you want me to.
All right, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Eagle. Next up, we've got a question from Orasil. Orasil, whenever you're ready, mister. Aura, you there?
How's it going? Yeah. First off, stream, can I get a uppercase T in chat for Christ? And as well, Destiny, what did you said this a while back, but you were reading Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis, and I wanted to know what your thoughts were on that and what you've gained from reading it, what you've applied to your life.
It was just interesting to, I guess, reanalyze a lot of my secular values through like a more cohesive framework, and religion can provide like an interesting cohesive framework to implement some secular ideas. But I mean, like broadly speaking, from my personal life, I think I view individuals as having a bit more responsibility to their communities maybe than I think I did before. But that's kind of been like a slow process. It's been changing for me over the past like year or two. I don't know if I would say that like just C.S. Lewis like pushed me in that direction. That's just something I've kind of slowly have been evolving my thoughts on.
Cool. I also had one more question. What do you think could possibly make you reconsider your values for whether Christ is God or if God exists?
I don't know. I mean, anything. I guess like a special revelation or divine revelation could make me reconsider. Some sort of like proof of some kind of supernatural or some kind of event. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that could. I can't think of anything because nothing has happened. But I don't know. Some kind of miraculous event, I guess.
I'll pray for your brother.
Thanks, bud.
All right. Goodbye.
Thank you, Oracel. Next up, we've got Blarney. Blarney's question is... Oh, it's a voice chat question. Go for it, Blarney, whenever you're ready. Blarney? I will circle back.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay. Hey, Destiny. I've switched a lot of my political leanings since listening to you and just like broadening my scope and research. And what I want to do moving forward currently, and wanted to know if it's possible due to what you've seen in Canvas work, if I was to find like someone running for governor or congressman in Texas that would be able to get enough backing to push for like state social health care, basically. So like every state, for example, I live in Kansas, we have like CanCare. If it would be able to globalize into like just locally for states instead of across America, but for that said thing, would that be something achievable or not really?
What are you asking me? If you could support other states doing things like CanCare, or what do you mean?
So like for example, I plan on like moving to Texas, right? And I would like to I don't know what Texas has for their state medical, but is it possible to industrialize it and give it to everyone basically, instead of it just being for select people on disability and stuff like that? Like social health care, but a little different.
Hold on a minute. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. Are you saying like take one plan from one state and move it all across the country, or take a plan in a state and like broaden it to more people in the state?
Broaden it to more people in the state.
Oh. I don't know anything about those state healthcare programs. I wouldn't really be able to say. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I just don't know much about their programs. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I was just wondering because like that's kind of, I want to foster a community like that and get enough backing where we might be able to do something like that. It's just I don't even know if that would be possible to make it more of a broader scope for more people than just what it is currently.
Yeah, I don't know. Damn, I don't even know where you would start with that. I talk to local party people and see what they would say, maybe. Whoever's in charge, but I wouldn't even know where to start for something like that. Yeah.
Fair enough. And as for like public transportation, do you think like we're kind of moving away from that, or this is something we could probably start again? Or like just a broad
I think
spectrum?
that the United States has a really dogshit view on public transportation. I don't know if there is a way to change that. I hope there is. I wish there was, but yeah, I feel like broadly in the U.S. we associate public transportation with poor people, and so like we can never get off that line of thought, which is sad. But
I agree. Okay, well, thank you for your time, Destiny.
Yep.
Also, if you could ban me from your Discord, that would be great.
Send an appeal.
I did.
That sounds like you're
I don't even think it got processed.
Okay, I'll think about it. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got a question from Femboy Among Us. The question is, why do you have people like Fuentes who want to improve their image and broader appeal? Do you regret having him on with the Kanye Alex Jones interview backlash?
No, like I said, like I'll always maximize talking to people that I think are interesting or like can provoke like good conversations. I'm not like as obsessed about the like, am I going to grow that person or blah, blah, blah. Because I mean, if I took that thought process, I would like never have anybody interesting on ever, because I'd be so scared all the time about like growing figures that I wouldn't want to get popular.
Okay. Next up, we've got Goldie Goldstein. This question is, what is your opinion on capital punishment for narcotic dealers like Singapore has, excluding ones that sell weed, shrooms, or LSD because those aren't harmful? Drug dealers contribute to around a third of all crime and a lot of homelessness, so getting rid of them would definitely help. If you have a different or less aggressive view on how to deal with the drug epidemic, I would also be good to hear.
I like the idea of treating drug addiction like kind of like mental health issues. Like if you're addicted to drugs, there's clearly some shit going on that you need addressed. And like criminalizing it, just throwing those people in jail doesn't seem like it's very effective. Like we have really high recidivism rates on a lot of shit. So it seems like that's not the way to go. I mean, like as long as drugs are illegal, I think people should probably go to jail for them. I just don't agree with them being illegal. It just seems like a really ineffective way of dealing with it. Like I feel like we kind of lost the war on drugs, and we need to like revamp our policy going forward in a way that is more realistic and actually produces the outcomes we want, rather than whatever the fuck we have now, which is a disaster, I think. But if you're asking just about dealers, yeah, if it was a focus on dealers, I mean, like I said, as long as drugs are illegal, like, yeah, I guess you should prosecute them as much as the law would allow you to. But yeah, I don't like our current approach to drug policy right now. Yeah.
Okay, next up is Jacob. Jacob, whenever you're ready. Any second now. Yeah, I'm going to circle back to
sorry.
Jacob. That's okay.
My microphone was muted. Hey, how you guys doing?
Hi, pretty good.
All right. My question was more, where did I write it? Oh yeah. In what areas do you think progressives could better advocate for their political ideology?
Progressives need to do a better job at tolerating people with different points of view and communicating with people with different points of view. Right now, like having a conversation with progressives is like trying to get like a new person playing like the most complicated like second edition D&D campaign possible without them even knowing, you know, like anything about paper RPGs. Like it's just like insane. Like as soon as you start talking to progressive anything, it's like, oh, like can black people be racist? No, racism is systemic. Blah, blah. There's like a million fucking things and definitions and all sorts of stuff you need to buy into before you can even begin to have a conversation. And yeah, I think that's just a dog shit approach to politics in general, is to gatekeep it that hard with so many academic terms. So yeah, I'd say progressive's biggest issue is reaching out and communicating with people that are different than them. They have a really hard time with that, and not shutting down all conversation that, you know, they disagree with.
Okay. All right, fair enough, I guess.
Oh,
I mean, that's all I really had.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Next up, Become Ungovernable, whenever you're ready.
Hi.
Hi.
Is this mic working?
It's working.
Yeah, you're...
Barely, but it's working.
Right. I have 12 pictures of my penis going to your DMs today. Right now.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. He paid $10 to ask that question, so that's respectable.
What did he say? He has 12 pictures of his penis?
Yeah, 12 pictures of his penis. He had to get it all in, so
okay,
12
cool.
pictures.
Nice. 12 pictures. Impressive, I guess.
Quick sidebar. I thought I was like looking at it. Are you playing Factorio?
Nope. That's just a video in the background to like, because my people are so used to seeing Factorio that I just have like a thing in the background that has a guy running around doing shit.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Next up, we've got a question from Atheist for the Cause. 1 second. Whenever you're ready, mister.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So I was just wondering, basically, if you think there's a global depression coming, which I do. Basically, a couple facts I would throw at you to establish this would be the Chinese housing market, real estate market bubble that seems like it's the 2008 Great Recession on steroids, and there are multiple G20, countries that are in collapse, like economic collapse, like Argentina, Turkey, Russia, and some others. The IMF just bailed out Bangladesh. Oh, it's just outside the top 20. And Cuba is in the process of economic collapse. Like all this coming off the backs of, COVID, and it seems like we're in for some real trouble. What do you think?
I have no idea. Big macroecon questions like that, I don't even try. I haven't read anything. I know that everybody's been saying we're heading for a recession/depression for a couple years. I don't know if it'll happen. If it does, it does. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a strong take on that yet.
Can I ask a different question then?
Go for it.
So, there in terms of like men's rights issues and stuff like that. So I found that suicide organizations, because money.
Wait. You cut out for a second. What organizations? Did you say suicide organizations?
Yeah.
Okay.
Organizations that help people that are trying to stop people from committing suicide.
Okay. Anti-suicide organizations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Helplines. So these organizations basically, I think they're trying to get funding by making suicide more of a female issue when it's clearly more of a male issue. And so they'll say things like more females commit attempt suicides, when in reality the way they're calculating this is they're including self-harm, which like is not a suicide attempt, and every time they do it they count it again. So it's like someone goes psych ward for cutting themselves, they get out, they go back in, and like a male shoots themselves or something and they just die, and then they can't do it again. So it's how do you think that we can go about like raising this issue and trying to get people to care more about, men's rights, especially in terms of suicide?
I mean, I don't know, talk about it and tweet about it. Isn't that kind of all we can do? If that is the way that they're like pumping up numbers, that seems like a pretty shitty thing to do. I mean, yeah, I guess all you can do is really speak out about it, right?
Well, just generally, like, it seems like to get funding, from politicians, you have to make issues, like, you're more likely to get funding if you make it more female-based.
I don't even know if that's true. Is there like a track record for like, oh, like this organization couldn't get any help, but then once they made it a female issue, now they get all sorts of funding? I have no idea if that's true or not.
Well, I'm looking at things like domestic violence shelters for women, none for women.
Well, sure, but that's because I think more often than not, it's because women probably are the ones that need the shelters, right?
You don't think any men need those shelters? It's literally like 1,000 to 0.
I don't think. I'm sure there are some men that do, but that's probably gonna be a very, very, very rare thing, right, compared to the women.
Well, how about homeless shelters that men need by far more, but women have actually more access, or at least equal access to homeless shelters?
Yeah, that sucks, and that's fucked. We have a lot of issues with homeless people. I agree with that. Yeah. I don't know if there are exclusive. I don't know if there are homeless shelters that don't. Isn't it generally there are women-only homeless shelters, and then there are just like broad homeless shelters?
Yeah, and so like one of the problems with that is if a man he's a single father with a child, his child can actually get denied from that shelter because they only accept women. But a single mother with a child, even if it's a boy, will get accepted into that all women's homeless shelter. But there are like no homeless shelters for just men, I think.
Well, why would you need a homeless shelter for just men?
Because there are homeless men, and why would you need them for just women?
Well, you need them for just women because having men and women together in homeless shelters probably sounds like a really bad time for the women. But I don't know why you would ever, because the risk of like sexual assault and abuse and like violence is probably way, way, way higher for the women that are homeless.
No? Men face more violent crime, are higher victims of violence than women.
Let's think for a moment when we say that stat. When we say that men are more likely to face violent crime than women are more likely to face violent crime, that's true. But in the context of men and women being housed together, who's more likely to face violent, like, abuse there?
Well, in terms of like sexual violence, women.
Or any violence, it's probably going to be a woman are going to be more at risk if you're in a homeless shelter, right?
No, men are more at risk. In terms of overall violence, and normally even when they're co-ed, they're separated by floors.
Well, wait, when you say more at risk of overall violence, I'm saying in a homeless shelter. Like, who's more, like, are men getting, but who are they getting abused by?
Other men.
Yeah, so why would a male-only homeless shelter help with that?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't, but that's why you have security. And so, I mean, but if you're going to separate them, right? Then why, if we have more of a need for male homeless shelters because there's more men that are homeless, then why would you have female-only homeless shelters and co-ed homeless shelters? So you're gonna have more shelters for women when there are more victims, homeless men. That makes no sense.
I would have to know the numbers on it. I mean, like, I agree that like we need to do a lot with homelessness. I just don't think getting rid of female-only homeless shelters is the problem. I think we probably just need to build more homeless shelters.
Okay, I'll just end here, but I would just like first of all, I think I appreciate that you seem like way more liberal. I thought you were more progressive, so I appreciate that because I feel like liberals are dying, and I'm a liberal myself. And also that I hope you look into like the sex-based aspect of politicians granting money. And even in the one more quick thing is in the Affordable Care Act, when they originally wrote that, there were things that like specifically covered the female reproductive system, but not the male. So for instance, a condom for a man or like a vasectomy would not be covered, but like a woman getting her tubes tied or having a female condom, that would be covered by regulation. And that's just completely sexist. But anyways,
well, I think it's hard to talk about things that are sexist in relating to reproductive stuff because reproductive stuff is quite literally sexist. Like men don't have uteruses and women don't have penises. Well, generally, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. But so I mean, like, of course, it's going to be a little bit sexist there, but yeah.
Yeah, but they covered the female reproductive system. So like, female condoms are covered, male condoms are not. I don't think you can justify that.
Well, my guess is going to be probably because women bear the larger brunt of pregnancy-related issues versus men. That's probably the reason why. That'd be the rationale.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Okay. I love you. Be careful, buddy.
No, thank you. Next up, I have a question from Reggie. The question is, how did your parents react to your open relationship? And follow-up, what circumstances led you to the decision to have an open relationship, given its admittedly non-typical relationship path for couples?
I have boomer parents. My parents have never talked about sex or anything related to sex in my entire life. I can't even imagine what that conversation would look like or be like. Talking to my parents about like us fucking, that just sounds insane. And then what led to me to doing it? I like to fuck around a lot. It was fun for me. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I could ever do like a monogamous relationship. I'd go crazy. I'd just be single. So being an open relationship tends to make that work for me.
Okay. Next up, I have Safety Democrat. Safety, go for it whenever you're ready, mister.
Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Sweet. This is a question relating to earlier. I haven't really listened to a lot of your videos lately, so maybe you've talked about this, but I was kind of curious. In retrospect, with your attempt to liberalize Nick Fuentes' audience, do you think it was a success or a failure? And if it was a failure, how do you plan on engaging with those communities in the future?
If the goal was to liberalize his audience, that's probably a failure. Typically when I interact with people, my goal is not to like convert their entire audience. If like my very round one goal, well, the very like first order goal is just like, I just like having interesting and fun conversations on stream. That's like my number one goal. So that goal was achieved 100%. Because obviously those are high viewership streams. They were really fun and interesting conversations. We got to do research on the whole thing on fucking 9/11 and everything. So that was fun. My second order thing is usually, I want to introduce people to, progressive/liberal point of view that is at least reasonable, because I think a lot of people have never heard that before, because most progressives are just screeching blue-haired fucking losers on the internet that are just like constantly calling everybody like racist and transphobic and fascist. So I like to give like an argument where it's like, hey, look, like, you know, you can believe these things and not be a crazy fucking loser. And then third order stuff is hopefully after a while, I guess some people, you know, moderate their positions a bit. I got a lot of email from America First and Fuentes fans. It opened up my perspective for what those people are like. I think for a lot of them, it broadened their perspective a bit. But I mean, obviously things got cut short because me and Nick ended up parting ways over kind of like brigading that his community does. It really bothers me. But I mean, like, that's just how it goes. Like, it's very rare. I don't know if there's ever been in the history of mankind, like one audience that's like, oh, we took over this audience, we re-radicalized or we de-radicalized the entire thing. Like, that's not usually my goal. And I think it's kind of corny if you come off that way, like, oh, I just want to convert all you guys. Like, I'm not there to proselytize. I'm just there to like give you something else to consider, basically.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, be careful.
Thank you, Safety. Next up, we've got Zionist Jules. The question is, what is your opinion on the so-called Chinese spy balloon that is traveling across these great 50 states? More specifically, what do you believe will be the political fallout from the incident? And third question, do you believe that the war with China is inevitable? And how well do you believe the United States is positioned militarily and economically to fight China if necessary?
I don't know where all the war with China stuff is coming from, if I missed a story or if it's literally just this Chinese balloon shit. But I'm not really thinking much about war with China right now. I don't know why everyone else is, but who knows? Maybe there's some fallout that I just haven't observed. But yeah, I don't know. I'll probably read more about this in the coming days because I still see everything in terms of like, what the fuck even is this? Was it like just a lost like weather balloon? Is it some military application or like what the fuck is going on? I don't know. I don't have strong opinions about it right now. Oh, cool. I've heard the thing about the Taiwan stuff too, but yeah, who knows?
Okay. Next question from Jordan Phillips Cockram. What is your thoughts on using black free market? I don't really know what that's referencing.
I don't know what black free market is. Okay. You're talking about shadow economy? I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Oh, there was a memo by an American first duder saying that war between the U.S. and China was inevitable. Okay. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. Next up, from Orion. Orion, whenever you're ready. Any second now.
Oh, hi Destiny. Huge fan. I was wondering, so in one of your early streams, and this was a long time ago, so I'm not sure about your opinion now, but you said that you can't really assign morality to an economic system. Like, and to use your analogy, you said that would you rather still live in, like, let's say a fascist system where everyone eats steak dinners, or a communist system where everyone eats like beans and rice?
Well, I'd be really careful here. I think that political systems are probably necessarily ethical. I think political systems are going to have a lot of ethics baked into them. Economic systems, depending on what we're talking about, can be looked at as not necessarily like ethical. Like there can be ethical or unethical ways to function within these systems. But it's going to be hard to say that like fascism, for instance, is like an ethically neutral thing. Like people are going to have really strong feelings about like nationalism or racism or stuff like that. That's going to be pretty closely tied to some ethical position. You can ask again or like rephrase if you want, so I'm not just like dodging your question if you want.
Well, yeah, it's just because when you were talking about like socialists, and I remember you were debating a socialist, and he said, "Oh, like this is like it's like moral, right?" And then you said, "Well, hold on, it's not really moral." It's just when I was doing classes in about economics, the three things they say is efficiency, durability, and like fairness for an economic system. When it comes to like telling it, do you think fairness is a good system in really identifying it, or do you think we should focus more on like how efficient and like durable it is?
I would cautiously say that I would never value fairness in an economic system. I think that the efficiency and the durability are by far the most important thing, and fairness can be dealt with at the government policy level. That's what I would say. I don't want to gimp an entire economy and fuck it up trying to make it fair, when it's probably better to just make it as ruthlessly efficient as possible and then skim from the winnings of that system and then turn that into some sort of government policy that helps, right? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for that. Another thing, just if I can ask, there's been ever since the Trump presidency, and specifically since Kanye West has come out, there's been what I noticed, like a rise of fascism. Do you think there is like an alarming rise of fascist and far right ideologies in America specifically, or do you think it's just like hot air that's been sensationalized by media?
Yeah, I mean, I would say there is, but I don't like to call it fascist. Like, the reality is that, like, a lot of people on the left don't know what fascism is, and a lot of people on the right would like fascism if they knew what it was. So, like, I think that people on the left make this mistake that if we just call something fascist, like, people will get away from it because fascism equals bad. But if you start talking about some tenets of fascism, I think that if you describe them without calling them fascist, a lot of conservatives will be like, this actually sounds like really badass. I think this is cool as fuck. And then you're like, well, that's fascism. Like, no, that's just patriotism or something like that. Yeah. So I think there are some worrying trends, especially around stuff relating to elections, that are very, very, very scary. And I would agree with that. But I don't think it's enough to just call it fascist, I guess. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's fair. Thanks so much for your time. Final thought, Destiny definitely won this debate.
Thanks, bud.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have Jinja. Jinja, whenever you're ready.
Hi Destiny, how you doing?
Pretty good.
So, in the past, you've talked about how these trendy social movements on the internet tend to come and go, right? So, like in 2013, you said the big social movement online was New Atheism and Ron Paul libertarianism, to a lesser extent.
Based.
Yeah, and then in like 2016 and 2018-ish, the big thing was anti-SJWs and also, to a lesser extent, Trump supporters.
Mhm.
And now, since like 2020, the big thing's been BreadTube and that lefty shit.
I feel like the BreadTube shit kind of died like a year and a half or 2 years ago, but broadly speaking, I kind of agree with what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. So I have two questions about that. One, what do you think causes? Actually, three, but they're quick. What do you think caused those movements to pop up in the first place? Like, why was it that those movements in particular got big on the internet when they did? What do you think the next big social movement online will be now that LeftyTube is kind of dying out? And as a bonus, do you think it'll ever be the case that like liberalism becomes a big online trendy movement?
These are like questions that, like, if I knew the answers to them, I'd be a billionaire because I'd make the right investments. Why movements come about, it just depends on the movement. Like, I think for the atheist movement, if I have to guess, a lot of your movements online are probably going to largely be explained by demographics. So your early like 2010s internet is almost all like young white guys, right? That was like exclusively. That was who the internet was made by and made for, was for like young white dudes. And a lot of these guys, you know, you've got parents that are religious and you're kind of like an edgy tech bro and you know, fuck that shit, I'm an atheist, blah, blah, blah. It just kind of like naturally played into that demographic of people, basically. So I think that's why the early start of the internet was like, you know, atheism and fuck religion and blah, 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 blah. It's because there was like a lot of young white dudes probably came from like decently affluent families, and those families tended to be religious, and that's where that came from. The anti-SJW shit, man, where did that come from? Probably a lot of, I wonder how much Gamergate was solely responsible for that. I don't know the answer to that. But I'm sure it played quite a bit into it. And I mean, Gamergate is going to largely be explained again by demographics. You've got a lot of men, you've got women and minorities that are starting to join internet spaces, and they're starting to fight with the previous power holders, which were white men, over like what the appropriate way to conduct, you know, yourself in those spaces were. Yeah, in terms of what's going to be like the next thing, I have truly no idea. I think it would be based. It seemed for a little while there, like that neoliberal subreddit was growing and stuff. It seemed like maybe liberalism was going to be like the next big thing, which would be cool. But I don't think so. It feels like that lefty shit, that hardcore lefty shit, online at least, is very, very, very popular, or it was. But maybe we'll start to see that fall out of favor. I don't know. I think that here's a prediction. Here's a macro social prediction I'll make. I think that Trump fans are going to be the ones that determine the next internet culture / counterculture, because as the Trump movement finally dies off and it's starting to lose steam, those people are going to be looking to create some new type of movement. So we'll see what they do, and I think that'll determine where the rest of the internet heads in response to what they do. That'd be my guess.
That may have been one of the worst things been told all week. Good God.
Well, yeah. But I mean, like, because it feels like as the Republican Party starts to get tired of all the Trump bullshit, you're going to find a lot of young people that were, and they're already kind of feeling, I think, a little bit lost, right? Where they're not as hardcore Trump anymore, especially because Trump is like pro-vax. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like wherever these people end up settling is going to largely determine where kind of the next like internet culture shit is going to go. That'd be my guess, but yeah.
Okay. Do you think they'll settle in a mainstream location? Like, do you think they'll settle on Twitter or Reddit or some shit, or do you think they're gonna have their own weird right-wing place like Truth Social?
I don't know, but that's really scary. We'll see what happens with that. I think the scariest thing that could ever happen is places like Rumble or Truth Social or Gab grow really, really, really big. Because the problem right now is that what progressives try to do is they try to ban everybody off of platforms when they don't like what they're saying so that they can get rid of that thought. And it works because those big platforms are so lucrative, because everybody really wants to be there. So when you ban them, it's a big punishment. But if places like Rumble actually get really big, then I think what we're going to see is we're going to start segregating even harder on all the shit that we believe. Like, people on the left are going to they get even further left. People on the right are going to get even further right. And pretty soon you're going to have like conservatives calling for like the actual like Holocaust 2.0, and then people on the left are going to be calling for the actual like black people should enslave white people to make up for fucking reparations, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's just going to get crazier and crazier and crazier. So, you know, I don't know.
All right. Well, thanks for the time. Appreciate you.
No problem. Be careful, bud.
Thank you, Ginger.
You too.
Okay, next up we've got I got this fucking name. Certain Rapper 24. You're unmuted, mister.
Hey, Destiny, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I know you're getting a lot of questions about Fuentes,
Yeah,
but I'm just wondering, in wake of the whole, Fuentes Kanye saga, do you regret parting ways with him, and would you be open to bringing it back? Because that was some of the best political content I've ever seen in a long time.
Do I regret it? No, actually, I'm pretty happy I did. Because I thought about it a lot, but like I think I have a pretty principled position on like cancel culture and shit, and I feel pretty strongly about it. And if his community is engaging in that, and he's like making excuses for it, and not like taking a very, very, very strong stance against it, I think it's good that I take a strong stance against them. So I'm happy with my decision to separate because I felt strongly about it, and I think it's important. That's a really important value of mine now, to be against like canceling people and all that kind of stupid shit. So. Yeah, so I'm glad I took the position that I had. Would I ever do content with him again in the future? I feel like as autistic Latino brothers, we're destined to meet somewhere again in the marketplace of ideas. I feel like we probably will, but the oh yeah, I don't know what that will look like,
Okay, thank you. I will admit I am a Nick Fuentes fan, but like again, that's like those conversations that you had with him, like that was just some of the best political content that I've seen in such a long time. It was so entertaining.
Yeah, I think something that these fucking losers online, everybody needs to realize is that there was an era, there was like this weird golden era in like 2016, 2017 of like the debate, bro, where people like me are like, oh yeah, we can debate everybody and blah, 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 blah. And then eventually people kind of grew out of it like, oh, that's cringe and lame and blah, blah, blah. But I think that like what's happening, maybe it's just me, I think being stuck in echo chambers, even if we don't talk about like political principles and spreading our movements and all that dumb shit or whatever, it's boring as fuck. And when I see a lot of these people and I talk to them, I think they like it. I think Fuentes likes talking to me. And I like talking to Fuentes because it's more entertaining than having the 50 millionth like argument about communism.
Right.
Or I'm sure for Fuentes having like did he take creepy pictures of his friend or not? Like that shit is boring and drama and stupid. But like the really hardcore political debates with people that you really disagree with are so much fun. I hope that people get over themselves and start going back to that shit. But yeah.
Yeah, it's just so rare to actually see like a genuine political discussion between two opposing ideologies instead of just like two people just screaming at each other the whole time without really saying anything.
Yeah. Or people that like largely agree on everything and they just have like a minor disagreement.
Right,
like,
right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good answer.
Yeah, have fun, be careful.
Okay, next up we have female supremacy. Female supremacy, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so I was in a VC with Fnatic, and I know you two aren't on good terms, and I think he's a really smart guy, and he seems pretty educated, and he's pretty good faith too, as well, in regards to the Black community, but you guys have some sort of beef going on, and I know it's because of the last panel that you guys were on.
Wait a second, hold on, let me just be clear. It's not that we have some sort of beef going on, it's that he thinks I'm a fucking racist that farms black people for fucking Trump, okay?
I know, but I think that you guys got off on the wrong foot, and you let lots of uncharitable people like Mr. Girl on, and you guys...
I let him on too, Fnatic. We talked a lot.
I know, but I want to see like a one-on-one conversation because I feel like there's some sort of miscommunication, and I do think that he'll add a lot to the Black community since you've been having people like Evan preach on, you've been having like Sneeko on, some crazy ass people on there.
I think it's for me like here. This is kind of like the line cross for fucking Fnatic, and I don't know if I can come back from this. Okay.
No.
People that pull out the racist shit just make me want to fucking off myself. It just is so annoying and boring and lazy and tired. And I was like, bro, if you're really gonna do that, like, oh, you're fucking racist. Like, how many times have I had you and a million other black people on stream to talk about that? Like, here's the thing that hurts me the most. He knows I'm not fucking racist, okay? He knows I'm not fucking racist. You can say a lot of things about me. Maybe I'm insensitive. Maybe I'm stupid sometimes. Maybe I fuck things up. Those are all probably true. But to be like, oh, I think Destiny's racist. The guy said he's going to do a racist manifesto on me. Give me a fucking break.
He said, oh, come on. He said that it was because you had like a lot of MGTOW guys on there, like lots of black red pill guys on there that were arguing with Analytica, and you were like strong manning her arguments a lot. And not
but I still man everybody's arguments when they're here or not here. And some things Annalisa said were true. And some of the things Fnatic said were true. But like, of course, I'm going to go back and forth on Yeah, but I mean, like, but listen, what you just said is true too. If Fnatic was like, listen, Steven was stealing the fuck out of a lot of Annalise's arguments. I think it was bullshit. It was dumb. He shouldn't have been doing that. That's all fine. But as soon as he's like, I think he did it because he's racist. Like, give me the fuck out of
Yeah,
there.
he thinks you're like exploiting like the black community more so because you're having lots of these conversations like and especially about the red pill. Even though you talk to Andrew Tate, obviously he's not black, but like Fresh and Fit,
Talk about Andrew Tate,
Sneeko,
yeah.
like yeah, you definitely talk about Andrew Tate. But like those types of people in like the red pill sphere who are more so predominantly black and have black audiences, he thought that it wasn't a good look for you to be steel manning her argument so much because it fed into like it's like this false identity of what like black men do and the dynamics between black men and black women.
Sure, but I mean, like, what am I gonna do if I'm in front of a bunch of people that are just shitting on fucking black women? I mean, of course I'm gonna start like counting. And I did.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I did say multiple times. I think I even clarified, even in that Anchorman debate, I said multiple times, I'm not trying to shit on black men. I'm not saying black men are at fault. But if you're gonna say black women are the ones to blame for everything, well, of course I'm gonna give like what I think is the other side of the story here, which I think is
Definitely. I think it's fair. I think generally speaking, he was just upset that it was one side was extreme, which was like the anger man type of guy, and then the other side was extreme, like the analytica, and he felt like it was just feeding into the gender divide between black men and black women. So that's what he meant by you're quote unquote exploiting the black community. I don't agree with him necessarily, but I understand where he's coming from. And
Yeah,
I think
I understand too. I think Abba brought up a really good point when he came on, which was the idea that like it's very strange that there are some black communities on the internet that when they have the chance to in front of a white person, they will throw the other part of the black community under the bus. And having a bunch of black men being really eager to get me on board with shitting on black women is like a what are you doing, bro?
Really weird.
Yeah.
Really fucking weird. Yeah. Yeah, that's all I had to say. I think that a one-on-one VC with you guys, if you guys stream it, I would definitely tune in, but I really want to see that happen.
Okay. Well,
thanks.
Have fun, be careful.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Lulu. Go for it.
Hi, so my question is kind of about the Fresh and Fit podcast and like all the discussions I've been seeing with you. So a lot of the times you guys argue about privilege, like female privilege in the dating market and the sexual market and all of that. And your arguments kind of come from the angle of, you know, the average woman doesn't have this privilege or that this privilege doesn't really exist or whatever. And my thing is that even if that privilege kind of exists, like, don't you think that it's okay for that privilege to exist? As in, like, do you think that men are entitled to women being fair in the dating market or anything like that, you know?
Can you be more specific when you say, like, is it fair that which privilege exists? Like the ability to, like, be able to hook up easily? Or what do you mean? Yeah, what exactly are you talking about? Just a second.
Yeah, like any of those privileges in the dating or the sexual market. Like, do you think that women owe men, like, fairness when it comes to interpersonal relationships?
Do women owe men fairness?
Mm-hmm.
When I talk about, so here's the thing to consider, okay? I think personally, that in order for society to work, I think we have to be able to like have relationships and stuff. Does that make sense? Society is probably gonna be fucked if you have like a whole group of people, like men, that feel like fuck, I'm cut off from being in relationships. So like, are men owed relationships? I would say yes, but like, is a particular man owed a relationship by like a particular woman? I would say no. I think that we have to work on fixing whatever is going on in society that's breaking down like our ability to communicate across these gender divides. But I wouldn't hold women responsible or a woman responsible. I would say that like these are societal issues that we need to talk about and fix. Yeah.
But like, also, do you think that individual women are gonna be concerned about like the societal impacts of, you know, them only wanting like a 6'5" guy or whatever? Like, do you think they care about that, or like?
I don't think women only. Or wait, what do you mean? What societal impact? Or what do you mean by that?
Like, for example, you're saying like for society to function properly, men should be owed relationships on like a wider scale. But do you think that let me clarify.
Just let me clarify before you answer that, just so that we're on the same page. What I'm saying is that like in society, we all need like love and friendship and companions. Like everybody needs the ability to have a friend and to have a relationship. That's what I mean when I say that. That not that like it's owed to somebody, but like we all need to figure out how to like get it so people can form these things. That's what I mean when I say yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I just have one more follow up. So it's like, how are we going to reach that goal when individuals, right, who are more atomized, they don't really care about like the societal impact of what they're doing in the dating market. How do we get them to care about this, essentially, is what I'm asking.
I don't think that you can ever motivate people by saying, you know, we got to do this for society, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah, so I agree with you. So like, if there's like a single woman and you're like, bro, men are lonely, you've got to go date. Like that's not a very compelling argument, right? Like that won't be like, okay, well, that's not my problem. Fuck you, you know? Which is fine. I think that's fine. Like we can't hold individuals responsible for society, right? That's fair. I guess what I'd say is that like we have to like help educate people to become people that can be successful in the dating markets that exist today, not necessarily hold people responsible for them. So like if it is the case, this is why I keep saying to like red pill communities that like the expectations for what men can bring to relationships have significantly evolved over the past like 3, 4, 5 decades, like 100%. So that means we need to like equip men today to be better ready to deal with that. And then like women also, there might be some expectations that should change on the women's side as well. So like one example of this on the men's side is like you need to be able to contribute more to a relationship than a fucking paycheck. That's not enough anymore. So whether that means some level of emotional intimacy or understanding or whatever, figure it the fuck out. Like that's what we can talk about. And then on the woman's side, maybe a thing like women probably need to be a little bit more lax on expecting hyper masculine, I can pay for everything men, when women are starting to be a dominating force in the workplace, right? If you want to take on more masculine roles in the workplace, that's fine, but be prepared for men to take on more traditionally feminine roles in the dating marketplace, which might be earning less money than you, right? So that might be like some broad advice that I would give.
But if you have the ability to like have your cake and eat it too, why wouldn't you pursue that?
I mean, if you have the ability to do it, then do it. But I think that the mismatch right now is probably causing a lot of people to be unhappy about things. I don't know if we all have the ability to exist in the world as it is existing today, because it seems like there's a lot of unhappiness with regards to a lot of things. So.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Yep, have fun.
Thank you, Lulu. Next up,
that guy was really popular.
Yeah, Lulu, you're fucking sociopath. Turn off your Discord notification. Like, how do you live like that?
How do you hear that? It's muted.
It's not. Do you not hear that like pinging in the background?
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something with my AirPods.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Lulu. I love you. Next up, we've got autonomy. Autonomy, go for it whenever you're ready, mister. Any second now.
Yo, what's up, bro? What's up, Destiny?
Hi, what's up?
What was my question was what's the single like biggest policy issue that you think is going to equalize the playing field for Black Americans?
I don't like to be a single issue kind of guy, but I would say.
Well, you can give a couple.
Yeah, well, no, I have a big single issue, and it would be banning rap music. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just fucking with you. Honest to God, I really do think that big zoning reforms would be so fucking helpful to everybody, especially poor communities. High density housing with good public transport available does so many good things. One, it makes it so you don't have to pay for a fucking car, which is a huge thing right off the bat that you can get rid of. Two, it makes it so that everything is very easily accessible. Your kids can go to school without you having to constantly baby them. You can run to the store and grab something without having to take a lot of time out of your day. And there are things that are just like closer to you. Your communities can be closer together. I think that higher density housing and having good public transport in these places and making your cities like more walkable and open, I feel like there are a lot of downstream effects that would help poorer communities, and a lot of those communities tend to be obviously Black communities. So I think that would be like a really good step in that direction. That's like one of the number one things I can see like alleviating a lot of issues or going towards starting to fix a lot of those issues. Yeah.
Okay, what about incentivizing education?
Man, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Have you? I hate to be this guy. Fuck. Have you ever seen The Wire?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. I think The Wire does a really good job at showing that like there's only so much you can do as a teacher, right? Like by the time the kid gets to your classroom, like 85% of his educational success, I think, is almost determined. Like if he's coming from like a really broken family and all of his friends are fucked and he lives in a fucked neighborhood where it's just like a bunch of drug dealing shit, like what are you realistically going to do as an educator in that position? Not to say that educators have no role at all. Like I think it can help, but I feel like fixing the home life is like the most important part of like getting a kid well educated. Like if we can get the home lives more in balance, then I think that from there it would be way easier to do types of education reform that are going to have more meaningful impact on student lives, I think, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I actually do volunteer work with the Chicago Institute for Nonviolence, so
Mhm.
I definitely see a few things. I mean, I also grew up in it, so not in Chicago, but in uh, criminal behavior or whatever.
Mhm.
But what is the so like I see that kind of thing firsthand for sure working with the institute. But what is the what is your thoughts on the high white male suicide rate? What do you think that is? What's going on there?
I want to say I looked this up before. I think that isn't loneliness one of the biggest reasons for suicides. I think that what happens is you get guys that are, I think average suicide age for white men is like, it's like 35 to 40. You basically get old people where the kids moved out. Some of them get divorced. They don't have anybody in their life. They don't really keep in touch with their family. They don't have many friends. And, they just kill themselves because they're just like, they're hopeless. They have no like social circle. And like, that just sucks. We have a lot of problems with our society today being like in some ways more interconnected than it ever has been, and in other ways like more isolated than it ever has been. So I don't know how to fix that other than, I don't know. That seems to be like a really broad social problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, that actually leads me into my last quick question, and it might be like the most important. How important do you think spirituality is? Because there's, depending on your answer, I got a response. But how important do you think spirituality is to people in general?
I don't think spirituality matters at all, but I think that churches and the communities that were built around them, I think that probably mattered more than anything. Because like when you go to a church, you've got like a group of friends, you've got a thing to build your life around in terms of like teachings that can give you like some grounding. And it's just like, it opens up a whole bunch of really positive things to you that connect you with people in ways that we don't really have a replacement for today. I would say that was like one of the big benefits of quote unquote spirituality in the past. And I'm sure that like, having some spirituality can help too, like for moral guiding and shit. But I think that the community building aspect was a big part of it. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me put you on to something. Have you heard of neurotheology?
I have not, no.
Okay, neurotheology. I know it sounds like, maybe some woo or whatever, but it's an actual scientific discipline where they study the neurological correlates of spiritual and religious experiences. And spirituality or religious experiences, religiosity, I'm not like religious or whatever. It's not proselytizing, but having some sort of spiritual foundation is like the biggest buffer against mental and behavioral health disorders. Besides like any other therapy, any treatment, anything. It's one of the reasons why AA is so effective for some people and not effective for others, because it's like God heavy. So when it comes to like addiction or depression, anxiety, spiritual. It's a form of mental resilience. Honestly, it's a whole field of study on it. It's like super interesting. Philosophers, a lot of big people talking about it. So might be something you want to look into.
Okay, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. I think if you're super spiritual, you've got a way of organizing and making sense of the world that probably keeps your mind pretty insulated from like negative things. Like if a lot of really bad shit happens to you. Or go ahead.
We're actually evolutionarily like primed for it.
Okay, maybe, yeah. Considering like every fucking human society has like developed like religion and shit, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. It
has to do with like the parietal lobe and bodily sensations when you're fed these cultural stories of God, whether it be Jesus, Allah, whoever. You're evolutionarily primed for certain bodily sensations, and when you experience those, it's like a floating. I mean, you done mushrooms and shit. It's like almost a hallucinatory experience. All right, it seems supernatural. And when you've been told these cultural myths, you begin to associate these feels. So you literally feel God. You know what I mean? Like that's why a lot of people are so convinced by these things, because you literally feel God. It's no other evidence. You know what I mean? And then your brain associates that with Jesus, whoever. But like it's already instantiated in our biology.
Okay.
Yeah, you should look into it. But it's a great talk, Doug. I'm not gonna hold you up too long.
All right, cool. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Autonomy. So next up, we've got a question from Joster. The question is, do you believe that non-binary people are real, and why or why not?
I mean, there's probably, they're probably real. I don't have strong opinions on them. It seems like it. Some people experience some type of gender dysphoria based on, people feel some type of gender dysphoria based on like being gendered in either direction. Seems to be broadly speaking the explanation for it. So yeah, I guess.
Now I'm gonna like expand this a little bit.
Expand.
So Do you think that there's any truth to the idea that exposing people who are, the word's not vulnerable, it's they're uncomfortable with their gender, right? For whatever reason. Exposing people to non-binariness or gender ideology, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, could prime some of these people to take on these identities in where they otherwise wouldn't have.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it could. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm asking. This is something that like I've actually struggled with in my personal life a bit because I don't really care about the non-binary thing. I never really did. But a couple years ago, one of my siblings came out as non-binary, which was really surprising to me. And then, I was like, okay, that's fine. Whatever. I totally support you. But then I found out later that they want to get a mastectomy, which is like, I feel like I should be okay with it. And I mean, obviously I can't do anything about it. I'm not going to like attack them for their identity or whatever. But it feels strange that, they're going to get some kind of like surgery to feel more non-binary. And then I actually asked them about this because they've got a spouse who's also non-binary. And I asked them both, like, because they were just lesbians before, right? And I asked them like, hey, how did you come to this realization? Like, well, what made you realize that you're actually non-binary? And both of them told me that they were taking a class in college, and just kind of clicked. At some point that they're not lesbians, they're non-binary. And I've like, part of me wants to like push back. I'm like, are you sure? Like what does that mean, right? And just kind of like do the debate bro thing. But obviously, I don't want to like hurt anybody. I don't want to hurt my own sister or sibling. So I'm kind of like struggling with like how to deal with that. So if you had a family member or a close friend who's dealing with something like that, where they're considering a life-changing surgery, like, would you just like be hands off, or would you push them on it?
Yeah, I'm never there. I'm not gonna ever argue with something like that. I'd kill myself in frustration. Here's like a feeling that I have. I feel like it would be really hard today. And I mean, what the fuck do I know? I'm like 30,000 years old, so maybe I've been out of school for too long. It feels to me like it would be really, really hard today to be an effeminate man or a tomboy. Because it feels like people would constantly be pushing you to say like, well, hold on, let's crack the egg. Are you really a tomboy, or are you a trans mask presenting non-binary? Are you trans male, or are you blah, blah, blah? Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like it's really hard. Like, we over like the 90s and the 2000s, we broadened the fuck out of a lot of sexual identities. Like, look at all the cool things that men and women can do now, right? You've got Sigourney Weaver in Alien, and the, Kiddo and fucking Kill Bill and all this shit. With Thurman or whatever. Like, you have all these cool things that women can do, and it's like, well, actually, no, hold on, take it back. They actually are men. Those aren't women things, those are trans male things. That's what it feels like. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. But yeah, it feels like we kind of went back to narrowing the gender roles again, to where it's like, well, no, actually men do these things, women do these things, and now we're gonna make them all trans instead. But I don't know. Maybe I'd have to spend more time thinking about it. That's what it feels like, though. I feel like you have a hard time being like a non-traditional presenting male or female today. There's like some trans identity for it now.
Do you, because I've spoken to a lot of non-binary people, right? Just trying to like figure this out. And I've spoken to like xenogendered people and all this kind of stuff, right? Just try to understand where they're coming from. And for me, it feels like every non-binary person I've ever spoken to, including my own sibling, is basically at the core of it was they didn't want to be associated with some stereotype or some like negative aspect of the gender role that they were assigned.
Yeah, and that's who somebody was on my stream yesterday, I think, and was talking about that. Who was it, guys? Who was I just talking to yesterday? Or the day before, maybe. But yeah, it feels like sometimes people are just like, I'm just tired of being treated like a dainty little princess, or I'm tired of somebody thinking that I'm some brutish idiot, so I'm like non-binary instead. Oh, was it? It might have been Zerka even, maybe, that said that. No, I don't think it was Zerka. But then it's like, okay, well, hold on. Like, it seems like you're literally trying to ID out as something else in order to avoid like a negative gender stereotype. Like, doesn't that seem kind of weird or sad? Or I don't know. It just seems, I'm not sure. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, that's where I am too. So what I was going to ask is like, do you know anybody that? Because I've read some. I've read a couple. I don't want to say books, articles about this, like advocacy groups and shit like this. I've gone through the websites, I've spoken to lots of people, listened to the lectures and shit. And I don't find it convincing. So like you said that you do believe that non-binary people do exist, right? Like, so what are like some sources or people that I could look to try to understand that perspective?
When I say this, let's be really careful, okay? some people confuse, okay, I'm gonna be very transphobic here, okay? Some people confuse this thing exists with this thing is an immutable aspect of your biology that was set in at a very early age that can never be changed, and you should never try to change it, okay? Now, I don't think I agree with that when it comes to non-binary people. So if somebody tells me, like, when I say like non-binary people exist, what I'm saying is that I acknowledge and I believe that it's real that there are people that have the experience of being non-binary and that they feel like some dysphoric feeling when they're gendered as male or gendered as female, either one. I think that that feeling exists. I believe that. But if somebody's going to say that, like, well, non-binary is a thing that's rooted in the brain and there's nothing you can do to change that, and it, you know, your environment and all that is like irrelevant, blah, blah, I don't know if I would believe that. I feel like for non-binary people, I feel like if you remove some of the more some of the harmful stereotypes around being male or female that they wouldn't like, I don't know if they would care as much to be non-binary, which stands, in my opinion, in contrast to trans people, like trans men or trans women, who they don't give a fuck. Well, for a lot of them, they don't care what society says about them. Just the way they view themselves in the mirror, irrespective of any stereotype, like makes them feel an intense kind of discomfort. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like non-binary experiences can be real, but like I feel like you could therapy people out of them. That'd be my feeling on it, but it's hard to study or talk about non-binary shit at all, especially with how much stupid non-binary shit there is out there. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay, man. So it sounds like we're like at the same place on that topic. Okay. So next person, Saxon. Whenever you're ready, Mister, go for it.
Hello. Oh gosh, it's too early. It's too late. Hello. Hi, Destiny. I guess I'll just read what I've got here. You might know me from such hits like Dan's Weed Worries, Collins, and Who is Bellini, the character change agency. And when I saw that you're coming for an AMA, I was like so excited because I've been wanting to be able to speak with lots of different people, but lots of people don't want to be heard sometimes. And it has to do with that Mr. Grill guy.
You're the
I wanted to ask
the Bellini.
The Bellini, yes. And I was working so hard to like pace it and do it, but when my Discord got cut off and I didn't realize that before there was like some weirdo who was on, and when Dan was all freaking out about coming to Miami, and I was like, I don't want to be associated with any of that. Anyway, the thing I want to ask about is how when people are hated systemically, ambiently, it sucks. It really sucks. So seeing the from the base thing of the political aspect of people being hated on the left or the right to yourself getting the kind of hatred that you've got from all sides, and of course the children of Voosh and Himbo, and then of course Mr. Grill with his like really interesting initial presentation, and then him getting piled on for better or for worse, for right or for wrong, but a lot of hatred. And then there was a couple of AMAs here with Roger Stone, and Max asked him about how do you deal with hate and how do you feel about dealing with that load. And then I got to ask Buck Angel and Martin Skrelly about the same kind of things. And so I was just wondering about what your reflection and being in the heat lamp, as it were, for so long. And the little extra thing is, what do you do when you're actually a good person and everyone thinks you're rude and horrible and wants to exclude you? You've been dogpiled out with the Lord of the fucking Lies. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, my answer to this is really non-satisfying or unsatisfying. I'm so sorry. I think that I've had a background of being very independent my whole life from a very early age that I think kind of like specially equipped me for online shit. I'm a very internally driven person. I have a view of myself, and that view of myself is largely like self-contained. So if I think I'm a good person or a bad person, I try to like analyze the actions and all that bullshit to figure out if I'm a good person or a bad person. I tend not to be very like socially reflective when it comes to figuring that out, whereas I think the default person kind of is like very socially reflective. So if a lot of people are saying you're a bad person, that fucks a lot of people up. But for me, I just don't tend to care as much, which is obviously like suited me really well to online environments.
Well, if I may, you rose up with the power and having the power around you of the protection. I mean, from Dan as an earlier Oiler to give you that basis, and not in a bad way or anything. But generally, if you don't have anyone on the teeter-totter on your side, then it's really easy for a few people to jump on the other side, and instead of a playground, you get a trebuchet.
I understand why you would think that. because of what the internet looks like and my position on the internet now.
Oh no, Destiny, I've felt it like in your place, in this place, in Mr. Grill's place.
Sure. I'm
like,
sorry. Well, I started so. Oh,
Sorry.
Jesus. Okay, yeah. I'm going to get into an uncomfortable amount of circle jerking, okay? I came from nothing in online communities.
Yes.
Initially,
I've
for
always
the team,
been impressed.
Yeah, so I didn't have that protection initially. I wasn't part of the Team Liquid featured streamer list, despite being the largest streamer in the world. I wasn't part of any big StarCraft 2 teams, despite being okay at the game. I didn't have like a good group of friends to like protect me or advocate for me. I wasn't part of the initial Twitch equity payout. There's a lot of things that I've been on the outside of for pretty much my entire life. So I don't know if I can say that like, oh, like I've had protection the whole time and that's why I feel okay. Like even my own community gives me a lot of shit. That's why they get banned so much.
For sure, for sure. Maybe if I could reframe the question.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
If
Sorry.
I was your son, or to Nathan, what would you say about dealing with like getting so dog-piled out because you're different, right? And the whole idea is to be able to be inclusive of different. I mean, the blue hair was fucking awesome, but to be different, but then to be excluded because you're too different in a way that people can't understand. It's not my fault I was born gifted. You know?
I mean, like, yeah,
what
I would always say that, like,
to a regular, a normie, someone from Normandy, about dealing with this in this space, because the space is kind of developed around the idea that children have guns in the games and in the power of the VCs.
I would say that it's important to develop a strong sense of who you are, independent of how other people view you. That's like that's the number one piece of advice I would give. It might not be very satisfying, and it's a very simple answer. It's just not a very easy thing to implement in your life.
Oh, that I've got in spades. It's how to tactically deal with the idiocy and the mittery of people just saying, shut them up, mute them.
I mean, find out what the rules are and see if you can function within the rules. That's all you can do, right? I mean, you can't change the rules of the Discord servers and shit, right?
That's why ultimately I'm talking to you, because I've been through the appeals process at your wonderful thing. I always used to look at it as like, wow, a shining star of appeals, but when it actually comes down to brass tacks, the Thursday pork sandwich at the Birmingham jail is really tasty. But it's a good place to write letters, if you know what I'm saying.
Wait, was this whole thing an elaborate ruse to get unbanned from my Discord? Is that what's going on here?
Well, I'm not asking, because I've got an e-lawyer working on the illegal thing for that, because I'm very much into First Amendment auditing, Second Amendment auditing, Zero Amendment auditing, of like looking at what is justice, what is a nod to justice when it's not really justice, people being threatened with things that don't exist, or people being chilled with the effects of everyone having to look the other way when someone gets their boot on their neck. I'm
not 100% understanding. Are you saying you're going to try to like sue people that banned you from a Discord server?
No. In an sense, it's for, all of this is content in so many ways. This world we live in is like a world that's expanded. The parasocial started in the 50s paper about it with the expansion of communication technology, of course. And now I'm talking to you and you want my mother to call you, but her account was deleted today. So,
damn.
I don't know what to do. There's a lot of interesting intricacies in this new world that we live in that is, the evolution of communication technologies. People used to sext over Morse code.
Did they really know?
How could they not? People like sex.
Okay.
Wow. Well, thank you,
In any case, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Have fun. Be careful.
Okay, next up is Jin. Jin, go for it.
Hey, you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, cool. So I guess I'll probably try and make these short. So if you view human sentience as kind of like the cornerstone or like cutoff limit for abortion, why don't you have this kind of same type of like protection for the sentience of animals?
Because human sentience and animal sentience are two different things.
Yeah, so because for your abortion, your cutoff limit was like around like 20-ish to 24 weeks. And you say, hey, we shouldn't abort a baby after this because that's when they start having some form of sentience. But you don't hold the same value for sentience when it comes to animals.
Yeah, because it's a different thing. Animal and human sentience are two different things.
How do you determine that? Obviously, they're going to have different biology, but I don't think that's a question. They still reach some form of sentience. Or certain animals or organisms at a certain stage reach some form of sentience.
Well, I don't even know if that's... I don't know if that's true for animal sentience. I can't speak to like the experience that an animal has in their head. I have no idea.
Then how... okay, so then how can you speak for that for a fetus if you don't have the mind of a fetus?
Because we all have similar biology that develops out of each other. I mean, I don't ever remember not being sentient as a human, but I guess I don't have many memories before the age of 2.
But then we still have some type of similar biology to other certain organisms. And then we can use determining by like say like certain like either evolutionary like development that they probably reached some level of sentience as well. Or we could look to scientists or like some type of like biologists who would say, hey, we have determined that these animals have sentience. Like if they
I don't even know if
that,
scientists would have like a reliable way of determining that like another human has sentience. I don't know if we do that. Like we're still trying to, I think, figure out like do people like are people having experiences in comas, or like what kind of experiences are we having in dreams? I don't know if we figured out like, oh, we can tell that a human brain is sentient because of these things. When I don't even know if we have a good definition of that.
So then then two things. I think there's like some conference that scientists had, and they were kind of like came to agreement that there's a certain amount of like animals that have developed some form of sentience. But number two, if we can't determine that fetuses have sentience and say like consciousness emerges around like 1 to 2 years, then would the cutoff abortion be around like 1 to 2 years?
Yeah,
like
theoretically,
after...
if that was the case, yeah, sure. If they don't have like any sentient experience at all and they're just like fucking drones or whatever, sure.
Okay, so then that would mean by kind of like that definition that it would be okay to kill 1 to 2 year old babies.
That's what we just said. Yeah, you're going to abort them if they're truly not having any experience. I don't think that's the case, but I mean, if that.
So yeah, like post birth, then you would be okay with killing a 1 to 2 year old baby
for the fourth time.
If that was the case.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
And then I think second question, you described yourself as a dualist. Well, yeah, that's kind of like the concept of say like there's a separation between the mind and body, and there's some type of like non-physical property in a sense that emerges from like either like qualia or like consciousness. Do you have like a better definition of dualism or?
Not really. I like barely lightly consider myself like a dualist. There's a thing called consciousness that I can't really account for in any material sense. So it seems kind of strange to be like, oh, I'm a strict physicalist or whatever, or a strict materialist. But I don't have like a strong feeling on like dualism or anything that implies.
Okay, cool. Because I guess like what makes it hard for me is that the brain comes from like an evolutionary process. Like it was a physical thing. The brain is physical, and from the brain, hopefully, consciousness emerges.
Mm-hmm.
So how can like a non-material thing emerge from like a material thing, or like what was like my other thing I was gonna say, or kind of like how physical events can affect this consciousness. Like say if you get hit in the head with a hammer, that's going to be a physical thing that messes with this like non-physical type thing, you know. So
yeah,
I don't
mean, like
understand.
I mean, if something is immaterial, it might have all sorts of properties that like material things don't follow, right? I have no idea. I don't know.
So it would just seem to me that like there's kind of like a weird like mixture between like material and non-material. At that point, we just don't have enough information. And in the future, sometime we could figure out, oh, that's actually physical or material. We just don't have enough information available at the time for us.
Maybe. There's like a weird challenge that somebody presented to me once that said that materialism is actually tautological and stupid, because what happens is if you're a materialist, then if I show you something and you can't account for it, then you're going to say that it's either not real, or at some point I'm going to be able to account for it with some process and say, oh, well, look, now it's materialist. So technically to the materialist, the only thing they can ever believe in is materialism, and their mind isn't necessarily closed off to anything different, because if you ever have an immaterial thing that you can show evidence for, it becomes a material thing. Which, I don't know. See, I don't even know the answer to that. maybe that's true. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. That's
okay. Cool. Probably final question. Not really I don't care too much about this concept, but do you think like gender really is that separate of a concept from sex? Because you can have like certain like aspects of gender that are very closely tied to sex. And at that point, you might as well just say like, might as well just have them be the same thing, you know?
Gender seems to be distinctly separate from sex, in that like the way that we talk about gender and everything are very clearly like has things that have nothing to do with like our sexual biology. But like, well, I shouldn't say nothing to do with it, but gender seems to be heavily informed by sex, right? The same way that I would say that like being a football player or a basketball player really has nothing to do with like being human, but like it's heavily informed by being human, right? Like It's like the classic Airbud question, right? There's no rules that says a dog can't play basketball, right? But I mean, we kind of make a lot of assumptions. Like, when it comes to like gender and sex are two distinctly different things, but a lot of the gender stuff comes from the sex stuff. It's just like morphed and changed in different ways, right? Like, for instance, a feminine quality is like women shaving their legs, but like, what is even the basis for that? I mean, I guess like women's skin tends to be softer and smoother maybe than men's skin, so maybe that's like an exaggeration of that. So that's like a gendered norm that's not found distinctly in biology, but it kind of comes from it, right? That's why I view it like they're separate, but they're very clearly linked together in terms of like gender coming a lot from sexual things, right?
Okay, makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jen. So I'm getting a ton of DMs. I said this earlier, but I think some of you missed it. So I'm not going to be able to get questions from DMs because I just get a ton of DMs, and during the AMA, I'm not going to see them.
Based.
So put them in the AMA question channel. I will get to as many as we can. We got to be respectful of Destiny's time. If you're on the stream and you would like to come and talk to your god, discord.gg/politics will get you here, and just let me know that you're from the stream, and I'll make sure to get you in.
I'm not from this. Yeah, right. Sorry.
Okay, next up, we've got Glaive. Glaive wants to know why we should support the Nazis in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Okay, we should support the Nazis. Okay, that's good. Next up, we've got a question from Maddie. That question is, should the U.S. go to war if Taiwan is invaded?
I don't know. I can't answer that question. I'd have to do a lot of background reading and research to get like a good comprehensive opinion on what the appropriate response would be for that. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit my way through an answer for that.
Okay.
Here, these would be like, so I'll probably get to that. Now that I beat that dumb fucking crazy Factorio run, we'll probably do research on Taiwan stuff. Here are things that I would look up when it comes to Taiwan, okay? Like, how does Taiwan exist as it does? Like, what is the treaty or agreement in terms of what allows Taiwan to exist in the way that it does? Are there any penned agreements for Western countries assisting Taiwan should China invade? And then what would the global geopolitical ramifications be of defending Taiwan? Those would be like some of the questions that I would try to research and answer if I were to hop into that realm of discussion. That's what I would be looking at.
Got it. Okay, next up, we've got a question from Ask a Christian, and he wants to ask you it himself. So go for it, mister. Ask a Christian, are you there? Nope, he's not there. Okay.
Based.
Wait, was that you?
Me? No, I just said base. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Christian guy's gone. That's fine. Next up, we've got from Kanye West Lover 911.
Okay.
What is a woman?
Good question.
Okay, next up, we've got Cybersin. Cybersin, whenever you are ready, go for it. No, not there either. Okay.
Based. Okay.
They're dropping like flies. Next up is Conical then. Actually, Conical's question sucks. I'm going to go with Booby. Booby, whenever you're ready. And Booby's not there either. Are you guys trolling? What the fuck? You were just in the voice channel. Okay, next up, we're going to try Royal Katana. Royal Katana, whenever you're ready, if you're there, hopefully,
Hello,
please
can you hear
speak.
me?
Thank
Hello?
God.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Hi, Destiny. I have a question for you regarding gun control. I tend to always get in these arguments with people that are always absolute. Anyone should own a gun. Your baby, your mother, your father, everyone in the listing should have a firearm in their back pocket. But when I look at firearms, they're a design tool intentionally to kill, and it's what's design factors was. It was designed for that one purpose. In your mind, what would be the best way we can approach limiting people getting firearms that don't need firearms?
I'm a big fan of, I think waiting periods are good. I think a waiting period is okay, and I think some sort of psych eval is okay. Those are like, the first one I'm definitely a big fan of. Second one I'm kind of in favor of. That's what I would say.
So training, for instance, like extreme, like rigorous training of if you want to open carry or concealed carry, to go to situational training where like you're someone with paintball guns, someone's behind a countertop, at a gas station, and you walk in and you have no idea what to do or what's going to happen, but someone has a gun, someone's going to do something where you have to use your firearm. Do you think that should be implemented in training for recreational use?
I don't know. The reality for me is that, like, I just don't think that guns are that. I don't think they're as big an issue as we make them out to be as Americans. I think that they're a very, like, politically hot issue. I know Europeans love them a lot, love talking about them, but I don't care that much about gun stuff. I feel like the biggest problems relating to guns are things like, one is like suicide, and two are things like gang violence, which I don't think either of those things are inhibited much at all by like being very anal about how we deal with firearms. So I'm just not. I'm not as. And they're like politically major losing issues. So I'm just not that wrapped up in hardcore regulating those things as much.
Fair enough. Thank you for your time.
Okay, be careful.
Great. So the Christian guy claims he's back. Christian guy, go for it. Fingers crossed.
Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Am I audible?
Bass microphone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That works. All right, yeah. So I guess earlier I heard that you were interested and you read Mere Christianity. I was curious, like, what kind of caused you to read that and to look into it?
A friend recommended the book. I used to be super religious. I felt like reading it one night.
Okay. And then what kind of like pushed you away from Christianity?
Skepticism. When you start trying to figure out, like, is there really a God? Like, does this shit really make sense on like a physical level? Seems like the answer is no. And I was like, okay, well.
Okay, that's fair. So do you believe like you have a soul, or I have a soul?
Not really. We might, but I mean,
Okay.
I don't know how I could know that.
All right. And so would you reject things like angels and that God is above you and God is above me?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And so would you like accept physicalism, that like you're just molecules in motion and I'm just molecules in motion?
Yep.
Okay. Do you think that morality exists? Like there's actual oughts, like we ought not to kick puppies into rivers. We ought to be kind to orphans and widows. No. Okay. So I guess you hold to subjective morality, that morality is dependent upon your mind or my mind?
Probably, yeah.
All right. All right. So are there oughts? Like, is it so there is no things that are actually good or actually evil?
No, I don't believe in actual good or actual evil. Yeah.
All right. So you would say like there are no like moral facts.
Correct.
And such.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but then how can you justify like any claim that you make, like when you tell people like, oh, like you should be liberal or you should go in this direction, you should go in that direction? Like, how can you justify telling people to do things if there is like no right way to do things? There's no good, no highest good, no morality.
The same way you can argue about whether or not Gogeta is stronger than Vegito. Just because something might not be reducible to some actual like reality fact doesn't mean that we can't have subjective systems that we argue about. I think there's a better way to live your life than other people would tell you, and I'm going to argue and fight for that.
And it's better based on what? Or
usually what I'll try to appeal to are whatever the values are of the person that I'm talking to. So if it's if we're talking about economics, I'll say, well, hey, don't you want like this group of people to be successful or happy or healthy? So I'm going to appeal to that and try to argue from that perspective.
Okay, so based on like their internal system, you try to like go within their worldview.
Yeah, basically, yeah, and find the things that they care about and then appeal to those things.
Okay, that's but you can only go so far with that. Like, people can just decide whatever they want is the good, and you're not going to be able to change that. Like, let's say if someone is like, I just want one race to be superior to others, you're going to be working within that framework. You're not going to be able to say, oh, well, it's wrong for you to say like, this race or that race is superior, because you're within their world.
Yeah, I agree. Those are really hard people to change. Just like one religious person arguing with another religious person also has a really hard time convincing them of what's right or wrong, right?
Okay, yeah. So I guess would you accept that without God, you would not be able to know anything to be true?
No. obviously.
All right. So if you're a physicalist, right, that's to say that your mind or your brain is just electrons and chemicals reacting, and that's the same thing with my brain. So how can you verify that your brain is functioning correctly if it's just electrons and chemicals reacting? Like if your brain isn't
I
working right,
don't
or
think
my
you
brain
could. This would be like a Gödel's incompleteness theorem question, kind of, right? No truly complete system is able to validate every true statement within that system, right? There's probably going to be some things that are true about our experience that we're unable to validate internally because we have our own subjective experiences, right? So I could be that, or like not Kant's demon, the one guy, the demon that like is convincing you of a whole fake reality. That might be the case, but there's no way for me to know that, right?
So yeah, I'm just so you would accept like all worldviews except for the Christian worldview are incoherent, right?
Well, no. I would say the Christian worldview is incoherent, obviously, right?
No, the Christian worldview is coherent, it's rational, right? And you just admitted that your worldview, you don't even know if your brain is functioning correctly, because in order to know that, you'd have to use your brain. That's like saying, how do you know your CPU is functioning correctly? And you need to use your CPU to verify its own proper functioning, right?
Well, have you ever heard of like the halting problem? Like this is literally like, yeah, like there are things that systems can't validate about themselves when it comes to computation. That's probably the worst example that you could use, right?
So yeah, so within Christianity, like you're not just by yourself, and I'm not just by myself, right? The Christian God exists, right? He is omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. He is the highest good. He loves you, he loves me, and he paid for your sins on the cross, and he reveals certain things to you that you can't be wrong about, right? God reveals to you that the external world is actual, right? The apple on the table is real.
Do we just like go to the next point?
I'm making my argument, right? I'm laying out my argument.
Well, now you're like using a bunch of loaded statements. So like earlier you said like Christianity is totally coherent, but my viewpoint is incoherent.
Your worldview is incoherent, right? I'm trying to help you like accept a more coherent and true worldview.
I'm good.
Right? Atheism. No, okay.
Right. As soon as you start saying things like "I'm trying to help you," like you're not. You're preaching. You're a presuppositionalist doing the presuppositionalist dance. Like I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hirschen. Okay. Bye. Next up, we've got head for Hydra. Go for it.
Hey, Louis. I wanted to hopefully like add to your.
Can you get closer to your mic? Pretty please.
I'm on AirPods, so I like legitimately can't.
Oh, okay.
Dumbass. Way to
I
go.
can scream.
Doobie.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm not fucking aware.
Oh no, I was calling Doobie a dumbass.
Doobie can't read,
Sorry.
so.
What the fuck?
Hey, it's cool, man. I love you anyway. I was hoping to add like qualifiers to your twin hypothetical. There's like 2 or 3 or 4.
Twin hypothetical?
Yeah, for the deepfake porn like concept.
Okay.
So like if your twin did porn, blah blah blah. If you were already a content creator, like non-sex worker, you weren't sexualizing yourself. Your twin was a porn star. Does it change anything if you were doing your job first, or if they were?
Okay, hold on. We're testing the limits of my comprehension here.
Yeah, maybe I just read it, Mr. Hydra.
Yeah, the AirPods are just very hard to hear what's going on.
Yeah. No worries.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Love you.
Yeah, I will read the question. It's a long one.
Okay.
So, if you were a content creator, non-sex worker, non-sexualized, and your twin was a porn star, does it change anything if you were doing your job first or if they were?
Yeah, of course. I think because people are going to tie you to the identity of your twin, probably, right?
Okay. Next is if you both had very similar tattoos, except you had one, I use the example something just above your elbow on the backside of your arm, square-shaped and bold tattoo that was unique to you. Then the twin then got a very similar tattoo in the exact same location. Does that change anything?
It'd probably be annoying because you would think that your twin is trying to sound closer and closer to you, right? Trying to become closer to who you are, right? Yeah.
Okay, so if you so his next line is if you just went by your first and last name, and the twin initially went by their first and last name, then dropped their first name, seemingly as a means to blur or confuse the line between the two of you, does that change anything?
Yeah, that'd probably be a bad thing, I would imagine.
And the last thing is, does it matter if you or your twin have a solid or a really shit relationship?
I don't know. Well, I'm not sure. probably make things more annoying, I imagine, because you'd probably feel like they're being a little bit more malicious in their action.
Okay. Oh, I think what he's trying to get to is like, so if we have like twins making porn, masquerading as a celebrity twin or something, right? Is that something that should be like illegal, regulated? Is that unethical?
Well, I don't know if he was trying to say it should be illegal, unethical. I think it was just challenging like the feelings about identity there. I think is what he was getting at.
Oh, I see. Hydra, you still there?
Yeah. So basically, my whole like point in this is to just like I almost feel like as a twin, unfortunately, you don't really have that same autonomy as most people, just because of these things.
Wait,
so, like,
really?
I think that the relationship, I mean, it feels that way, right?
Wait, are you a twin?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I've
So I guess
only
I
known
can't
two
really
sets of
speak to
twins,
this.
so I might be super biased and wrong here. Maybe other twins will tell me I'm wrong. But like growing up, like on the outside, people that don't know twins would kind of like make jokes, be like, "Oh, like you guys probably get mixed up all the time," and blah 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 blah. But I feel like in my experience in school, knowing twins, everybody knew which twin was which. They tended to have like sometimes pretty distinct, surprisingly, personalities. Like they were very rarely copy pasted of each other, or never. Of the two sets I knew, they were very different people. Like you knew who each one was. But
Oh no, I super agree with this. My issue is like, I guess what the last question there was like, if you had a shit relationship with a twin, you know, could they just take advantage of that? And I think the answer is like pretty obviously yes.
yeah, of course, yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, I met you in Georgia briefly. Not that that's like a great indicator of anything, but
well, cool. I
anyway,
appreciate it.
Yeah, but thanks for prioritizing me, Doobie.
Yeah, have fun.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Next up is Ennis or Ennis, something like that. Whatever it is, you're up. Go for it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I watch Destiny sometimes. I'm kind of conflicted on his content as of recently. So I think he's pretty misinformed on black issues, and I noticed that he platformed a couple months ago this black women supremacist lady. I just want to ask what that's about.
It was a really interesting way to get introduced to a lot of issues in the black community, and she was pretty well spoken and very interesting. So
Yeah, but I noticed that you shut down a lot of black men when they come on your stream. But
I talked to a ton
choose
of
to
black
platform
men.
this woman. I'm talking. Hold on. And I don't know. And then I see your other stuff where you're rude to streamers like Cutie Cinderella.
Wait, hold on. Why are we talking about Cutie Cinderella? We'll focus on the black thing first.
I guess on a broad.
Wait, hold on. Let me respond to the
Hold
first.
on. I didn't finish.
Let me finish.
Let
me respond. Hold on. Why are you just gonna ramble? Yeah, what the fuck?
I didn't finish my question. What?
You started to ramble on a totally different topic. Let me respond to the first thing. Or do you care about the answer, or are you just gonna preach?
It's an all-encompassing question.
How does you know what? I'll bite. I want to see how Cutie Cinderella relates to Annalisa. Go ahead.
Well, I think you're just an asshole. So your rhetoric
right, gotcha.
tends to be
so
on
you're
the
just
more
here to like
obnoxious
preach,
side,
yeah,
and you tend to.
So brave. You're so brave, dude. Just I've given you applause right now.
All right,
I'm
respond.
clapping for you.
Respond then. Respond.
I don't even. I'm standing in awe of your bravery. I don't know what I can even respond with. You're right. I'm just a big meanie.
Well, I just want to help you fix your rhetoric. You come off as very obnoxious.
Maybe I am obnoxious.
Yeah, how can you fix that?
Maybe I am obnoxious. Maybe if I'm coming off as obnoxious, that's a good thing because that's what I am, and I want people to perceive me as such.
Okay.
You should fix that.
No, I'm good.
No, you should.
No, I'm okay.
Thank you. Next up is Romaner. You're up. Whatever.
Yeah, 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
So yeah, my question was kind of like abstract. So how many questions we should ask in general?
Like in life, or
like in any particular situation, or when we try to understand any particular thing, basically.
I mean, it depends on the level of understanding you're going for and what the particular thing is. If you're trying to understand, like, you know, why is the sky blue? I mean, that could be a really simple question, or it could be a really complicated question, depending on how deep you want to get into it, or if you're trying to understand. I don't know. There's like a 1,200 page proof written on how like 1 + 1 = 2. So I mean, yeah, it just depends on what you're. Sorry, go ahead.
So my question is more kind of: do you think that there is a way that to standardize or set up some threshold or transitional curve or something like that to the Occam's razor, kind of like?
Occam's razor is just a heuristic. That's not like a rule of life, I think, right? Like it's a useful way sometimes to approximate solutions, but that's like with the absence of like other evidence. Like Occam's razor isn't like a rule. It's just like a convenient heuristic sometimes to use.
Mm-hmm. So how do you understand when to use it and when not to use it and stuff like that? So what I mean, where I'm coming from, is basically with long enough logical chain or something that looks like logical chain, you can make any object into any other object, kind of, on words, you know?
Are you familiar with like the difference between like inductive versus deductive reasoning?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, like, obviously, like, deductive stuff is the best, because if we can just say, like, if this, then this, and then, I mean, we win. That's, like, the best thing to do. But oftentimes we have to speak, like, kind of probabilistically, because that's what life is like. We don't always have, like, an absolute statement of fact. We kind of have to go by, you know, like, what most likely happened. So I think Occam's razor, I don't know if this is correct to say, but I feel like Occam's razor is a form of, like, inductive reasoning, where Occam's razor basically just lets you say, like, oh, well, you know, I walked into a room and there was a guy with a knife and it was bloody, and you know, there's a million different explanations I could come up with here, but the most simplest one is this dude probably fucking stabbed the other guy, right? That's like Occam's razor. So Occam's razor is just like a good shortcut, like part of our inductive reasoning. But if we can deductively know something, right, we would never use Occam's razor to solve like a medical question or like a scientific question, right? Like, oh, like I tested these two things and it seems simple to just say that this caused that. You would continue to test until you could like deductively know what the answer is, I would think, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. So, and other question, what do you think about synthetic languages, like in general? Just any opinion?
I have no idea what that even means.
Like made up languages, basically, like linguists.
I mean, aren't like all languages like made up? I don't know. That's why I don't know what it means. What do you mean by that?
No. So, what I mean is kind of linguists nowadays create new kind of languages based on some set characteristics that are not kind of natural to language evolution as we know it. So, for example, some of them are trying to create like super logical language that is very that has very hard grammar and stuff like that. But it is very, very exact and very like concrete, for example.
Okay. I mean, it sounds interesting, but I mean, I don't know what the point is.
Okay, makes sense. Mm-hmm. So yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rominer. Next up is Lorem Epsom. This is someone from the stream, apparently. Go for it.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Destiny? How are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good, man. I've been watching you for a long time. But I've always had this question since I've like watched some of your stuff, and I've noticed I've seen on like, I think you were talking to Fnatic on one of his shows. You said that you were basically just saying like your use of the N word is like okay since you know black people use it regularly towards each other.
I feel like that doesn't sound anything like what I've said, but go ahead.
It's something along the lines of that.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
But yeah. So, but the thing is like you, to my understanding, you do disapprove the use of the F slur, right?
I guess I don't know. I don't really have like hugely strong stances on slurs. Like I think there's things you probably shouldn't say, but I don't like feel really strongly about any of it.
Yeah, like you don't really like the F slur. You know, it makes you kind of like you do feel a way about it, right? As a gay person, you do feel a way about it.
First of all, I'm not gay. Secondly, I
mean, like as a bisexual.
Yeah, I don't care. Personally, I'm always bad to ask because personally, I don't give a fuck at all about any of that shit.
You don't give a fuck at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't want somebody calling me the F slur, but I also wouldn't want somebody calling me like zesty or whatever. But that's not like the F slur. So I mean, I don't know. But I mean, like words are words. I don't care. Like if somebody's homophobic towards me, they're homophobic. I don't care if they call me like a homophobic slur or not. They're homophobic. Like fuck. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Right, but But you do acknowledge that it's like homophobic to use it in a derogatory way, or even in general, like even like calling your friend like a F slur in like a joking way. Do you think that's homophobic at all? Hold on.
I think yeah. What?
What, you said that again?
Oh,
I'm sorry. I was talking to my roommate. Go
Oh,
ahead.
gotcha. Yeah, I mean, like, I would say that, like, I think the I try to be really clear. I would say, like, it's not necessarily homophobic, but it can contribute to homophobia. That's what I think I generally say.
Okay, so you don't feel the same way about the N-word at all?
No, I think it could be the same way, where you could use it in a way that's not necessarily racist, but it could contribute towards racism. Just kind of depends.
Okay. So like, let's say like your meme of like, that blackface meme or like whatever you post on Twitter. I don't know if it was blackface, but like it was like problem nigga. It had like that.
Oh,
black
my
eye.
twin.
That's
Yeah, my twin.
Yeah. I would, I think I would consider that kind of like racist. You don't think that contributes at all to like racism at all?
No, I don't.
Not at all. So you don't. Okay. I just feel like when you do things like that, you kind of like encourage your fan base to do the same shit, and it ends up going places that it doesn't need to go. But
maybe, but we're like 7 orders of like responsibility away from like I don't know. I don't like. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I would have to
I
be given like a
personally don't
description of
like
like Yeah, we're sorry. Say it. What were you saying?
I was just saying, like, I just personally don't like it. I feel like, and like even when I was in like your server, I mean, like, it's not really related. It's not really your fault. I'm just saying, like, your fans seem to be super comfortable with making black jokes, and it's like almost always black jokes. Like, almost never. It's never like any other race gets to smoke except for black people, and I feel like that's like a growing problem in your community. But I still like it's okay. Like whatever. I mean, it's not okay, but I'm just saying like.
I mean, if that
I
was
feel
a
like-
thing, that wouldn't be okay. I don't know if that happens. That feels like that whatever you just said is completely not true. But
No, it's definitely true. It's definitely true. I can show you screenshots if you want. But anyway, moving on. So I guess my second question would be, you said like you're okay with the R slur, right? Like ableism.
I mean, like, you probably shouldn't say it, but I haven't found like a good replacement for it yet.
you probably shouldn't say it, but you haven't.
Like a
So
good
idiot, you don't like to say idiot or anything.
It doesn't have the same bite to it, does it? Do you really think so?
Shit, I guess not. You do have a point. All right, well, I guess that's it for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Thank-
See
thank
you,
you.
man. I love you, man. Love your fucking content.
I love
All
you,
right.
everybody.
Really wholesome. Wonderful.
Yeah, that's all I try
Next
to
up
do.
is Denver. Denver, whenever you're ready. If you're as hopeful, I'm never meeting you again. Or not hopeful, wholesome.
Hi, Destiny. Hope you're good. Do you feel that the culture of the USA and Britain mirror each other? Is there like a leading agent out of these two, or is it a more natural phenomenon within the Western world?
Does the culture of the UK and the US mirror each other?
Yeah. Or do you feel there's like a leading agent? Do you feel like the USA has the lead and the UK sort of follows along? Such as like, clothing trends, politics, identity politics.
I feel like
things
just because of
these.
how loud US culture is, I feel like everybody kind of follows along like US shit.
Mm. And would you want to see anything sort of like mirrored from the UK, like social?
Like social what? Your shit cut out.
You died?
Medical care?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Or the way you guys fund education, I think, yeah.
Yeah, what would you want to see that mirrored in the US?
Yeah,
Is
I
that
think so.
something-
That'd be nice, yeah.
What, like the National Health Service?
Yeah, that's what the NIH, right? Or
Yeah,
no,
NHS, yeah.
NHS. Sorry, NIH National
Yeah.
Institute of Health Services. Yeah,
Yeah,
But yeah, I think probably.
I mean, if that was in the US, do you feel that it could be like an opportunity for people to avoid accountability over their health, as they have like a free safety net? For example, like alcoholics.
No, I don't think people make decisions like that. I don't think somebody would jeopardize their health just because they can go to the hospital for it. I don't think so. I don't think people do that in socialist countries.
Yeah.
I feel like in
Yeah,
those
no.
countries you tend to have more accountability for your health because you're more likely to go to like pre-screening and stuff, preventative care.
I mean, not like purposely, but they sort of wouldn't be as conscious of it. They wouldn't be as conscious about their health because they know they're like a safety net. I mean,
I feel
for
like that
example, here,
happens.
like, the
I feel like that
NHS.
happens in the United States. Like in the United States, people don't care about their health because they can't afford shit anyway. So like, fuck it, and then they wait till they go to the emergency room and get fucked. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, but I mean, they still have to treat them, don't they? Even if they don't have any insurance. If you have a heart attack or cancer or something like that, you still have to be put on the treatment. You're just billed for it at a later date. They won't ever refuse treatment, will they?
Yeah.
You call 911 in the US.
But I'm just saying, it's not like we have because we have to pay for it. It's not like in the United States we take great responsibility with our health because we know that we're going to be billed for it at the end of the day. Like, it seems like there's still a fuck ton of neglect around health in the US.
Yeah. Why do you think that is, though? Because of people aren't aware, or just people don't care? Or people are just not aware of it.
Not a combination of not being aware, a combination of hospital stuff being scary and expensive. Like,
Yeah, I mean, the reason why, obviously, like I think like cigarettes and alcohol is so much more expensive. I'm not sure, but I think it's in Europe as well, but especially in the UK, because that's how the NHS is funded. Like, for example, like tobacco, cigarettes, it's a lot cheaper. I remember going to America buying like Marlboro Reds or something like that, because obviously there's no national health service. But in the UK, it'd be a lot more expensive. I mean, do you like smoke? Do you smoke or do you drink alcohol regularly, or not really?
Not really, no.
No, what? Never.
I mean, I do. I drink. I like drugs. They're a lot of fun. But I just don't do it very often. Yeah.
Yeah. And would you be willing to pay more for that product if it meant it sort of funded a national health service in your country?
I mean, like, yeah, I would be able, but I mean, I'm rich, so yeah, of course. It's not. I don't care. I mean, like, if I was poor, it probably would suck. But I'm in general in favor of like taxing things to like pay for other things. Like, that one of the reasons why I like the legalization of like marijuana and shit is that like taxing marijuana to pay for like healthcare related stuff seems like a really good thing to do. That'd be my feeling about it. Like sin taxes, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
On relevant products. Yeah, that's all good. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Denver. Next up, we have. I'm not going to try this. I'm going to call you Sam. Sam, you're up next.
Hey, yeah, that's what I said. You could call me Sam. First and foremost, I have to say, like, I am an absolute fan of yours, Destiny. I love listening to your content and just, just absorbing current events through your lens, because I think if I absorb them head on, I would go crazy. I don't know how you do it. Props to you. Props to Ab and Preach. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So my question, honestly, being a part of like just watching and not saying anything, the biggest issue I have with that is like, especially if I watch some clips of like Fresh and Fit and like those stuff that go online, it's so frustrating because as a woman watching Fresh and Fit, it's like all the women guests fumble the questions. And I'm like, why didn't you say that? Why did you say that? And then I'm just like backseat trying to like say my point, and of course I'm talking to a screen at home. Like, it's so much different. So I'm wondering, why does this happen? Like, is it the type of woman they bring on? I know it's somewhat of that, but also is it something that goes on behind the scenes that kind of like stops them from answering the questions fully? What is going on that we as the viewers don't see?
I think there's two big things going on, and it's not what you don't see. I guess everything is pretty obvious. I think the first thing that's going on is that like there are a particular type of women that are going on that show, right? Women that are flying to Miami that look a certain way and act a certain way. So that's one thing that's going on. A second thing that's going on is there's a big power differential. For a lot of these women, they're kind of like small, no names. They've got 5,000 followers on Instagram. This could be a chance for like a decent blow up or like something big for their career. So they don't want to like go hard and get like kicked off the show or make a bad showing, right? And then for a third thing that's like really important is Myron is really good at debating. He's like brutal at it. And you're in their territory where you're already kind of being treated like a second-rate person because you're a woman. And so to step into like the king's throne room and then to try to debate a guy that's really good at it on a show where there's like a lot of tension and shit publicly, that's just a really hard place for anybody to be in. Like, I don't know if they've ever had other left-wing guests besides me, but I think a left-wing man going into that show would have almost just as many problems as any of the women on the show too. So I think all of that kind of plays into that, makes it really difficult.
Yeah, like that's another thing I've really noticed. Like, you're really trying to get your point through, and like it'll always usually falls on your speed of being able to get your point across, which we all recognize that, and it actually ends up on so many other social media platforms with like a lot of people seeing exactly what you're saying. But I can imagine being in that situation where nobody is with you, but I suppose you're used to that at this point.
Yeah, I like it. That's fun for me. But for a lot of people, that's like literally like a nightmare. That's like a nightmare situation. But like, I mean, like I've cut my teeth like doing political debates and panels where people are screaming at me. So for me, it's fun. But most people, and I think people that watch like me a lot, will come away a little bit with unrealistic expectations for other people, where they're like, oh, like why can't you just jump into a panel where 8 people disagree with you and start shouting again your point across in like the best way? It's like that's a really hard thing to do. And I've like practiced it my like the past like 5 or 6 or 7 years of my life. So of course I can do it like pretty well, or I hope I can. But like expecting a random person to be able to just jump into that environment that's that hostile and to be able to do it, that's a really rough thing to do.
Yeah, so like at this point, do you look for an end result, or is it just like you just do it to do it at certain points?
I mean, it's fun for me. I enjoy it, obviously. Otherwise I wouldn't do it anymore. But do I look for an end result? I mean, I just try to like be on those platforms and provide an alternate point of view that sometimes people haven't heard before from somebody that hopefully comes off as being somewhat reasonable. That's like my goal. Is I think that I said this before to another caller, that a lot of the people that represent like the left-leaning stuff just come off as like kind of screeching liberals, and they don't seem like they're interested in really communicating with people that disagree with them. And I try to provide like a counterbalance to that, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, when I listen and see your discussions in particular, a metric I use for whether or not someone has won a discussion is whether like the audience or someone that's in that same like discussion starts to look at the lead, what was it? Like the lead person who's leading this, the discussion starts to look at them kind of side-eyed. Like, I think that's like a good metric of like whether or not like the opposing person is winning, because it's like, okay, now your audience is starting to see like a little bit of the holes in like what you're saying. And I think when it comes to people who discuss especially such hot hot button issues like this, you're like one of the few people that can evoke that kind of cognitive dissonance. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Like, it's so interesting to see your technique and just how you discuss and come into these disagreements. So, you know, level-headed despite all of it.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
Yep, bye.
Oh, thank you. Next up is Oberon. Oberon, go for it.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so I want your opinion. If I can find a way, I want to know if Star Wars has enough staying power for this. If I can find a way to administer ketamine through like gelatin in some way, could I make a like boba drink that like throws you into a K-hole, possibly, or like just above it, and call it Boba Ket? Would people buy into that?
I don't know, man. You should try it. See what happens.
Would you buy into that?
Fuck. I've done whippets, but I've never done ketamine before, so I don't know.
They have these nose clinics now where you can like nose spray.
Ketamine?
Which like, yeah, for like clinical like depression and stuff.
Okay, I'll try it. Boba Ket. I'll keep my eyes on
like
it.
I'm gonna need that after this fucking. Thank you, Oberon. Next up is Zionist Jules. Whenever you're ready, Mister, go for it. Zionist.
Hello?
Hello. Hi.
Sorry, I'm using the phone, Discord phone, so it's kind of laggy sometimes. So, Destiny.
Yeah.
So I was born in 2001.
Cool.
And I was raised on the internet, like many of us here. And for the longest time, I was just a gamer. I liked to play games, and I didn't really question politics. My parents didn't talk about politics. My parents would just tell me, what's the use of talking about politics? Even though you vote, it doesn't really matter. You know, just focus on your studies, get a good job, blah, 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 right?
Okay.
One thing that my parents did instill in me is this kind of like this very conservative Christian, kind of right-wing kind of idea of the world, right? Like, for example, you should marry and then, you know, have sex. You should have as many kids as possible. You should be proud of your country. You should love your country. You should know that America is the greatest country in the world. How you know, our Constitution, the freedom of speech, the Second Amendment, it's all beautiful things. And that's kind of things I just believed as a child.
Okay.
And you know, 2012, 2014, 16, 18, 20, 20, all this hits, and I feel like I've been just accelerated in this because I like to talk a lot online and hear what people have to say. I feel like I've been just accelerated into this completely different universe where what I thought was just normal ideas, right, where everybody believed, was actually, from my experience, the niche position. And there's all these people that would come and say, America's not the greatest country. Because they bombed Iraq and Afghanistan, all these reasons, and that's just one point. But like I go through the lines about marriage, Christian values, national values in America. One by one, I keep hearing arguments, and I'm not really much of a good debater, but I keep hearing various arguments about it, and now I'm kind of in this position where. I don't know. I honestly don't know what to believe. I'm kind of astonished that now we live in a world where people talk about like transgender identity in school. That's shocking to me. I know we're not supposed to say that's shocking, and we're supposed to accept it, and we're supposed to say, well, that's transphobic if you speak about it. I'm kind of honestly stunned that maybe I just had a completely different experience when I was a child. But when I was a child, the most we talked about when it came to sex and sex ed, and you probably remember this as well, Destiny, is just how to put on a condom, vagina, penis, stuff like that, very basic stuff. But now I'm just like kind of like I don't even know what to call it, like stunned as to how the world has just accelerated and changed, where I don't even know what to think in. Because one, I do have still this kind of like right-minded sentiment, but at the same time, I'm afraid of expressing these kind of opinions because, the moment I express those opinions, there are some people that will start criticizing me and saying that, oh, well, you're a Nazi or you're a racist or, all this crap. I just feel like something went wrong here, like where it stopped being where there are a bunch of people with very different political opinions that came together to talk about like their differences, to just screaming over screaming over each other and just saying their kind of extreme thoughts without really like having a conversation. And I feel like I'm in the middle. Like in the middle
I feel like it's a classic coming of age story, right? Like, what are you, like 23? You said you were born in 2000?
Yeah, I'm 2001. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, like, this has been the story of the world. It's always happened. It's going to continue to happen. People grow up in their small towns. They go to schools. They realize, holy shit, these people believe in crazy things. And then while you're in the process of even getting acclimated to that, culture is still changing around you. I mean, like, that's just like the story of everything. Like, I know it feels weird, but I mean, I'm sure that, like, are you American?
I'm American, yes.
Civil rights in the United States was a crazy thing. Integration of black people into schools, the federal government descending upon our loved unions to actually force them to let black people hold some, like, these were like shaking up like the cores of communities. It wasn't even like what we're being taught in schools. This is like our local union is now being affected with the feds coming in and forcing us to do certain things. So I'm not saying that to demean or dismiss your feelings. I'm saying that to validate them even more. Like, I think it's a totally normal feeling. I'm a super progressive guy, and even I feel like the culture is like running really far to the left of me sometimes because of how crazy people are. I mean, the best you can do is like, hopefully you came from a strong foundation. Stay up to date as much as you can. Ask questions when you feel like it's safe to, and figure out like what your beliefs are. Maybe you don't believe the transgender thing. Maybe you find that you actually do believe it more than you even thought, or that you could be compassionate about it or whatever. Like, but I mean, like, the best thing you can do is just keep asking questions, be the person you are, move through the world, and I mean, that's really all you can do, right? The world is going to continue to change at a really rapid pace around us. There's not much you can do about that. That's how it always has been, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jules. I think he died.
Right.
Next up is going to be FFA God. There you are. Go for it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
So my question is, Destiny, you said you were in favor of drug legalization, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts on New Zealand's anti-cigarette law, which they basically banned being able to buy cigarettes if you're born after a certain date?
Oh, I probably wouldn't be in favor of it, but I don't know enough about it, so.
Okay, and my second question is, you're as an atheist, do you think it's valuable to read the Bible, or not?
I mean, I guess if you want to know, no, it's probably not actually. I mean, if you want to, I guess. I mean, it's like, isn't it like the most printed book in the world? I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt, but.
I think so, yeah. And this is a question, but I bought your plushie for Christmas, and I really liked it, so thank
Nice.
you.
Thank
And
you.
God bless.
Yeah, have a good one, dude.
God, what the fuck? Yeah, if you guys are like wholesome and nice to Mr. Destiny, I'm never meeting you ever again, okay?
Damn.
Next up is gonna be fuck, where's this guy? Let's go with this actual baboon percentage guy. Go for it, mister.
Hello, Destiny. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Destiny.
Hello.
I want to ask you.
Ask away.
Do you think humans? Do you think we're real? Do you think we live in a simulation? What do you think our situation is?
If we lived in a simulation, there'd be no way I could ever know that, right? So
So you don't think we live in a simulation?
I mean, I wouldn't act like we do. Or maybe we do. I don't think I can know, right?
Okay, so you're not sure.
Yeah, I can't. I don't think that's anything I could ever have certainty of. Right?
I have a lot of questions. I want to get through them fast.
Okay.
Okay. Do you believe that Kosovo is a real state?
I think so. Yeah.
What about Taiwan?
Like an independent nation state? I think Taiwan is a real place on a map with borders. I don't know how it exists.
Do you think
really.
it should be independent?
I don't have the history to know. I don't have a good. I can't.
Okay,
give you a
that's
good
fine. Moving on. What do you think about Jordan Peterson?
Smart guy, really dumb dog shit political opinions.
Would you say he's a hypocrite?
A hypocrite?
Yeah, like he talks a lot about how depression is like stupid and shit, but in reality he's like super depressed and cries all the time.
Does he really say depression is stupid? I don't think I've ever heard him say something.
He does. In a lot of his older interviews, he's like, you know, fuck being depressed, it's a waste of time, whatever. And now he's like crying all the time.
I would have to find videos of that. Jordan Peterson, I give him a huge leeway for any of his old videos when he talks about psychology. I would be really surprised to find out he ever said anything that stupid. I think he's generally pretty smart when it comes to
I
psychology.
want you to know, my name is Martin. I'm a
Okay.
cabbage farmer.
Okay.
So, have you read the Unabomber's manifesto?
No, I haven't.
Okay, last question. Do you prefer the deer or the fish?
Probably the fish.
Great. Goodbye.
This guy begged me to get on for like 2 hours to do that.
Nice.
I don't understand you fucking people. Okay, well, we've been doing this for like a little over 2 hours. I don't think we ever talked about like a cutoff. So like, how long are you okay with going? I'm okay with going forever.
I can do a few more. You're good.
Okay. Next up is Glorious George. George, go for it.
Hey, Destiny, big fan. Yeah, my question has to do with like one of the things that just drives me up a frickin' wall with Democrats is that this idea that they think we live in a temporarily disaffected utopia, right? When there's like literal Nazis running around the country, like trying to tear down our society, and they're being, pretty resurgent with it, right? Like 1/6 is a good example. And so my question for you, Destiny, is what do you think about individual gun rights? Do you think that the Democrats miss the trick when they promote gun policy that disenfranchises society's most marginalized people, such as LGBTQ and persons of color?
Okay, can you give me that question in a slightly less loaded way?
Sure. I mean, well, I think like...
Because, I mean, like, you're begging the question hardcore. Well, if it is the case that getting rid of guns is disenfranchising minority populations, it seems like I can really only answer one way unless I hate minorities, right? Like, or disenfranchised populations.
That's a fair point. I mean, I think what I'm getting at is, do you agree with Democrats is like... do you agree with the neoliberal democratic position that individual right to bear arms is not necessary in today's society?
No, I don't care about guns that much. I like guns. They're fun to shoot. I don't think they're anywhere near as big a problem compared to other things in the United States. I think it's a stupid issue that we waste a lot of political capital on. That's my feeling about it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
Okay, next up is going to be Beerus92. Beerus?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Mr. Destiny.
Yeah?
I was diagnosed with schizophrenia when I
Nice.
was 19 years old.
Okay.
And you know.
Wait, is this a real thing or is this a fucking meme? I can't tell.
No, this is real.
Tell me about your schizophrenia.
Do you not? I think schizophrenia really is more or less like, you know, it was created in the 1950s and 60s by the CIA.
Okay, he's not real. It's just a fucking meme. All right.
This is real. I don't know.
No, I'm denying your reality. I refuse to believe you're a real person. Thank you. We're moving on to the next person, and that is going to be Booty Call. Booty Call, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Destiny. Hope you're enjoying.
Hi.
Given that online creators and streamers are only increasing in their influence as political pundits, is there an ethical framework that you feel should be held up to ensure integrity in political discourse, especially given that influencers are, you know, appealing to demographics like the young who aren't usually engaged in politics and at the same time rely on entertainment and sensationalism? Is there a way to parse that, or is there a way to ensure that there's an ethical code?
Yeah, I mean, I think we should enforce some kind of ethics, but I mean, like, how are we going to do that? Not legally. My position was, I always said that for big political people, I think you should be forced to bet when you're making really outlandish claims. When you're making things that are really far out of what most people believe, you should have to bet money on it. That's what I would enforce.
Interesting. And do you think that, you know, different online personalities should be, like, is there a way that, for instance, you engage with, is there a way that you measure, like, who you're going to be having discussions with, or...
As long as I feel like they're genuinely like processing what I'm saying and making an effort to like have a back and forth, I'll usually engage with anybody. But if I feel like you're just there to kind of like troll, you're not being very responsive to what I'm saying, you kind of come off as a bot.
Mhm.
So people like Haas or Jackson Hinkle or Samira, like that whole, like a lot of the tanky people, that Coach Red Pill guy,
Right.
yeah, I'm probably just not going to engage with them because it's boring to me. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, have fun.
Thank you. Next up is going to be Mussolini. Mushu,
Hi.
as soon as I find... Oh, yeah, go for it.
I'm here. I can speak. Thank you. Hi. Just one quick question. So you started live streaming in 2011, right?
2010, but yeah, what about it?
2010. Oh, on Justin TV?
No, it was on a website called livestream.com. And then later on a website called
Okay.
Ustream, yeah.
Okay, what made you do it? Like, what made you decide to stream?
I had a friend, and there were a couple people that were kind of doing it, and it was kind of funny to watch. And he said that
Okay.
it was because I'm a pretty funny guy. I was funny in real life. It was like playing games like outside of our like rooms and shit was like some of the funniest shit we did in high school. And he was like, "Oh, I bet it'd probably be funny to do this online." I was like, "Yeah, fuck it, let's try it." And I did it, and it seemed to work.
Yeah, I've been watching you on and off for years. So, but when you decided you could make money from it, like, what changed for you then? A lot, I guess.
I mean, my job improved a lot because I was
Obviously.
doing carpet cleaning before that. But what are you asking me more
I didn't know
specifically? Yeah.
Just how much your life's changed overnight, kinda.
Um,
I mean, the beginning of Twitch was more like low count of viewers, but then it like improved a lot throughout the years.
Mhm.
That's not. Someone in the chat said, "How much money do you have?" That's not the question. That's not my question.
I mean, what are you asking? Like the job that I did obviously changed. That was a lot different. The pay changed. I mean, everything kind of changed. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're asking me.
It's okay, don't bother. Your chat is being mean.
You can barely speak English as it is. It's fine.
Oh, shut
Thank
up!
you, Michelle. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay.
Next person is going to be Sample Text. Sample, go for it. Sample? Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, he's not there. Okay, wonderful.
Thanks.
Next up is going to be Supreme Lifeform. Supreme Lifeform.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on? Hello, Doobie. Thanks for giving me some time to speak with Destiny. Hey, Destiny, I've been a biggest fan of yours for a long time, man. Going back to the Eric Stryker days and these really stupid right-wing morons that you have a lot of patience to deal with. I love the content. You're very educated. You're a very smart guy, bro. I'm a huge fan. But I'll be honest with you. I think that you're adding on to a toxic environment. Yeah. So I've been an incel for I guess, my whole life. And, you know, I do all the things that guys tell me to do. And I'm on these dating apps. I talk to girls in real life. And the advice that you give isn't practical, man. You know, I'm not like autistic or struggle with socializing. I just keep running into the same people. I don't know what to do about it. So me being a fan of you, me liking your character, I would see what you would say. And bro, I'll be honest, it doesn't help me at all. I feel like you're only looking at a small little smidge of men who struggle with the things that we're talking about, right? Can I tell you what it is specifically?
Go for it.
So I looked back in a couple of videos you had, and one of them was, you know, the whole just don't rape her, just don't rape her, just don't rape her. You kept saying that over and over and over again. I understand why. I'm not trying to gaslight you. You know, if someone invites you up to their apartment, blah, blah, blah. The problem is, man, is that I've dealt with so many people who would flip-flop, and I wouldn't know what to do. I would meet girls who would say yes at first, and when it happens, they start to, you know, it's either yes or no or yes, and just go, you know, I just don't know what to do about it. And no matter where I go, people just keep telling me it's my, though you're being one of those people, you keep telling me it's my fault. I'm the autistic weirdo. I'm the weirdo. It's my fault. It's me. Can it just be other people that are the ones who are making it more difficult?
Okay, there's a lot of weird stuff going on. So first of all, when I say just don't rape, that's very rare. I usually make fun of people that give that advice all the time. I said that all of our conversations have devolved to that. Are you sure you weren't listening to me being sarcastic when I said that, or?
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were. I apologize.
Oh yeah, no, because that's dog shit advice, obviously. It sounds like what's happening is, I don't know you well enough, and obviously we haven't talked in detail about this, but it sounds like what's happening is if you're getting a girl up to your apartment, then she's decided she wants to fuck you, you're close to sealing the deal, then you must be doing something else that's like turning them off, like before you get to close. That's what it feels like is happening.
Well, it's not even. I live in my parents' house, and I can't bring girls in. I wasn't allowed to date when I was in high school, so it made it difficult for me to like figure things out. But when I would have my female social circle, okay, to give you an example, I asked this girl out on a date, and she was really happy that I did ask her. I was like, wow, she's happy that I asked her. Sounds like a green flag, I guess, so she's into it. And then when it comes, she was like, I don't know if I want to do this with you, or blah, blah, blah. I'm like, wait, what did I do wrong, right? And I'm looking back through my text messages, through how I would speak, and I would review this with other people, my family, friends, all that. They say, you wouldn't do anything, you're not really doing anything too wrong. You know, they would just tell me, like, bro, it sounds like she is indecisive, right?
Well, can I get like an example? I need like an example of this, and I can probably help you if you really want to get into it.
Yeah, sure. Dude, I feel so nervous. I've never been on a live stream before.
Wait, first of all, how old are you?
I'm 23, bro.
Okay.
Oh my god, I feel really nervous.
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Dude, I'm on a freaking live stream, bro.
I'm
banned from your server.
Oh, well.
Unban me, bro. Alright, anyway. So, I had a girl that I met in church. I don't go to that church anymore. I actually kind of abandoned my faith.
Based, okay.
And, yeah, I really... So, her name's Patricia, and she was really supportive of me and really nice. And I was like, wow. You know, obviously, I'm like, okay, she's a really nice person. I might as well make friends with you. And listen, I'm not the type of guy, and I see a lot of guys do this, and it gets me mad, where they jump on a person immediately because they gave them attention. Like, bro, that's stupid, you know? I just became friends with her, and that's it, right? And then as time went on, we would talk and text, and I'm like, oh, wow. You know, I asked her out on a date. This was the first date we had. She loved the first date that we had. And I was like, wow, I think I met the right person. Because I'm not like a huge fuckboy that wants to have sex with millions. I just want one person. That's it. So the first date went by very well. And I tried to, you know, get the second date going on, right? Second date goes on, and she's like, oh, let's go for it. I'm really happy. You know, she wanted to go on a second date. But the problem is she's been very flip-floppy, and this is where I've met it with so many girls, man, where they're like, I don't know if I want to, like, they don't say me immediately, but they're giving me vibes of, I don't know if I want to do this or whatever. Like, they say yes at first, but when it comes to, like, actually planning it, there's always, like, an excuse that comes out of nowhere, or...
Okay, so what'd you do for your first date?
I live in New York City. We went out, we had like a double date, right, with someone else, and we went out to Central Park. We had a picnic. She loved it, right?
Okay.
I remember making her blush too, right? And I'm not, bro. I'm ugly as fuck, bro. I've never made a girl blush before, so I was like pretty shocked that I did that.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. So we had a pretty good date. Everyone
How
went
do you?
home.
Yeah. How do you know that she had fun?
She told me.
Okay.
And also, like, I was making sure that during the date, I was like paying attention to like our behavior. I was, I'd always make sure to keep the conversation going. Things that people would say that are good things that happen on a date, right? I did, right? And the reason why I made sure it was a double date is because I really wanted my guy friend to make sure what I was doing was right, right? Because I was really messing, but bro, I'm nervous, bro. I've never had a girlfriend ever in my life. I've
Okay.
never really had a woman ever in my life. So it's yeah, that's how the first date went. Yeah.
And when you tried to set up a second date, what happened?
So I tried to set up the second date,
Mhm.
and this is with every girl I try to do this with, man, and it made me want to like freaking chew on glass. So basically, she was like, "Oh, let's go for it. I'm really happy. The first day went by well, and like we're texting like every other day. Like we're friends. So like she was really happy that I did it, right? How do I know? Because she told me, she was like, "Oh, let's go for it. This is great. I'm gonna have a good time again." The first time we had was such a good time. I was like, "Awesome, great." But then, out of nowhere, we found a time, right? We found a place, everything. She tells me out of nowhere, "I don't see you this way," or "I have feelings for another guy," or whatever. And it made me confused because I'm like, man, what am I doing wrong? I understand. Listen, bro, I'm not like these red pill incel guys that blame.
Yeah, I
women
don't care about. You don't have
because
to. I don't need the qualifiers. Okay. Do you? Okay, sorry. I don't want to, because I don't want to take
it's
everybody
okay.
else's time. Do you
Yes.
When you're, fuck. Do you have any text messages?
Do you want me to it's really just like me cracking up jokes or whatever, and or us asking how's your day, and like
Sure. Okay. So this is my feeling. Okay, but I haven't seen it. So I could be totally wrong. So everything I'm saying might be fucking worthless. What I'm about to say. Okay.
Yes,
Ready?
sir. Yes,
okay.
sir.
The feeling that might happen is, and this is a really hard one, but
Oof. All right, here it comes, bro.
yeah, desperation is really a huge turnoff for everybody. Now, I don't know if this happened or not, but if you're in a thing where you're like cracking jokes and all of that, and the socialization seems good, but in reality, it's just you desperately trying to keep the conversation alive constantly, and you're like sending good mornings and good nights, and if she doesn't respond quick enough, you kind of send another message like 2 hours later to see
Oh
if she's
no, none of that. No.
Okay.
She usually texts me, right? Like, how are you doing? It's been a while. Because sometimes I don't really like checking my phone too often. Because I don't like looking at my phone too often, right? It's distracting, right?
Mhm.
So she usually reaches out to me, right? And then conversation starts. One time, like, bro, like we used to FaceTime each other for like hours, right?
Mhm.
And it doesn't, like, I know what you're talking about. It didn't.
Oh wait,
seem
you
that
used
way.
to FaceTime each other for hours?
Yeah.
How long were you
She
guys
would call
friends
me.
for?
For like what, 3-4 months now?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Have you done anything like remotely sexual with her at all?
No, nothing really. I mean.
Okay.
No, I never
Here's
made
this is
plans.
okay. This is another thing to keep in mind. In my opinion, okay, I don't know if this is 100% a law or anything, but in my opinion, I think women decide pretty quickly whether or not you're like in the dating pool or whether or not you're in the friend pool. And if you find yourself like being friends with a woman that you have a romantic interest in, and you start dragging that out for long periods of time, she might have already decided that you're kind of like a friend type person while you're trying to aim for a dating thing, and you can't. That leap from friend to dating is almost impossible to make. It's a very, very difficult thing.
Wait, you're saying like because I took such a long time, it's much more difficult?
Or that maybe even right off the bat, she kind of decided that you were just like a friend that was like really fun to do things with, but she didn't really have a romantic interest in you.
Okay, that's fine. I get it. And and I don't know, and this is the problem, man. I mean, bro, you could big bro me here. You're a lot older than me. You know more than me. I mean, I have no idea. When I look for advice, I always get two opposing sides.
Mhm.
Guys saying, "Oh, she's a bitch. She's stupid. It's her fault," which I don't think it's her fault. She doesn't owe me anything, right? Or guys saying, "Oh, bro, you're ugly as fuck." I mean, I'm not really the most attractive guy, but maybe that's what it is. I mean, bro, I work out. I dress up well. This be my profile picture if you want to look. All these things, bro. And the thing is, one girl says I'm attractive, one girl says I'm not. So I don't really know where I'm at, right? It's confusing, and it makes me like scared of dating, bro. I'll be honest with you.
Wait, that's you in your profile picture?
Yes, sir. Why did you say it like that?
Pretty
Why?
attractive guy.
Wait,
I've sexually harassed Marcilla here a dozen times.
Yes, you have.
He-
No, Doobie's a
yeah.
freak. He's a freak. Doobie, you're a freak, bro.
Okay.
But,
I'm not
yeah.
gay. I just think it'd be hot to fuck. It's not,
Bro, you're a
it's not weird.
freak. Bro, you're a freak. Yes, Destiny. So why'd you say it like that?
I don't. You sounded super white to me, and you're super black. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah, my bad. Well, I mean, it's, and I'm not saying you're like ugly or anything. I just had a super different. Yeah, you sound like a white dude from New York. Yeah. Okay. Fuck. We would have to like jump into we'd have to jump into so much to do this, and it's hard to know. But like here's like just like off the top of my head. Here's like a couple of like quick tips, but these like none of these might not even apply to you, okay? So
okay, sure.
On the first thing, in my opinion, I would never do a first date as a double date. It's way too friendly. Because like on a first date, you want to be able to like zone in on them, figure out if you guys have any chemistry, stuff like that. A double date almost sounds like a situation where the person will be like, oh, I thought that was just all kind of like us hanging out as friends on like a cute double date, kind of, right? But not like a date date. Like if it's a one-on-one, because like in my mind, and I'm doing a lot of like generalization here, like in my mind, like a double or a picnic at the park can either be the most romantic thing in the world if it's a one-on-one situation, or it can be like the most platonic thing in the world if it's like a few friends going out to the park, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay.
So that's one thing. A second thing, and this is a really, really hard thing to keep in mind, it goes along with the first thing I said, is women have a really easy time sorting men into baskets of friends versus relationship material or fuckable material. They're very, very, very good at that, and there's a very distinct things for them. So if you feel like you're building on something for a woman, she has like two totally separate filing cabinets, and you might be building really hardcore on the friendship cabinet, but you're not making any progress at all in that relationship or dating cabinet. So while you think you're getting closer to building something more meaningful or relationship-wise, she just thinks you're being like a really good friend. So yeah, this is why some like that Playing with Fire, the Alex guy, one of the lines that he says is like building sexual tension. I think the reason why it's good to kind of like joke or flirt or do that really early on is because you can get a really early feeling of like, is this girl sexually interested in me, or is this just kind of like she's just like having fun and like we're like friends?
Right.
Yeah. Establishing that early on, it's very, very easy to get away from a girl after a first date. It's really hard to get away from a girl after 3 or 4 or 5 months of a lot of conversations and shit on FaceTime.
Listen, I wanted to take it slow because I don't want to be with someone that I regret being with. Because man, I don't know you too well, but I'm scared of having my heart broken, right?
Yeah.
I've seen guys that were attractive, that had all the Chad things that you needed to have that these people say, and they start crying because that girl broke their heart. And I'm like, bro, you should have waited a little longer because you don't know who she is. You know what I mean? I don't want to play that game.
No.
That's why.
Yeah, I understand. Being slow is okay, but it's like you should be quick to establish what type of relationship it is, and then you can be slow past that, right?
That's right. Okay.
I'm a pretty like I can be very patient with people, but I'll know on my first meeting with a girl, I can tell like what kind of chemistry we have. I'll know if it's something that could be sexual or not. I'll know that immediately because she'll know that immediately. The women are deciding whether you like it or not. They're figuring that out very quickly. So it's good for you to kind of like test the waters and figure that out as well. You know.
You're right, man. Shit, I just realized, dude. I'm just realizing I didn't really put enough sexual attention. I just really came off as like a really good friend. And I'm okay with being friends with them, but I'm not gonna chase after them romantically anymore. It's just I know it's not gonna work. And by the way, dude, I really love you, man, and I really love your community. Can I please be unbanned from your Discord server, please, bro?
Do the appeal. We'll see. Okay. Good luck. All right, kick him out, Doobie. Move him on, Doobie.
Thank you, Marcelo. I love you. Okay, bye bye.
Jesus.
Next up, Julie Ty. Whenever you're ready, ma'am, go for it.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, awesome. Okay. I've just started watching you recently. My boyfriend has been washing the floor with me in debates, so I thought maybe I'd watch you and get some tips. Granted, I'm Christian, so that's probably why he's been washing the floor with me. But my question is, as a Black woman, I watch your stream a lot because I like some less than savory streamers, a la Cynthia G. And I feel like I know.
Dude, all of you divestors, all of you racist fucking Black women are like all over my fucking DMs now, okay? You guys need to chill with your hatred, okay? You're breeding the next generation of fucking red pill people. What color is your boyfriend?
Oh, well, my boyfriend's white. And he's been watching before.
Okay, yep. All right, keep going.
That's just a coincidence, I swear.
Uh-huh.
But So my question is, like, when you have black people on, like women and men, I feel like you're like, you don't go like hardcore like you do sometimes when you have like other people on. Like when you had LAV on a bunch, you would like absolutely go like ape shit. But when you have Annalise, a lot of times I feel like you're like trying not to like blow up a bomb.
It's a different type of conversation. Like if Annalicia wanted to come on and have a hardcore debate about like whether like Biden and socialism or something, then we'll fight on that hardcore. But if it's going to be conversations about like cultural issues, I'm just not gonna. I don't have a big investment in the black community because I'm not black. I don't have any like direct ties to it. And then two, it's a pretty outside zone for me to associate with. Like I didn't grow up in the hood. I don't have like a ton of like big black hobbies with a lot of black friends and black communities I'm involved in. So it's kind of an alien community to me. So it would be a little silly of me to like hardcore argue and debate on some of these issues. I kind of play more of a passenger like exploratory position, and that's just kind of how it goes. Like if Lav wanted to come on and argue with me about like how her Jewish identity formed her thoughts and opinions in the United States, then, I'd probably just sit and listen. But Lav was arguing about like way more concrete stuff that I do have strong opinions on. I think that's like the difference.
Okay, and then I had one really quick question. So when you go on Fresh and Fit, like I've been avoiding them, but I watch when you go on. They say that people or women are hypergamous, like to the detriment of society. Like men can't get dates, men can't fuck, all that stuff. But like when we look at poor communities, let's look at the black community just because like that's what I'm experienced with. Black people, like quote unquote, like poor black guys are fucking. Like isn't that the whole thing that like poor people populate the earth more than middle class or upper middle class people? But like if that's happening, like who's fucking then?
Yeah, I would have to. They never bring this up, I think, when I'm there. I think everything about hypergamy falls apart almost immediately when you look at it from like 20 different angles. I don't know how that works. Yeah, I just don't know. I've said this a million times, and every time I say it, they seem to let it hang and they don't really challenge me. But people tend to fuck people that are in their neighborhoods, that are in their classrooms, that are in their economic class. That's just how like all of human history has worked, and it's how it's worked today. This idea that women are selecting for the top 20% like seems to literally be solo built on fucking Tinder stats. That's not always representative of the real world because it's like 5-to-1 men versus women on these dating apps. So yeah, but I don't know. But I've never had any of them like really try to defend hypergamy in front of me, so I don't even know what their responses would be to something like that, unfortunately.
Okay, this was really cool. Thanks for picking up my call. And I swear I'm not racist. I'm actually really nice. But
okay.
She just has points.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have fun. Be
Thank
careful.
you, Julie. Okay, next up we've got the goat. The goat, whenever you're ready.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yo, cool. So I've got a few questions about AI deepfake porn or maybe black men and how they can't handle criticism when they talk with black women. So whichever you want.
You know what? Whatever you want. It's your calling, man. Make it worth it for you.
All right, man. Thank you. Let's talk about black men and why they can't take criticism from black women. So every time I hear people like Cynthia, G, or
wait, real quick, can I get your background? What are you?
I'm Dutch.
Okay, go. Well, when you say Dutch, like, are you a black Dutch person or a what?
I'm pretty white.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
I'm not racist. I'm Dutch, but I'm not racist.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So I feel like every time you have a black woman on and they have like criticism of black men, and then later black men come on to talk about the same topics, it's always looks to me like they act like herd cats, like they're scared and they always play like a victim role. So I want to kind of ask like how you see that and if you maybe agree with it.
Well, I think, like I said, there's a lot of resentment built up in some of these black communities against each other, where like a lot of these black men have been told really bad things, the way their moms treat them, the way that their family treats them because of their fathers not being there. That kind of like rolls over to like building up resentment, I think, and then it just bounces back and forth between black men and black women because of that. I think that's what it seems to be.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, but don't you feel like at a certain point, like you have to kind of grow up and think like, yeah, maybe things are shitty in the past, but we gotta look out for ourselves as black people and kind of get over it.
Sure, but I mean realistically, how many people get over anything, right? People carry shit like this with them for their entire lives.
Yeah, no one really gets over it, to be honest. And if I am able to, if Doobie allows me, can I ask the deepfake porn question as well?
Go for it.
I kind of from the talks you've had with women like Pixie and the tweets, of course, on the internet. To me, it looks a lot like women, of course, have been the gatekeepers of sex a lot of time, and I think the deepfake porn shit just comes down to that they don't want to lose that power. And I was wondering what you think of that.
I think that's where I largely settled on for the deepfake thing. I think that women are used to being able to dole out sex, and deepfakes in a way kind of threaten the ability to do that, and it feels really gross if a guy's able to get something from you that you're not giving him. I think that's where I largely fell on that, yeah.
All right, and one more thing. Pixie says like it would feel like she was being raped if she saw a video of her being deepfaked. I thought that was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it plays into, I think it reinforces what I say. It's just women feel like they are kind of in control of their bodies and their sex, and like men shouldn't be able to get that from them if they're not giving it to them. So when a guy's found a way to kind of like short circuit that, it feels really gross to a woman, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answers.
Okay.
Thank you, Go.
Have a good one tonight.
Okay, next up is Agnologia. Go for it, mister.
Hello?
Hello.
Destiny. Okay, bro. I've been meaning to ask you these questions for a minute.
Okay.
About like, my bad, bro. I'm just nervous. But basically, I don't know. I feel like Okay, I'm gonna start off by saying I don't.
They're all
think
listening
you're
to, and you're fucking up. You should be
I
ashamed.
don't think you. I don't think
I'm
you're
joking,
racist, but I will say that like some of the stuff, I feel like when you talk about how you didn't want to push back against Annalisa a lot when you first spoke to her, because like you were kind of just like feeling out what she was saying, but then there were certain times where like I don't know, man. It's like then you argue with Angry Man, and he kind of gives you a lot of perspectives that Annalisa primed you for, and then like you use her talking points against them.
Well,
So,
hold
like,
on,
without,
stop.
like, a-
Wait. Okay, hold on. Stop, okay? Angry Man was not giving me a perspective for me to consider, okay? Angry Man was telling me that black women were the reason why the black community was so destroyed. That's a pretty big position that I'm gonna have to, like, fight on, no?
I think there was a point in the conversation where an answer to a specific answer to a question you asked him was black women in terms of like attitudes towards approaching relationships, and you kind of took that as like and like just kind of like spun the whole conversation to a different thing. But regardless, like I think there's certain things that you didn't push back with her that like I don't really understand it. Like for example, when like you asked her. One of the first things you said, I don't know if you remember, one of the first things you said when she asked you about, when you asked her, what are like some of your solutions? Like you need to come with solutions to these issues. Or not you need to, but like do you have any proposed solutions? She said divesting, because she's a divester. And like it is what it is, like whatever. But then like a couple days later, you have Low Tier God on, and he mentions that he doesn't date black women, and she comes into the stream flipping out on him. Why would you say that? You're a prominent black man in this community. Or not in this community, like in this space, and you're saying things like that, pushing this message. And you didn't say a word to her when she is a divester. That's their entire brand.
I thought that was literally, didn't I explicitly bring him, I could be wrong, but I thought, didn't I explicitly say that like, isn't Low Tier God just the other side of what you're advocating for? I feel like I said that. I feel like that was why we brought Low Tier God on, is because he's basically like.
No, but okay, you might have said that, but like she only came into the call. No, like this is the day where she came into the call specifically because she heard him mention that he doesn't date black women. So like I feel like the moment she even tried, like that should be Annalisa. You're like this is what you say. Like he took her advice essentially, and she was screaming at him about it.
Well, yeah, but they were there to talk to each other about it. Why would I interrupt that? Like there were points that Annalisa made that I agreed with a little bit more than Fnatic, but I let Fnatic do his whole thing. I didn't like defend her points while they were chatting.
Okay, and so
like I think like just generally, if there's like those people are there to fight with each other. I don't think I'm gonna like.
Yeah, I know, but like you say that, and then it's like
you
say that, and then everywhere you go, it's like, oh, Annalisa was right. Oh, Annalisa was right about this, bro. Like, I don't think you understand. Like, I think because like, especially when you first spoke to her, like there was a lot of subtext in what she was saying that you may or may not have picked up on. But like, it wasn't as like a lot of like you saying she was right in regards to most. Now I'm not gonna say everything because a lot of stuff she said was based in fact. Like there are a lot of issues like black community that like aren't really disputed and have been acknowledged. Like I know like you talk about rap music and like people talk about rap music and like how destructive it is. There's like especially today, there's an equal, if not greater amount of rap music that like condemns a lot of the shit that caused a lot of these issues. And Alicia wasn't breaking any ground. She was saying that to, I mean, I know this is gonna sound like cliche, but she was saying that to make herself palatable, to like get a lot of the subtext of what her message is, which is divesting, which is why I'm sure, as you've noticed, as you've seen more about Cynthia G that you didn't know before, you're like, oh shit, I can't put a lot of the stuff she says when her videos come on and I'm interacting with them. Let me pause that because she's about to say some crazy ass shit. And Alicia was saying all of that, but like it was just Alicia, like it was like the version of that that's like whitewashed. And so you keep saying she was right. She was saying what Cynthia G said. So do you think Cynthia G is right? Or
I mean, I think when I say Annalise's right, I mean, there's some points that she makes that I think I agree with about like the fragility of like the black male community online, or them like being quick to blame every other thing, which I think can be a little bit cringy sometimes. But like, I don't agree overall with her prescriptions. Like, if a black guy came on to me to like chat about issues in the black community, I'm not going to throw Annalicia rhetoric at him. But if there are going to be a group of black men that are all telling me that like black women have destroyed the black community, well, then I probably am, right? It depends on how aggressive the other side is for how much I'm going to, yeah.
And then okay, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Just one more thing. I think, well, not I think, she 100% misframed Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit is not a black community dating show. Myron is African. He's black, and like you can't really like politically, like there wouldn't be a logical way to say he's not black, even though like he's like, I'm not, like he's kind of black. Like it's not like he's black, but he's kind of like whatever. Fresh obviously black. They don't talk about black issues. Myron, honestly, if you listen to his political like positions like that he doesn't really espouse too often, he sounds more like Annalicia when it comes to like black men and like rap music and like black culture. Like he kind of says a lot of that type of stuff. But
he does say really things like that, but like, I hope I'm not burning a bridge. I hope I'm not exposing anything. I imagine I'm not. But like, I've talked to them. We go out to eat like pretty often after they do shows and shit. And like, Myron is like pretty avowed on like saying that like you should never date black women ever. Like even with other black women at the table, like he's saying shit like that. Like, yeah, you never date a black woman ever. Like that's just a mistake always. So I mean, like it seems like he does have. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if he said. Hopefully he said on the show, I'm like fucking burning a bridge or some shit.
No. I was gonna. No, I actually would like to ask you a little for a bit more clarification on that, because he has said there was one time on where he was on Rumble and Tico stream, like just like he was just like, oh, I don't. He goes. He didn't say. He's actually said I don't not like black women. He was like, I just don't like ratchet bitches, and ratchet bitches can be black, white, Asian, whatever. Like that was kind of like the gist of what he said. And I get what you're saying, but like it's just like they don't speak to like the black community. Like Annalicia, I don't know. It's too much. I don't want to like take up too much time like trying to like delve into this, but like I'm not like Annalicia. I think like took advantage of the fact that you weren't sure about whether or not they were like a black red pill dating show to frame it like that. And then when you frame them like a black red pill dating show, a lot of what they say will sound stupid and will sound contradictory and will be because like there are like different dynamics that exist in that community. That's really not what they are. Like I used to like when I worked, like I watched them a lot. Oddly enough, I listen to them a lot less since I started listening to you because I hear a lot of the stuff they say a bit differently, and it's not quite as comfortable for me to watch. But it's not like a black show. It's and they don't. I don't know. It's not that. Like I think she misframed that because she's kind of wants to like get her shit off about like divesting and like black males being like degenerate losers that failed the community and all that shit. She also like when that other Sophie girl comes in and talks about like the engineers of like black societies being women. That's all bullshit. Like I don't know.
Sure.
Like black society is more or less of like the dynamics that exist within those communities have more or less just been the same as all these other communities that like missionaries like went to and like Christianity like heavily influenced or like that were subjugated by like other people. Like it's not like it's just like while society was growing with men with patriarchies in the West, just like these African communities had women like picking up after all these degenerate men that were just doing drugs. It's like I don't know. I feel like that's like I know that's not what you say, but like that's kind of like how it comes across sometimes.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
And all right, well, thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Be careful.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we've got Bears. Or Geo's your name now. Go for it.
Hello. All right. Is this Steven? Is this Steven?
Yep, the one and only.
So my question to you is, why have you betrayed the white race by association with the left and your planning of action?
I don't know. What did you say that again?
Listen this time, okay? I said,
why did I betray the left? Or why did I betray the white race by joining the left?
Why would you ask me to repeat the question if you're just going to interrupt me?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, apology accepted. But no, so my question to you is, why have you betrayed the white race via association of the left, with the left, rather?
I don't know. I don't see myself like as like having allegiance to the white race.
So you have your allegiance. So you're against the white race now. Okay, is that right?
Is that the dichotomy? I can only be for or against. I can't just like feel indifferent about it.
No, you have. It's either you're with us or you're against us.
Oh well, I guess I'm against whoever us is there. I don't think you speak for all white people unless you're the representative.
Yeah, I do. I am the speaker of the white man, and I can prove to you that you actually do hate white people.
Wow.
Liberals do hate white people.
Okay, let's hear it.
So liberals, this is Otam et al. 2009. Liberals are more willing to murder someone for the greater good if that person has a white-sounding name rather than a black-sounding name.
Wow.
Do you agree with that statement?
No. Or wait, do I agree that that's what the study found, or do I agree that I would be more willing to murder a white-sounding name or a black-sounding name for the greater good?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't do it. That sounds stupid as fuck.
Oh, why not?
Because what? Because
would you be for the inverse?
No. I don't know if I would use somebody's name.
So you hate white people?
Wait, if I'm not more willing to murder a black-sounding name than a white-sounding name for the greater good, that means I hate white people?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hard disagree with that one, Chief.
Why not?
It's not a why not. You're arguing the affirmative, so I would need a reason why it would be good. Well, am I allowed to answer your question, or?
Yeah, I gave you permission, my son.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna need a reason why if you have an affirmative argument. Like my default would be that a person's name isn't gonna determine whether or not I want to kill that person for the greater good. There'd be other factors at play, maybe. But,
let's go more specifically then. How will it say this? If a black person or a white person, you have to kill one for the greater good, who would you kill?
Probably just flip a coin.
You'd flip a coin on someone's life?
I have to kill someone anyway, right? It's not like there's a good situation there.
Yes, but you'd want to go for the more morally evil person, though, right?
I don't have any information about the morality of the person, though. Just their skin color.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, actually. Their skin color.
That doesn't give me information about the morality of that person.
Yes, it does. Genetically, they are more likely to exhibit antisocial behavior.
Genetically, I don't think that's true. Antisociality is going to be a huge...
They have a warrior gene. Let me show it to you. It's the MMOA gene. It's significant in, I believe, 23% of African Americans. It makes them more likely to commit crimes and be more antisocial behavior, which means violence.
Having just a particular gene doesn't mean anything. Like, humans have genes for a full body of hair, but they don't express themselves.
Well, are you just trying to get to epigenetics? This is cringe.
I'm not even getting to epigenetics. I'm saying that genes...
Yes, you are. You're just saying they inhibit a gene, but they're not. It's like you're just saying it has to depend on whether that gene is activated or not. That is literally epigenetics. What are you talking about?
That's all of genetics, my friend. Every gene requires some environmental activation.
And 23% of them inhibit this gene. White people used to inhibit this gene, and this is when they were evil. But the issue is that when they had this gene, it is no longer prevalent. This was only during the Vikings. This was only in Vikings.
If there was a way with CRISPR, to edit this gene out of everybody, would you view black people and white people as equal when it comes to antisocial behavior?
No, there's other things.
Oh, like what?
Their skin color is ugly.
Okay. Thanks.
I'm serious.
Thank you for proving my whole fucking point. So it's all just like you just like hop from one point to another. You don't actually give a fuck about these things. And if you could find a way to change it, you wouldn't even want to.
That's you that hopped from a different point. What are you?
I didn't hop from a different point. I don't think I could judge a person's moral character based on the content of their genes.
Yes, you did. You literally said, okay, what about this whole entire completely different thing that it has nothing to do with me?
We weren't talking about a whole completely different thing. We were talking specifically about this one gene that you just said justifies murdering somebody based on their name.
And then I specified more, and you said, yes, I don't have any information. I said, yes, you do have information. So since I showed that you do have information, would you like to remake the claim?
No.
So you just are just gonna be like, I don't really care. Just say I don't care.
No, I do care, and I care about hating white people.
That's what so you do hate the white race. So why are you anti-white?
Because I am self-hating, I think. I think it's all the indoctrination from like the liberal.
This isn't funny.
I'm not trolling. From a very early age, I think I've been fed like a ton of anti-white messages. So it's really hard for me to like even discern like what is right versus what is like white, or like these projects. Like I think white people have been enslaving black people all the time and exploiting African countries, and I feel really bad about all of it. And I think it's like fucked my perception of like white people up in general.
Wait, what we did to African countries, we fixed them. What are you talking? We went to South Africa, we built skyscrapers. The tallest building in Africa, all of Africa, is a white building that was made there during the British.
Yeah, I know, but like I don't even learn about that. All they teach me now is to be like ashamed of my white race and stuff. So it's hard for me to even like take credit of that.
How about I just take you under my wing and I teach you how to be a true white man?
I can't even, because even like the language you're using your language is like makes me uncomfortable because I've been so mind controlled. Like it.
See, you're weak. I could teach you to read BAP. Have you read BAP before?
I don't know. I only read like MLK and Malcolm X. and anything else by somebody that was like a Black Panther.
Malcolm X is a genius, actually. He hates Jews. Did you not know this?
Oh shit. Well, we don't read that part about Malcolm X.
Oh, so you just skip over things, huh?
The things that make me uncomfortable.
Are you a revisionist? You seem like a really bad person.
I would only revise the things that make white people look good.
Gio, I think you got him, Gio.
Are you trolling Destiny?
Trolling Destiny? No, I'm trolling whatever your name is, but thank you.
Okay. Just so I have 2 things to say about you. Just
I'm
before
sure
I leave,
you
I
do.
guess,
Yeah.
because you seem
He's gonna do a slur. I can feel it, dude. Here it comes.
Can you just wait, bro? Chill out. I'm not gonna say a slur. I'm not retarded.
Okay. You just said a slur, by the way. I don't believe in the R slur. Sorry, go ahead. Say your piece.
You're so unfunny.
I know. I am.
So
you're hilarious.
So as I can see, this Smurf has like completely, just gone off the rails and not even want to engage. He hasn't came here prepared for any confrontation and just wanted to to have his fans come here, I guess, to give him like a little jack off for his ego.
Exactly. Yeah. True.
So and my last question to you is why did you name yourself? Your name Destiny, by the way. Why'd you name yourself after a black stripper?
Because that was my real mom, and I can't even get into that story, but yeah, it's a long story.
Yeah, thank you, Gio.
Thanks,
I hate white people more now than I did before. Thank you. Ziz, you're up. Go for it. Ziz.
Hello?
XYZ, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool. Just gonna preface this by saying I don't know jack shit about fucking econ, so correct me if I'm wrong about literally anything. Could you explain your argument against trickle-down/supply side economics? I've only heard you say that it's stupid because why would companies increase their labor cost? But is it not possible to like increase labor costs in short term for like long-term games? Like increasing wages could attract like more people to come work for a company, which would allow that company to produce more shit. Then other companies could like increase their wages.
It could a little bit, but the incentives of the company are to keep wages as low as possible because wages are a cost of doing businesses, or a cost of doing business. So when you look at where the incentives lie, the incentives for the owners of a company are always contrary to the laborers of a company, right? And the interest of the labor is contrary to the owner, right? As an owner, I want to be able to get as much work as possible for as little pay as possible, and as a worker, I want to get as much pay as possible for as little work as possible, right? This is like the contradiction that exists between owner and employee. So as long as those contradictions exist, it seems hard to imagine that money will naturally flow down from owners to workers because there's not like an incentive for them to do so, other than to increase ultimately what they can own at the end by maybe attracting better employees that they can exploit more.
Well, I mean,
like for instance, like what you just said there, the only reason why I would ever pay an employee more is to attract a more productive employee that's going to allow me to steal from his labor more, essentially. I don't want to say steal, that's a Marxist term. But like it's going to be whatever makes me more money, right? Like if I'm offering more money for a YouTube editor, I'm not doing that because of trickle down. I'm doing that because I want somebody that's going to do the job even better, that's going to make me even more money.
Oh, okay, so would you say that like it's more often than not that like increasing wages is gonna like attract more better workers then? Like
not necessarily. There's a lot of ways to get around that. It just depends on the environment, right?
Oh, okay. What about the deregulation side of like the supply side argument of like well, I think this was an excuse me argument that getting rid of like a lot of like the regulation or whatever we have like would help like people open small businesses or whatever, like it make it more easier.
There's probably some regulations that I'd be okay getting rid of. Like there's probably a lot of like occupational licensing that I'd be okay like tossing. There's probably some regulation I think is dumb. I'd have to look at something in particular to know. Like I'm not gonna have like an answer of like I'm never gonna say all regulation needs to be gotten rid of, but.
Oh, okay. And one last thing, could you get more like neoconservative people to debate? Like, I mean, I know they're kind of rare nowadays, but like.
Yeah, there are no more. There are no more neocons. They're all gone. They all turned into fucking dipshit Trumples, or I guess like moderate left people. I don't know where any neocons are anymore. It'd be interesting to see them because it'd be nice to have like some kind of conservative representation that isn't just like another Trump dick suck. But yeah, I truly don't know where these people can even be found anymore.
I don't know. I mean, your only option probably is a fucking rage pope, but I don't know if anybody wants another rage pope debate.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that
Thank
answers
you.
my question. All right, thanks.
Be careful.
Wonderful. Thank you. Next up, sample text. Whenever you're ready. Sample text. If you do this again, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Not in Minecraft. He's doing it again. Okay. Celeste, I'll be with you guys. DJ, you're up. Go for it. DJ.
Oh, hey, sorry, hello?
Hello? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
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 Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, Doobie. Don't kill yourself.
you.
Destiny, a little while ago, it sounded like you were talking about how feminism kind of has this conception at the core of it that we should divorce gender roles from gender identities. So like if you're a woman but you want to have short hair and big muscles and be butch or whatever, you're still a woman. But with pro-trans ideology, it feels like if you do enough masculine things but you're a female, you're not a woman, you're like a man now. Do you think there's some way of reconciling these two like conceptions, or are we gonna have to throw away like one ideology and go with another?
Didn't I kind of complain about this earlier? Didn't I already say this? That it feels like it's really hard for tomboys or effeminate men to exist anymore. They have to be like trans, kind of.
Yeah, so like, do you think we should, like, is there some way for both of these ideas to, like, coexist, or is it going to be that like if we prioritize, like, being able to change your gender roles and being able to change your gender identity based off of like which roles you play, but we also prioritize like having gender identity not be super related to the roles you play. Like you can be any gender identity and play any role. Doesn't that sort of like, isn't that the source of like why gender is starting to become meaningless and why we're getting this like self-ID concept?
I think self-ID concept comes from too much affirmation and everything. I don't think it necessarily comes from there, but like the desire to like toss everything relating to gender, I think is really silly too. Like I don't agree with that. So for people that tend to push that, I tend to push back against that. But
yeah. So like in your ideal world, if we had a really if like Buck Angel, was just walking around, like, would we say like the gender roles that he's playing make him a man inherently, or would we also want to say like you can be a woman but look like Buck Angel? Because I feel like that's the sort of like, it feels like an endpoint of the sort of feminist idea that, you know, you can be a woman and play any role, right? But it also feels like Buck Angel isn't a woman.
I mean, we're really like hitting the edge of like how we identify like these gender concepts. I feel like this is why I say like gender is not necessarily like the biological thing. It seems to be a little bit different. I think anybody would have a really hard time calling Buck Angel a woman. I think that'd be very difficult to do. So I like.
So would you?
Yeah,
would you say like past a certain point, like is there going to be a certain point where we say, you can't be any identity and still perform any set of social roles, or do you think we're slowly gonna like shed those, like, you know, presumptions about people, and one day Buck Angel, like everybody could be any gender, and it's not. I'm not sure if. I don't know.
I think that I think eventually we're going to start to move back a little bit on some of the more wacky gender stuff because it's getting a little bit wacky. I don't know what that's going to look like ultimately though. But I mean, like, things have gotten kind of wacky, yeah. But I don't know where we're going to go next on that, so who knows.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, love you. Be careful, bud.
Thank you, DJ. Okay, next up, we've got sample text. We'll try you one more time. Go
Hello,
if you're
can you
there.
hear me now?
Oh, God. Yes. I'm saying
Okay.
go for it.
Is it clear? Sometimes it's muffled from my laptop. Okay. So, okay, Destiny. For one, as an atheist, I want to push back on the moral anti-realism. So, just to be clear, if you know the terms, then are you a moral subjectivist or a non-cognitivist?
I don't know. Probably non-cognitivist, I gotta say, yeah.
Okay, fine. So there are more arguments than now. That's basically it. So, for one, I don't know if you know it. Do you know the companions in guilt argument?
Yeah, fucking Rem went over this a million fucking times on stream, but it's been a while. Refresh my memory.
Maybe. Okay. So basically, the argument goes like, if there are no moral norms, then it follows that
There can't
are
be any
no
epistemic norms, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So the issue that we always had with the companions and guilt argument is, I feel like, oh god, this is about to get really lame. I feel like all moral statements are normative statements, but I don't know if all normative statements are moral statements. And it feels like what the companions and guilt argument tries to do is it tries to say that basically any type of epistemic belief necessarily needs to be preceded by normativity, and any type of normativity is necessarily moral or ethical in nature. Therefore, for us to have any meaningful conversation about anything, we necessarily need to say there is some objective foundation by which our moral beliefs rest. Otherwise, how can we speak epistemically about anything as well, right? Is that kind of the argument?
Yeah, similar, although the way I interpret it, I kind of tweak it. I don't know if any normativity to epistemology is necessarily ethical. For one, but there is normativity to epistemology, kind of in how logic works, or even critical thinking, you could argue. But I don't know if I found it have a foundation in morality.
Sure. I mean, like, I can agree that there's probably, I guess just because we're fucking humans and even have the conversation, there's probably some level of normativity that necessarily needs to be invoked prior to any epistemic work, I guess. But I don't know if that gets me any closer to saying there's some, like, objectively true moral facts.
Okay. I accept that. We can move on to the other argument, which is basically, you said, suppose there was someone you disagree with morally with. How would you argue with them? Could you argue with them? If you can, then that means there are moral norms to moral deliberation, or at least some grounds to refer to. Unless you take the approach that you have to agree on these norms beforehand, which is kind of subjectivist-esque.
I think you have to agree on something. That's why when I argue with somebody from a different moral foundation, I try to find some kind of common ground. Otherwise, I think they'd be truly unreachable.
Right. Okay, that's pretty interesting. For two, now putting aside the moral anti-realism, now that the factorial arc is for one gone, what
It's
do you
not.
think
He fucking light is
on...
playing right now.
Shut up.
Well,
it's
no,
just in the
it's
background now.
for-
I'm not obsessed with it anymore,
Yeah,
okay?
it's
That's it. Go
background.
ahead.
Okay, read DGG, Doobie. Come on.
Yeah, Doobie. Come
Either
on,
way,
loser.
So,
sorry.
Like, what area of the public debate do you think you'll focus on now more? Because, for one, I'm from Israel. Maybe I'm not representing the average viewer, but I've shared the change my mind clips and the IRL debate clips, and these, from my opinion, were the most persuasive ones to other people. But now that the arc is gone, which areas in the public debate do you think you'll focus on more, and why?
Wait, what arc is gone?
The factorial arc. Maybe I missed up.
Oh, well, because you said the change my mind stuff. I'm still going to do that. I think we have our next set of events is going to be in, I think, March. I think we're figuring out the dates.
Wow.
Yeah, that's going to be in the
Nice.
DMV area, so.
Do one in Israel, okay? Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And, the last question is, did you have enough tea today?
You know what? I did, yeah.
Wow. Powerful. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
GGL.
Bye.
Jesus. Destiny,
Okay.
have you seen Dwarf Fortress?
I already played a lot of RimWorld, okay? I'm not getting sucked into Dwarf Fortress.
No. Okay, next up.
Give me, okay, I got a few more of these in me, okay?
Okay, Absolute Zero, you're up next. Guys, I'm going to ignore every other question that was posted prior to this moment. If you'd like to get in, make it something interesting. I'm going to prefer things that challenge Destiny because I feel like he's headed too easy with you guys.
Based.
Can you just post it in chat, okay?
Yeah, too fucking easy. All right, Destiny. What do you think about my bad. What do you think about attachment to nostalgia and other forms of cultural phenomenon? Is that a bad thing? Today I would argue we're too busy recreating media and lost moments rather than creating new ones and attacking current day issues. What do you think on this?
I think it's kind of interesting to say that, but I don't think that's what's happening. I think that there are safe investments, and the safe investments are things that have already worked. And I think that's why. I don't think it's necessarily tied to nostalgia. I guess you could kind of sort of view it that way. But I think people just make investments into that older media because it's tried and true and safe financially.
Well, I would argue more in a broader, not exclusively media consumption, but even you could apply this to politics. Certain Republicans want to stick in Trump era freaking economics and shit like that.
Certain Republicans want to do what? Say that again.
Trump era economics and policy. They're just trying to relive the glory days of certain.
Trump, was there a
I'm
Trump
talking more
era?
broad.
Jesus, we just got through Trump. But okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, yeah, but I'm just more trying to get to the idea that just this recollection to the past, even though yeah, sorry, I'm flubbing my.
No, you're fine. I mean, I think that people, broadly speaking, always we tend to always glorify the old days, right? If you ask older people in Eastern Europe, some of them will, or a lot of them, I think, will be like, oh yeah, I miss the Soviet Union and stuff, regardless of how good or bad it actually was. So Yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably just a feature of humanity that we tend to like nostalgia trip through the past, right? That's why, like, if you break up with a girl and you meet her later on, sometimes you can get like, you know, rose-tinted feelings about the relationship. It's like, well, actually, all these things were good and blah blah blah, and why did we break up? And when in reality, there's probably a really good reason you broke up, but you just tend to remember the good things and forget the bad things. Same thing with gambling too, right? We remember the wins, but we have harder trouble keeping track of the losses.
Yeah, but don't you think that like that doubling down in a sense on like these, you ignoring all those bad feelings, like not analyzing it all as like bad at all, or no?
Yeah, I agree. That's bad, but I mean, humans aren't very analytical when it comes to analyzing our feelings. We just kind of do shit.
No. Yeah, that's fair. All right, thank you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Bjorn, you're up. Go for it.
Hey, buddy.
Based. True.
You're breaking up a lot.
I agree, actually.
Give me a second. 1 second.
Okay, one second. It has passed.
Damn, dude.
You can.
All right, is this better?
That's way better.
Okay, gotcha. So I have an annoyance with you and your take on what's it called? Holy shit, abortion. You've been flipping and flopping like about it being morally objectionable or not. I really want to know, do you still think that it is ethical it would be ethical for a person to like abort do you think that it's a human or not? Because I have a second follow-up question, just so that I can get on the same page.
What is your question right now?
Yeah. So I want to know if you think that it is ethical to abort fetuses, like as of now.
Up to a certain age, yeah. Up till like 20 to 24 weeks, yeah.
Okay. You think that so before that you think that it's
okay, yeah.
It's unethical?
No, before that you can do whatever you want with it. I don't care.
Okay, gotcha. So I will tell you my view, and I'll tell you why I'm super in disagreement with you. So my view is that it is probably unethical, but our society does a lot of unethical shit, right? By not caring about, for example, elderly, we kind of like we kind of just leave them up to faith, right? We don't give a shit about kids that are being left by their parents and shit like that, right? So by not actively doing something to help the people like in need, I don't know, maybe like people that be kind of like forgotten by society, we don't kind of give a shit about them. So
I think we do. I think we try our best, but
faith. I don't think it's actually being discussed as much as abortion.
Sure, probably.
So I don't think by not caring about them, we kind of leave them up to faith, and a lot of them do, succumb to like illnesses or shit like that, right? For example, elderly, we tend to like not give a shit about them, right? I think it's a really good example, right? So I think it's unethical, but I don't understand if you think it's unethical, or if you agree with me it's unethical. Why? Well, that is my understanding. That's why I think that it's okay to abort. Probably, like I don't think it's ethical, but I think we do unethical shit. So if we're gonna be inconsistent in one area, we should be inconsistent in another area. But why do you think, if you agree with me that it's unethical at some point and ethical at another point in its process of growing, how do you measure that? How are you staying consistent in that?
I don't think it's okay to do unethical things. I mean, we should care about the elderly and we should care about homeless people more, right?
Yeah, but we don't.
Well, I mean, but we do. We know we should. It's just hard to like practice it, right?
We should do a lot of things, but by not doing it, I think that it leaves like leeway for us to get away with. So if we're not gonna care about elderly people, I think that it is okay. If we're gonna be inconsistent, I think we should embrace it and stay inconsistent, right? But if we are trying to stay consistent, right? I don't think that there should be any leeway for a woman to be able to abort a baby. But then we should also not be able to. But we should also like pour in huge amounts of money to like take care of like what is it called? Fuck my, I'm losing the word. When parents abandon their child, what is that fucking called? Fuck, I'm losing it. Like whenever that shit happens, right? If we're not gonna stay consistent, why would we ever, why would we ever care about fetuses at any point or give them any protection if we're not giving other like classes that are
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Your entire argument seems to rest on this idea that if you don't act in a perfect moral sense, that you can't have moral ideals. We can have moral ideals and not act in perfectly moral ways. Just because we can accept that people aren't perfect moral beings doesn't mean that we can accept that we can have less than perfect moral systems. We should always advocate for a perfect moral system. For instance, a mathematician might get some problems in math wrong, and he might even get those wrong consistently, like he keeps messing up. But that doesn't mean we should change mathematics. It just means we understand that not everybody can do math perfectly. Just because you can't do math perfectly doesn't mean that math doesn't exist. Just because you can't be the perfect moral being, or we make moral mistakes or moral errors, doesn't mean that perfect morality can't exist, right? There is going to be a moral ideal that we should strive for. Our failure to hit the ideal doesn't mean that we say that the ideal can be less than ideal.
Then, actively not doing anything.
We don't actively not. No. We don't actively not do anything. We feel bad about it. We know that it's bad. That's why if you talk to a person that puts their parents in an old person's home and you ask them like, bro, what's going on with your parents? They're like, fuck, like I had to put them in the home. I couldn't do anything else, right? People feel bad about it because they have intuitions there that let them know like, okay, fuck, maybe I should have done something, right? When you walk by a homeless guy and he asks for money, there's a reason why you don't hold your head up and be like, get a fucking job, you bum. You kind of like look down in shame and you feel bad. It's like, fuck, this year's life is fuck. Like I kind of feel bad not giving this guy money. Like Jesus, you know? That's how homeless people raise money for people, you know? Like that's, I think we have intuition. Just because we don't always live up to like our what could be like our morally perfect ways doesn't mean that we can just toss all of it out the window.
Wait, why not? I don't understand. Why?
Because what do you mean, why not? It's a non sequitur. Logically, it doesn't even make sense to say that we should. Just because we make moral errors doesn't mean there can't be a moral ideal.
Just because I feel bad about like kids in Africa starving, by actually like they don't give a shit if I care about or not, right? They want some actual help, not right. So if I'm not gonna help them, if I'm not gonna donate to them, right? Why would I do it in another area? If I'm inconsistent in like, yeah, I can care and give a shit about a lot of stuff and stay consistent or think that I'm consistent, but if we're not actually engaging or do something about it, right? What are we actually accomplishing?
Are you on any kind of medication?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, let's say you take medication for ADHD, right? And you're supposed to take it in the morning at a certain time, right? Let's say that you forget to take it one day. Should you just say fuck it and either take it at random or never take it again because you miss it one time?
No, I should probably continue to take it.
Sure, but why? If you miss it sometimes, why should you continue to take it?
It isn't a moral question. It's more of a practical, like.
Sure, yeah, I'm asking practically. Yeah, I'm asking.
Die or whatever.
Well, you're not gonna die without taking ADHD medication, but I'm asking, like, let's say you miss it or you fuck up sometimes. Why should you take it ever?
I think that we can be inconsistent with our actions. I think that morals should be very, very
Well,
consistent.
hold on, whoa. I'm not talking about morals at all. I'm talking about ADHD medication. Let's say a person forgets to take it one day. Should they stop forever or start taking it at random? Or should they continue to try to take it on schedule? What should they do and why?
I don't know if they should. It depends on the person. For society, it's probably better for them to take it. But if I am the ADHD person, I don't fucking care. Like if I don't hurt myself or do something.
Okay,
horrible
let's
shit,
say
like
it's your
shit.
I'm sorry. Let's say it's your insulin medication and you're a type 1 diabetic. Let's say that you're late one day. Should you stop taking your insulin injections?
No, because I will die.
Okay, but you're inconsistent sometimes, so why try to be consistent at all?
Well, I want to stay consistent because I don't want to die. Like, you can get away with being inconsistent in an action, right?
Mhm.
Where but morals you have to stay consistent on.
No,
right?
you don't. Hold on.
Because
Okay.
It's fundamentals. Bro.
It's
What do
not
you mean?
fundamental.
Why?
No, you're wrong. It's not fundamental, okay? The reason why you would take the insulin is because being less perfect, not being on the perfect schedule, is still better than not taking it at all or taking it at random. Like you said, you'd die, right? Or at the very least, your life would suck shit, right? If you're on the journey to moral perfection, it's still better to aspire to moral perfection and to be imperfect sometimes rather than just be imperfect and say, oh, fuck it, I'm not going to try it all, right? Like morality is not a binary where you either are moral or you aren't moral. Morality is a huge spectrum of how moral can you aspire to be. And there are going to be some parts where it's really, really hard to make the right moral choice, like donating a lot of money to homeless people or taking care of sick and elderly parents. But just because it's really hard at the edges, like it might be hard to take like a birth control pill at the exact right second every day, or hard to take your insulin every single time you have a meal that spikes your blood sugar, that doesn't mean you just throw it out completely, because trying to strive towards that ideal, making a phone call to your parents is better than just throwing them in a whole person's home and saying, well, since I did that fuck up, I'm just going to say fuck it completely. Like you can still make steps towards that moral perfection without ever actually hitting it, and it's still going to be better than not doing anything at all.
how do you decide? How do you do one and not the other?
I don't know.
Do you
You're
think it's harder?
asking. I don't know. This is one of the hardest questions in life. I don't know. How do you decide? It's hard. We try to be moral at all points. You always try to be moral, but sometimes you make compromises because you're either lazy, you don't have the time or money, you're not perfect. Like it happens. But I don't know. I mean, we make these decisions all the time. How do you decide on some days where you feel like especially shitty?
Is that why would it be? Okay, sorry. What I don't understand is how can anybody be mad at me for murdering a person if, for example, our government murders people, right?
The same way that you can be mad at. Let me answer the question. Let me answer. If you're gonna ask a question, let me answer the question. Okay. The same way that somebody could be more mad if you stopped taking your insulin injections completely versus you were just late one day. There's a different gravity. There's a different degree to the error there between murdering somebody and telling a white lie.
Yeah, but who decides on what the gravity is in terms of moral actions or inactions?
I don't know. That's a really.
that?
I can't give you an exact answer. So should everybody go rape and murder people? I mean, we decide these things socially. We decide them in our communities. We decide these things.
Yes, we should. Wait, if we're inconsistent, if we're inconsistent to this degree, then probably yes. Either we need to rework our moral system, or we need to rework how society works, or not give a shit about them. If we're gonna pickety pockety choose what we want, what we think is moral, what we think is immoral, yeah, we should abandon that system. Because if you can get away with shit with shit in one area, who decides on where I can get away with something else that is also immoral in that system? That should be completely abandoned.
Okay. I mean, I disagree for all the reasons I stated, but all right.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
So, Destiny, can we do 2 more? Pretty please.
You know what, bro? Go for it. Yeah, let's do 2 more.
I
Okay.
appreciate you. Okay, so first up, we've got Anon the 27th. Anon, go for it.
Hello, Destiny. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. What's up?
Hello. I am an incel who runs a server called Debate Incels. For anyone who wants to join, that's debateincels.com. You'll see the invite there. So I have a few questions from the incel community to you.
Okay.
So firstly, before you were saying that Tinder isn't real life, well, that is bullshit because most couples meet online.
Yeah, those two statements don't connect to each other at all. But.
Well. Well, could you explain your point of...
Yeah, when I said Tinder isn't real life, what I said was that the distribution of people, and I said this immediately after, I said on Tinder it's 5 men for every 1 woman. So it's hard, the Tinder environment is going to be way more competitive than a real life environment. That's what I mean when I say Tinder's not real life.
Yeah, but it still exists. The fact that every female in existence has access to this huge pool of desperate men proves that they can never experience or even relate to the struggles of men.
There's a lot of experiences. Hold on. Okay, I'm sorry. If you're gonna make 20 loaded statements at the end, I can't do anything. I'll agree with whatever you say because you're begging the question hardcore. Okay. When you say women can't relate to men at all or whatever, there's gonna be some things that we can relate to each other on and some things we can't relate to each other on. A woman will never be able to relate to a man when it comes to a desire to have sex, right? Because fucking women can fuck whenever they want, wherever they want, always. However, a man is never going to be able to relate to a woman in terms of what is it like to have everybody just want to fuck you and you don't know if people really like you or not, right? That might be a thing that a man has trouble relating to, right? So, but this is going to be built into our biologies. There's just going to be some ways that it's going to be harder for us to relate to each other's problems. But go ahead.
I disagree with that entirely. I don't think it's simply sexual things that women are wanted on or this desperation that men have is outputted in sexual appeal. I think that the entire premise of just OnlyFans things, sites like OnlyFans existing and their explosion in recent years isn't indicative of simply men wanting porn because I know this is sort of going on a tangent about OnlyFans, but the existence of OnlyFans proves that men are searching for emotional intimacy, not connection. Because OnlyFans has shit porn. It's most girls on there are not even nude. Most girls, it's shitty 30-second clips for the most part, from what I've heard. I wouldn't know, of course.
Sure. Okay, so I mean, a couple things. One, OnlyFans has really good porn, depending on what you're looking for. Number 2, the types of men that are on OnlyFans, I don't think the majority of them are looking for a girlfriend experience, because the majority of them are not messaging girls and having those types of relationships.
I disagree. The messaging market is massive. The personalized video is massive, which indicates a connection.
No, it doesn't. Not all of this. No, first of all, the personal messaging. If an OnlyFans woman has like 500 followers, it's not like, you know, even 100 or 50 of them are all personally messaging. That's like an extra pay for service that some people offer. And I agree there's problems with that. But the majority of men on OnlyFans are not like getting into personal girlfriend, boyfriend experience things with the creators, number one. And then number two, personalized videos aren't always about like, I want to pretend I have a girlfriend. It's sometimes just like, I want like a personal type of like fetish or kink video or whatever.
Yeah, I know, but it's personal in nature. It's about getting intimacy. I get like
personal
I
nature
do,
doesn't mean
I do get most aren't doing the GFE.
Yeah, personal in nature doesn't mean girlfriend experience, right? Like I could request a personal thing that would be fun.
No, I agree.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm like seeking like companionship or something from an OnlyFans girl. It could just be I want to see a certain type of porn video.
But I think it's more to do with the fact that the GFE is just not available enough. Most women are not even willing to do that, or they charge too much. So. But most men would be choosing that if it was cheaper, I'd assume.
I don't know if that's the case, but what's the point?
Well, actually, I want to know what is your opinion on OnlyFans in general?
I'm kind of indifferent towards it.
So you don't think it's predatory or targeting lonely men?
I mean, some of them could be, but not in general. I think, but some people could be, sure. As much as streamers do or YouTubers do.
Yeah. Yeah, no, streamers too, any like outlet for female sexuality, I think, is targeting the sexlessness crisis and loneliness crisis in young men. And
well, those two things are way different. Like a sexlessness thing versus a loneliness thing. They are. I mean, there's a difference between looking for sex versus looking for like love and companionship.
Right, but sex is usually a byproduct of a relationship, so.
Doesn't have to be, and like especially when you're talking about like Tinder so much, it doesn't necessarily have to be a byproduct. It could just be sex, right? I'm just saying I think it's better to talk about these two things as separate things, because if we start saying they're the same thing, I don't think it's true.
Okay. All right. Well, it doesn't really. Well, whatever then. We'll just talk about loneliness then. I think that most men these days are lonely and cannot. There's a huge underclass of sub 5 men, basically men who are under 5 out of 10 and cannot get a relationship, and sites like Twitch and OnlyFans capitalize upon this loneliness and exploit these men by offering them a fake form of intimacy in parasocial relationships, and I personally think that the people that are behind these platforms need to be fucking executed. But like,
okay, I don't agree that there's a lot of sub 5 men. I think it's very rare to be sub 5. I think sub 5 is.
I think 50% of the population is sub 5.
Yeah, I think like 10% of the population is sub 5.
Well, I mean, if you use like a normal distribution for attractiveness, a 5 out of 10 is average, right? So 50% would be above, and 50% would
That's
be
not how, but you know that's not what people mean when they say 5.
No.
5 doesn't mean average. 5 is like below average when we're talking about looks. Unless you're like fresh and fit, like nobody says, they're like, oh, he's a 5, he's average. Average is like 6.5 or 7.
I mean, not in like my communities.
Maybe not in your communities. We can use it if you want, but you have to understand then that the way that you're using it is going to be way different than other communities, right? Most people say that like 6.5, 6 is like average, or maybe even 7 is like average, but like.
Yeah. Okay.
But
okay.
I mean like we're built to like each other and breed with each other and have families with each other. It doesn't make sense even that like only a very narrow subset of the population is appealing to the rest of the population, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. But our desire for intimacy and companionship is different across sexes, because women are the gatekeepers of sex and relationships, and men are just biologically inclined to simp and chase women. And the problem is when women on a mass scale refuse to date so many men and have such exorbitant standards, that's when issues arise in society, and that I believe is the.
What do you think are like unreasonable standards that women have for men?
I mean, you can just go on any dating site and see women who are like, 6 foot only, 6-figure salary.
Do you think the average woman needs a guy to be 6 foot plus or have a 6-figure salary? Or are you talking about environments on dating apps where it's 5 men to 1 woman, where they can be way more selective?
Yeah, but the fact that dating apps exist is just proof that, and these are dating apps, dude. They're not purely for hookups like you would like to imply.
I didn't say they're purely for hookups, but I mean, a lot of it is hookup.
Yeah, but then why are they called dating apps, not hookup apps?
Why is it called hookup if we don't actually hook a machine up to anybody? I mean, I don't know. What do you want me to say? I don't know how I'm supposed to counter that point. Is it supposed to say, well, it's called a hookup app, so, or it's called a dating app, so therefore it must, like, I mean, different apps have a proclivity for different things, right? Like people are saying, like, if you want to get into dating or whatever, like Bumble or Hinge are more like suited to that, or OkCupid or some dating profile thing like that, versus if you want to do, if you're trying to just like hook up, like Tinder, might be better for just hooking up. But I mean, like people date on Tinder too. But I mean, I don't. If the counter claim is just going to be like, well, it's called this, I don't know how I'm supposed to engage with it.
Yeah.
Okay, what is your? Okay, sorry. So where are we at on this?
Just about women having excessive standards and that.
Oh yeah,
shutting
what is
out the
like?
majority of men?
I feel like women will have. They might have excessive standards on dating apps, but I mean, in general, like 5-8 men are getting married and having kids, and like poor people marry other poor people and they have kids. Like it seems like that is a process that's happened through all of human history, you know?
Yeah, but it has happened throughout all of history, but only now with the rise of like dating apps and I guess you're gonna counter that with saying that dating apps are just for sex and it's not a real connection. But
It's not just like people can date
that,
on dating apps. People can date on them.
Yeah, I do believe that a woman can literally just open up Tinder right now and select between hundreds of options of desperate men, and I would say a larger majority of those would be seeking something slightly more than just a one-night stand or whatever.
Yeah, but there's not enough six-figure men for all those women, so eventually they're gonna have to select for less
Yeah.
than 6 figures, 6 foot.
Yeah, but the real black pill is that a lot are choosing to just be volcel, which for people unfamiliar with the incel community, it basically means a voluntarily celibate. Women would rather date nobody than have to date a man shorter than them. Women can deal with loneliness.
Well, hold
a
on,
lot
chill.
easier than men.
When you say a man shorter than them, you're talking a very, very, very narrow subset
I'm just
of
giving
men.
an example of one of them.
Well, but I could
don't
under.
think it's
It is narrow. That is incredibly narrow. That's like fucking
Of
three or
men who are-
of shorter than women.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, on average, how many men are shorter than 5'5"?
No, I'm with you on that, but that was just an example of.
Well, sure.
Why-
Well, because they're
why-
gonna be like, because if I'm like, if I tell you like women aren't gonna date men or aren't only looking for men that make 6 figures, and then you're gonna say, well, a woman wouldn't date a man that only makes $2,000 a year. Well, I mean, I'd probably agree with you, but I mean, like that, like it's not like the only options are either 6 feet tall or shorter than a woman, or he makes 6 figures or he's broke, right?
But notice how you're admitting that women are the prize in dating, not sex.
What I mean, women tend to gatekeep sex more. I don't know if people who tends to gatekeep relationships more.
I think women do too.
I'm not sure.
Well, why are you saying women require all these like this entire like cocktail of like different requirements simply just to date them when men have none?
I mean, like,
average man will date almost any female that goes up to them. The average man has been the average single man, I should say, has been starved for months, is struggling to attract women, is in several women's DMs trying to get noticed, is simping perhaps. Why is it that women can just why is it that women get to control the floodgates of men?
I don't think average men are hardcore simping for average women. I think that they're looking at like hot girls on Instagram and shit.
Nah, any female can just open up Discord and just get hundreds of orbiters.
On Discord, but that's because Discord is like 50
Yeah.
men for every one woman.
No, actually, it's a lot more equalized in recent years. But yeah, there is definitely a imbalance. It's not 50-1, dude.
Well, depending on the
Maybe
servers you're in, yes, it
Maybe
is.
like 3 men to 2 women.
That you're insane. Even in this Discord, there's no shot.
Oh, no, this is a
I wish,
politics
actually.
Discord, dude.
What?
Actually, oh yeah, did I mention I run a server called Debate Incels? I feel like we have like, which is debateincels.com for anyone who wants to join. But I think we have one of the best M2F ratios on Discord.
It's not 3 to 2.
For some
There's
reason.
no shot. I guarantee you. I bet you my life savings are right now. There's just no shot.
Oh, in my my incel Discord server, women flock to it for some reason. I don't know why. The concept of incels appeals to interest women.
3 to 2? 3 men for every 2
Yeah.
women?
Yes,
no,
in
no.
my server, yes.
No.
Yes.
If that was the
Debating
case,
themselves.
you know why I know that's not true? Because if that was true, I would have heard about it. Because every guy would be going there to pick up women to hook up with them. Every single guy, 1,000,000%.
Yeah. The thing is, we get nuked every few weeks. So.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, it kind of got infested with simps. But no, I've got a statistic to prove that it's 60 to 30 actually. Yeah, 65%. Okay, Discord is pretty male-centered. 65% male, 34% female.
Okay, and that's probably going to be heavily balanced around certain servers too, right? There might be some like
I guess
female
like
heavy
dating
servers.
servers.
Like I know this because I can go into random Discord servers and I'll see like the queens of like Discord, where it's like one voice room and there's like 2 women, and then they've got like there are like 7 knights for each woman. Like that's typically how it goes in a lot of Discord servers.
Yeah. I must admit, like even I've used females to bring in hordes of males, and.
Sure.
Wow.
Oh, also another thing that our members would like to say about our server is that we have tons of women who are literally like writing incels' names on their chest in here. So anyone who wants to join, it's deb8incels.com. You can get watermarked on a mentally ill Floyd's chest.
Wow. Okay. Well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Last person up.
Yeah, hit me
so,
up.
And just so, Mr. Anon, I think the reason your server keeps getting deleted is you've got multiple people in your server right now advocating for like rape. So maybe that's why, he doesn't stick around very long.
deb8incels.com, by the way.
Okay, thank you, Mister. Goodbye. Okay, next person up. This is the last person up. And Destiny, thank you very much for giving us more of your time. Is going to be Dominican Superman. Dominican Superman, whenever you're ready.
Yo.
Yo. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you explain a bit about that whole black men being fragile thing?
It feels like there are. First of all, I don't say all black men. It just feels like there are certain black communities online that are heavily dominated by black men that are very quick to play the race card around every fucking disagreement they have, and that's very frustrating.
And by that, you mean people like Angry Man, yeah?
Or it could be the WL community as well, I think does it too.
Yeah, you platform divestors like Annalisa.
And I platform people that are arguably bad black men like Low Tier God, yeah.
Yeah, but I think earlier you said that Annalisa has some valid arguments and that her perspectives are interesting.
Yeah, I think Low Tier God's perspectives are interesting too. If you're trying to say I just take one side, you're like, I platform all sorts of insane people. Like, it's not like I'm only platforming one type of speech. There's a lot of crazy people. Like, Lab was fucking insane. Mr. Girl was fucking insane. Like, I platform a ton of different types of people. I've talked to a lot of different types of black people as well. Joe Lewis, Fanatic, like, yeah, I don't know what you want me to say. Or if you're trying to think that, like, I only platform... oh, sorry, God.
I'm sorry. It seems like you've only platformed other side instead of black men, and now you have, like, this Dutch nerd like an hour ago saying how black men are fragile, and you probably never even met one. I just think you should look out to the other side and try talking to more black men.
Okay, I mean, I do. I have like, there have been a ton that I've had on my stream. Like, yeah, I do. Yeah, I mean, I can bring on more, but like, yeah, I mean, like, I have a ton of different, like, yeah. Dude, I think we had a chat like a month or two ago where there were literally like 7 black people like in my Discord, like all chatting about these issues. It was like fucking Abba, Forethought, that Felicia fucking, or I don't think it was Felicia, whatever the fuck her name was. Annalisa is there, Low Tier God has popped in. Like there's all sorts of like black people that I've had like to discuss like these black issues. It's not just like the haters, but.
Well, you know that Annalisa's arguments are wrong because the data she uses is from a 1960s study. Yet you use that to call black men fragile. So I just find that kind of interesting.
I don't use it to call black. The thing I use to call black men fragile are the way that they treat me on the internet. It's nothing to do with the whatever study.
Well, I just hope you talk to more black men about these perspectives instead of just one-sided perspective with Annalisa. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at here. Because there's a lot to this sphere if you're not aware of. I recommend checking out Joe Budden if you're aware of him. But yeah.
Okay, I'll keep it in mind.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Oh, wait, and I have another thing. Why do you use the N-word?
I mean, I usually don't. But if I do, it must have
Well,
been because
can
there was
you
a
break down
really
why-
funny. There must have been a really funny reason to say it if I did.
Well, what's your perspective on that? Why were you defending the N-word a couple years ago?
I wasn't defending the N-word. What I was
If
defending.
you still hold that belief.
Yeah, what I was defending was that, like, I think that there's a different standard that I would use for public jokes versus private jokes. There might be a joke I think is really funny in private, but I don't think it'd be funny to say publicly. And an example that might be jokes involving slurs, or it might be jokes involving the N-word that I wouldn't feel comfortable saying publicly on my platform, but depending on the company I have privately, I might be comfortable saying it.
Cool. I'm out.
Okay, have fun.
Okay. Thank you. Destiny, as always, it's been a pleasure. Everybody who's here, yeah, if you'd like to follow Destiny, I encourage you to, because most of you are really fucking stupid, and he could help you with that. You'll find him on YouTube. You'll find him on destiny.gg. Oh, is it DGG or destiny.gg?
Destiny.gg.
Yeah, all over YouTube. Great guy. Not an asshole, except when he's playing Factorio.
Nice.
And yeah, I recommend you look up his shit. Destiny, thank you so much for coming. If you guys from the stream want to come and yell at any of these retards, discord.gg/politics will get you here. And yeah, it's a great time.
Oh, thanks a lot, buddy. It's been fun.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Have fun. Bye.
The rest of you, I'm going to open up the voice channel, which is a mistake. I've also made 2 voice channels under this one called AMA After Show 1 and 2. Hop down to those if you want to talk to each other for some reason. Okay, bye-bye. I'm leaving.
Bye. Whew. Jesus. Oh. What is that noise? I have a lot of wind. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't do anything. It's windy. Split VOD. Oh, guys, I already split VOD like 30 minutes ago. Or do you want me to split it again? Wow. Why female? Wait, are there bananas in that?
Yeah.
What the mel?
Well, you said yes to banana.
Are you melon right now? Okay. Thank you.
Hopefully it's okay.
Be melville.
I've never done this before.
Well, slaves of the government.
Oh, and why do you think that?
I don't know.
You just believe it because Andrew said it?
No, not really.
So why do you believe it?
Because we have to pay taxes, and that like that.
But if we didn't pay taxes, then we would have no police or roads, or you would probably be robbed and killed.
Good point. Well, slaves.
What am I watching? You were on a dating show with this girl once. She really liked you, and you did not reciprocate. Which show? Usually, if it goes bad for anybody in those shows, usually just because they don't. What?
She's on CuteBot sometimes, or I don't think she is anymore. No, she does like debates with her viewers.
Debates, hell yeah. Usually, if I don't reciprocate, it's because the person's usually really shy. That's usually what happens. But. What is this? Why? What? She was uber young? Yeah, that's how we like them.
Like, I might have had too much salt.
Too much salt.
Maybe.
Well, now you poisoned my mind.
No.
Now I'm gonna think it's too salty, even if it's not.
No. Of course not. Might just be spicy.
Tate gets robbed again.
I think
It's good now.
Bro, really?
Bro, really?
Did she get her shit back?
Nope.
It's just gone?
Yep.
What a fucking loser.
But they got so much information out of it, I feel like. Kind of. But I don't know if, like, police in Chile actually, like, gives a shit. Felt bad for her.
Rip.
Cable news viewers in this country were treated to hours of live coverage this afternoon as suspicious packages were discovered all over Boston. Roads were closed, the Charles River was closed, and questions were asked about terrorism. Then came the explanation. NBC's Pete Williams has more from our Washington newsroom tonight. Pete, good evening.
Brian, at least this has a happy ending, but it is a strange one. Boston police did shut down a bridge, several main roads, including an interstate, and stop boat traffic on the Charles, all in response to 9 separate reports of suspicious devices with circuit boards, wires, and batteries. Police blew some of them up as a precaution, but none contained explosives, and now we know why. They turned out to be this thing, outdoor lighted signs to promote a movie coming out in May, based on an animated series on the Cartoon Network called Aqua Teen Hunger Force. These signs have been up in 9 other cities since mid-month. Turner Broadcasting says it has now told Boston police what these things were, and it says it's sorry they were ever thought to be dangerous, Brian.
Happy it's a false alarm. Pete Williams in our Washington.
What even were these? I don't even remember this.
Guys have it now showing you some of the episodes this afternoon where police went location by location with the bomb squad to check out these so-called magnetic signs, lights, promoting this show on one of the
Base advertising, true.
No problem. Yeah, give me a hug, man. I'm glad I could help out, man. Today, I'm picking up a random stranger and I'm driving him home and giving him some cash. I'm also going to be giving away cash at the end of the video to viewers just like you, so stay tuned. There's a nice young gentleman over here who has his child. I'm going to go put myself out there and see if I can bless him today, the ride home and maybe some money. Hopefully I can help him out. I'm nervous. It's hard to put yourself out there. I started a nonprofit called Societal Activities, and I want to live a fulfilling and meaningful life by strengthening and creating communities. And I've had this idea for a while. I see people taking the bus, and like, man, like, I'll take fucking 10 minutes out of my day to drive you home. Like, even if it takes longer, like, I would take fucking the rest of my day for this guy. So I'm gonna park, walk over to him, explain what I'm doing. Hopefully I can bless him today.
What?
Hey, sir. How's it going? So my name's Kai. I'm Kai. Nice to meet you. Do you speak English? Alright. The guy didn't speak English. Just got done working.
Sorry.
Let's see if we can help him out today. Bless him a little bit. Pull up behind him at the donkey. Fuck. I'm nervous. Hey, what's up, man? So, I run a non-profit around here, and I'm just trying to do acts of kindness today. And you're taking the bus. So it's kind of random, but I was just wondering if you wanted me to drive you home, or drive you to the gas station, or the Publix.
Bro, this is like the most serial killer shit ever. Oh my god.
It's kind of weird, but I'm just trying to help other people out. Like, I always drive around and I see people taking the bus. I'm like, I wish I could just bless them with a quick ride home or some shit. But if you're not comfortable, like, you want me to take you home? Yeah, let's fucking do it, man. I'm Kai, by the way.
G.
G?
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, dude. You live around? No, you're fine, dude. I smoke sometimes. Where are you from?
Me, I'm from Jamaica.
Jamaica, nice, dude. Yeah, I run a nonprofit called Societal Activities, and it's like a humanitarian-based nonprofit. Let me see, where you going?
Okay, I'm going SR 818.
SR, where? Here, you want to just put it in?
You must know that he's like on camera, right?
Okay, sick. You stay there, or you work
Yes.
there?
Yes.
Nice, sick. Okay. Sweet. What'd you say your name was?
G.
G?
Yeah.
I'm Kai, dude.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, dude. I'm glad I can give you a ride today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I drive past people every day, and I'm like, I wish I could help them out, man. Like,
This is really nice what you're doing.
thanks.
Thank you.
It's, yeah. You stay there?
I stay there.
Oh, nice. You're from Jamaica?
Yes.
How long you been here?
I've been here about, say, 8 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why'd you come over here?
Well, my kids are from here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I came to spend some time with them.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Sweet.
What do you do? Like, besides the non-profit?
Yeah, I work in like the yachting industry out here.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I always like have a passion to do like clearing yachts and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
And
it's
aviation.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you ever need a hand sometime, just let me know.
Yeah.
I love to learn.
Yeah, maybe, honestly. I honestly probably do sometime.
Like come scrub the deck?
Yeah. Most of the shit we do is underwater.
Okay.
This feels like an Onion skit. And you just streams the whole convo with a dude?
We made it through.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Why not just be a fucking Uber driver? Give people $100 or something. Like,
Steve!
milkers.
You have to be honest!
Yeah, I always like your food. It is pretty spicy though.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe that's what I felt. Do you like it?
Mm-hmm.
You can't melt me like that.
I know.
How much, Mr. Kai?
Well, hold on one second. I have some cash.
You don't have to, sir.
It's like 300.
You don't have to, sir.
It's like $340. There you go, man. Just want to bless you, dude.
It's just so awkward. This is what people think Mr. Beast does.
I got you.
Thank you so much.
No problem, dude.
You don't really have to, sir.
No, it's yours.
Thank you so much.
It's yours, man.
Thank you so much, sir.
No problem. Yeah, hey, give me a hug, man. I'm glad I could help out, man.
Oh God.
I appreciate it.
Whoa.
No problem.
You know how much you make my day, sir. Thank you.
I'm glad I could help out.
I will give you a call.
Okay. Yeah. I'm glad I could help, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm so speechless, I don't know what to say.
No, you're good. No.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy your day, okay?
You too, man.
And I will give you a call.
When you buy a t-shirt on our site, you'll be entered raffle to win $500.
Somebody said, look at his first video. I'm sorry. It's not bad, I'm sorry.
It's quite simple, and no, you don't have to pee on them. Let's say you had some drugs you were going to inject. Prepare your shot as usual, making sure to use a sterile, never before used cooker, as well as a sterile syringe. Draw your shot up into the new syringe and set it aside. Now, add a little water back into the cooker. You're going to test the residue. Open a test strip and be sure to hold it by the top. Dip it into the cooker and keep it there for about 15 seconds. Afterwards, lay it across the top of the cooker and wait for the results to appear. They happen pretty fast, usually in less than 30 seconds. On to the results. One line is positive for fentanyl and 2 lines are negative. The drawback is, unfortunately, they don't tell you the percentage of fentanyl present, but knowing is half the battle. Why is it important to know? Because an educated consumer is an empowered consumer, and you can make an informed decision. If it tests positive, you have options. One, you can shoot half back into another sterile syringe, which may not only be life-saving, but also cost-effective. Or two, you may even choose not to do it. Or three, some other option you may come up with that we didn't come up with here.
Give it to
Remember
your friend.
Go slow, because once it's in you, you can't take it out. But you can always do a little more later. If you're not an injector but sniff your drugs, you can empty the contents of your baggie and add a little water to the empty bag and test the residue that way. If pills are your thing, you'll want to crush and mix them first. Fentanyl does something called chocolate chipping. When pressed into a pill, it tends to bind to itself, so you'll want to mix them first to get the best results. After testing, you can snort it, shoot it, or mix it into a beverage and drink it. A negative test doesn't mean that there isn't fentanyl in your drugs. There may be one of the analogs that the strips don't test for.
Here's what we know so far. We know that superior quality test strips, like the rapid response strip sold by people.
Okay, it's kind of funny and a little cringe, but like it is good advice. I mean, like I wish that this type of stuff was more easily accessible.
And Asher, saying
when it comes to some of this stuff, like you should test it. You really should. Damn, especially fentanyl shit. Remember, any drug that kills young people, that's a super scary drug, especially in such small amounts, and fentanyl can do it. Ooh. What kind of test strips to use? Well, the only... I don't know if you can test... Careful with what I say, by the way. I don't know if you can test LSD or... No, you probably can test LSD or mushrooms. I had one of those marquee reagent kits for MDMA, because that's a test that is... MDMA is a drug that's very easy to fake. People use a lot of analogs, people cut it with other shit, and it's expensive. Whereas like mushrooms are harder to fake. I've never heard of anybody cutting mushrooms with anything for a capsule. I guess theoretically you could. And LSD is so cheap, I haven't heard of anybody faking LSD, although I guess it's possible. But I know MDMA is very commonly misrepresented. Wait, actually, I don't know if I can show this on stream. Forget I said anything. I don't know if I can show like drug testing kits and stuff, or if YouTube doesn't like that. I don't know what their stance on drugs is. LSD is fake all the time? Okay, might be. I've never heard of that before, but it could be. You test LSD with an Ehrlich reagent? Maybe. Fuck. I don't know. So if you Google like marquee MARQUIS and then reagent test, ignore this DEA bullshit. Is it this dancesafe.org? I'm trying to figure out where I ordered mine from. Oh yeah, it was this. But these kits will allow you to test for all sorts of different things, and it's pretty simple too. And they have like, it's very, very, very easy. Like the strip will turn like a certain color. Like you can test for everything you're looking for. You know, if you're looking for some other type of thing, it'll show up on the test depending on what it is. And you get to feel like a little Walter White chemist while you're testing. So. MDMA 175 gram pills are like $7.50 around here. Is it more expensive in the US? I don't know what that means. 150 milligrams? You mean? You must mean 175 milligrams. 175 milligram pill for $7.50. That sounds fake to me, but I could be wrong. So for 750 euros, that sounds way too cheap. I would assume that if you're buying 200 milligrams of MDMA for 10 euros, I'm guessing you're getting fake shit. That'd be my guess. Because that sounds really, really, really cheap to me. But, what do I know? Most of the people that I've seen selling MDMA pills are usually selling around 100 to 150 for anywhere from $15 to $20 a pill. That's usually what I see for pressed pills. I've seen as cheap as $5 or $10, and I've seen as much as like $40 or $50. That's like generally where I see it. This guy's saying there's a lot of MDMA in Europe, so I don't know. But also my drug buying experience might be very limited, and it might just be in California, so maybe what I'm saying is really wrong. I don't know. How much are shrooms? What do we pay for shrooms? Anywhere from $5 to $15 for, I think, an eighth? I think? Damn, when was the last time I bought shrooms? It's been a long time. $40 for an eighth? The guy that I got it before had a super cheap hookup. I think it was $5 to $15, I think is what I was paying for an eighth. I think it was around $15, I think. Ooh, but it's been a long time. Mushrooms are pretty cheap from what I remember. And then LSD is like, I think like $5 a tab for like 100 micrograms in general. But the average street price is 3.5 grams for $50. The ones we got for a Recful, I think, were $20 for an eighth. $50 for an eighth sounds crazy. Well, but I don't know. What do I know? I don't know. I could be wrong. People are saying $10 a gram. Damn, okay. Maybe I might have had like a really good connect or gotten a, because I think one of the guys that I bought from was like doing like some dark market or black market. No, dark web, like mass buy shit. And they were in capsules too, so I don't know. Don't listen to these fucklords, your prices match. I don't know. $50 for a gram. No, hold on, let's be real. No, you're right, wait. I'm getting gaslit. $50 for a gram of, a full mushroom trip is 3.5 grams, right? About an eighth of an, 3.5 grams is 1/8 of an ounce, right? Am I making this up? Yes. You're paying $150 for a mushroom trip? You said eighth, not gram? No, I'm sorry. In common parlance, when you say an eighth, usually that, I think in drug talk, that means an eighth of an ounce, right? He said 50 for an eighth? Oh, I thought he said 50 for a gram. Am I making that up? 30 to 50 for an eighth. Okay, sure. All right.
Why are you not inviting the drug queen to talk about this?
Because you are a hot woman and you get all your drugs for free. You don't have to buy them from anybody, so.
You're calling me hot?
Yeah, I'm saying other people think you're hot.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This wind is a little bit insane, Mel.
What?
The wind is a little bit insane.
I know. I had almost trouble like streaming to it.
You can take a gram of shrooms and have a better trip than 3.5 grams of another type. Shrooms are extremely different. Oh, that might be true. I have no idea. I don't know anything about different types of mushrooms. Hi.
I'm just saying hi.
What did we do? Like cubensis? Isn't that the normal ones? Like, I have no idea. Did you ever take fentanyl? Never. I don't know anything about safe doses, and I don't fuck with that type of stuff. I think like opiate shit in general.
It's crazy how people even are doing it.
Well,
Who the fuck gets to that point?
well, I mean, that's when you start going down the opiate route. Isn't that kind of what you do?
I guess, but it's like, I don't know. Like
Like-
the girl we knew, we had no idea.
Well, I knew she did opiates. I don't know but I don't think she intentionally did that fentanyl. I think it was an
You
accident.
think so?
Yes. Well, the guy that messaged me, I think, told me that.
Fuck. Wait, what did the guy say?
That it happened really quickly. That I think she didn't know that there was as much in there as there was, and then
She just died.
yeah, that's what happens.
Crazy. Weird.
I think. I don't remember. I'd have to go check my DMs. I don't remember. But I grow mushrooms. 99% of their cubensis, and they're almost all identical in effects. Okay, yeah. I haven't heard anything about different types of mushrooms, so I don't know. But also, people in chat are saying a lot of people use RCs in place of LSD. I didn't know that either. I had no idea. I thought that there was like, I thought LSD was always pretty much the same. But
Are you gonna gym today?
fuck, I should. Oh, I have to talk to this red pill lady. I'm fucking up. I should.
I feel like I'm underdressed.
Okay, good luck. Be mealful.
No, I will do with you.
Oh. Yeah, you should just go now. Go now.
Wait, why?
Because if you're waiting for me and then asking me over and over again, it's going to trigger the fuck out of me. And then we're going to fucking fight, Mel.
You wanna fight with Mel? Are you ready to fight?
Yeah. I'm in the junkiest country of Europe, and I'm paying above $50 a gram for pure MDMA. That sounds like a good price to me. Am I crazy? $50 for... Wait, how many micro... Or... Fuck, I don't know any of my... 100 milligrams is... Milla is 100, isn't it? No, centi is 100. Milla is 1,000. M for 1,000, right? So 1 gram should be 1,000 milligrams, right? Yes. So if you're paying $50, so 100 milligrams of MDMA is a full, solid, good experience. So $50 for a gram of pure, if it's truly pure MDMA, you're paying $5 per 100 milligram capsule or whatever the fuck you make. That sounds like a really good time. Right? I could be wrong, but that sounds like a good price. You're paying like LSD prices at that point. 1 gram is 10 doses. If you do 100 milligrams per capsule or pressed pill or whatever, depending how you do it, I guess. Bro, I feel like I'm in a fucking hurricane.
Okay, that's crazy. It's like vibrating.
It's not vibrating. We're not gonna fall over. It's just annoying.
The house is vibrating.
It's a building. It's supposed to. It moves a little. Does Destiny drug test basically test how pure the drugs are? No. It can't test the purity of a drug. It can only tell you if other drugs are present. So for instance, when you're testing MDMA on the marquee strip, if it shows up as red, that means you don't have pure MDMA. That means there's another amphetamine that's present. I believe it's just an amphetamine that's present in your MDMA. Now, it's not going to tell you the percentages or how much. There might be other tests that do. Marquee. Oh, no, wait. Oh, yeah, it's not red, it's orange. I'm sorry. But like an orangish thing here would be for meth. If it's covered with meth or another amphetamine, it'll be orange. But it'll be pretty dark, so it might look red. But like orange, this orangish color. Is there any way to test purity? If you want to test purity, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's a shortcut to just, you've got to send a sample into a lab, and that's all you can do. I don't think there's a strip that can test for that. Do you think if you open the door a little, it'll sound better? Try it. The idea is that if it doesn't show another substance, then you are looking at the unit amount. It depends on what you have, because if you, for instance, have a pressed pill of MDMA, like, couldn't you theoretically have like 150 milligram pill and like 50 milligrams of MDMA and then like 100 milligram of just like a binder thing? It's not like another drug, but it's just like binder shit, like junk, whatever. So then like, even if it tests as pure MDMA, that doesn't mean that you have a 150 milligram pill of pure MDMA. It could be 50 milligrams of MDMA and then 100 milligrams of just like random shit. Whatever they use to like stick them together, right? Yeah, like a non-active ingredient is what I should say. I don't know why I'm talking to this person. Good luck. Destiny, you are defo 5'2" if 100 milligrams is a full-on MDMA trip. For real though, 1 gram of MD in the UK is €30 or 30 pounds, and 1 gram of shrooms is 5%. Hi, wait, hold on, I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Whoever just donated that is a fucking retard. This is why don't take drug advice from druggies. Don't even take drug advice from me. Go to Eurowid or go to Psychonaut or look it up online for what the appropriate is. Anybody telling you that 100 milligrams of fucking MDMA is like a week or not enough, you either have no idea how much you take, or you get it cut with a whole bunch of random fucking shit, or you just have, or you're fucking insane. If you're sitting here recommending like fucking 500 milligram MDMA pills to people, you're fucking wild. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Fuck you. Fuck off. Okay, stop. Okay, hi, what's up? Or Arrowhead, maybe is what it's called, I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, cool. Oh, you got like a full-on video and everything. Hold on 1 sec.
Oh, yeah, I stream, but I do like silly housewife things, I guess.
Silly housewife things.
Yeah, just like whatever I think is fun to talk about. And sometimes it's like really important cultural stuff, and then sometimes it's just whatever tickles my fancy. So, yeah.
Okay, well, do you want to introduce yourself for everybody?
Oh yeah, my name's Allie Drummond. I have a YouTube channel at RealFemSapien. I'm also on Instagram and Twitter by the same handles. I guess at this point, I'm a cultural commentator, and I just talk about various topics that I'm interested in. I think some topics that I find interesting and sometimes helpful would be like red pill content. I also, well, I started a Substack, so that's fun. I'm gonna put girls onto some girl game because apparently we suck. And yeah, you know, I would consider myself socially conservative. Politically conservative, I'm not really sure because I don't think that word means anything these days. So if it ever gets around to meaning something, I'm sure I can redefine myself.
Okay. Okay, before we go farther, shoot, hold on. I gotta fix, my mic is fucking up a little bit. 1 second, hold on. Okay, hold on. You're making me doubt myself, so I don't know if I'm getting triggered in chat. 100 milligrams of pure MDMA is a very nice time, but for a larger person, 125 to 50 is preferable. 250 is for the high rollers. Okay, when me and Mel started to push a lot of MDMA, when I say a lot, it was like once a month, I think, or something, over some time period, okay? I think we got up to doing like 200. That's a crazy amount of MDMA. Did we do 250? Yeah. That's like a crazy, like you're on an ultra MDMA. If you're saying that like you need 250 if you're using for like a decent time, you're getting some dog shit MDMA. That's the only thing I can think of. You're getting a pill with a ton of non-active ingredients, or you're getting all sorts of garbage fucking shit cutting with your MDMA, and you think you're taking 250 milligrams. There's no way that you would just take like 250. Is like, oh yeah, for like a decently big person, 250 is like what I need to have like a good time or whatever. Okay, fuck you. Okay, you're wild. You're wild. Stop. Okay, I'm sorry. We were talking about drugs earlier. My chat is triggering the fuck out of me. Okay, I'm here. Okay. Red pill, dating stuff, girl, game. Why did you reach out to me? What was the, why? What did you see or what? Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm not trying to be mean, but
Be mean? Hold on. All right, you're on one of the meanest places on the internet, so be mean. Okay, go.
Okay. Well, I saw that you talked to Torsha, and I saw that you talked to Pearl, and I just feel like, I don't know, for some reason I ended up going down the red pill rabbit hole, and I think that I could articulate it better than them. Well,
oh, you're not even being mean to, you're not even being mean to me, you're being mean to other people. Lame. Okay, go ahead. Articulate it.
Well, no, I don't think I have any bones to pick with you. I think you're actually pretty interesting.
Well, but I'm like super anti-red pill, so we'll see.
Yeah, well, no, I think you might be more masculine than I suspected because I was listening to you on your stream earlier, and you know, I was blushing. I was like, oh my god, like he talks how a man would talk. So it was very counter to what I thought, you know, what I was expecting, because everyone's like, well, he hates masculinity. I'm like, well, he talks like a man, so there you go. But okay. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to, I don't think I want to necessarily advocate for it. It's just there's good stuff in there if you decide to use it for something that's going to benefit you in your life. If you choose to use it for like hedonism, or if you choose to use it for, I'm talking about like red pill theory and content like that. If you choose to use it to blame women for your problems, then obviously that's not going to be helpful for you.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, where do you want to start?
Well, I guess, you know, maybe you could say what you hate about it, or what you don't like, or what you're anti. I might end up agreeing with you a lot. We'll see.
I think men are more similar to women than they are different, but I think we have some extreme differences that we have to account for, especially when it comes to like dating and sex. I don't prescribe to the whole fucking, or subscribe to the whole like evolutionary psychology tells us that women are hunting for resources and men are doing this and blah 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 blah, and it's evil that women are working because it breaks the social order. I don't subscribe to that. I think that male and female social roles are pretty malleable, that like broadly we follow like some rough trends in terms of where men end up and where women end up, but that we have a lot of flexibility in those roles. I don't think that women that work are evil. I don't think men that stay at home are like breaking anything. Yeah, I don't know which are there. Usually when people come to me, it's because we've had like a strong disagreement on something. So, but most of the things that I fight with have to do with like the hedonist red pill shit. And it sounds like if you're against that, that's going to be like the lion's share of what I talk about.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, hedonism isn't good for anybody. I know you're on the very progressive side of things, but you were talking about some stuff earlier, and I was like, like my ears, and I was like, it's fine.
Well, like what? Okay, yeah, what things? Yeah, might as well, because otherwise we're gonna sit here nodding at each other like idiots the whole time. So
I know. No, I mean just drug use. I'm like, oh, that's not good for anybody. But I think it's natural.
Wait, drugs are? How do you not like drugs? Drugs are awesome. Do you drink coffee?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like,
coffee.
I'm not gonna be here to like, oh, well, coffee is just like doing LSD, right? That would be stupid. But I'm saying, like, there are some substances that we take and they affect the way that we look at the world, we process things, it can affect our mood, and sometimes, like, visiting those places can be fun. I think alcohol was the same way, right? Or are you, like, super anti-alcohol too?
No, I just think that some people can't handle alcohol. I know I'm one of those people. If I have one drink, I have to have 6. So I think I have that weird genetic predisposition where, you know, there's some chimps out there that will drink themselves to a slumber. And I think that I happen to be one of those people. So I just choose to abstain. I'm also pregnant. So obviously I should not be drinking if I'm pregnant, but alcoholic women do it all the time. I think I'm just not used to people using drugs ethically or with informed consent, I suppose. Because I think there's a Dr. Carl Hart who I would agree with him. I think that it's probably better for everyone if we decriminalize all drugs so that they can be regulated through the FDA. So that way we have less bad batches that, you know, lead to like overdose. And then we also have more education that goes into the drug use. Like, hey, if you take a downer with another downer, you're going to put yourself into respiratory distress or, you know, like cardiac arrest and things like that. So that's my position on it. But I do think that I've seen where my life has improved significantly by trying to live more, more moralistic or traditional or what have you. It's hard to even describe it as that because what is traditionalism these days? It's just really benefited my life to not do everything that my brain tells me to do on a whim. Not that you're doing that at all.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that drugs should be looked at as like a life enhancer, not like a depressant avoider. Like, if you're using drugs, you're like, oh, I want to have like a little bit of fun right now, and I think a drug would make that really cool. I think that's probably an okay way to utilize it. But if you're like, my life is fucking horrible and I have to use this drug to just like get by or like to escape, then I think that puts you in a really bad spot. And I think a lot of people use drugs as kind of coping mechanisms for day-to-day life rather than just like, oh, I'm going to do this because it seems like a fun thing to do right now. And then I'm going to be done with it and move on because like my life is okay, you know?
Yeah, I think I just disagree with, you know, traditional values on people should try them to see if it makes their relationships more functional. And I know you're very much on the progressive side of things too. I'm not sure, do you consider yourself egalitarian?
I mean, like, doesn't everybody? I feel like it's kind of a worthless word. I mean, I would say yes, of course I do, but I mean, I feel like that's like saying, like, do you see yourself as being like rational or logical? It's like, well, yeah, of course, I'm quite egalitarian, I'm quite rational, but I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, so my position on men and women is that they're complements. So I hold a complementarian view. I don't go for the egalitarian bit at all because I think a lot of people push the egalitarianism, but I don't think it's rooted in reality. And I think that every couple is egalitarian until they have a baby, and they start to notice gender differences pretty quickly in that moment in time. So it's cute, but I don't think it's factual to reality. I think men and women are complements. But more so, I just think people should try out some traditional things and see if it functions better for them. Because I know that there's different flavors and different styles of marriage. I think the real testimony to marriage is, are you both happy? Do you both want to have sex with each other? Are your children well-rounded? However you choose to get there, you know, like, that's fine. But I think people really underestimate choosing a complementarian lens for their relationship and having that outlook. Just because I see a lot of dissatisfaction on the woman's side of things when it comes to marriage, and it's because they didn't marry a man that they looked up to, which would require that they marry a masculine man, and there's a lot of issues that come with that.
Okay, I broadly agree with what you're saying, but I imagine that the things you mean when you say some of these things are things I would disagree with, but we'd have to start heading off in one of those directions. Where do you want to go?
We can. It's just hard for me to tell because I know I disagree with you, but I'm a disagreeable woman, but I'm not disagreeable.
Good. Not very feminine, but a very good trait, I think. But go ahead.
Well, I'm 10%. I think I scored 10 percentile in compassion, so that was really interesting. But I'm 92% in politeness, so that's cool.
Okay.
So I would just have to see, you know, what point of views that you have that I feel strongly about. I know that I think feminism, it was all bad. That's what I mean. I know for sure.
You think feminism was all bad?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't think that before, but I've been kind of working to see if that was a lens that I could hold, and I think I got there. We say prior to today.
Couldn't you say arguably that like your existence online as a content creator doing stuff is kind of a little bit feminist in nature?
That would require using the lens that you think that women got what they wanted through women and not through men.
Well, I mean, it was through men and women, right? I mean, we all live together, right?
No, I don't think that. I think that men love us and care about us and gave us a lot of liberties. Like I don't.
Well,
I
but
don't
they
think
didn't
that we
just give
got
it, right? Women had to fight for it, right? Like women's suffrage wasn't just like all men were like, okay, let's do this for women. Like I think a lot of women were fighting for it too. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what it looks like, but I don't think that that's true. I think that good men often address the oppression of bad men. And I think that the good men of society would have always liberated women or chosen to in the West. I think other nations are not there, but we're, I think, the first culture that's post-industrialization. So I just hold the lens that men genuinely, the other half of the population, they genuinely care for us and they do things to liberate us all the time. So that's why I would say feminism, I could say, is all bad, because I view it to be more of a female supremacy movement. And I'm Puerto Rican, just FYI. I know I'm on the light skin side of things. It's winter out here. But I don't think Susan B. Anthony did anything for colored women. I know people say that, but I don't agree with that at all. Like, I think she was just concerned about the white woman's right to vote. So it's like really foolish when I go to undergrad and these social science professors want me to champion this white woman, and it's like, why? I don't think I was ever in consideration in her mind.
Okay. Well, okay. If women hadn't had fought for the right to vote, for the women's suffrage movement, do you think men... Well, let's start with here. Do you think men would have given it on the same timetable, or would it have been later, or would it have not happened at all?
I think it would have taken longer. But men had to wait thousands of years to get the right to vote in the first place. Like, we had monarchies prior to, the democracy that we have today.
Well, men didn't have to wait to get the right to vote. It was poor men that had to wait, right?
Yeah, which would have been most men.
Yeah, but it wasn't barred based on sex. It was barred based on class, right? Like in those cases, like the aristocratic women didn't get to vote, right? Even though they were higher class women. So I think that the distinction there was drawn on class, not on them being men, right?
Okay.
I feel like in any system where women, or I'm sorry, where there's an oppressor and oppressee, if the oppressee is fighting for things, then the oppressor is necessarily always going to be the one to grant that thing. But I feel like with that philosophical paradigm you set up, that no person can ever fight for anything from an oppressor, because it always, at the end of the day, has to be granted by the oppressee, unless they literally kill all of them, right?
Can you repeat your last two sentences? Because I'm trying to follow. Because oppressor, oppressee, I'm like trying to keep up. I'm like, this is double negative. What?
Sorry. Let's say that you have like a group of people that is owning another group of people, right?
Okay.
It feels like with the logic you've given me, the only way, no matter what happens, if the group of people that's being owned is no longer being owned, then it's just because of the owner group of people decided to change their mind, because they're the only ones with the power to do so.
I wouldn't say that it's a drive to like change their mind. I think it's just gradual, that the goodness of men would have yielded that to begin with, just in due time. I think we want to very much, rush progress and reach it overnight, but that is kind of foolish, really. I mean, we get it, and sometimes it's slow, but I think it would have always happened. Like, I think that men, this is my thing, right? It was important for women to have economic autonomy, and especially prior to in a world that didn't have birth control. It was really important, because if you were married and you became a widow, and you had all of these children to take care of, but you didn't have access to an education, you didn't have access to decent work, you would have been put immediately in destitution. And that's what happened with the poorhouses or the workhouses that were in London. And they did separate the women from their children. So it's just my opinion. I think that men saw that, and when they were liberated, they liberated women. That's why I think feminism is all bad, because I think it just comes down to female supremacy, especially if you consider like the terrorist roots of it. And it doesn't seem to me that it was about all women. It just seems to me like it was about white women. And I think it continues to be about white women. I think they're very out of touch with these low SES minority women who they try to use to advocate for their points. I think it's disingenuous. I think they don't, I mean, I'm out of the low SES now, but I was born into that. I think they're out of touch with women like us.
Sure, but like if it was the case that women were that men were just going to grant these things to women because I guess they really love them and they're nice, why didn't they get it so much sooner?
Well, I would have to look at how hard it was for all men to get the right to vote. It seems like men got the right to vote, I think, from what I can remember, is the 15th Amendment in 1870. And then it seems like women got the right to vote through the 19th Amendment in 1920. But there's lots of caveats to that, like property ownership, race, what have you. I'm sure there's much more detail than that. So from my perspective and my lens, once all men got the right to vote, it wasn't long thereafter that they got or attempted to get women all the right to vote, if that makes sense. I know like the suffragists and the suffragettes were, talking about it, but I mean, I think at the end of the day, men had to say yes.
Well, of course, but then that goes back to what I said before, that like, I feel like with that line of logic, any time you've got a group of people that is over another group of people, necessarily any progress that underclass makes is always going to be reliant on the upper class saying yes, right? It just has to be by definition, right? Unless they literally kill them all.
No, I think I agree with you, actually, because I'm trying to think about it, because I'm on the love beat lately, where I'm just like, everyone's just so sweet. But yeah, I think that if you see the error of your ways, you are called to change your mind, and that would be a changing of the mind.
Sure.
So,
which
yeah,
I agree with, but I mean,
think,
like, you kind of need
yeah.
somebody to show you the error of your ways, right? That's what I feel like.
I'm just not convinced that there weren't other men having these conversations. I don't think that it was just women out here ranting and raving. I think it was also.
No, it was definitely a combination of both, right? Like men
Yeah.
helped, like women suffragists wouldn't have worked without men being willing to vote and shit for it, right? But, do you think that it's possible that somebody could identify as a feminist and not be like a female supremacist, or like identify as a feminist and not like hate men, I guess, or?
Well, yeah, I think most women are born feminists. I mean, I don't even think that, I remember being a lukewarm liberal, not thinking much about my convictions, being 18 and Latina, and just registering as a Democrat because that's just what my culture does. I mean, my parents are still, like, they're very Gen X Democrats, little, Obama to the day they die. And I remembered being pro-choice because I just thought it was a woman's right. But I didn't, when I thought about if I would do it personally, I had to think more about my convictions on it, and I ended up realizing that I naturally didn't want to ever terminate a pregnancy, and then I started realizing, like, around looking at other women, that I think that that's a lot of their suggestions. I mean, I think that's how they feel too. I think most women don't even want to terminate their pregnancy, but because we're kind of indoctrinated in this feminist, gynocentric society, I think we have a feminist leaning, and I do think that we live in a gynocentric social order. I like 100% believe that.
Don't you think it's possible that there might be legitimate reasons why a normal, healthy, of sound mind woman would want to terminate a pregnancy?
Normal, healthy, and sound mind. Normal.
Like, not like a brainwash, but like it might just be like, I'm super not ready at this stage of my life to have a child, and it might be better for me to terminate this pregnancy before carrying it to term and seeing what life is like on the other side, basically?
No, I don't think that. I think it often comes down to some form of pathology. I think it can even come down to an IQ. Just from women that I've talked to that have terminated, it's like, I think that women terminate pregnancies not because of all the reasons that the liberal professors want to put on poor brown women. I think women terminate pregnancy because they don't want that man's baby, because I've seen women have babies that they couldn't afford, like on purpose. I think that researchers are just out of touch, and they're trying to use the bottom, lower class to justify the whole. I don't think that makes sense. But I do think that it comes down to like a pathological problem for the most part, or like, yeah, I would say it's probably some brainwashing too, and then an IQ thing. They just don't have the intelligence to comprehend the actions that they're committing, basically. Because I don't view abortion. Can I say abortion on here?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. YouTube is like picky.
Okay.
I don't view abortion as any different than shooting somebody in the face, but that's me. And I didn't even start off like that. Like, I was pro-choice, and then I had more and more time to think about it and sit down logically, and I was like, oh my gosh, I think this is killing another person.
I guess, don't we think, I don't understand how we can say that it seems like a low IQ thing, where like if a person is going to be in a markedly worse spot in life, if they have a child, that getting an abortion is like, you have to be an idiot to do that. It feels like for some people that might be like the logical choice.
Well, it seems like, I mean, that's presupposing that children are a hindrance.
Well, financially, well, they are in some ways, of course.
I mean, that's hard for me to say too, because I'm saying like I'm from these neighborhoods, like these women. I'm telling you, this is my opinion, okay, and it could be a totally biased worldview just from what I've experienced. And at the end of the day, if they want that man's baby, they're gonna have that baby.
Sure, there might be, but I'm not saying there might be some that scam this up. I'm just saying that like we can envision that there are rational reasons why having an abortion would make sense, right?
Well, okay. I think if a woman was sincere and honest and said, hey, I chose to terminate my pregnancy. I do believe I ended a human life, and I did it so that I could have professional success. I think if they said it out loud, just like that, then I could get on board with it. But it seems like a lot of the times they kind of, I did it because it was my choice, you know?
Okay, that's weird. I mean, I don't know anybody that's had an abortion that sounds like that. That sounds like a caricature of a person, right? I feel like most people that have abortions, like, abortion is really hard. Even if you're super pro-choice, like, an abortion is a hard thing to do. It leaves the emotional feeling is not good. There's a lot of support that you usually need afterwards. Like, you had a dude inside of you, and now the dude is not inside of you. I've heard of the whole, like, oh, liberals celebrate abortion. They get it like Halloween candy or whatever. I mean, I'm sure there might be some people that do that, but I mean, I think in general, I feel like it's a pretty hard decision to make. I don't know how many people celebrate having had an abortion. I'm sure there are some out there, but
I don't think it's that hard. Like, I think that we overestimate women's empathy.
You don't think it's hard to have an abortion?
No, I don't think it is for some women. I think that we think that because we want to see the best in women. But we were talking about how the sexes are pretty similar, right? And they are very similar in empathy. I know people want to make out like women are the more empathetic sex. That's not true. And in fact, if men are compensated, they can perform more empathetic judgments per some studies. So I think that we just like to think that, oh, it must be really hard for these women, when in reality, like, some of them don't care.
I don't think I would ever assume that. That sounds like a wild assumption. You're on like some evil level of stuff there. If you think of
so now we're calling it evil. Like, you know, it's like I think that some of them really do think that it's a choice, right? And I don't think that they necessarily feel bad. I used to think that. I used to think if women understood what abortion was, that they wouldn't do it, and they're just misinformed. But then I came across this one Instagram, and it's called Not a Victim Abolition. And it's like, these women know that they're ending another human life. And sometimes they paint narratives that are really sad. But I mean, honestly, I'm just really biased from my own personal family experience when it comes to abortion. I mean, maybe I'm biased and maybe I'm seeing something other people don't, but there's women that are high in narcissism, and they just don't care. Like, it's just their choice, and when they find a man that they like who got them pregnant, they will have that baby. And that, to me, you know, that's messing with the sanctity of life, and we can see that leak out in other areas like MAID, medical assistance in dying. And then we can see it where now we have some weird Norwegian philosopher trying to see if we can have brain dead women donate their wombs. Like, we're getting further and further from the sanctity of life, and I think that starts with, you know, a conversation about, do we have a fundamental right to be born? And I mean, I think that we do. I mean, I don't know. So that's just my position, but I've talked to some women, and it's not as serious as you guys make it out to be. It's just a choice. Like, it's an option. It's an opportunity for them. What's nuts to me is that we have birth control and we still have this stuff on the table. Like, that doesn't, like, why, then what was the point?
Well, you have, okay. You said you're pregnant now?
Yeah.
This is your first one?
Second pregnancy, first child.
Okay. Am I allowed to ask how pregnant you are?
Yeah, I'm 6 months.
Okay. The way that it's been explained to me, because I don't know, because I have no babies in me, to my knowledge.
Well, I mean, you got half of many, so.
Sure. I think you feel, I've heard this, and I don't know if I believe women when I say this, but I believe all women, whatever. I've heard that you can feel pretty early on when you're pregnant, before you've taken a positive test, that you can like start to have feelings that like something is a little bit different. And then, especially once you've gotten a positive test, and especially once you're like a few months in, like you can start to have like a feeling develop about like a thing inside of you. I feel like it would take a special type of person to abort that with no emotional feeling whatsoever. And I'm sure there are some that could, but I think in general, I think it's a pretty rough call, even for women that are pro-choice. I think it's a pretty tough thing to do.
I wouldn't say that it's all women, because like what I'm talking about is more of a concept of maternal narcissism, which is what I see that's a problem in the low SES community. And there's like elements of gynocentrism, and if you want to get Latin with it, there's a concept of Marianismo. I don't think it's all women. I think some women make the choice and they resent it or regret it afterward, and I think that that's really sad, and they do come out and they share stories about it, but somebody like convinced them that this was going to be like the better outcome for them, and then they're on the other side of that, and that's more so what I want to prevent. I think abortion hurts women more than it helps women, but if we're going back to like, you know, feeling a bond with your baby, I mean,
you can always have another kid, right? You can always get pregnant again.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. They're like, well, I could just do it again.
Well, but I mean, you can, right?
Yeah, you mean? I think so. I know I've read some things that suggest that it can mess with your fertility after the fact, but I don't think that's on the whole. Mm-hmm. And most women who terminate have a child anyway. Well, I think I have let me find my Google Doc, but I think it was like 60%, maybe 40%. I can't recall, but there's a lot of women that are already mothers that terminate. So like, I just think that it's maternal narcissism, and I think that comes from, you know, like, well,
can you explain, what do you mean when you say that?
So the red pill would call it solipsism. right? And I think that that's a real thing. But when I talk about maternal narcissism, so if we're talking about low SES brown people, there's typically some sort of agriculture background. So for Latinos, it's going to be, well, yeah, for Latinos, it's going to be agriculture. For the Black community, it's going to be sharecropping, right? Because that's probably what's still affecting us today through like our grandparents. So for us, on the Latin side of things, like my grandma's first job was plantain picking and coffee bean picking. So when it came to emotional intelligence and development for their children, there was none, because raising children to them is just, you know, do you have food? Do you have shelter? Do you have clothes? If so, you're taken care of. So there was no emotional development. And then we get, you know, like brought into the United States where we have a lot of abundance that we're not really familiar with. But so the maternal narcissism is like in our cultures and communities, the mother is close to God, right? And this is going to be more on the Latin tip, okay? So on the Latin tip, that brings in a concept of Marianismo, which is, do you understand Marianismo? Are you familiar?
Nope.
Okay, so like the red pill would just call it gynocentrism, and it's true, because that's what you were talking about earlier. I guess like somebody who's Black got mad at you about something. I don't remember. So the mom in the Latin community is close to Holy Mother Mary, right? And then there's machismo. I think you're familiar with machismo because you would probably refer to it as like toxic masculinity or something like that. Okay. So like mom is close to Mother Mary. She's holy and she's above reproach. So they get away with a lot more. Right, and that feeds into a narcissism because they didn't have the emotional development from their agriculture parents. So they just don't have it. They have a hard time connecting with their children. And then we have this gynocentric social order in the United States that says you can do whatever you want. This is your right. And so I think that's how we get to women who don't care about terminating a pregnancy. I think it's like solipsism and narcissism. So that's a hard breakdown for me to say, like how I've seen it in my life. I'm not sure what it's like for white women, but it's a big enough problem in the Latin community that if you look for it, you'll find some content about it on YouTube, definitely on Instagram, because there's a whole slew of children they're trying to recover from maternal narcissism that I found my little way into. So yeah, I think some women just don't care about terminating the pregnancy. I really do think that. But I think that would probably be a pathology or an IQ problem.
Why are they, if they already have kids and they're getting abortions, where does the maternal narcissism play into that?
Well, because the kid is not their own person. Like the kid to them is just an extension of themselves.
Okay.
Like it's hard to explain. Like these women are holier than thou, above reproach. They get away with, well, literally, I guess if you want to talk about abortion, to be murder. But they get away with like things like child abuse too. So that's what I'm saying is like we think that women are the more empathetic sex. I don't think so. I think we're about as empathetic as men are, and I don't think men are low in empathy. I think we're about the same. So I think we're capable of not caring about terminating these babies. I think we're capable of that, but I think we don't want to say that because that would make women look bad.
Okay. I mean, obviously, I don't think that the fetuses are quite human yet, but that's probably like a whole other conversation.
I hope I'm making sense. Like, I know I feel like Camille Paglia when I talk.
Who's that?
She's one of the OG anti-feminists. I guess technically she's trans, but I don't think she identifies as trans. But then she's got some weird relation to the Nambla people, so I don't know how good it is to mention her. But the way that she talks, she's very all over the place, which is where I'm at. So I'm trying my best to be as articulate as possible, but I do have a pretty quick thinking mind. It's very hard for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Where do you want to go from here? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Where do you want to take me? I think like the abortion debate is so like dead to me. I have an entire like point counterpoint situation for abortion, but it's just like I think it just comes down more and more to this is a human life that you're ending, a human life with potential, and some people just choose to end it for reasons, and I don't agree with it. I think that conservatives are delusional about how to handle the situation. They want an all-out ban when abortion is as old as... So whenever women figured out they could unpregnant themselves, I think it's about as old as that. And yeah, so I mean, I get some heat because I think it should be regulated on a state level. And they're like, oh, well, don't you think it should just be completely federally illegal? I'm like, that's really cute that you think that would even happen. Like, that's really...
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, probably not going back to that. I feel like we have like I think we're very, very, very far apart from each other in a lot of these things. So I don't know. Like, I can't really. If I tackle with any of the higher level concepts you're saying, we're gonna have to like go down into like really deep stuff to figure out where our disagreements lie.
I mean, we can if you want to. I know that you're more progressive than me. I'm socially conservative. I know that I'm Christian. Obviously, I'm Latina. I'm in an age gap marriage. I think that the red pill is helpful if you look for things that are going to help you with your life. Like, the fact that it helped me to get married and pregnant is sad because I think women should have educated me on that and not a bunch of dudes on YouTube. But I digress. This is where we are at. So.
What do you mean when you say you're like in an age gap marriage? What does that mean?
My husband is 23 years older than me, and then I get a lot of, opinions on that because I'm young, I'm Latin, and then obviously it's creepy, and I've been groomed even though I approached him when I was 25. So that's always a good time. That's always fun, and I think that infantilizes women. So, like the chat is like, oh my god.
So sorry, just to understand. So you were 25 and he was 48. Okay.
He looked good to me though.
Are you worried about like raising children?
Am I worried about raising children? You mean like because I might outlive him?
Well, you might walk him. Like he'll be, into his 60s, I guess, when your kids are teens. Do you have are you worried that maybe I'm gonna have to take care of him if something goes wrong medically and my children at the same time or something, or?
I've thought about a lot of these things because it bothered me at first. So when I was attracted to him, I had a lot of cognitive dissonance. I didn't know what to do, and I felt like it was just something that I should run from because I guess it's atypical these days. It is. I know the red pill's like older men and younger women. It's like the match made in heaven. Like, it's an outlier. Okay, stop it, right? But I think I would have really missed an opportunity at a good quality love if I had not taken it. But it does come with compromises. And I think women need to accept that they're going to have to make some compromises in dating. I compromised on age. It comes with some, responsibility, but you have to choose your hard. So have I thought about me having to take care of him in old age? Unless he has a genetic disease, I don't think that that's going to be a problem. He's very physically fit. I didn't marry, an average middle-aged man. I married a physically fit one, much stronger than me, more disciplined. And I think that it would be better to have a quality marriage with polarity. So somebody that I love and I'm attracted to, that I would rather have that and it be shorter than to have a longer marriage with somebody that's kind of mediocre and I'm not really that into. He's just that guy to me. So I
don't disagree. If you told me you were 16 when you met, I'd have way different feelings on it. But if you're 25, if you're 25, the age gap is a red flag, obviously, but a red flag doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. But if you chose because you were looking for an age gap that big, I would say there's probably something bad going on there. But if it just happened to be the guy that you met and you love him and there just happens to be a big age gap, it's a big one, but it's not the worst thing in the world, I don't think.
No, I've thought about it because he used to keep me up at night. I was like, this doesn't seem, logistically, it doesn't seem like a smart decision, but I think romantically, it is the right decision for me.
Sure. How long have you guys been together for?
We've been together, I think, 2.5 years, and then we'll be married for a year at the end of the month.
Gotcha. How old was your first child?
So that was a miscarriage that I had. So I've been pregnant twice. This is my second time. This is going to be our first child.
I thought when you said you'd been pregnant twice and I thought you had one child and one miscarriage. But you mean the pregnancy you have right now is your... Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very public about that just because I think it's important for women to understand, as much as we want to shield women from the biological burden of reproduction, some, bad things still happen anyway. And I think it's just better if we kind of accept it at times. But that's been an interesting journey where I'm like, is the medical sector helping me or hurting me this pregnancy? I can't decide.
Sure.
But yeah, that was just something so that's what the red pill helped me with, right? Because I felt some type of way. I was like, he's older than me, I shouldn't do that. But then they explained, here's logically why an older man who has resources, who is physically fit, might be attractive to you. So that was one thing. The other thing was I'm a big believer in pheromones and histocompatibility. I'll know if I'm right on this. I'm running kind of an experiment, but I found out that I'm a carrier for a very damaging recessive gene for a bad disease. I'm not going to say what it is, but I think I'm married today too because I like how he smells. So he's getting tested for this same disease, and if if he's not a carrier, I'm gonna be like, yes, like I won the histocompatibility lottery. Like, so I'm excited about that to see how that goes. But you can ask like tons of questions about it, because like I think there's some stuff in the chat. People think like red pill grooming. No, like he certainly didn't groom me. And my husband did show me the red pill, but it's because I was complaining about women to him, and I didn't know what to call it. I was frustrated. I thought that there was something wrong with me. I'm like, why can't I hold female friendships? And then I ended up realizing like, oh, well, you know, maybe there is something culturally wrong with women. And then, you know, aside from that, there's a lot I could get into. I think that women are lied to on so many things about this fake sisterhood. It's like, it's not a real thing. Like, these girls are not your friends, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
Are girls not friends with other girls, or?
I think girls are seasonal friends with other women for the most part. But I think I'm also at a disadvantage. I'm not trying to be mean. I think I'm smarter than a lot of women, and so I think it just makes it hard to socialize with them. I genuinely feel depressed when I talk to women who are not as smart as me, and I don't think that I would be smarter than you. I think that I don't know. My husband thinks I'm 115. I don't know. So, but it's very depressing to socialize with other women, and so I thought for a long time, oh well, like obviously it's me. So he ends up showing me some red pill stuff. I knew what to call it, and it's just I have a lot of problem with unethical female behavior that occurs that there's excuses for. I think it's really damaging.
What's an example of unethical female behavior?
I think women get away with child abuse.
What is child abuse, man?
So there's 5 forms of child abuse: verbal abuse, emotional abuse, physical neglect, emotional neglect, and is it sexual abuse? I think that might be the last one. I think women get away with things that if fathers were to do them, they would be publicly admonished or put to jail.
Like, do you think that fathers don't engage in any of these, or do you think that they don't engage in them because you just don't parent as much, or what do you think?
I mean, I know men and women are capable of aggression to the same degree, except when it comes to like physical aggression, men actually hurt people. So women will physically aggress, but it's not that physically damaging, harmful, I would say. So we're both equally capable of aggression, but whenever we hear about child abuse, we only hear about it from like the male perpetrator side of things. That's usually the caricature that we see in academia. I think there's a big chunk of academia that isn't looking into female propagated child abuse, and I think that children don't even know what to call it. I think that they're just like, oh, my mom was strict. They don't think upon reflection, oh, you know, my mom physically assaulted me, my mom emotionally neglected me, abused me, blah, blah, blah. But if it was their father, they'd be very quick and able to label that and address it. So I think like women get away with these things in this gynocentric social order, but I don't think it just happens with families. I think that women can also be abusive, and what we would call abuse if a man did it, I think women do it to other women too in friendships. If that makes sense, like verbal abuse or like verbal manipulation, emotional manipulation, stuff like that.
Okay. The problem is every time I ask you a question, we open up like there's like 52 different fucking doors to go down.
You can pick them. I'll follow your lead. It's all good.
Oh, okay. I need a drink for this. Okay, give me 1 second. Not like an alcoholic
Yeah,
drink.
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah, take your time. Is he speechless in a good way or a bad way? I'm reading the chat. Also, it is so hot in here. My face is pink. What do we have? Alcohol. Yes, we go. We all need a drink. Time. How am I cooking? You guys can ask me questions about my life. I'll answer it. Like, honestly, look, if my life had been different, if my life had been easier, and you know, I think I wouldn't have questioned so many things. But I had a very hard life, and then I go to academia, and these people swear they know so much about low SES brown people. And so, like, I actually was a social work major. I had to leave the program because I felt like they weren't helping anybody. I literally felt like they weren't helping anybody. So I bounced. I ended up doing anthropology. But it's like, if you're born with a decent IQ in the ghetto, you make some observations and you're like, I feel like there's problems here, but academia can't address any of them because they're scared to look racist. And I'm like, you guys are making it worse. Y'all are making it worse. I'm like, please help. Social sciences are over 100 years old. What the hell have these people accomplished? What did I like about my husband? He was charming and direct. Successful blue eyes. I think I have a thing for blue eyes. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to watch the chat. Oh gosh, do you not think that your mindset be skewed from the machismo underlying the Puerto Rican community? So, like I could see where you would think that, like the machismo part, but I grew up in a single mother home. So, like when I think about there wasn't that much of a dominant male presence for me to have experience with machismo to the degree that you're saying. So I understand machismo. Like, I can tell you about machismo how I see it now. So machismo how I see it now was when I was younger, the typical Latin thing is you come of age and you get slut shamed, period, right? But so I have a brother. He's very good with the girls. This kid can do whatever he wants. He can just have a new girlfriend every week. Not that he's doing that, but he can just do whatever he wants, right? So that point of machismo, because if we're going to do Marianismo, which is Mother Mary, and then we're going to do like machismo, you know, the sons kind of get treated like Jesus. They kind of get away with a lot more. So if you want to talk about machismo, that's how I've dealt with it. I think there was one instance where I did deal with negative, aggressive machismo from a man. Yeah, that was true, but that didn't last very long. So I wouldn't say that that's like skewed. That there's no way that could skew me because I don't think I had that much of a male influence. I think I had more of a gynocentric matriarchal influence. So, okay, what other questions do we have? What would you allow your husband a one-way open marriage? No. Why? I have respect for myself. Okay. Don't you think feminism tries to counter this machismo attitude? No. Here's the thing about feminism is like feminism, from what I can tell, and this is my interpretation of it. Feminism, from my interpretation, is like they think that men are inherently bad, and it's like if y'all are trying to liberate low SES brown women, what's a way that an average education woman? I'm talking to your chat. I'm sorry, I'll be quick.
Go for it.
But what's a way that an average education woman could double her household income? Like effing marriage. But like these feminists don't want to do that because that would make men look good. So I'm like, y'all either trying to liberate people or you're not. Like, don't play with me. All right, what's up?
Okay, can you give me 2 or 3 issues with men that aren't caused by feminism?
2 or 3 issues with men?
Like, what are 2 or 3 bad things about men that aren't caused by feminism?
Oh. I mean, I would blame it on biology, though. I don't know if that's allowed. It would be hard for me to think of, like, social stuff unless you propose some ideas. But biologically, I think men trend toward, culturally, okay, we found one. They're proponents toward narcissism. That's really annoying. Mm-hmm. That's super annoying compared to a woman's proponents toward, being borderline, yeah. But the narcissism in men, if they have it, like it's
okay. I don't know if that counted. Hold on, because it felt like you found a way to throw women under the bus at the same time. Like men can be narcissists, but like, oof, at least they're not borderline. That's what women do on the other end of it.
No, I think they're equally bad.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say one is worse than the other because I think there are people like that are capable of killing people on both sides.
Sure. Do you think when it comes to like destructive social order stuff? Do you think that it's like mainly women that are involved, or do you think men and women share the blame, or do you think men and women share the blame, but it's all driven by feminism?
I think men and women share the blame.
Okay.
Yeah, because the manosphere, the red pill, they're like men lead, women follow.
Sure.
I'm like, well, this doesn't seem to be going
when you
well.
say gynocentrism, what do you mean by that? Gynocentric society.
I think that women are put in a higher social status than men based on their sex, just in general. When it comes to politics and marketing, but I would tie marketing to economy.
So politics and marketing. So for politics, it's vastly overrepresented with men, isn't it? When we look at presidents, when we look at people in Congress, when we look at elected officials all over the country, right? And then I think for marketing, kind of, but like, is it fair when there's an artifact for why women are marketed to more, and isn't it because men tend to be working and then women are the ones that go out and do the shopping? So in a way, like women are marketed more, but it's not because they have more opportunities or more money or they're preferred. It's just because they tend to be the ones that control all the household budgets because the men are the ones that are able to work and earn the money and the woman has to just go and shop.
I don't disagree with you on that. Well, I mean, there's probably something to dig into that, but I want to go back to the politics.
Sure.
I mean, I understand that. Like, here's my thing. Like, if I had to think about an actual patriarchy that I think might exist, it would be the George Soros patriarchy, where, the highest of high value men, just the ones that are running this whole globe. I think that they use women and sometimes, are our emotional tendencies biologically. I think they want our dollar, and I think they want our vote. So you're talking about like, yeah, men are more represented in politics. Number one, I don't even think women want to be in politics like that. I think that's personality differences at the extremes. But
well, hold on, wait. I'm sorry, wait.
Dudes in.
I want to do a thing. Whenever I say something that you disagree with, you can stop me immediately. One of the reasons why the conversation is difficult for me is because you'll say 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 things that I all disagree with, building towards a part, and then it's hard for me to like step in and say anything. So what you just said there, that like I don't even think women want to do politics. Those are like extremes or whatever. I kind of agree with you broadly, but I would also say broadly, men don't even want to do politics. The reality is that the people doing politics are all at the edge, right? It's the edge of men and the edge of women.
Okay.
Right. So I agree with you that women broadly don't want to do politics, but I think that's the same as men who broadly don't want to do politics. I think there are some women that want to do politics. People like Hillary Clinton, AOC, Marjorie Greene Taylor, like that exists on both sides. Probably not as much as men. Even in my perfect liberal, progressive, egalitarian world or whatever, there'd probably still be more men in politics than women, but it'd be more equal than the representation we see now. The only reason I give this as an example, though, is because I think you said that you made it sound like women were overrepresented, had an advantage politically, and when it came to marketing. I think those are the two things you gave. So now you're telling me that women don't even want to do politics and seem to not be overrepresented politically. So I don't know what you meant when you said that. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, because you were talking about politicians and you weren't talking about voters. Like we're voting for these men first and foremost, right? And I mean, granted, it's like all we have to choose. I think overwhelmingly when people run, it's usually men. So that's what you were saying, like, oh, there's a lack of representation, and in my eyes there might not be because of the amount of female voters, right? And I just think that women don't necessarily want to. You said it too. Even at the extreme, the small 20% of people that like want to do politics. That's not a real number. I'm just going off of like Pareto principle. There's 20% of people that want to run for politics. Like there's probably less women than that. Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm on that.
Okay. So I'm looking this up now because I should have known this, but I didn't even know this. I'm looking at gender gap in voting in the United States, and it seems like quite a few more women. Unless I'm misreading, it seems like quite a few more women vote than men in the United States.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. We outnumber men at the polls and for registration, so that would just be further to the point where we might actually live in a gynocentric social order where women make the overwhelming majority of political decisions.
Sure, but then I still don't know if I can say that gynocentric. But then if that is the case, that women are voting more often, this is oftentimes a talking point I'll give in response to like BLM advocates. Well, it's like, well, why isn't the criminal justice system changing? It's like, well, it changes at the local level, and at the local level, it tends to be older, affluent, white people that are voting. So the criminal justice system, these people don't care about the criminal justice because these people aren't getting arrested. They don't care. But if it is the case that women are massively and disproportionately showing up to the polls compared to men, then you'd expect people to appeal to them. Isn't that the system kind of working as intended?
You mean that if women are voting more than men, wouldn't we expect more female politicians?
No, not female politicians, but for politicians to appeal to them, right? Like if I'm in a city,
women?
Yeah, I'm going to appeal to.
I think they do.
Yeah, but I think they should. That's the system working as intended, right?
Yeah, I could see what you're saying. Okay, so yeah, I guess in my perfect world, I would say that you'd have to be a net paying taxpayer to have the right to vote. That's where I'm at. I think that would get rid of.
That get rid of like half the population, though. No.
I mean, you're gonna vote selfishly if you vote for a system that pays you. And I think that's like an actual problem. But
maybe it might be an actual problem that there are such disparities in societies between what people are able to offer society that we kind of need a system to like equalize it out. No. Like in any society, you need people that are going, not to be crass or anything, but like some people have to be janitors, some people have to be working at McDonald's. Like society doesn't work if everybody's only an engineer, right?
Yeah.
But if these people are necessary to the fundamental upkeep and function of society, right? I might be the biggest hotshot in the world, but at the end of the day, I want like a server to bring me food. I want somebody to keep my apartment building clean. Like I need these people. I don't think a world order works where I get to vote and they have no say in how the system is ran just because I happen to be doing a job that is more valued in society than they are when I need them to exist to do my job.
Yeah, but I think we're, kind of equating blue collar workers to not being net taxpayers.
Because blue collar workers are probably almost never net taxpayers. I think it's like the bottom. I think that the bottom 50% of American society doesn't pay federal income tax. I think it's a net negative. I think for bottom 50%.
Okay, so can you, I don't know how you would look this up. So I know the median income for men is somewhere around 50, 51, 52,000. The median income for women is somewhere, I think, in the 42, 43,000.
Wait, is that true? I thought median income for men was like 39,000. We can just look it up. We can look it up. Sorry.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to see, like, if that's true, damn.
Our tax system is very, very, very top heavy, right?
I would be much more brutal than that, just because, I mean, I grew up in a community that I feel like the children are paying for a lot of bad decisions from the parents because we have government bailouts.
Well, I mean, the children pay for bad decisions, but they also inherit like consequences of the good decisions as well, right? Like, yeah, we've got to deal with bailouts and shit, but we have like the internet, right?
Okay, I mean, if you're talking about, if you're talking on the whole, are things getting better? Yes, but we still have these like predisposed, these children that are predisposed to kind of suck and never realize their full potential because, you know, mommy chose Uncle Sam over trying to figure out like love. But I mean, that's like not even necessarily women's fault. It's a Gen X mom and baby boomer mom problem. They suck.
Well, I feel like everybody's parents sucked, right? Isn't that kind of the point? Didn't everybody's parents have issues? Like we complain about some things, but I feel like everybody had issues, right? And everybody's right.
No,
you don't think so?
So obviously everyone has issues, right? But if we're looking at the influence of SES and positive outcomes, then, you know, there is a big difference. Yeah, I've met rich people that have problems. They're different problems. But
I'm sorry. When I said everyone sucks, I wasn't comparing class to class. I was just saying generation to generation, right? Obviously, class to class, like upper class and middle class people are going to be doing phenomenally compared to working class people in almost every single thing, right?
Okay.
That's going to be a lot different. But I was saying generation to generation, like boomer parents sucked and had their problems. Silent generation parents probably sucked and had their problems. People prior to that sucked. Like, you know, we go through shitty shit right now because we've got to deal with like bank bailouts and stuff. But, you know, older generations had to deal with the Great Depression, which sucked. I mean, like, we all kind of have our problems. We get some advantages, we get some negatives. I think it's hard to say on a whole, like this generation sucked compared to this generation, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, this is different. I can put a pin in it. I can remember it because I would just be talking about how I think Gen X moms, baby boomer mothers are derelict of their duty. But
what do you mean by that, though?
Well, I don't. If we start on this, then we can't go back to the median income. And
oh, yeah, we can go back. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, so whichever direction you want to go, I'll follow you.
What were we talking about for median income? Oh, I think the stat is
how
like
many of these people,
the bottom 50% of American workers, I don't think pay taxes. I think that's true. Their federal tax liability ends up being zero once you get past like your standard deduction, your child tax credit, anything else you got.
Okay. Huh. I might just have to be a jerk. Like I might just have net paying taxpayer, baby. Like, no, you can't vote for the system that feeds you because we end up with problems like what's going on in Brazil, Venezuela. I'm very forward projecting in that way.
But don't you want it? Well, let's be forward projecting. Don't you kind of want and need everybody to be bought into the system? Like, do you really think the bottom 50, 60% of people would be happy if they couldn't vote?
I mean, I wouldn't be talking about happiness. It would be like the net positive.
Well,
you know,
happiness is important because if they're not happy, then they do things like violent revolution, right? That's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't want like a population. When I say like be happy, what I mean is that like they would be content to exist in a peaceful manner within this system. That's what I'm thinking of.
Well, this is where I just think that if there's people that are, and I hate to say it, like more intelligent, because I mean, even an intelligent person born low SES is going to find a way out. So people that are more intelligent, more capable, and I know there's like Nepo babies, and I don't like them either. But I think that it's possible that this bigger representation could do well for the bottom half, like could make their lives better. It would have to be an experiment. I don't know what kind of fallout there would be. You know, I would like to see how that would work, but I don't think it's happened yet in order for us to do it. But I see a lot of problems when it comes to like Democrats in the U.S. Republicans have their own problem, but when it comes to like low SES minorities and Democrats, I feel like these people are shooting us in the foot like every day, and it just pisses me off because I think we could be way better off than what they're willing to do for us. Yeah, and it's like we have to pay for it at the end of the day. Like we're the freaking community that doesn't have fathers. We're the ones that have criminality. You know what I mean? Like lack of access to health. Like it's us.
I guess I just say like I feel like rich people, there's a lot of problems they just wouldn't give a fuck about. Like rich people wouldn't give a fuck about fixing like homelessness or like doing anything for like people that need food stamps. Like they're just like, oh well, if you can't work, like suffer, starve, who cares? Like,
do you think that so the very, very wealthy people that you're referring to, do you think that they would trend toward, I don't know, like narcissism or sociopathy? I wouldn't say neuroticism. I would just say like narcissism or sociopathy. Like, do you think they're more, you know, less human?
I don't think it's that. Never explain with malice what could be explained with stupidity, except instead of stupidity here, I'd say just kind of like cluelessness, right? Like, I don't think it's that rich people would be especially cruel. I just think they just wouldn't care as much because like, oh, like why can't this person just figure their shit out, or why can't they do that? Like I feel like that would be like where people would tend towards, and they wouldn't worry about some problems because they'd be like, you know, why, like they wouldn't even know it's a problem. They just wouldn't think much about it, like ignorance basically.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that's, I don't know. I haven't really.
Have you ever lived in like cities, like city, like downtown, like big cities?
Yeah,
Have you ever
grew
heard?
up in Kissimmee.
Yeah, have you ever heard really wealthy, liberal, progressive people talk about homeless people?
Yeah, they usually suck at it.
Yeah, because they've never seen one before. So you get like phrases like our unhoused neighbors, and like homeless people are just like chill and cool and you should never be scared of them, and if you are, that's like evil or whatever. It's like you've clearly never been around a crazy homeless person before. Like it's very obvious, right?
Yeah.
So I think, but I don't think those progressives are evil or mean or like hate homeless people. They just don't know because they don't have the experience, I think.
And that would be the same thing for like wealthy Republicans. They just don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Like I remember listening to, when I was in Louisiana, there were a couple wealthy people that we stayed with when we were doing an event for them. And this mom started talking about how lazy she thought everyone in Hurricane Katrina was in New Orleans or whatever, how lazy and they should have blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, like, don't you think it was like pretty hard for them? Like, what are they supposed to do? And she's like, well, I don't know why they didn't just all like move away. Like, why didn't they just leave?
Oh my God.
And it's like, that's something that like, I can understand her perspective because this was a lady, their family owned like 5 car dealerships. They came from money. Their mansion we stayed in was fucking unbelievable. And I can understand her saying that because like, yeah, that makes sense for her. But for a lot of people, it's kind of hard to just like pack up all your shit and leave, especially if you're living like paycheck to paycheck and like barely getting by. Like you can't just like pack your whole life up and take off, you know?
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. So I think from your worldview, your lens, you try to solve, you know, well, I don't know what you try to do. You just chatting on YouTube. You're doing great though. But it seems like you're more trying to address societal problems that are complex. Where I think my perspective is what bothers me the most about the liberal and the progressive side of things is that I think it just sells out brown women. And I think that what could help our communities the most would probably be marriage. I think that that's the best answer right now at this point in time.
I understand what you're saying, but like, I don't think we get married that way. I don't think that we get married for financial success. I think that we tend to have financial success and then marriage follows kind of as a reward for that. So like,
I see.
Oh, go ahead.
I could see that perspective. I think that people that have, I mean, marriage is the lowest it's ever been. It's only 6 per 1,000, and it's lowest it's ever been in recorded history in the U.S. So, and I think, but it's hard because I think it's like university's fault. It could be capitalism because women are getting divorced because they can, and we have economic autonomy, so we get to make more romantic decisions than we've ever made before. But it seems to me like societal brainwashing at the university level. Like I don't want to curse. It doesn't make any sense to me.
You want, unless you're like, it's not like a red pill thing to do or something. I don't know.
No, that one I don't. They annoy me too. Okay, so like here's the thing: you grow up in an urban inner city. Let's say you're a low SES woman, right? You're gonna hear things about feminism a lot more now today. Not when I was going to school. I graduated in 2013, so feminism wasn't even really a thing. I was never a feminist. I just thought, like, this seems like an upper middle class white woman's problem. So like, you'll go to school and you'll hear from these women, because school is predominantly women, you'll hear from these college educated women about how the systems of oppression work. And so then we'll hear things about the patriarchy. You're like a young, impressionable girl in the hands of the government because you're going to school, public school, because that's what your parents can afford. You have to go to public school, that's it. So you hear from these college-educated teachers when the reality is like they probably went to college because their parents got married and stay married. Now, there is a difference between divorced mothers and divorced fathers and what household is in there. That's true. Divorced mothers still, I mean, their children still tend to go to college. So it's like you got to hear from Becky, your teacher, about the systems of oppression. Meanwhile, she's coming from a full-blown 2-parent household with completely different opportunities than you, trying to tell you that men are holding you down. And how the hell is that supposed to work for a young, impressionable woman's mind who, like, if we're talking about liberating these women, yeah, you know, twice the household income is a great way to do that, and marriage is a great way to do that.
Yeah, so, okay, I'm going to push back against, I'm going to push back on this one more time. You keep saying twice the household income. I don't think people marry for financial success. I think people tend to get married after they've had some financial success.
That's just, well, yeah, I think that's part of a problem.
Well, I think that's how it's always been. Well, maybe not necessarily when women couldn't work, but I think in general, people tend to wait for some level of financial stability. And then once they've got that financial stability, then they get married. I think that tends to be how people sort themselves out. Because until you have some level of financial stability, you can't really have a house. It's harder to meet people. Getting married is a type of financial commitment. You don't want to probably get married to somebody that like lives with their parents because you don't know if they can even manage a household budget.
Yeah, so I actually think that that's a problem, though.
What part of that is a problem? Yeah.
Like, let's wait until we're, you know, fully financially capable. And I think that's more on the male side than the woman side of things. That's my opinion. I could totally be wrong. So, you know, instead of, hey, let's get married young, build this thing together, and succeed over time, it's like, oh, like, well, let's just wait until I feel like it's the right moment. And
Isn't that, maybe that, I think that's probably a really good idea, is to wait for the right moment, right? You probably don't want to jump into lifelong commitments. Like, marriage is a really big deal.
I think
especially if you're concerned with like divorce rates and stuff, right? Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, I agree with you on the divorce rates, but it's like, I think we just live in such a fearful society. So it's like, when is the right time to get married? Is it ever going to be a right time? Is this a cope? Is this true?
Can't the right time be like at the very least when you both have like a place that you can live in and you're like both are working like okay jobs and are done with school? I think that's like okay. I think those are some decent.
I think that's not like the worst model in the world, but we're neglecting another option, and I'm not arguing which option is better. I'm just saying that there's multiple ways to approach this that would probably help a lot of people out. Another model is you like live with your parents, and then y'all end up dating, and then you get money together, and then what people used to do they would live with one parent, one family's parent, so like the in-laws or your actual family of origin, and then you would save money and then you get a house. That's what people did, and now they just kind of are, well, yeah, screw it, like divorce is the way it is, and why would I even bother trying? I think a lot of this stuff is a cope, and people could have really the joy and fulfillment in marriage if they weren't so afraid to approach it. And I say this as somebody that's remarried. I think it's really important. I mean, you can dissect that too, but I think it's really important.
I would say when it comes to marriage and relationships, like I don't think you are dating until you live together. Anything before that, I think, is to say that you have a boyfriend or girlfriend and you guys live separately. I think that's a cope. I think until then you're friends and you fuck and maybe you say you love each other, but until you live with somebody, you have no idea what it's like to actually be with that person. I think so. I think that the idea of like getting married before even like living together, that sounds wild to me. Like I would never suggest somebody do that ever. Unless you're literally like in financial destitution and like the richest person in the world comes along and wants to like fucking save you, you know. But you know, aside from Captain Save-A-Ho, like you're like, yeah, I don't. The idea of like, oh, we live with our parents and we go on dates sometimes and it's really cool. And we're going to get married and then build a future together. Like you don't even know if you like each other now. How are you going to know if you like each other and whatever the future is? That sounds crazy to me. I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think so. I mean, I cohabitated. I had my own apartment though. So like for a very long time, I had my own apartment. I just didn't frequent there that often. But I think that's part of the problem, right? When we're talking, because everyone's liberal and conservative in many ways. We're liberal about the things we want to change. We're conservative about the things that we want to keep. I don't think that this modern dating dynamic is functional in terms of marriage, because it's the lowest it's ever been, right?
You keep saying that marriage is the lowest ever been, but I don't know if that's even necessarily a good or a bad thing, right? I think that demands a little bit of further analysis, right? Because it's possible, nay, even probable, that in the past, divorce rates were pretty low because how are you going to get divorced as a woman? I think you said it yourself that like in some of these cases, like if you get divorced, you're like, fuck, you don't really have a job, you might have a kid, you're like just, you might lose your, like everything's like super fucked. So I don't know if higher divorce rates are necessarily bad. Like I don't think in general we don't want people to get divorced. Like if I can choose a divorce rate of 0% or 50%, I would choose 50%. But just because I would choose that, if the divorce rate used to be lower and now it's higher, that doesn't mean it's worse now than it was before, even if I would opt for a lower divorce rate, right? Because society has changed in such a way that maybe people are getting divorced now that didn't have the opportunity to in the past, but probably should have been able to in the past.
So yes, right. This is very, this is a lot. Okay, women do get divorced now, just because they can. Because the red pill, there was.
I don't think anybody. I don't think that's true. I reject that. I don't believe it. I don't think anybody gets divorced just because they can. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, well, if we didn't have industrial agriculture, we would actually be dependent on men and we wouldn't be able to divorce them. Like, that part is true. Divorce
But when
only
you say
exists in
divorce
societies
just because we can, there's probably a
Yeah.
reason why you get divorced. I don't think anybody wants their marriage to end. That sucks.
Yeah, but there's also women who get divorced and then they come to regret it and they didn't feel like they made the right decision.
There's people
But,
that
I
end
mean-
relationships that feel like, but there's also people that stayed married forever and like, fuck, this was a mistake. I shouldn't have done this. But like, I guess I had kids, so
Yeah.
whatever, right? So I just think in general, because there's I don't know if you're doing this intentionally or not, or if you're aware of this, or we just haven't verbalized it completely. But there's a stereotype that like 80% of women initiate divorces, and the only reason women get divorced is because they're bored and they want to terrorize their husband. And these poor, sad men are just the victims of these evil, malicious women that are just out here divorcing them for no reason over and over and over again. And it's like, I don't think it quite works. I don't think that women enjoy getting divorced. I don't think anybody gets divorced just because they can. They probably get divorced because they feel like the relationship isn't working out for them.
Okay, so I probably agree. Okay, I want to go back to the whole cohabitation thing.
Okay.
What you're saying is, like, you're describing what people do for modern dating, and that is true. We cohabitate longer, and then if you wait long to get married, you're more likely to stay married, right? But we're doing this I don't know, long, slow burning love, and then I think it ends up being an issue when it comes to like reproduction later. But I'm not sure that that's a good or effective model. Now, I might have to shut up in 30 years when the data comes out that like marriage doesn't necessarily matter because of the co-parenting that goes on, and it's just parental investment and it's still producing good children. But I don't know that yet. But what I do know
Well, don't we
is that
already kind of know that? Like,
only in the Black community do we know that.
well, no, like, so for instance, I know this because I'm in a split. My son and my son's mom, my ex-girlfriend, we're not together anymore, right? So I'm very interested. So I would like dig into a lot of this in the past, right? When it comes to the success of children, and when it comes to how children do in like broken households or whatever, it seems like a lot of this has to do with SES related stuff, right? Because like a single parent household, we're not generally thinking of like mom comes home, she takes a break, the children are hanging out having fun in their 3-bedroom house. Usually it's like mom is fucked. Half of parents don't even get child support, so the dad's not even paying anything. Mom's working 2 or 3 jobs. They're in a shitty neighborhood. Everything is like fucked in their lives, right? So I feel like a lot of the stats when we talk about like broken households are the lack of marriage is like destroying kids' lives. I don't think it's the lack of marriage. I think it's growing up in like really broken homes, and I think that happens because not necessarily because people just get divorced. Like wealthy split parent households like do fine. Yeah.
Yeah, this is true. Like we talked, I think earlier, I brought up the fact that divorced mothers, not divorced fathers, very different, 2 very different things. Divorced mothers, their children will still succeed in college and will still graduate. Not at quite the same rate as a 2-parent household, but they still do. They're not far behind.
Sure. I don't know the data on this, but I'm pretty sure that my guess would be that the outcomes for a split parent household for middle class people might be equal to or better than the outcomes for married households for like working class or like poverty class people. That'd be my guess.
So I'm waiting for more data to come out, because so far the one thing that social scientists have been able to discern is that probably the best parenting method is a 2-parent household in comparison to like just broken homes in general. So, but it could be very possible, because we're in a post-industrial society, we're in a post-marital society. It could be possible that people just raise their kids together in different ways and the kids still turn out better. But I don't know yet. So I'm not
Sure.
willing to budge on it until the data comes out. And I can just see like the chaos that's happened in my community and other communities, and even my own life and some of my girlfriends' lives, where it's not good for the kids when the parents split sometimes.
Sure, but it's also probably not. It's also really bad for kids when parents are fighting all the time. I think that's horrible for children. Because sometimes we'll get people that are these like purist in terms of like you have to stay together for the kids, and like if you're fighting in front of your children all the time, like you should just split. Like that's like the worst thing ever. I think that you could have in front of a child is 2 parents that hate each other that are going after each other's throats with a kid in the household. Like at that point, you should just, I think, divorce.
Yeah, I mean, if you like hate each other, yes, but if it's something that you can work through, you need to go to couples counseling, because it's not just about you, it's about the child or children.
Sure, but I mean, like that's true even in relationships without children. If it's something you can work through, you should always try to work through it, even if you're
No,
even
I'm
if
with
you're
you on
dating
that.
Sure. Okay.
But I think like what I think is a problem with modern dating, women are the vetters, so we're picking. I think that our moms didn't teach us how to get men or keep men, or like men that we're compatible with. And I think that's something that women are Gen X mothers and baby boomer mothers, I think that they're derelict of duty of that, because it was supposed to be something that you're culturally taught. Okay, this is how you get a man. This is what they like. This is what they don't like. This is how you talk to them. This is how they're kind of different. And you learn this, and you go out there and you're able to get a decent mate. But I don't think that that's what's happening. I think you get born now as a woman, and your mom, especially if you grow up in a single mother home, because your mom might not even have the education either. I call it romantic education. But you're just born and they're like expecting grandkids. It's like, that's great, but how am I supposed to get there? You haven't taught me anything about men. I don't know how I'm supposed to socialize with this opposite sex. I think that's a problem. And I think
what do you think is like in terms of skills that like women don't learn that they need to learn? Like, what's an example of that?
Oh my God. Well, I hate to say it, because some of it I don't know if academia would support it, but we do have to kind of appreciate that academia right now is pretty leftist. So if there was anything that would, benefit men, do I think it's going to get studied? Like, honestly, probably not. That's just where I'm at. Or anything that paints
I like a lot of like
light.
relationships and dating and stuff like this is like an area that I have like a really high interest in. So we can speak a little bit more anecdotally if you want. We don't have to be like super academic, but I'll just say opening this because I'm curious, because from my feeling is I tend to feel like men have more trouble socializing or dealing with women than women have with men. That's like the feeling that I have. But I feel like I feel you feel differently. So I'm just curious. I don't need like a study and a data point or whatever. Just I'm curious in general, like what are some skills that you think that women need that they don't have when it comes to dealing with men?
Oh my God, it's so bad. That's why I can't stand the manosphere sometimes, because there are a bunch of socially awkward women out here. Like, how are you going to say that women are the more socially savvy sex? We can't even get commitment from boyfriends we like. So like, okay, so at a base level, a teen boy can come to the conclusion and say, all right, I want girls. How do I get girls? Well, girls like gifts. I need to get a job for my parents or something so I can get money so I can get girls gifts. So that's like the provisioning part. The protection part, and I'm talking about like very, very basic things that we can assume that men should do in a relationship, and I'll get to the women in a second.
Sure.
So like men understand the provisioning part, I think pretty early on, that y'all's social status is tied to your income in some way, shape, or form.
Well, okay. I'm going to add a little thing, because I'm going to fight you on all of these, okay? I understand what you're saying there, and that might be something a boy figures out early in high school. But and I'm speaking purely anecdotally here. So if your experience is different, you can feel free to tell me. I feel like one of the biggest complaints that women often have about men, especially partners, is they stop giving them gifts. They don't give them flowers. They don't give them anything. There's those like languages of love where it's like, oh, like I wish my husband would just like even get me like a fucking candy bar, or just like something to show me that he thought about me throughout the day. A little stupid fucking $2 rose. Yeah, I feel like that's one of the biggest complaints I hear about women regarding men.
Yeah, but I'm making a larger point. Like you're not wrong on that.
Okay.
Okay, so at the base level, these teen boys, they understand provisioning. When it comes to protection, I don't think that that's understood. That men are supposed to do that, but I think that they will innately do that. When we have things like mass shootings, men will still jump in front of bullets for women that they don't know. And I don't see like a lot of men taking interest necessarily in combat sports or weapon handling, but they will still they will put their lives on the line for women. Now, when we have modern women, right? So the boys, they understand provisioning and then, maybe protection. So I don't think so these days. But when it comes to women, they're like, why do I have to make him a sandwich? And you're like, what the hell? Like, what, are you serious right now? Like, it's not even hard. Okay. It's like 2 slices of bread, piece of meat, a piece of cheese, you put it together. But we just we don't even really understand how to reciprocate to men. And I think men now are, called to do a lot of things that are unnecessary. Your man has to be your girlfriend, your therapist, your bodyguard, your what is it? He's got to pay the mortgage. And then if he's tired and working 40+ hours a week, he's got to help you with parenting, like a lot more. And I just think that that's too much to put on a man. That's also why I favor traditional values. Well, I hate saying that, conventional values, right? Because liberal women got it in the 90s. Now they seem to have forgotten. But like for women, you're supposed to be working, okay? And then you're supposed to stay fit and then have a libido and take care of children. Like, how? And cook and clean, like, how? That doesn't seem like it's going to make sense. So that's why I have that complementarian view, that I think some things are very natural that we in the West, we like to play around with. But it's like basic in other cultures. Like, men
sure.
I saw you eating earlier. Your wife made you food. I saw it.
Yeah, because I earn a little bit more money than her, right? So she does a little bit more of the household duties, but she also earns a lot of money on her own too. She's very successful on Twitch. Okay, when you say learn like provisioning, when you use that term, are you saying that like men at an early age have to employ some baseline level of reasoning to figure out what they need to do to make a person like them, to make a woman like them? Is that broadly speaking what you're saying?
The ones that get it, yeah.
Okay.
They can figure it out early on.
Don't women figure this out really early on as well? I feel like one of the biggest like stereotypical experiences. Are you going to say no? You can go ahead and say no, but I'm about
my
to
answer is no.
Okay, I'm about to destroy it because I know the answer is yes
Okay,
for this,
okay,
right?
let's go.
Right? The stereotypical experience in high school, especially, is how weird the games are played, where girls are trying to fuck boys because they know that's what they want for relationships, and then they get their hearts broken because they realize that, like, fuck, that's not like a good way to get a boyfriend. But I feel like that's every adolescent woman's experience going through the early stages of high school is boys are starting to get horny and boys want things from me, and I know that if I give my boyfriend this particular thing, he's gonna like me. And there's that whole back and forth play that women go through when they're growing up to figure out what's an appropriate way to engage with that. But I feel like they figure that out pretty early too. That a girl knows if she puts out a guy, he's gonna be more interested and stay around longer, and if she doesn't, he's gonna leave, right?
Yes, but like this is what I mean by, propaganda, women are uneducated. This is so stupid. So it's like majority of women are probably long-term mating strategists. At least that's the position that David Buss takes, and I tend to agree with him. So like when we talk about promiscuous women, this is what I think the red pill gets wrong. Like, oh, these women are just, they're out there doing it because they're, at the extremes of like social sexuality. And then, it's all these women. It's like, no, these women are trying to get boyfriends to turn into husbands, to turn into fathers, but they haven't figured anything out past the box. And that's where I'm like, we need to have better conversations about how to get and keep the men that we're attracted to. But that requires a little bit of, accepting some gender roles as you negotiate them in your relationship, though.
I feel
different
like
men want different things.
I'm going to fight this a lot. I feel like what it requires more is learning how to vet things like fuckboys, which is exactly what the red pill, I feel, are generally creating, are fuckboys. Like ways to trick girls into fucking you, ways to present a lot of value but never actually giving it, ways to juggle multiple girls at once but not actually committing to anything, ways of having these one-ended open relationships. Like, it feels like the red pill in general is creating exactly the types of men that the traditional women that you're talking about would try everything to avoid. And they have to develop like really sophisticated strategies to get away from it.
Yeah, well, I would say it's like a conventional thing, because I think liberal women just got it twisted lately. You think in the 90s they were like, yeah, how I feel about taxes is completely different than me making my family a meal.
Wait, I don't understand that as a response to anything I said at all. Wait, what?
Oh, no, I was just saying that I'm gonna go back to what you said.
Sure, go for it.
I'm right there.
Okay.
I'm right there.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think the manosphere is creating that. Like, I think that we over amplify, overthink it. It's like when women are scared about incels because of who they see online, when your brother, your uncle, your plumber, your doctor, they could be an incel too. Like, most are contributing members to society. I don't think that the red pill's, making players. Now, if a pathological narcissistic man finds the red pill, yeah, he can do some real damage, right? But if you're talking about vetting f-boys, I think we want masculine men, but I think men are very feminized right now.
Hold on, wait, I don't understand. Hold on, wait, hold on. I'm trying to. I feel like I'm hearing so many buzzwords, but I'm not hearing any actual sentences. We are trying to avoid fuckboys, but men are feminized right now. I don't have any idea what that meant. I know what fuckboys are, and I know what feminization of men means, but I don't know what that sentence meant. I don't know what that means.
Okay, so, like, I think at the end of the day, women want masculine men.
Yes, but what does that have to do with avoiding fuckboys?
Right, so they're in short supply. So, like, kind of the F-boy, he looks like he's masculine, but if you peel the layers back, he's not. Does that make sense?
Are you saying fuckboys are feminine men?
I think so, a little bit, to be honest with you. Like, yeah, they do lots of like feminine catty things. I think that they're feminized. I think a lot of these guys that say that they're masculine, I don't believe that to be true.
Let's peel back this one more layer. What does feminine and masculine mean to you, broadly speaking? Because I feel like sometimes, before you answer so it doesn't feel like I'm trapping you, it feels to me like sometimes when I'm in red pill spaces, feminine just means like fucking sucks. It's like the worst traits. Whatever is bad is like a feminine trait, and then whatever is good is like a masculine trait. That's what it feels like sometimes. So like when you say like fuckboys are feminine, nothing about a fuckboy seems feminine to me. That seems like a form of, in my world, I would say toxic masculinity, right? It's a lot of false bravado. It's a lot of luring and temptation. It's a lot of giving into baser instincts at the expense of another person. Like, these are all like very masculine driving traits. I want to lay as much fucking pipe as possible, and I'm going to say whatever I have to this dumb bitch to get her to suck my dick. Like, that's like a very masculine, that doesn't seem feminine at all to me. But so I'm curious how you
feminine as hell.
In what way? Like, what women don't do that. How is that feminine?
Okay, so you know, let's build the F-boy.
Okay.
Let's say that he's flashy with his clothes. Like, I'm covered in name brand designer clothes. That's kind of like looks maxing. I would say that that's more of a feminine thing. Women are more, in my opinion, as a sex, we're more creative with our fashion. When I see a man that's overly creative with his fashion, I think that he's feminine. Like, what you think is toxic masculinity.
Wearing nice clothes is feminine?
No, like loud, flashy, expensive clothes.
So is every single hip hop artist feminine? Is every single basketball player feminine? Is every single male celebrity, black celebrity, white celebrity, Asian everybody, are they all feminine? Because they're all like very into fashion and everything.
So it's like, give me an example so I can look him up on.
Fuck, actually now I feel bad because earlier you said I exuded a lot of masculine energy, but it's just because I wear fucking sweatpants and t-shirts everywhere. That's why, because I don't fucking look smacks ever, okay? I don't even feel good about the compliment now. No, but like I'm curious because like hip hop people always have like jewelry because this okay. If you get me on this track, I can go forever because I used to be like a Republican growing up. So I know all of the old things I used to say, right? When the metrosexuals came, guys that are spending all this time grooming their hair and putting on makeup sometimes, the fucking eyeliner that a lot of Green Day and everybody had, wearing jewelry, ear piercings, chains, caring about like your shoes and polishing them all, your tennis shoes, not like your like nice dress shoes. Like, is all of that feminine to you? Like anything having to do with like fashion or whatever? Because I feel like it's okay to want to look nice. I don't think that's like a feminine thing that men can't do.
No, I would like trying to look nice is one thing. Just looking absurdly flashy because you're trying to compensate from something that you're lacking from within. I mean, that's a lot.
But so do women? Do women do that?
Well, just like give me a second because I want to help you like understand my perspective on this.
Go for it.
Because that's why the manosphere, they get mad at me, but I think a lot of them are pretty damn feminine if you ask me.
Okay.
But so it's like what you call toxic masculinity. I think that's a feminine man. And what people want to talk about toxic femininity, I think that's a masculine woman. Like, they're just simply out of order. We live in gender confused times that gets in the way of very basic polarity. When polarity, I mean, it crosses cultures and it crosses continents, time even. Like, polarity is a very basic thing. But we have like a lot of feminine men who somehow think that they're masculine. And women, I think when we're young and ignorant, I think we'll buy into it. But I've learned very quickly to kind of see through it. So yeah, like a lot of these hip hop artists, I would say that they're probably feminine. You know?
Okay.
Like I mean, I don't know. Gosh, like DJ Academics. Like what was that? What was that?
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Well, first of all, he got called, I think, like fat or overweight. Starts flaming the woman. But then what does he start doing? The shame, insults, guilt need to be right ad hominem attacks. That's a feminine argumentation style.
Is it though? Hold on, I'm gonna push back.
I think so.
Now you're in my ultra area of expertise. Okay, I'm a master debater. Okay, that's what I am. Okay, I got a PhD in online debates. This is what I do. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody does this stuff. I feel. Do you not feel like? Okay. Let me back up. There is a world. I came out of a conservative world, and I think that there are traits that can be feminine, and there are traits that can be masculine. And I don't like it because I'm a secular, non-traditional person completely, but I can respect there are conservative ways to talk about feminine and masculine principles. So a masculine person might be embodied by strength, the ability to perform, the ability to acquire resources for his family, the ability to provide and be a rock for his wife, the ability to be a solid foundation for his children. These are like masculine traits. And then when I think of feminine traits, I might think of somebody that is compassionate, that is nurturing, that can provide and be a rock for her husband, somebody that can participate in a community and be the head and the absolute master of the household when the husband is not there. That like these are the, like positive feminine traits. I feel like every time I hear red pill people talk about masculine and feminine, it is always through the male gaze. So masculine traits are all the things that I said before, and feminine traits are whatever makes you the best possible piece of ass to put my dick into. That's what the feminine traits are. Looking hot, making sandwiches, giving head. And then when we talk about, and then there's this whole other thing where, okay, now you want to talk about the real feminine traits. It's being catty, it's being cunty, it's arguing all the time, it's being flashy, it's backstabbing, it's being a snake, it's using venom instead of knives. Like, and it's like, holy shit. I feel like red pill shit is so overloaded. When they talk about like masculine versus feminine, the feminine traits are like, yeah, all these negative things. And it's like, there are a lot of things that, and then they'll ascribe to femininity things that men and women do, like being catty or being shitty, or I'll hear this all the time, being emotional. That's a feminine thing. And it's like, bro, how many people kill each other on the streets because somebody like stepped into somebody, or somebody got mad at somebody or talked some shit? How many times have I seen a no jumper, these guys like jump across the table and attack each other over talking shit to each other, right? And it's like, is it really a feminine trait to be angry or to be emotional? I feel like everybody does these things. Sorry, okay, I ramble for a bit. Go ahead.
No, I'm with you. But I do want to say, like, the red pill did start off pretty good, if you ask me, from what I could tell. You can use it for good, you can use it for evil, whatever. You can smash and pass, or you can find it for a wife. But what you're describing is like there's alpha qualities and there's beta qualities. Like, you know how people call men alpha men and beta men, or beta males, you know what I mean?
I've heard these before, yeah.
So there's like the alpha qualities, which are what you would probably call masculine, and it's whatever makes a woman wet. And then there's the beta qualities, which is just whatever's going to bring a woman comfort. Right? So like even the female orgasm could be considered, you know, a beta quality just because it's comforting. But that's if you go to like the OG. Okay.
Sure. Well, that's what like
OG times.
On Fresh and Fit, I think they say that like that you don't have to make a woman orgasm because it's just not part of like the role of a man or whatever, basically.
Yeah, but remember when you said like they were coming out and they were gonna make a bunch of playboys? That's why I don't think they're making a bunch of playboys. But I think like if you look for the good stuff in the red pill, you'll find it. There's a content creator, Ryan Stone. He's actually really decent. He gives men advice about he does case field reports. So these guys just tell him what's going on. So he's one of the few guys that will help married men, and that's why I support his content a lot. But he's much more nuanced than this, because you know some of the manosphere dudes, like, they're married and they have kids, so they
yeah, but a lot of them fucking lie about some shit, or they say shit that they themselves wouldn't do. Have you followed the Donovan Sharp stuff recently?
Yeah, I actually I'm a close colleague with him, so.
Okay, well, you don't have to say anything about him, but goddamn, what a slimy, disgusting fucking piece of shit. Holy fuck. This guy spends his whole fucking show trashing single moms and older women, and lo and behold, the dude married a single mom, older woman that he's like trashing on his show every single day. Like, I don't know, that kind of shit is like really fucked up to me.
Yeah, I mean, so I've met them, so I can't really say anything, because like if
yeah, that's fine. You don't have to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So he helped me learn how to stream. So it's one of those things where if somebody gives you the tools, you're like, you know, he's always been very helpful to me. So that I'll say. But so you were talking earlier about feminine and masculine things. I think everybody has masculine and feminine within them. And I think when it comes to polarity, if you're a man, you probably want to have more masculine qualities, and if you're a woman, you probably want to have more feminine qualities, unless you can maintain an attraction in your marriage as a masculine woman and a man that's like more on the feminine side, right? Because
do you ever worry that?
Yeah.
So this is something that I always run into. Do you know who like Lauren Southern is?
Yeah.
Okay, there's always something I run into when I meet certain conservative women is it feels like sometimes, and I would include you in this bubble, do you ever worry that you come off as like, what would you be in your world, like very masculine? Because I feel like you've got a lot of confidence, you're very intelligent, you're very well spoken, it seems like you're willing to jump into these things, right? But aren't those like all like, wouldn't you guys say those are masculine traits? Like, aren't you being masculine? But why? Don't you think it's like if all women could learn to do these things, like be assertive, like have strong opinions, like I feel like it's such a shallow or low like sad engagement with the subject of like femininity and masculinity, where like all of because let's be honest, when you look at the red pill delineation between masculinity and femininity is fucking awesome, and femininity is like the support role in every video game ever that nobody likes to play, right?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying, like, they're not, remember you were worried they were making players, they ain't making no type of player. But, no, I just don't think of these things as, like, good or bad. I find it to be very spiritual. And I don't even really reference it from the Bible. I've just noticed across multiple religions and multiple cultures, like, some things are very natural. But there's things that there's some feminine qualities that are necessary. Like, I'll tell you an example of something that happened recently. So I'm pregnant,
Mm-hmm.
having a daughter, and my husband, I got him a baby carrier. So I shared this with another red pill man. I'm like, oh, I got him a military plate carrier because my husband, he's in the service. So
Uh-huh.
it's just that's his shtick. He just likes the military gear. And some guy was trying to say like, that's not very manly. And I'm like, why would you like? And I told my husband about it. He was like, that's stupid. And it's bold of you.
It's not very
to
manly to
assume.
have the child stroll carrier.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I guess I should be, the only one carrying it. But here's the thing: is like a lot of these guys, they can't see themselves loving a woman and reproducing with her. There's a whole other side of masculinity in fatherhood that doesn't get talked about in the red pill. Ryan talks about it a little bit, but like I said, some of these guys, like they are married and they do have children, so they understand polarity.
This is.
But yeah,
This is an unpopular
yeah.
take in my community. Did you ever watch the James Bond movies?
No, but I should. I think
Fuck.
those guys are hot.
Sure.
Okay.
This is a very hot take of mine, and I don't even know if it's true, but it was just a feeling that I had is sometimes it feels like being a dad is like kind of feminine and lame. And I thought it was kind of lame that in the James Bond movies, spoiler alert, I guess we haven't seen them, but James Bond finally finds out that he's like a father, and as soon as he finds that out, they kill him. So he never actually gets to spend any time ever being a father because he dies right when it happens. And it's like, it would have been actually really interesting to see, because it's very rare on screen where you get like a really strong masculine character that is like very strong, very masculine, does his shit, and then like has a child and you get to see them being like a functional adult parent, father figure to the child. Because it always seems like the dad gets killed and the kid has to go on revenge, or the dad's gone forever or whatever. I'm thinking of like Rocky. I'm thinking of like the Creed movies, like the dad is dead in the ring. Rocky, I don't think ever had, or no, he has kids, but they're estranged. Like it always feels like you never have like strong masculine characters in film that are also like good fathers. Like that just never happens. I don't know, but
Yeah, I think that's not a good thing. I think we should see more of that. What's on the other side, and that's what I would like. If I in a perfect world where, I guess the manosphere would get mad at me if Allie was running the manosphere.
Mm-hmm.
No, but real talk though, you want to talk about holding frame? You hold frame with women, that's important. But how are you going to hold frame with a kid? And there's a whole bunch of men out there because this is like a men's, help or whatever. How do you work with children? But I think that they're mostly focused on a sexual strategy for men. And my thing about it is, a lot of men are probably going to get married out of pressure because they want to. And I think a lot of men who get married, they want to have children. And I think we're thinking about these things, but we're not arming that group of men with tools to maintain polarity in the marriage. And I don't think we're arming women either, but I mean...
I hate the framing when you say this, like, maintain polarity. Like, why do all the conversations about the traits have to be so gendered?
So I talk to a lot of married women, and I talk to a lot of married men. Basically, if you want to stay married, if you want to stay together long term, 20, 30 years down the road, what you need to be doing is having regular sex and not physiologically overwhelming one another in arguments. So raising...
I agree with that.
Raising respiratory rate, heart rate, blood pressure.
But I don't know what any of that has to do with like maintaining polarity in a marriage.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna get there.
Okay,
but it's
my
like... How are you supposed to be having regular sex if you're not attracted to each other? And that's why you need the polarity. There's things that are special about you that only you do. There's things that are special about me that only I do. That's what you need. It's a yin and a yang. I know women. This is because a lot of the manosphere nightmare stuff is women are not marrying masculine men that they're attracted to. I have talked to women. I've had them on my YouTube channel. They've been married 20 plus years. They still want to have sex with their husbands, and so I know that that's a real thing. And that was an experience that I had. I've only been married a year. I know romantic love only is documented to last up to four years. But I have never been as attracted as I am to this man in my life with anyone else. So if more women, and here's the thing is like I have been in long-term relationships before that didn't work out. I think that a lot of women who end up filing for divorce, they're just not attracted to their husbands. And that's the polarity that matters, because if I'm a woman and I'm more on the feminine side of things, why would I want to be married to a feminine man?
Okay, I agree with everything you're saying up until you get to the point of like the femininity and the masculinity thing. Like, I think there are things that we can do to remain attractive towards our partners. Now, you might have somebody that likes somebody to be like ultra feminine or whatever, which is fine. But I feel like there are certain things that you describe as feminine that not only would I don't want to be anywhere near, I don't think most men would want to be anywhere near. Like, for instance, when you said earlier, like, oh, like being like very catty and like that is like a very feminine thing. I don't think anybody wants to be there now, be near that, either men or women. Like no guy has ever come home and the woman is like, why didn't you take your shoes off right when you got in? And the guy's like, God, I love that she's in her feminine energy right now. That was just such a catty thing to say, and I love that for her, right? That's like, get off me, bitch. Yeah. Don't fucking talk to me, okay? Joe wouldn't say this shit about me. He lets me wear my shoes anywhere in the house, you know? So I don't know. I like, and this is one of my frustrations, and I always have to be careful when I caveat this stuff on my stream, because generally what I'll end up saying is I usually say, red pill people often give a ton of good advice for the worst fucking reasons. And I run into that so many times. So like when you say things like, I personally believe that sex, it might be the most important like indicator of a good relationship. And this is, I could be wrong, maybe the data doesn't agree, but in my personal experience of talking to people, seeing people, that if you talk to two people and they're like, yeah, you know, we fuck like, you know, like 2 to 4 times a week at least, that relationship is probably going really well. Most likely that relationship is going really well. So like when I hear things like, oh yeah, like making sure that you're like having sex frequently, which in order to do that, there's a lot of other stuff that has to happen too, because chances are you're not gonna wanna fuck your husband if he goes to the kitchen and he leaves it a fucking disaster and he fucks the house all up all the time. He's like, oh, let's fuck, right? There's a lot of things you have to do to make that work, right? So I agree with that. But the framing is always just so crazy. And it's like, well, it's because men are in their feminine energy and that's why their wives aren't fucking them. And it's like, what does that have to do with anything that we were talking about? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I would say, like, when I think about masculinity and femininity, I don't think about it in the red pill context of it, because there's a lot of things that they promote as masculine that are actually feminine if you look at different religions and you look at different cultures. So I have more of I also have a bachelor's in anthropology as well. I should go to grad school for gender studies, but I'm worried they're going to be too woke. But
I mean, that's like the meme, right? Isn't red pill is technically just gender studies for men, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I haven't seen that meme, but probably.
Well, no, that's because it's my meme. I made it up, okay? So credit me the next time you see it somewhere.
Well,
okay?
There you go. I'll put some respect on your name. But the polarity stuff, like it sounds icky, but it's normal, right? So, you know, if you can take it the red pill route if you want to, or you could just use some damn common sense. Women looking up to a man, that's romantic. That's what we see in a lot of movies. You know, she's shorter than him, she's looking up. It can even be like that Spider-Man situation scene, what have you. So you probably do want a man that is more successful than you, or is like as successful in another area, just something that you can admire. Right, and that's the masculine. That's like bigger, protective, sexy, and you're the demure feminine. That stuff is like, it's normal, it's cute, it's romantic. I don't know what I don't even think that. Here's my thing. Okay, so when I found the red pill, and this is why I like it in the first place. I'm a very self-improvement person. I wanted to be a softer woman because my heart was very soft, but I just had gone through things that made me very hardened, and I didn't even know how to do that. Right. Okay. So the first place that I heard that men like feminine women, I kid you not, was the red pill. I didn't hear it from other women, and I should have heard it from other women. So I took that bit of information, and then I started researching femininity more when it came up with gender things and culture in class. And then also I went to Instagram and I tried to see all the femininity accounts and tried to see like what hit, what missed, and I started doing like further research into that, more of a spiritual concept of it, and then what do some of these feminine actions look like. And I can see like kind of what's BS and what's not. But there's other things too. Like I felt very guilty and pressured to go to grad school. And I thought that I was broken because I'm smart. I mean, I'm not freakishly smart, but I would say, you know, I'm smarter than most men. And that's what my man told me.
Wow, very masculine. Okay, go ahead.
Actually, pride would be masculine, but that's not bad. We all have masculine and feminine within us. Like, that's okay. These things, they ebb and flow. But I didn't know that I could stay home. Like, I didn't know that I could just be married and have children and be a homemaker. And that's a whole option of my life that wasn't introduced to me, and I think I would have been very upset if I chose to do the grad school route. And it doesn't mean that I won't go back after I have kids, but it's sad that I had to hear these things from the red pill, but that's a starting point. You as a woman, you have to go and find feminine content yourself. These guys cannot do it for you. Women have to learn about femininity from other women. can't learn about it from men. Same thing for men. Men have to learn about masculinity from other men.
Sure. So I don't necessarily disagree with anything you're saying. I think one of the big problems that left-leaning people have had over the years is we've deconstructed a lot of harmful gender norms, which I think are harmful. I want to be able to scream at a woman on the internet who's on the internet doing her own thing because it's fun sometimes, and it doesn't have to just be men. So that's cool. That's a victory. You're a shining example of victory of feminism. Okay, I like that.
Thank you.
But sometimes left-leaning people get a little bit crazy, and they're like, "Oh yeah, like I don't think female or male means anything. I don't think anybody cares if you're feminine or masculine, and blah 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 blah." And that's bullshit. Like I've been with some women that are very progressive, that are very exude masculine energy, blah blah blah. But like in a sexual situation, they very much want like a guy to take charge and do things, and like that feeling of them like slipping into that role is a very fun and exciting feeling for them. So you can tell that it's there at some like fundamental level, even if on like the outside they don't care about that at all. They seem like they don't care about it at all. So I agree with you that it's good sometimes to maintain these concepts of like, what does it mean to be feminine? What does it mean to be masculine? Like I agree with that. That's in there in a really fundamental level. I just don't think that we have to the broad sweeping of like all the bad things that are happening to men are just feminine, or all the bad things that are happening to women are just masculine. I think that it overrides the fact that in some ways, a lot of us are more similar than we are different, even though there are real differences, because it causes us to miss like a lot of the problems. So for instance, you gave the example of like women want men that earn more than them in general, because they like to look up to men. That is kind of true. But it's true in the sense that you look up to a guy that earns more than you, but you can look up to men in other ways too. It doesn't just have to be at the workplace. So like here's a stat that I thought was really interesting. Women are more likely to break up with men, I think, when women are earning more household income than the man. But when you dig into those relationships, you find out what's going on. Even women that out-earn men in the workplace are still doing a lion's share of the housework. That like the guys feel emasculated and they won't even do housework or whatever. And it's like, well, no shit that these women are gonna break up more than. If you're earning the money and the guy's too lazy or stupid to even fucking keep the house together, then why the fuck would you stay with a guy like that? But people will look at those studies and be like, oh, well, this is why women shouldn't be earning as much money. It's ruining the relationships. And in my mind, I'm thinking, well, no, this is why men that are staying at home should learn how to do the fucking housework. But then you get a lot of these guys that are like 25 years old and they don't even know to like clean the lint trap in their dryer or work a washing machine. And it's like, well, yeah, no shit. A lot of women are looking for men that just earn more or whatever, because for women that have stepped into the traditionally masculine role of earning money, guys can't assume any of the traditional feminine roles, like basic maintenance of a house. But if they could, if they got more into their feminine energy there, maybe those relationships would actually be more successful. The guy can still be like a Chad, he can be 6 feet tall, he can be whatever, but the woman could be working and he could like maintain the house in like a really positive way. But it seems like that thing never happened. So instead it just gets blamed on like false masculinity or femininity or whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So my thing about asking men to do like the housework and stuff. First of all, I think it sounds silly, but I think people can get a little bit like resentful. So I just like pre-prescribed roles. Like, I do the inside chores, my husband does the outside chores, and if I need help with something, inside the house that I'm sick or something, then he's gonna do that for me. And then if he's sick, I'll like take over. But I like that delineation, because sometimes a woman would be like, well, I took out the trash 2 times today and you took it out no times. So I just tend to favor that. But that's what I mean by maybe women need to be working part-time or seeing if they would enjoy staying home. That's my point, because that is really overwhelming, because on average, like, these guys are out earning women. At least that's the last time I checked.
That's true.
So if he's working 40 to 60 hours a week, and we'll just do the 40, because I don't think a lot of guys want to go past that. If he's working 40 hours a week and he's earning most of the money, he might be under more stress. And so he walks through the door like, oh, can you clean this? And I get it, because the women are working full time too. But maybe together we can find a way to get one of you, and I think I tend to favor the lens where the woman does this, where one of you can work part time or try to stay home. It's just too much.
Sure. I mean, like, I broadly kind of agree with you there. I don't think it has to be like, it doesn't have to be the woman that stays home, I guess.
Yeah, but it's not sexy to have a house husband. I think, can some guys do it and maintain polarity? Like, yes. But I don't think that, because I think women get like a little bit vindictive. I think they'll be like,
this is gonna sound like I'm making this up when I say this, but like, this is gonna sound like I'm just making some blue pill shit up. But like, and it's so fucking cringe to even think this, but like, I've had more than one woman be impressed that I know like the difference between my fucking washing machine and dryer. That like a woman saw me folding clothes once and she's like, I can't believe you actually do that. Like, I'm not saying that it's sexy to have a guy like in a fucking maid outfit, like going around like fucking dusting the ceilings, but I think it is attractive when a man can maintain a home. Like walking into a boy's room and he's a schizophrenic, like the TV is sitting on a pizza box and there's one chair that has a hole in it and then a mattress, no box spring, laying in a room across the hall. I think that is a really unattractive thing. No woman walks in and is like, that's so masculine that he like lives like an actual fucking like Ted Bundy serial killer, you know? Like,
Okay. Hold on. Have we just like theorized that maybe these women dated losers before you? Like, have we theorized this?
but I think that's an issue though, because being able to just do house shit for a lot of guys is like some feminine shit. Like being able to like do the washing machine and like being able to do your laundry.
What you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because
like,
there's no reason.
Yes.
There's no reason why a guy can't do housework. He should be able to. If men can fucking conduct wars and lead countries and like fucking discover how to split atoms, they should be able to work the fucking washing machine. I think.
Yeah, no, I don't like that. But I think when we see men who lack in being able to keep up the house, I think it's usually a sign of an overbearing mother who just did everything for you. So, like, my husband is a very clean man. He picks up after himself. In fact, I would probably be the messier type. But it's like, your man is not necessarily supposed to add to your plate or your stress, where he's just, well, I'm not doing anything, I'm making all these dishes and throwing my clothes on the floor. No, he would appreciate that you stay home and try not to add to your plate. That's like a respect for a role, right? So I get what you're saying, but it sounds like a lot of women are just dating straight up losers. Like, how the hell you don't know how to clean your house?
Well,
like, you
yeah,
don't know
but
how
that's
to cook either?
sure, but that's my position, right? That's where I'm saying, like, this is like, I think what a lot of women are running into is a lot of men don't get that house training because they don't need to, because like their mom and dad don't train them, because that's what the daughters learn, because guys are just supposed to marry a woman that takes care of all of that for them, and then guys end up not even be able to do like basic fucking necessities.
I think that might be more of you just having a conservative upbringing. I mean, I see it too. Like in the Latin community, there's some chores that are for boys and there's some chores that are for girls. But at the end of the day, if you're raising a useless child, you're raising a useless child. Like, men need to know how to cook and men need to know how to clean. That's bad parenting.
Sure, but I mean, like,
I get that the red pill is like, oh, that's not, it's not cute if a man does a dish. It's like, okay, so if we're talking about like traditional, if your girl is in her first trimester, you acting like you're not going to do some dishes even if you're working 40 plus hours a week, right? That's a tough time. That's what you're there for, is to lean on each other. What I will say is that women cap, on the feminist side of things, talking about it's foreplay when he does dishes. And now, unless it's like an acts of service thing and that's her love language, I'm just like, y'all are just trying not to clean the house. That's what I think. I think that they're just trying to make men do things.
I don't know. I feel like having a person that can like take care of the house and clean shit up, I think for a lot of women, I think it's not going to be like, oh my God, like my panties are dripping, but it's like being with another adult that's capable of like keeping shit clean, I think is a very attractive quality. Like, I think that as an older man, I think that's one of the big advantages that I have over younger men. That if I were to bring like a 23-year-old girl over to my fucking apartment, that like, oh look, like I have like a full bed, like my shit is relatively put together, like I don't have a bunch of fucking like Pepsi cans like littered all over my fucking desk, and my carpet isn't fucking destroyed, right? They're like, having these like basic things down gives you a huge edge on other men in the dating market.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I was attracted to my husband.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to be like personal, because you can attack. I'm not even attacking you, but I'm saying like
you can
yeah,
get
because for
personal.
you, like it seems like, because you're saying that like, oh yeah, like men aren't all losers and have problems. It's like, but fuck, you had to find a guy that was like 48 years old to be like good enough for you, and you're like 24, right?
No. That's fine. You can say that.
Sure, and that's not a knock on you. I think that's an issue where like a lot of men aren't getting the training that they need. Like people say like, oh, like women prefer older men, and then they try to do like some weird Evo psych explanation. I think the reality is just like, I think that women are taught and develop a lot more than men, such that men need like so many more years to even like catch up to like where they should be to be like a functional adult. That's what the feeling that I have. But
yeah, but if you're gonna take that position, then it kind of gets into, women probably are actually more ready than we're willing to say to start a family at 17 or 18, but we just have a mismatch of society. So if we're gonna take that tip, like I would agree with you, but it is sexy if a man knows how to keep a house clean. Who the hell wants to be with a dirty bum? Like,
True.
I'm sorry, like. So the reason why I clean my house, number one, it makes me happy. It gives me fulfillment. My husband doesn't have to worry about it. And he seems to be really, really happy when I make a home cooked meal. Like, I used to think that the stuff about cooking for a man, I thought it was made up. And then I started doing it, and it's almost like an entire game changer, almost like an aphrodisiac at times. But that's for the couple to decide within the marriage.
For sure.
The problem is that we have a lot of women that are indoctrinated by feminism to never do anything for the express pleasure of a man, and that's not fair, because what if you would like for him to do some things for the express pleasure of you? Right? We need to be fair and see what we're willing to do for the other partner. But my husband took care of me while I was in my first trimester. Like, obviously I'm not going to be able to cook and clean to the same way, just because that takes a lot out of you. But yeah, if young men are not being taught these skills, that's just poor parenting. And I would argue it's poor mothering, because when I've seen it, because I've dated as well, it's like the mom is crippling the son by doing everything for him.
Sure, but like, isn't this even an issue, and doesn't this kind of come up in Hispanic communities, where you have like the girls are kind of like taught from a pretty early age that they need to be like doing the cooking and cleaning, and that like the little boys are kind of like the kings of the household, and they're kind of like taught that like they need to go and get jobs and like find women, and like that's just kind of like the expected roles like early on.
So yeah, that's the problem with Marianismo and machismo, because we talked about the mom being like Holy Mother Mary, and then we have to look at, okay, well, what's the machismo side? It's like the son is almost like Jesus. And it creates a problem in modern dating. I dated a Latino man, and that was literally my textbook experience. He had the most disgusting room ever. But another man I dated, or I was in a long-term relationship with him, he came from a single mother home, and his mom was messy, and he was just a gross individual. So is it something that I think comes with age? I don't know. I think it's a parenting problem, but that would be, here's the thing. So when we talk about modern dating and the problems, right? Women are statistically the primary caregivers, and I do think that we're culture makers. So when we complain about modern men, I think we need to be looking at mothers, right? But if I'm a mom and I don't have much, I don't know, it's complicated, because you can go the single mother route of it, to where it's like, of course she's gonna put him on a pedestal because it's the only man in her life. But I'm with you. I'm not here for the dirty guys. But the red pill tells you to clean your damn house. It does tell you to do that. Ryan Stone, he actually just wrote this pretty basic book. It's called Frame. He literally tells men to shower, because they do need to be told to shower.
But like, could you imagine? Hold on, but just think about that. Look at the goddamn state of men. Okay, can you imagine me saying some shit about, like, you should watch this woman content creator, she's so good. Like, she tells women that if you want to get laid, it's important to clean your ass, right? You never hear a woman content creator, but for men, that you have to say that, like, hey, it's not gay to clean your butthole. Like, what the like, but you have to say that to men. I feel like the differences in advice are like there's not a bunch of female content creators like, woman, it's really important that you like go to the gym and you look okay. Like, women learn that at age 8. They're putting on their mom's makeup already. But for men who are like 27 years old, it's like, listen, bro, okay, let's go for like 320 next year, okay, instead of being 350 pounds, okay? Or like, maybe you should shave, right? Like the disparity in life skills there is overwhelming, I think.
Well,
right?
Again, I think that's these overbearing moms, and I'm dying on this hill.
Sure.
I don't care. But in the military.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm gonna write that down and then I'll go ahead.
So in the military, I met your average guy, right? Because the military is kind of like a snapshot of the American population, just way smaller. It's less than 1%. And yeah, these grown men literally had to be told to shower by other grown men. But again, this is why I think it's a parenting problem. My husband even kicked somebody out once because, I mean, he's got that rank. So he was like, you need to go and clean underneath your fingernails and take a shower and get a new uniform. Now, I don't know if that's like a social problem or what, but yeah, and that's why I think when older women try to advise young women on modern dating, they're a little bit out of touch, because in the 80s, men were more masculine, and I do think that they showered more. I'm not saying that men are, knuckle-dragging idiots. I'm just saying this is where we're at.
Sure. I think some of your interests, you keep saying the moms.
Yeah.
But you said something really interesting earlier, contradicts that, I think. And that's that men need to learn masculinity from other men, and women need to learn femininity from other women. Isn't this kind of an issue where parenting is a feminine thing and dads are kind of totally absent in the lives of like educating and instructing their young little men? Isn't that like a problem with parenting on the father's side? Like, is it really the role of the mother to teach the little boy how to be a man?
No, it's not. So that's the problem, though. But if you're a woman who's not educated on optimal mate selection, you can choose a suboptimal mate who's not going to be there for your kid. At the end of the day, you did make that choice, and it's the kid that suffers. So you're correct. But what I will say is, we actually, so the fathers that are involved, they're involved in ways that they never were before. That's an old model of parenting. I think we're in the because of this post-industrial society, we actually can have more involved fathers. Like, it's actually incredible to witness. I mean, I just love watching it happen. But that's new. But the red pill guys that have kids, they know that. Like, they're doing it in real life. They might not talk about it because I don't think it's relevant to a sexual mating strategy.
Do we ever hear that? Because if that was, so here's my another issue I have with red pills. That's
you should talk to Ryan. You should.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But there's always the problem is that like there are all these really famous red pillars that are fucking dipshit, like actual knuckle dragging dipshits. Unless you think that's racist and not knuckle dragging. I don't mean like that. But like there are actually like all these like dumb fuck like red pills. Or I don't want to say dumb fuck, but people I super disagree with. But there's always like, oh no, look at this red pillar, or look at this guy, or look at this guy, and these people are, not to knock them, but they're not like the mainstream like red pill people, and I'm sure there are some.
No, they're not. That's the point, right? It's
but then like if I'm to attack, like, so for instance, when somebody says like, I fucking hate that progressives do this and that and that and that, I don't ever do those things. But I never tell those people, oh, just watch my content. I don't do that. Progressives do that. I say, yeah, progressives do that. That's why they're dog shit. That's why I am I'm hesitant to even call myself a progressive, even though I really am, right? But it's because progressives are so goddamn fucking annoying in so many different ways. But like, can I truly say that like, oh, no, progressives are like me. They're actually like pretty chill. They're not going to call you racist and fascist and sexist all the time. Like, yeah, they'll have conversations. No, of course I wouldn't say that because progressives do that. So I feel like it's hard sometimes when I talk to, and was it Tori? Was that the name of the other lady I talked to? Where
the blonde, yeah.
Yeah, the blonde. Where very Hispanic thing if you say, where people do these things. They're like, oh yeah, I know that like 95% of the red pill creators and community say this, but look at this one guy. He's like way more chill, and it's like maybe he is, but like, is that really red pill representation?
So no. So okay, I'm with you. I'm with you on this, but even my content, my channel could be so much bigger if I didn't try to hold men and women both accountable. And I will say I do try to call out women a little bit more.
Sure.
I don't like that the algorithm favors that. I don't do it for the algorithm, but I think it's because we need more of a reality check here, and I'm just trying to like help these girls out. But like these guys also, they know, like the OG content creators, I think the red pill just got too good. I think YouTube actually likes red pill content. So in my channel, I got sick of the red pill for the same reasons that you complain about it. And basically when I pivoted into more conservative content, engagement went down, and I don't think that's like due to the audience. I think it's due to YouTube and the algorithm. So I genuinely think that you should try it.
It is the algorithm. I agree with you. It's the algorithm, but I think it's because it's the audience. I think that people want to hear, and I'm going to be honest. Like I do it for my intuitive progressive. I hold men more accountable than women, right? Like, and I try to balance it out. But like at the end of the day, I'm calling men like schizoid losers more than I'm attacking women. And women have their whole own host of problems. It's absolutely true. Women are fucking insane. Okay, and I would do that, but like obviously because of my audience, when I tend to talk about like the male issues more. But like, yeah. I think that people enjoy attacking each other more than they do like hearing themselves held to account. Like that's not fun. And even when men, and I notice this happens in communities too, even when men are held to account, or probably women and women communities too, but even when men are held to account in red pill communities, they're held to account in really empowering ways. So like if the fresh and fit guys are saying that like, oh, like, you know, they're never saying like, men, you guys are fucked up, okay? You guys are like, you're not doing what you need to do, you're fucking embarrassing, blah, blah, blah. It's more like, guys, you're not doing what you need to do because inside all of you is a goddamn Spartan warrior, okay? You're weak, but you can be the strongest fucking guy on the block. You need to be able to tear a cheetah apart between your fucking pecs, right? It's always like, they are critical of men and they hold them to account, but it's always in a really empowering way where it's like, I want you to tear me down and build me back up. Please, Myron, I need this. The fresh and fit guys, I'm like fucking getting off because it's like that abuse that like is really empowering at the same time. So yeah, I don't know. I think people just like, but like it's more fun at the end of the day to like shit on women and have women get shit on than actually be like, okay, seriously, like guys, you need to learn how to do like this or that or that. I think in general, yeah.
Yeah, so I get your point though earlier when you were talking about, hey, you know, we're talking about the red pill, but you're pointing out these very specific people. But that's because I went out of my way, I think, to do more due diligence and to look at, because my concern is how do I get married and stay married? Yeah. And I just want to borrow from everybody. I want to borrow from Christianity, anthropology, the red pill, just whatever's out there. I want to try to crack this code.
Which I want to say, by the way, that's like the coolest goal of any red pill, because usually it's how do I fuck as many people as possible. How do I get married and stay married that's a novel thing. I haven't heard any like red pill. So that's cool if you do talk about that, yeah.
Thank you. Well, Rolo's been married 26 years. I'm like,
yeah, but he's also a cringe fucking beta. He's the most beta fucking loser fucking of them all. Okay, fuck that guy. But anyway, yeah. Okay, so go ahead. So I cut you off to say that. Go ahead.
No,
but I think it's cool
okay,
that you go.
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when it started, this is my understanding. This is what I've been told,
Mhm.
and this is why I wanted to talk to you. And you know, no disrespect to Pearl or Torsia, but I don't think that they've really been that curious. I'm a very nosy gal, and I wanted to look at it through a cultural relativist lens too. So my understanding is that the space is 20 plus years old, and it just started with men on blogs sharing
Mhm.
their hardships about women.
Sure.
Right. And I don't think that that's an inherently bad thing. I think it's never been done before. I do think that women might see it as a threat to the female mating strategy, but women say the same thing about what is it? Men say the same thing about women exchanging notes. Like, I've seen this gender war on both sides. I do think that we still live in a gynocentric social order. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
But when it starts off like that, it did start off with like men who were marriage counselors and men who were married, and some you know, PUA guys, they were all exchanging notes. So if you were a married man trying to figure out like frame and how to keep polarity, you could go and you could find that out. Or if you're a man caught in a bad way going through a divorce, you could figure out how to go about that as well. But it seems like it just got really big and out of control really quick. And I think at the same time, while the algorithm is feeding it, because if you look at the OGs, it's really not bad stuff. You know, I talk to these guys on Twitter, or the ones that have common sense. I think I have a wholesome list of red pill dudes. That's my opinion. But when the algorithm takes it, people don't understand the audience that is on social media. And that was hard for me to comprehend because I was just getting crapped on all day, every day. But the algorithm, especially on Twitter, I would say that's one. There's a whole red pill space on Twitter that is god awful, but
Sure.
it attracts the narcissists, the sociopaths, and the neurotic.
Yeah.
So these men, those are the guys that are flooding through the red pill. Now there's silent observers that are going out there and they're doing the work. Ryan knows about it because they contact him and let him know what's going on, and I think it can help men, but it's just some guys are just not going to be able to be helped, and they're just there to have it as a hobby, to where I get to dunk on women and complain about women. It's the same thing on feminist TikTok. They're just there to dunk on
To
men.
shit on men, like all men are rapists, all men are creepers, all men are, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I'm more like, why can't we get to some common sense here? You know, but I don't get to typically have these in-depth conversations about polarity because I'm conservative, or, you know, what is it? I think that's just it. I'm conservative and I'm light-skinned. Is that what I get? Oh, and I stay home, so people don't ever want to hear my opinion.
Sure. Well, what else?
Yeah.
Anything else?
I don't know. People like to bother me about abortion sometimes. I mean, if we're good to go, we're good to go. It's been 2 hours. I had a good time. I had a good time. Sometimes people like to bother me about the gays, but I think it's honestly just like clickbait. And like, they're like, "Do you think homosexuality is a sin?" I'm like, "Why? Why would you ask me?" Like, even Matt Walsh didn't want to answer that question. I'm like, please stop." Yeah, if you're good, I'm good. I hope I was able to shed some light on some things. I guess I would just say, if you want to find red pill content that's going to help you to, you know, figure out a long-term relationship, it's out there, but it's not going to be popular in the algorithm. It's not going to generate a lot of clicks and a lot of views. So just be nosy.
What is we kind of talked about this, but I'm just curious, or a quick take, I guess. What do you think are like a couple things that women should be doing from your perspective to like find and stay in long-term relationships that they don't know right now, that they haven't learned, or they're not doing well?
Okay, so one thing is going to be the regular sex, because it gets hard along the way, and we don't want it the same way that men want it. It's cyclical. Like, we are more sexual than men perceive us to be. This is true, and we enjoy more sexual variety than men. But it's cyclical. So just try to get into the habit of doing it regularly. You don't need to be on birth control. You can do natural family planning, which is just you track your ovulation cycle. That'll help you with your hormones the most, and because it can change the way that you're attracted to a man too. So that's one thing that I would say. The other thing I would say is learn your man, because I talked about how I cook for my husband. That's great, but some husbands, they don't want you to cook for them because they're working late night and the food sits in the car and then it gets gross, and so he would rather be able to order out and to not be offended by that, and learn how to cook the things that he likes. Explore if you want to stay home or not, and see if that's a common goal that you can get to, and what would that look like. Do I have to reduce my cost of bills, things like that. And also, like, let your man lead. You know, these guys, I think a lot of men live lives of quiet desperation, not to quote Joe Rogan or anything like that, but I think that they do, and I don't think that they get recognized. And so just let him make some decisions. If nobody dies, okay.
Do you ever think that, like, when you okay,
You,
All
it's
right,
like, you can
so-
do it. It's fine.
No, that's fine. Listen, I'm a high value man. I have my shit under control.
I know,
My
but
life
you
works
are,
really
though.
well. Yeah, no. Unironically, yeah, I know I do fit most. But like when I hear some of these things, if I ever found a woman was doing shit like this, I would kill myself. Okay, where she's like, where I'm like. I make the decision of how I do this, and then I find out that like I break into my woman's like phone, and she's talking. It's like, oh my god, you should have seen Stevie today. Like I let him choose this just so that he could feel like he's not living in quiet desperation, and it was so cute that he thought. And I'm like, oh my fucking god, why are you patronizing me so fucking much? Like, I would kill myself, right? But I mean, like when you say things like that, like let your man lead, like. What does that mean?
Well,
like, doesn't it feel like kind of like a little bit like you've got like a big toddler, and you're like, I want him to feel like a big boy.
No, I see your perspective on it, but I think it's not even letting your man lead. It's just like, damn, he can't make a decision or time or two. Like, what do you have against this man making a choice? Like, what's your problem? Because I'm real big on submission, but submission is such a different conversation that everybody gets wrong because they all have their heads up their butts. But like, there's things that I don't necessarily agree with my husband on when he makes them for the family. However, is anybody going to be harmed by this decision? No. Has he ever steered me in the wrong direction?
Okay,
no.
wait.
So,
I
like,
have to kill you. Okay, hold on. I'm
No,
so
no,
sorry.
go ahead.
No, yeah, I
Yeah,
have
go
to.
ahead, it's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. I want to get this out of the way, and I want to say that I love every single person in my life. I love all of them so much. Okay. I love all of them. Okay. Fuck. Okay.
Submission, decision-making men.
No, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna talk about two people actually. Forget everything I just said. I'm gonna talk
Yeah.
about two people that have no relation to me whatsoever. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Man and a woman, okay? Woman is a rock star, okay? She ends up getting divorced kind of early on and has 2 children. But as a single mom, she's in the Air Force. She provides for both of her kids. She still goes out dancing every Friday, has fun with friends and family, super traditional, religious, conservative, tries to abstain from sex outside of marriage, etc. Handles all of her shit, does really well, okay? Like a champion single mom, okay?
Yeah.
However, she has with her kind of this idea that like, she's Latino, well, kind of, if you consider Cuban Latino, she's Hispanic kind of, speaks Spanish, all that shit, right? Okay, this is kind of her life, this is how she's put things together, okay? And that's how she goes through life, okay? Then she finds a man, okay? And in her mind, like, I found somebody to submit to. The man makes the decisions of the household. It's up to him. I'm here to take care of the house and the family, blah, 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 okay? But then what happens is this weird dynamic where the woman is very capable when it comes to making certain decisions about like finances or whatever. And the man is not always that capable, but because she feels the need to like subsume herself and be in this like submissive role, the household ends up making very questionable decisions because of that submissive tendency. Like, have you ever seen this happen before? Like, and where it's like the woman, like, if you could just like take charge on some of these decisions, things would be way better. But she's like, well, that's my husband's job, and I'm just gonna fucking sail off into the fucking off the cliff because that's the husband's job to make that decision, right?
Yeah. Again, I see what you're saying. I think that's more codependency, but then at the same time, it's like a man wants a woman. Well, okay, if you're gonna go for the masculine, feminine, traditional values route, conventional values, a man wants a woman that's submissive to him, not submissive to the world. Like, I'm wise and I'm hip. If my husband's being like off or weird, I'd be like, hey, this is a real problem. And I would like to think he has enough respect for me to hear that out.
Okay.
But I understand what you're talking. I haven't seen that happen yet. But, you have to think, too, like, maybe she just doesn't want to be involved, right? Like, people are allowed to be lazy, It doesn't look good. It's not
Well,
a
yeah,
route
but it's
that
not
I
a
would
matter of
take.
being lazy. It's a matter of being like, that's my husband's job, and I don't want to interfere with it. I just think that's sometimes I feel like there are. I've seen this happen
Okay,
again.
can I tell you one thing?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, I'll give you this, right?
Okay.
So, because of the pandemic, now my husband, he works in medicine. So because of the pandemic and the way that things went with, the vaccine and stuff like that, and just all the misinformation that was out there, I have now become vaccine hesitant. I never thought that I would be in my life.
Okay.
I am pregnant.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
no.
well,
Your kid's
hold
gonna be a
on.
measles baby.
Oh, stop
Oh
it. No,
man.
actually, hold on.
Oh
hold on.
God. Yeah.
I can't. You'll see. You'll be happy.
You just said stop it. You didn't even say no. I would at least get that vaccine. So, oh God. But sorry. Go ahead. It's okay.
Okay. So, okay, but hey, you know, I was open to vaccines, and then all the shenanigans happened, and now I've become a skeptic.
Sure,
all right,
of
this
course.
is where I'm at.
Uh-huh.
My husband, he works in medicine, and he has a very different view than me. But I believe in submission, not for fake, but for real. So a lot of these Christian women that are talking about submission, if their man wanted their child to get vaccinated against certain things, they would say no. So my husband, we've like compromised. I've never shared this publicly before. So we compromised on a delayed schedule, right? So this is what I mean. Like if I like this is what probably from your perspective and your worldview, you're thinking, oh, that's good that she took her husband's lead on the fact that her child's going to be vaccinated. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well,
Whereas, like,
no, I would
yeah.
actually fight you to the death on that. No, I don't think
Oh,
so.
yeah?
If you're a vaccine skeptic, if you truly believe that the government hasn't been honest about everything, that there are side effects that the government isn't telling us about, that people that try to like blow the whistle on some of this stuff seem to be getting censored and cut everywhere off the internet, and there seems to be this huge buy-in that big pharma, Biden and the government, and all of the media are lockstep in pushing, and you really do feel that strongly about it, and you think these are bad, well, why the fuck would you get your kid vaccinated at all? Like, at that point, fuck your husband. Say, like, listen, I love you, but I have to do what's in the best interest of my baby.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, and it makes me scared, you know. But I trust his decisions. I trust him. He's never like shown me anything different. And if we did have a bad season of marriage where I couldn't trust him, I was not able to submit to him. Like, I don't think women can force submission. I think you either get a competent leader or you don't, right? So that's just like that's what I mean by sometimes it's just, you know, it's just better to have somebody who has the 51% and the 49%. You know what I mean? But
Okay.
there's things that where I get jurisdiction too, where he like doesn't intervene. It's gonna sound like stupid, but like decorations or social things where I'm like, I think you need to be very wary about how you're approaching the situation at work with this coworker. I don't think you're looking at it from this angle. And he'll nod and he'll say, okay, I hadn't considered it like that. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like these are supposed to be very normal, basic things, but submission is a choice. Now, people confuse submission with a kink, which I absolutely hate because that's not like anything that happens in my marriage. But like a lot of feminists, they'll have a submission kink, which is confusing to me.
Well, sure, but that's a totally different thing.
Okay,
it's like
we're
it's
not
the same.
gonna go over there.
No, I mean, like I agree, but it's a different thing, right? Like master and slave can be talking about like a role-playing video game. It could be computer programming terminology, or it could be like black people and white people in the field in the 1700s, right? But it means a totally different thing, right? When you talk about like submission as like a sexual kink or BDSM, it's completely different than like submission in the context of like a relationship.
Okay,
right?
thank
Of
you.
course,
Because like for some reason it just always ends up getting conflated.
Sure.
But I understand what you're. I think here's the thing too, because I've seen you talk to some women.
I
like,
have indeed talked to some. Are pretty out there. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, you know, some of us just aren't that bright. Like some people aren't that bright. So I think where you see women feigning ignorance, I think maybe gals just not that smart.
Sure,
You know what I mean?
I agree with you, but it has nothing to do with her being a woman. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Some women aren't that bright.
yeah,
You're right.
but
Some women
you
are
think
real
that
dumb,
it
but
is,
some
like-
men are real dumb too, right?
Yeah, guys, yeah, of course, right? On average, the IQ thing, you know, it's at the extremes where we differ. But like,
Because you said it
I've
yourself.
seen
You think you're probably smarter than some men, right?
And I think I'm smarter than most men.
Sure. Okay. Oh, there we go. Damn. Okay. Sorry. What were you saying? You said, I think I see you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I've seen you talk to women before, and you'll think that they're feigning stupidity just because they're supposed to be the damsel in distress and socially conditioned. And I've been watching, and I'm like, no, Destiny, I think she's just not that bright. Like, I don't.
Wait,
think
like
it's
who?
that
Like, give
she's-
me, name some names. Let's hear it.
I'm
Bring them
not-
out. Yeah, do
I'm
it.
not gonna
Get in
do
your
that.
masculine energy and start fucking
No,
outing
I don't.
these
I don't need any of this
hoochie,
hate.
horrible women representatives.
No, I've seen it happen a couple of times with different women where I'm like, I think you're just over. Is your wife very bright?
I think she's pretty smart. She's not like a sciencey person, but she's very quick. She like understands concepts pretty well.
Yeah.
When I found her, she was like a 20-year-old lady like in a fucking bus like in New Zealand, and now she manages like her whole fucking like online career stuff like across multiple platforms and multiple employees. And she's like, yeah, I think she's pretty smart.
Yeah, so I think that kind of biases you where you think, oh, surely other women are capable of being as smart as my wife, and it's like, no, like, probably not. So the woman that you're talking about, you know, who wants to just submit and like let her husband lead without thinking about it, like maybe that's just the route that she chose, and that's just what she's capable of. I
wish I knew who you were talking about so I could put a name to this what we're thinking of right now. You know?
I can. Okay, I'll put it in here.
Yeah, damn it to me. I won't say it out loud. Okay. Wait, can I guess for? Oh, I don't even know. Maybe I don't know because I haven't that much. Okay, well.
That was one. I think I saw it, maybe two other times. But Yeah, so some women are going to choose the lazy route out of
Mhm.
intelligence or just because that's all they're capable of. And I think that it seems like you want to quickly attribute this to because they're cultured and that's what the female role is. Where I think women are not being cultured to be these dumb damsels in distress. I think that's I don't even know why academia thinks that. That's not my perception at all. I think the feminine, and I think Kyla. I think Kyla would agree with me on this. I think feminine things that could be valued in women are actually very much downplayed, and mostly the masculine things that a woman can do. That's what's being elevated right now. So we just have a difference in social conditioning. I don't think it's like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I necessarily disagree with you.
Codependency is real. That's a real thing. I've seen that with women that you're like, are you submitting or are you just scared to make any decision because you don't know how to have boundaries or anything like that? But that's a completely different conversation where those women just need help and treatment. Like I wasn't very good for years with setting boundaries. I didn't know I could. I didn't know I was like allowed to. So I think that sometimes that comes with age. Or it doesn't, and you're just codependent forever.
No, yeah,
and you
I
never
understand.
live for yourself.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, and I feel this way with some red pill people, that when we start digging into things, like I never agree with almost anything that you're gonna say. It's just like the framing sometimes is just so, in my opinion, wild. But no, but anything else?
No, I mean, I'm good to go. I had fun. I think you're cool. And you know what? Like, I'm going to say it because I heard the way the red pill do, and, you'll probably feel gassed up.
Which
okay?
one?
Just accept it.
Who? Which one? Tell me. The Rollo,
like all
Rollo
of them.
Tanubi? Yeah, that's good.
All of them.
Donovan
So like,
fucking marries a single mom. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, they're like, Destiny's mad feminine, blah, 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 blah. But I was like watching your stream earlier and you were cursing a lot. But you talk like a man. I don't care anybody. You still talk like a man. You talk like a liberal man, but you talk like a man. So I was blushing. I was like, oh my God. And then you were joking earlier about your sweatpants and your shirt. But I mean, that's like, my husband is like that. He's like, I don't care what people think about what I wear. I'm gonna wear these sweatpants and this t-shirt. And that's
what a
pretty
great
masculine.
guy. That sounds like that sounds like a strong man right there. Okay, stand by him forever.
Yeah,
okay.
the blue hair too. That's not unlike Mystery, but like you do your own manly thing in your own way. You're just, on the progressive side, but you're still manly. People
Thanks.
just don't notice it if they don't have a comprehensive understanding of masculinity. So
thanks.
there
I
you
try
go.
my best. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what do I do? How do I leave?
Yeah, well, we can just hang out. Thanks, I appreciate it. If anything ever comes up, if I say something you disagree with, or if you want to argue or shout about something, shoot me a message and let me know, okay?
Yeah, cool. See you later. Bye.
All right, have fun. Bye. Okay, Jesus. That convo started off really rough, but I got a drink and I made the decision. We're going to try to make this a good conversation. I thought it was actually a really good conversation. I initially thought it was going to be horrible, but it wasn't. It was a fun convo. That was good. Ah, jeez. Okay. Melly Mel. The No Jumper subreddit fucking hates you now? Yeah, they do. You know why they hate me? Because I'm an Adam22 stan. I love him. I wake up every day and I imagine, what was Leonardo DiCaprio's character from Django? I imagine that me and Adam are like those two guys, just waltzing through the plantation, looking out in the field, just thinking about how good life is. That's me and him, That's me and Adam, just two brothers in arms.
Wait, what happened?
Nothing.
You cannot tell me.
Come kiss me, my beautiful white Swedish wife with blue eyes. Oh my gosh. And blonde hair that you've demonized a bit.
Are you calling me Aryan?
Are you? Oh. I'm just imagining the beautiful blue-eyed babies we're going to have together. Oh my gosh.
They are going to have blue eyes.
What?
They are going to have blue eyes.
Yeah, they are going to have blue eyes. That's good. And blonde hair and everything, right?
Are you blonde?
Fuck, blonde enough? Was Hitler super blonde? No, he wasn't. Common misconception. His hair was quite dark as well, okay? Vibe check.
White check?
I said vibe check.
Vibe check?
You just failed it.
What? What do you mean?
I'm failing the vibe check right now. Sejin's gonna come shout at me pretty soon.
What? Wait, why?
I don't know.
Milker. I need to get milked.
Milk time.
Wife check. Wife check.
Wife check.
Wife. How does it feel to have a wife? Or are you a wife?
Depends on how much of my feminine energy I am.
You're pretty feminine.
Based. Call me Zestiny, okay? Call me oh, you can't call me Zestiny, can you?
Why?
Can you?
What's that mean?
Call me it.
Say it again?
Zestiny.
Zestiny.
You can't. They don't have Z's in their language. She says Sestiny. Actual, like, what do you call a person that can't speak correctly?
Retarded?
Well, I was trying to think of a nicer word than that, but...
When are you gonna have more fun streams?
we've been having fun streams the past few days.
What the fuck is this?
I just had one of the best conversations with a red pill person I've had in my entire streaming life.
Fuck
Bye. She's here to farm. Ah, that's cute. I said slavery and plantations, and now all you can think about is farming. So you've come to farm my chat. Good one, Mel. Go ahead, keep farming. Go ahead.
What is this?
Farm. Nice. Yeah, keep going. I don't like Factorio. Keep farming.
Do you like Victoria?
Yeah, okay. Can I talk to my chat? I'm hanging out with my friends now, okay?
They're not your friends.
They are my friends.
No, look, they're all red.
Yeah, because they're obsessed with some crazy new fucking emote, okay?
What is that emote?
I don't know. My YouTube chat started spamming a lot. I had to start shutting it down.
What is it? It looks so stupid.
It's them when they're mad that I'm playing Factorio, I think.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. They're
That's
judging
a
me.
terrible emote.
How is it terrible? It's not terrible. It's cute.
Can we have a green guy
For what?
when they're not mad?
No, they don't even. We need the blue one. I don't know what the blue one is because it's supposed to be red versus blue, but whatever.
Oh, why not a green one?
I don't know. But I need to finish watching this video because we have to wake up early tomorrow and I'm like fucking I have to finish watching this.
Are
So.
you fucking yours?
Yeah. Love you. Bye. Be careful.
No, I want a better kiss. No, you're drinking my water. Stop. Why do you have to do it like that weird? Stop moaning. Stop.
Oh, that was so good. Oh, that was the best water I've ever had.
Steve.
Oh, thank you, wifey.
I'm gonna put the ice in here.
No, don't. Or actually, you're about to see how red pill it can get in here. Okay, it's gonna be red pill and black and blue eyes. Okay.
Why are you allowed? Okay, are you gonna tell them what you did to me yesterday? Yeah.
Stop! You said I could.
No.
Stop. Bye, Mel. Be careful. Don't fall into any towels, okay? Bye, Mel.
Tell them what you did to me.
Okay. Mr. Girl's about to DM you. Mr. Girl said, do you want to talk to me?
Tell me what you did. Okay, I wonder if you still have a mark on me here.
No, there's no mark. I told you, you're exaggerating.
There is a mark on
No
me.
one can see that.
There is a mark on me.
No, Mel.
He
This is like you're looking at like some fucking.
He took a towel and then he just did it really hard.
Ask them. No, tell them the full story.
Yeah. He asked if it was okay. And I
Yeah,
said,
and you said yes.
And he did it, and it was very soft. And I was like, okay, that's enough. And I was like, that's enough.
No.
That's enough, Steve. I don't
No.
want to do this.
You're
And then
making
he just
things
fucking
up.
Went so
That's
hard.
not true.
He went so hard and started crying.
I said, can I hit you one time with the towel? And
You
you're
did.
like, okay,
How
sure.
many times did you hit me with a towel?
The first was a warm up. It didn't count. I didn't even get you that hard. It was like a. Whoosh.
But the last
And then I was like, okay, can I try? Then I was like, can I try one more time? And you were like, yeah, of course you can.
No,
and I was like,
I did
oh,
not
well,
say
she
that.
really wants me to.
Steve,
What?
you're beating your wife.
You asked for it.
No, I didn't.
Literally.
I'm gonna put ice in you, okay?
If you do that, we're getting the towel out again, okay? Be millful. Okay. Christ. Dude, I've watched 20 minutes of this video. Oh yeah, she gave me the look, so I knew it was okay. Okay. 1 hour left of this fucking video. Jesus Christ. I just want to say, I'm so sorry how racist the stream is now. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Nothing makes me feel happier than the fucking losers on this subreddit making me feel exactly 100% reinforced in my beliefs, okay? Why'd he get so passionate about it? This felt racist. Preconceived notions. He's been waiting to all of his life to say this shit. LOL for real. Oh, this independent oil guy. Wait, why do I know this guy? Destiny, a high-key cuck, telling people to lower their morals and dignity. He's also a cuck because he lets his wife fuck other dudes. I feel like I've seen this guy talk about me before on Reddit a lot. This independent oil guy? Am I crazy? Oh, maybe I'm crazy. Independent oil. Or was it turbulent oil? I feel like I've seen this guy chat about me before. I have to go back and look. Destiny's mad because he wanted to be the one to fuck the Transformer. This sound insensitive. But he's right about HP being a man-child. I don't know how so many people around him let shit slide. Ooh, damn. Like Adam and Danny Mullen, Destiny proving to us that most white people are insensitive. Low-key racist. Racist how? Your blue-haired man started off his little observation rant by saying he might be from a community, might be this community. What community is your man's speaking of? In case you didn't know, guys, it was the black one, for sure. Later, he tries to clear this up with the whether you're black, white, hip-hop, or gamer. Notice he led with black? If you want to give some excuse like, well, in my culture, what culture is he speaking of? And when did Phone ever use his culture as an excuse or reason to act the way that he did? This would be a solid point if it weren't for the hints of racism sprinkled in. When he gets into the, well, in my culture part, seems like somewhat of a mockery of black culture. I see why Yuri Lee, I don't know the fuck name, said Destiny's a piece of shit. Whenever Destiny goes and travels, he lets his wife, mother of his child, go out and fuck dudes. Just because he apparently has girls he can go fuck too. If that shit ain't weird enough, this is a GPS too. What is GPS? Is that some homophobic slur? What does GPS mean? He don't need to be speaking on nobody's situation. Gay porn set. What is GPS? GPS is LGBTQ? Acronym? Pause? What is GPS? I'm guessing it's a black culture slur for gay people. That's my... GPS is a way to say trans? Oh, okay. I don't know. Ooh. Okay, sorry, hold on. I needed to put my glasses on so I can read this thread. One sec. All right, what else do we got here? People like Destiny love to act like they're so mature for not fighting and ultimately being giant pussies, not capable of violence. So they pass it off as restraint. That's me, you know. If I could fight, I would fight everybody. But because I'm a huge fucking pussy, I can't handle it. Damn, I fucked with Destiny, but nah, it's over with. Low-key racist. Frowny face. Okay, sorry, let me take my glasses off. Jesus Christ. He's a fucking sissy nerd who is chronically online and feels cool when he gets behind his keyboard. Best to ignore these types. Fucking losers. All right.
That would happen. And the second,
back to our Andrew Tate.
If he was to move countries or go to any other country, people would know about it, and then he'd be on the run for the rest of his life. So it's just a ridiculous notion that they think that would happen. And the second thing is that they said that by letting Andrew Tate go, the view of the people about the judicial system in Romania will decrease. So then one thinks, like, what is it about letting Andrew Tate go that would cause people to think about the Romanian judicial system in a bad way? Well, the only thing one can surmise is that they're concerned that Andrew Tate, who is a very influential man, will speak. And when he speaks and talks about his accusations, it's going to make them look foolish. And so for that reason, they don't want him out. So that's the reason they don't want him out. But then that can't apply to the women, because what's the reason they've been held? They don't have no social media impact. They don't have influence in society. There's been no claims that they have multiple passports. So what's the reason that they've been held? So just another example of injustice.
So I would surmise that the reason that the women are being held is because there's a fear that they would speak out and that they would get on social media. You've seen, and we'll get into some of the other women who have been labeled as...
If this was true, why wouldn't they just arrest fucking everybody? One thing I never understand is how these things will be like, the only reason these people are being held in jail is because the government doesn't want them to speak out. Well, then why wouldn't they arrest like all the other girls that are trying to speak out too? And it's like, well, and then you always get into some weird point. Like, well, they're powerful enough to like hold two like multimillionaires in whatever and their associates, but like not others. It always like, it never makes any sense. Like it's that simultaneous like super powerful and not powerful at all. I don't know.
As victims who've come out and said, actually, we're not victims. There was an update on that last night that's outrageous in my view that we will get to as well. But I think there's a fear of exposure as to what's going on behind the scenes. And if they're so concerned, frankly, about the Romanian judicial system looking bad, how do they think it's going to look right now with what's going on? That they're being held without charges? I mean, people's perceptions of what's going on in Romania in terms of DICOT, in terms of the political system, in terms of the manipulation are already pretty poor. In the long
Yeah, but why are they poor? Because of propagandists like you? Like, that? What a stupid thing to say. Like, no shit.
This goes on without justification, the worse it's going to get. One quick note about social media that I will respond to is that if they are using social media as a basis for why an Andrew Tate would be a flight risk, and my audience knows I've mentioned this several times about why I thought, oh yeah, they're worried about a flight risk because of that exact clip that Suleiman just brought up. What else are they using social media as a basis for? I mean, is this guy in prison?
To be clear, by the way, I don't know if you fucking guys have you figured this out yet, or how fucking stupid you are? And it's funny because in any other context, a conservative would be like, oh, well, you need to be responsible, blah, 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 blah. People are going to use social media to evaluate every fucking aspect of your life. No shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes. Don't say dumb shit on social media. Your parents are going to use it to bust you. Your jobs are going to use it to fuck you out of employment opportunities. Cops are going to use it to fucking indict you or to actually convict you of crimes. Like, yeah, no shit. People are going to look at you giving a constant fucking stream of surveillance of yourself on the internet for the entire fucking world to see. Why are you surprised about that? That seems just like, it's like the most obvious shit in the fucking world. Like, yeah, duh. Why is this even controversial?
Based off of social media clips, I have to ask.
Stop self-snitching.
Because where is the evidence? If they're using social media as a basis for one thing, is it not, possible that they're using social media as a basis for something else? Highly probable, in my opinion. Okay. One thing before we get back to Suleiman, that Tina Glandian did say they're strong and resilient. They are holding up. If you have seen video, though, of the guys, it's taken a toll. I mean, Andrew seems more, to me, taking that deep breath. Tristan seems a bit frazzled by this, and now that I know that he has a 3-week-old baby that he has no access to and has never met, that's perfectly reasonable justification, by the way, for him to be frazzled.
Frazzled? Okay, sure.
About what's going on. Suleiman, do you think there is legitimate cause for concern about their safety at this point? There's been a lot of talk. Andrew has come out in the past and said, first they're going to jail me, then they're going to they could try to kill me. He's talked about this before. Is there legitimate concern about their safety?
He's going to say yes, of course. Oh my God.
I do believe that there is, and Alex, and
these people are bots, dude. What, like, if they're willing to go this far to lock him up on false evidence, like who's to say that, like, just like Epstein was definitely killed by police, who's to say that the Tates won't be killed by somebody as well? Like they could even pass it off as a prisoner doing it and blah blah blah.
Illogical to think that they wouldn't be, because we know if someone wants to take out someone like Andrew Tate, this would be the best situation to do so. We've seen it in the past with Epstein and so on and so forth. And
just give me the code, okay? Give me the prompt, okay? And I'll write these people's scripts. I can do it ahead of time, okay? I can write the script for these guys, okay? I can write the script for these guys.
The issue is this. You know, like for example, Tate, people who are fans of Tate call it the Matrix. But we know what it means. It means, for example, the deep state or the liberal leftist Western ideology or whatever it may be. But there's a great, and you've alluded to it as well earlier on, there's a great concern about this guy and the influence he has on society. I would say the level of influence he has can impact even elections. Because if he was to come out and say, as an example, I support Donald Trump or I support Joe Biden, whatever it may be, that would sway a significant amount.
Are Tate fans just now discovering what a celebrity is? Like, yeah, any celebrity can have an impact on any election. No fucking shit, Sherlock the fuck Holmes. Like, that's not new. Like,
people. So someone like that is a risk, is a concern, and you've seen it with his cancellations. There would be a situation where they would consider that. And remember, you know, society is very fickle, so they know that they could, you know, these type of things can easily happen and people forget. So I do have serious concerns about that.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, Tina Glantian, get in the jail, and get in the jail now. Don't wait. I'm telling you, get in the jail now. She also made a statement before we get to the raid. We're going to go back to the raid. We're going to get to prosecutor links. We're going to dig into the thick of these of these accusations and allegations.
Okay.
Before we get to that, one last question for you before we start our deep dive here. Tina Glantian also said, quote, "There's outside pressures on the proceedings in question." She's saying that due to Andrew's very public profile. I have long argued now, while I've been observing this for the last month plus, that they are...
Is this who you're debating? I'm debating this independent journalist guy. In I think like 3 or 4 days on Just Pearly show in London. That's why I'm going out of town.
Many individuals in media, in politics, are trying to try this case in the court of public opinion. And
no, they're not. They're trying it in the Romanian legal system.
They are trying to make people dislike this guy, pulling clips, doing this, and hoping that will get people on their side, so that if a conviction comes down, or if he's held without evidence, or if there are any shenanigans, there's enough of the population that says, oh, I can't stand this guy, I saw this short, he said this, that there won't be any outcry. Do you believe that they are trying to try this case in the court of public opinion, Suleiman?
Yes, of course.
100%. And you see that throughout social media and media. So in mainstream media, you will be lucky if you can even find 1 or 2 articles that are positive about Andrew Tate. And similarly, when it comes to alternative media, including social media, 80-90% of all articles or all statements, all posts are negative. And that has a serious impact. We've seen on social media, and as we go into the evidence, we'll go a bit more deeper, but we've seen on social media where people take out significant clips out of context. And it's only when you look into it and you look into the context, you realize that there's no justification of that. There's just assumptions made or statements made without any blowback about what they say.
You know what? Heads up. Here's the real talk. Here's the real take, okay? That one guy that's dating that girl that looks like she's 9 years old, he's probably a pedophile, but that's A-okay. Because he found an adult child for him to explore his fantasies with. God bless him. It's a beautiful thing. Good job. Based pedo king found a way to not rape kids, okay? Everybody should be giving this guy a round of applause.
I'll give you an example. Someone from the New York Post contacted me and he asked me questions. And in there he wrote, the self-proclaimed misogynist Andrew Tate. So I asked him, like, you know, what's your evidence that he's a self-proclaimed misogynist? So he sent me a link of a BBC article. I then looked at the article and I said, that's not a primary source. He then sent me a link to a podcast. I watched the podcast, and ironically, Andrew Tate says the opposite. He says, you guys call me a misogynist, but you're sheep and you're being brainwashed into thinking that, but I'm not. So that's the level of that's the level of impact that social media has, that everyone just assumes he's a misogynist, or everybody assumes he's a bad guy. The negative of this is, as you said, this is actually having an impact on the judiciary, because essentially when we get down to the evidence, it's his word against their word. Well, his word as well as all the women against the alleged victim's word. And one way of saying, oh, we don't believe him, is because, oh, guess what? This clip's on social media, and so therefore he must be like that. So that has had an impact on the judicial decision making, which is just horrendous, because you would never have that. Like in any other court of law, you would be looking at the videos either in the entirety, in context, or you'd be able to defend it. So I just think that's totally unacceptable. But you're right, that is happening.
Yeah, it is happening. It will continue to happen. Journalism is dead in many
Wow.
places, this country included. I have taken issue and have brought to people's attention that very phrase. My audience will know we've done several articles where we've seen that self-proclaimed misogynist, where you've seen even conservative controlled opposition.
Controlled
saying, oh, he's a
opposition.
self-proclaimed misogynist. People just don't do their research, and they're very comfortable saying, because they've made a decision about whether they like him or not. And if you follow him at all, you know he does not define himself as a misogynist. And also, all of these people need to get a dictionary, because misogyny means that someone hates women. So they need to look up what they're saying, and they need to go back and they need to watch what he's actually said. But these AP reports, remember, this is top-down stuff, right? Somebody at the top writes something, it gets disseminated, there's no questioning, all the robots do their job. You know, this is your matrix. This is your system. Okay, I want to get into, now we're going to dig. I want to start with a raid. I was immediately concerned, Suleiman, when I saw the raid, because it seemed coordinated. My first instinct that something was going wrong was like, why are all of these journalists ready with cameras? Why are they at the scene ready to go? It seemed to me that there was some type of coordination between media, prosecution, DICOT, I don't know what it was. That did not seem normal to me. Your thoughts?
Well, it didn't seem normal?
I completely agree. I mean, the journalists were ready.
Yeah, of course you agree with every single fucking leading question she gives you, dude. No shit.
You know, this is your matrix.
Ugh.
This is your system.
Thanks. Okay.
I want to get into, now we're going to dig. I want to start with a raid. I was immediately concerned, Suleiman, when I saw the raid, because it seemed coordinated. My first instinct that something was going wrong was like, why are all of these journalists ready with cameras? Why are they at the scene ready to go? It seemed to me that there was some type of coordination between media, prosecution, DICOT, I don't know what it was. That did not seem normal to me. Your thoughts?
I completely agree. I mean, the journalists were ready. The high definition cameras were ready. There was even a scene where the van moves with the Tates inside and the doors open just so the journalists can get a shot. I mean, that's just an example of everyone working together for a common goal. And we've seen that. I mean, this is not...
Don't media get pictures of people getting arrested and all this shit like all the fucking time? Isn't that what the media does? Haven't you ever seen the documentary Nightcrawler?
Not new to Andrew Tate. We saw it with various other people like Kim.com and so on and so forth. But yeah, this is essentially the way they do things.
What is a high definition camera? Isn't by definition every fucking camera high definition these days? Wait, what? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
It is an incestuous relationship.
Yeah, which is deeply problematic, because what other, if there's that type of coordination just on that, what are they coordinating on beyond that? You had mentioned, I saw you in an interview, mentioned something about leaks from the prosecution to the press. Do you have any details about what was leaked? And if you've seen those leaks, what does that tell you about what they actually have or don't have on the Tates?
Yes, there's been a significant amount of leaks. And again, that goes to your point about these people working together. So you know this is coming from the prosecution, it's going to journalists, and it's going to media. What's been leaked is this. There's conversations on WhatsApp between Andrew Tate and the women. And that's what's being leaked. But the problem with the leaks is this. First of all, they don't demonstrate the things that they're being accused of, which is human trafficking. And the second thing is this. The leaks are basically snippets of conversations. So this is the argument that Andrew Tate made in one of the, in court, was why not provide all the statements in context? So provide all the text message, all the WhatsApps. and the prosecutor refused to include the entirety of the conversations and nearly leaked that to the press. Now, an important point to note is people thought that, because there's a new leak that came out yesterday, and in that leak, what happens is the Tates are saying that the entirety of WhatsApp shouldn't be included in the evidence for the prosecution. But that's a fair legal argument, because legally, if someone's recording you without your consent in certain states in the United States, that would not be acceptable, and that wouldn't be allowed in the court.
What? Is that true? What is this? What are they? If I'm having a text conversation with somebody or a recorded conversation and I give that to the cops, are they not allowed to? I know that the police aren't allowed to do that, but I'm pretty sure civilians, there's no shot. I'll look that up. That sounds wild to me. There's no way. Like, you're telling me, like, if I took out my phone and started recording in my house, some guy murdered somebody, and the cops got the footage, like, sorry, bro, but, like, you didn't have a warrant to film this?
In certain states, it is. And now this is based on a wiretap, so that's just a fair legal argument to make. But
Well, if it's based on a wiretap, that might be different, but that's going to come down to, if Romanian law is anything like U.S. law, that's going to come down to whether or not they did the proper procedures to get a warrant before they did that wiretap. But I don't know if we know the evidence for that yet, if they had those warrants or not yet, so I don't know how we can comment on that.
What he was saying was, based on a legal argument, it shouldn't be. But if you are going to put it in, put all of it in, don't put snippets in.
So is this similar to what we saw with the Vice documentary, where you saw exchanges, but you only saw certain snippets? You didn't see what, you heard those voice memos, but you didn't hear what the girls had said to him. You only heard what he had said. Some were saying it sounded like AI, I don't know. But you didn't hear a collaborative conversation. You heard a one-sided conversation. Is that a similar thing that you're saying in terms of the leaks that came through the press?
It is a similar thing, and they did that because, and you know, with the Vice piece, before I even read the article, I knew that that's what they were going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So always know that's what journalists are going to do. When they take someone down, they're never going to put the other side in. So before I even read the article and before I even reviewed it, I knew that's what they were going to do, and that's what they did with the voice notes. I don't believe it was AI. I just believe that what happened was they didn't put Tate's conversation in there.
Agreed.
And the second thing is with the text, and then that was proven by the text messages, because again, the text messages were one-sided, and that's an article. And then it's only in the documentary that you saw a scenario where it was just put on the screen for 1 or 2 seconds. And it was only because of avid Tate fans who saw it and then took screenshots and then put it online that everyone saw that there was consent.
We're using filter inserters instead of splitters? Wait, where?
Or the DICOT report?
I've seen both DICOT reports. I've also seen the initial judicial document, which was a 9-page document, for the reason of why the judge decided to remand in the first place. And I've also seen the appeal judicial document that was leaked yesterday.
Okay, so is there any evidence in there for you that you saw that would justify them being detained, or that would suggest guilt of the allegations that they're being, I can't even say charged because there's no charges, but you know what I mean. Is there anything in there that you could speak to that could
No, of course, they
justify
look
what's
totally
going on?
innocent. Like, why do you even ask these questions?
No, I would say the opposite. Whenever I read these documents, the minimal amount of evidence that's in there, it just exonerates them. It shows the opposite. So let me just give you an example.
Yeah, tell us.
It's just in the leak yesterday, so I've not looked at it deeply. I had a quick look at it before I came on your show. So basically, as an example, one of the claims is that he's human trafficking. But in there's basically a financial arrangement between him and the women. This is the statement of the women, by the way, not his statement. So this is the statement of the women, so the statement of the prosecution. And they say that, guess what? The cut was this. The woman received 50%, Andrew Tate received 25%, and Luana received 25%. That means the woman was receiving double of what Andrew Tate was receiving. How is that extortion? How is that human trafficking?
It's such a stupid, it's so stupid. Like, if I go to fucking Ukraine and I find some 16-year-old girl and I bring her to the United States and I make her do like camming and I'm like, listen here, like you can keep 50% and we're gonna take 50%. Like, How is that sex trafficking? Like, not to mention the fact that he was taking more than 50%, because we've already seen him admit as much, but...
That does not meet the definition of human trafficking whatsoever.
And it's interesting. So, I mean, if this is in the reports, then the powers that be in the legal system have seen this stuff, correct? So again, what is the justification? I mean, I don't see how someone's mind can't go to that there's something shady going on here. If this is right there in the document, in the report, is there any other explanation for what could be going on other than that something here is just dark? I mean, I just don't understand based on what you're saying.
No, I do think that there's something shady going on. In my view, and this is just my opinion, I think that it's just they've decided that they were going to take him out. They decided that they wanted to prosecute him, and I already think that they've already decided they want to convict him. I actually think it's just a predetermined decision, and now they're trying to find evidence to justify that decision. But the evidence just doesn't mount up. I would say, and I would say that the evidence doesn't even mount up to even win a civil case, which is based on balance of probability. So just for your viewers, like 51% chance that could happen. So never mind beyond reasonable doubt. I just think this evidence just does not show that. We can later, evidence may come out that that's the case. But right now, if we assume that these leaks and these things that we're seeing is the strongest evidence, it definitely doesn't meet the standards.
Has this dude offered a single differing opinion in response to her super leading questions? Nope. It's just all like agreement, 100% agreement, of course.
Okay, and we're going to get to, you know, in terms of can a fair trial happen here? Have they already decided? We're going to get to that in a second. I want to get to the accusers now. Man, this is quite a timeline, I have to say. I started digging in here, and it was like opening up, I don't know, a treasure chest that was just, it was insanity unfolded. So I want to start with the Moldovan woman. First of all, let's talk about, do you have a sum total of the number of alleged accusers here?
Yeah. So according to the DICOT report, there should be 6.
Mm-hmm.
2 have come out and said, we are not victims and we love the Tates and they are our family. And that's Jasmine and Beatrice. So we have 4 left over. 2 we know about, which is the woman who is Moldovan and from London.
American.
And the second one is the one from the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And the other 2 we don't know about. So they could exist or they may not exist.
Okay, good.
Do we know, has there been any evidence that these are the women that the Romanian prosecutors are referring to? Do we know that for sure yet? Or is this just, do we just all kind of like assume that? I'm trying to figure out if that's been confirmed or not. I've seen it claimed a lot, so maybe it's true, but I don't know if it's true.
That means my numbers are right, which makes me happy. Okay, let's talk about the Moldovan woman. Let's dig into first the accusations. Can you tell me what those accusations are specifically? And speak a little bit about the background there, the witness statement. What do we know about this woman, and what does the Tate side?
Is there any evidence that the Tate bros were working with other criminal elements in Romania? So 2 pieces to that. One is, I think everybody that operates a casino in Romania is necessarily working with criminal elements. I think that's been said quite a few times. I haven't confirmed that myself. I've heard that said over and over again. And 2, I think Andrew Tate himself admitted that on a thing. He's like, oh yeah, I had to go talk to the mob, blah, 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 blah. I think he said that himself. Now, maybe he's lying, but I think those are the 2 things. I don't think anybody disputes that he's worked with criminal elements in Romania. Like Tate said it, maybe you think he's lying, and then everybody that has casinos over there, I think is lying, or is working with those types of people.
Too, because I've done a lot of research on this, but what are they alleging actually happened here? Speak to me a little bit about this story. I'm going to let you talk for a minute on this because you've done a lot of research on it.
Of course. So the Moldovan woman, she is accused of 2 things. First is human trafficking, and the second thing is 2 accounts of non-consensual sex. And so what that means is, so that's what her accusations are. But let's look at her background and timeline, because it just doesn't add up. So the first thing is this: she was living in London, one of the most expensive cities in the world. She was a stripper in London, and just as an example, so she was already in the sex industry. Why that's important is because a lot of the opposition to Tate have been arguing that actually all of these women were never in the industry, and he manipulated them and got them into the industry.
To be clear, the reason why that echoes so much is because Tate himself said that a million times. Andrew Tate himself said, oh yeah, I've got these women and they didn't do any of that before, blah, blah, blah. Andrew Tate himself has said that tons. And I think Tristan as well. So yeah, people are repeating that, but they themselves have said that.
In reality, she wasn't. She was actually in the industry to the extent where it was more of a physical interaction compared to what happened later. So she was a stripper, and then what happened was she met Tate, and according to Tate, she wanted to become a TikTok star, and she wanted her own beach bar, and she wanted to become famous, and so on and so forth. And there is a video clip out there saying that she wants to be famous. Now, so obviously what happened was Andrew Tate then, based on that, agreed with her, took her to Romania. She flew over to Romania, and then she stayed with other women. So she didn't stay with the Tates. So that's important, because that again demonstrates a certain level of freedom.
Not necessarily, dude. That's just not necessarily true. It's not necessarily wrong, but it's not necessarily true.
And then when she stayed with the Tates, there's obviously, she was an avid runner, and again, people are from the surrounding area have confirmed that. So again, she wasn't restricted in her movement. And then according to, again, the judicial documents,
people in the area, who confirmed it? What is he? Why not give us details? Oh.
Tate says that she used to message him regularly, almost 12 hours a day. So again, he's saying, look, why aren't all those messages being put in as opposed to snippets? And so the reason for the claim was this, that what Andrew Tate said, that she basically blackmailed him and said that she wanted £200,000. And when he refused, she made the complaint within 48 hours. Now, what was the complaint? So the complaint was this.
Okay, where's your evidence for that? Why are you saying, like, I want to see every single text message proving her claim? I want to see, the snippets are enough, blah, 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 blah. I want to see all this, I want to see. Okay, fine. Has Andrew Tate produced a single shred of evidence saying she was trying to blackmail him? Where's the evidence for that? Like, and maybe there has been, and I just haven't heard about it, but like, that'd be pretty good for you to bring up right now on this show. It'd be a pretty decent thing for you to mention.
This, she complained that basically there was non-consensual sex. Now, the incident, actually there was 2 other women present because it was basically an orgy. And so you've got all these witnesses who say it didn't happen, and she says it does. The second incident,
well, all these women, wait, the other women that are being trafficked by Tate, or the ones that are working explicitly as his bottom bitches? Don't you think that maybe they're not the best people to go off of if they are truly what they're being accused of? Now, that's not to say that that's necessarily happening, but that is the accusation. So wouldn't it be kind of silly to take their word for it?
Sorry, and on the same day, there's videos going around of her twerking and so on and so forth. And the second incident, again, although her report was only a few weeks later, in regards to the second incident, she just says, I don't remember when it happened. And then what happened was, you have one day before the raid, where again, they're partying, they're dancing, again, that's on social media. And then you have a scenario when the raid happens. And then the worst thing for me is this: 3 weeks later, they end up in the French Riviera, a very expensive luxury holiday, which I would state that most people from the United Kingdom or the United States could never afford. So the question becomes this: how was she able to afford it? If it's A, that she had a significant amount of money to do so, again, that goes against trafficking, because that means she was making a lot of money. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, let's say she wasn't making a lot of money.
I don't know what to say, dude. Because Connor did this a little bit to me as well. I don't know if we should go through, like, I'm not an investigator, but like, I know how to use like decent deductive reasoning, and like, this ain't it. Like, he's making so many assumptions based on things that he could just never know. He's making so many wild assumptions on things that he could just never know. There's a million ways she could have gotten the money. You need evidence for these claims. Now, all of these claims are good things to investigate. Like, okay, you said you were being extorted by the Tates, but like a week after the raid, you're on vacation in some fucking rich place? Where'd you get the fucking money from if you're being extorted? Sorry, right? Those are good questions, but you have to follow that up. That doesn't necessarily mean something bad is happening. It demands further investigation. Where is the investigation? You're the journalist. You're looking at pictures on fucking social media, and then you're crying about the Romanian legal system doing the same. Where's your research, right? Like,
then the question is who paid her and why.
So I'm curious.
Oh, he's being even more. Who paid her and why? Is he implying that she got paid off?
Do you know if the claims of the sexual assault that happened when there were other women present was supposedly in a hotel room in Bucharest? The Tate's assistant, Luana, had said, there were 2 other women there. You're correct in saying that the assessment is that it was kind of like an orgy. Do you know if any of those witness statements of those women saying this was consensual, this was not assault, have any of those statements been entered into the case files as far as you know?
I'm unsure about those specific women, but what I do know is, and I guess this is linked to the idea of what the prosecution is trying to propose, because what you've actually got is this scenario. You've got these 2 women, and maybe 2 more, but let's just say these 2 women who are stating that these things happened, so human trafficking and being taken advantage of. And then you've got all these other witnesses, all these other women, including Jasmine and Beatrice, saying, no, none of these things happened. We all had freedom of movement. We all had freedom to do what we want. We had complete autonomy. We were able to spend money. We were able to do what we want. So what's the best way to deal with that issue? Because you've got so many witnesses. Mm-hmm. So actually the best way is to say they're all brainwashed. If you say that they're all brainwashed, then you can't take their witness statement. And what then would happen is, if the defense wanted to use them as live evidence, or as in the United States they say, in the witness box, what would then happen is their opinion would be disregarded, or their position would be disregarded, because they'll be like, then they'll say to them, look, you're only saying that because you're brainwashed.
How
so
convenient.
You're basically quite deceptively, you're basically taking out the majority of the witnesses.
How convenient. How convenient for the prosecution. We're going to get to that article in the Daily Mail that came out about Jasmina and Beatrice and what they're saying about them at the end in terms of being brainwashed. So a couple of takeaways from me from this, and your story, I'm glad to hear your story follows exactly what my research shows. I have it sitting right here. It's following along pretty much what you're saying. I would like to know how somebody could be held captive if they're out going for a run every day. That's interesting to me. I would like to know how somebody is being held captive if the videos show that a bunch of these women are not only twerking, having a big old party, but there are cell phones in the videos. Last I checked, you can't hold somebody captive. I mean, if they're out running, if they have access to technology, that's not what it looks like when you're held in captivity against your will. That's just, that picture does not add up. Another thing that I had discovered, Tate is alleging that when it comes to a Moldovan woman, that he had found out that she was involved in prostitution, and at that point had asked her to leave. And that was when the blackmail, according to him, happened. Within 48 hours of that, she had filed an assault, a non-consensual complaint, and left the country. So, there's components of this that just don't add up. Jasmina also had claimed, as you suggested, that the woman didn't live with Tate at the time, that she was living with Jasmina. So Jasmina was like, I'm telling you, we were able to freely go in and out. I'm telling you, that's what was happening. She wasn't locked up in the Tate house. She was living with me, and we were coming and going as we wanted. So why is that statement, again, not being taken into consideration? We're going to tell you why at the end, but think about that. What is the justification for that? For not, someone's telling you something and was there experiencing it, and you're not listening. Sounds agenda-driven to me. How much do you know about the American woman and her allegations? I think her name is Dara DeVille, if I'm not mistaken. But that component is not discussed as much as the Moldovan woman. How much info do you have on that, Suleiman?
Yeah. So that one's equally strange. So the U.S. woman allegedly only went to Romania for 5 days before the raid. 6 days. So her entire experience of being trafficked was 6 days.
6 days. Interesting.
Yeah.
And what happened? What is her?
Yeah,
what is she saying? She was held against her will in those 6 days. What is she saying?
Yeah. So according to her, she was held against her will. But then again, you've got a significant problem with that story. First of all, it's only 6 days. The second thing is that she knew the Tate beforehand. And just think about this. She's from the United States. She contacted Tristan Tate via Instagram. Tristan Tate's Instagram is very obvious about the type of lifestyle he lives. He's got the cars, he's got the money, he's got the women. It's simply illogical that somebody would go on Tristan's Instagram and think that he's gonna, partake in a monogamous relationship. It's just, you could see it from his Instagram. She then flies from the United States all the way over to a different country, which is Romania. And remember, United States, there's many men. But what makes her move all the way to Romania? It's because of the lifestyle that she believed that Tristan is going to provide. So she moves to Romania, and again, she's living with these women. She's only there for 5 days. Now, again, the arguments were made that, guess what, she was held captive. But and the proof they gave was, again, people in social media took a snippet of 6 seconds. But the long form of that video actually shows she was going in the house, out of the house. She was going to collect pizza, come back. And the worst thing about all of this is, guess what? A good way of finding out if any of these women are being human trafficked is by looking at the CCTV evidence, both inside the house and outside the house. And once again, the prosecution is not including that as evidence. And that for me is simply horrendous. But actually, I wouldn't even say it's horrendous, it's illegal.
Why would the prosecution include that as evidence? Like, if there is evidence to exonerate them, wouldn't that be the job of the defense?
Legally, you are meant to be providing the evidence which is both for the prosecution and against the prosecution for the judge to determine whether it's strong enough to remand. So that is one example of what I believe they're doing, which is illegal.
Yeah.
And so with the US woman,
Yeah, go ahead, Suleiman. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
And so with the US woman, you have that bit. Also, and I've just had a quick glance of the 20-page document that's come out now, which was leaked yesterday. And from there, it seems like she was already working with the Tates in terms of TikTok before she ever went to Romania. If that's the case, I just need to verify that, but if that's the case, what that means is she already was doing TikTok work beforehand. So going to Romania, there was nothing different. So why is she claiming that she's human trafficked? Again, that doesn't add up. And then you have a scenario where the US woman, she, again, you got the same story about the dancing and then the raid and then the French Riviera. But what's worse than that is this US woman, her social media handles are still working, and now she's changed her profile to human trafficking advocate. So for me, that's problematic. Like, if you have just been through human trafficking, you can't be an advocate for it, because you need to, first of all, go through your own experience and come out of it before you can. So again, if someone was being a pessimist, one would think that she was trying to make this into a career.
What?
Okay, and chat, I see you. I'm going to get to you in just a second.
Okay.
I see questions in there. We're going to get to you in just a second. Just bear with me because I want to lose our train of thought here. So what do we have here? We
cul-de-sac with like rich parents that has never had any type of hardships in his life, and is fucking trying to give his opinion on the real world, you know?
Oh.
Yeah, bro. And, it's crazy, like, give your opinion on all the political shit you do, all that little racism shit, all the police work and all that other shit. But, like, leave the homies out of it, bro. That's when I got a problem. Like,
and not only that, did you watch Flacco's video where it's like, number one, the way Destiny said how he's like, oh, it's savagery. It's savagery what they're doing over there. I'm like, okay, that's a little racist and sus right there. Then you watch Flacco's video, he says something else where he's like, gotta stick up for my white brethren. Oh, joking. You know what I mean? And then continues talking. It's like,
yeah.
There is like a little undertone of racism when it comes to him, like especially the shit that he was saying there. And
yeah.
Wait, what?
No, I mean, I been thought he was racist. I never thought that he wasn't racist for a fact. Like, I never thought he wasn't racist.
I knew it from the day I saw him.
And it's just like,
because he's white.
I don't want to fucking bring, because everyone has like different borders in their life of stuff they care about. But it's like the way Destiny was speaking on the mother situation. I'm like, bro, he has his girlfriend like getting fucked by random dudes. Like, he
there it
any
is.
type of like thing in his life that he respects at such a high standard where he's like, I'm actually care for this thing. If he actually is willing to have his girlfriend fucked by random men, he's not gonna care about his own mother probably either. You know what I mean? That's why he's so comfortable saying shit like that.
Yeah, no, that's facts. And he think he's like tucked away in this little like, you feel me, like, oh, you can't find me, can't shit, bro. It's like, bro, he doesn't know how well connected people are.
And it's not even okay. It's like it's not even only that about the well-connected shit and all that stuff, but it's just like his argument is like he's like, oh, you should be able to use your brain and talk things out and not resort to fucking violence or whatever it is. And honestly, if he was like a semi-threatening man who looked like he could beat anyone up, that would come with a little bit of like that would come it would mean a little bit more coming from him, like, oh, don't use your fist.
Oh, look, here you go. This bitch ass niggas in the chat now. Here we go. Here we go, bro.
How often do you guys think about slobbing on me, bro? Keep your fucking opinion out of our fucking about our friend shit, bro. That's fucking crazy. What the fuck you said, Destiny?
Yeah, hey, Destiny, jump your bitch ass in the Discord. Let's talk about it, you fucking weirdo. Let's talk about it. Since you just so high powered.
It's like, bro, the whole arguments of like, oh, don't use your fist, use your brain. When it's coming from a guy that he like, there's like not a little threatening piece about him. When he says that it's meaningless. If someone were to even like, they could actually beat someone up, fuck someone up for their values or whatever, and they're saying like, no, I'd rather talk things out. Then it actually means something. Means something.
Right. No, that's facts, bro. This nigga. Hey, Maz, can you get this nigga the Discord link so we can get this?
I'm never gonna finish this fucking video. I'm gonna lose my debate. Fucking around with these guys. Fuck me. I'm in the Discord.
Yo, Destiny, I reeled your mom.
That's base, dude.
Yo.
Hey, what's up? Whoa. This guy having trouble figuring his shit out.
Yo, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yo, what up?
Hi, what's up, buddy?
What's up, man? What's up? What's up with all the shit you got to say?
I see you guys talking a lot of shit about me. I'm just curious what's going on.
You started. Is this this nigga? I don't think it's this nigga.
Wait, what? You don't think it's me? It literally says Destiny. It's got a fucking anime picture. Who else do you think it is?
Nigga, I don't fucking know. It could be all these random ass niggas, bro. I don't fucking know.
Your girlfriend's getting nailed right now. Your girlfriend's getting nailed right now.
We should join. We should join my Discord. I have like a private. Room.
Yeah, I got a private. Yo.
All right, what's up? Tell me. What are your problems? Speak to me. I'm here.
All right, what's up with you first of all, bruh?
Okay, so on the internet, we look at other shit on the internet and we talk about it. That's what everybody on the internet does. So I don't understand this. Like, why are you talking about our community shit? Yeah, no shit.
Wait.
Yeah.
Before we start talking about, you feel me, about this whole shit, you're not gonna be talking to me about this with this white assorted tone of voice. So like, tone it down a little bit and talk regular, my guy. Like, you feel me? Just slow down and talk regular.
I have no idea what the fuck you just said. I'm going to speak how I normally speak to anybody that I talk to. If there's another way you want me to speak, you can give me a fucking dictionary, but this is how I talk to people.
Let me ask you two things. Number one, how do you feel about being so incredibly insensitive about talking about our homie's mother like that and the way you did in that clip you did?
I don't feel anything about being insensitive about somebody's mom. What I said is that fighting somebody because they said something insensitive about their mom is stupid behavior. That's a dumb thing to do.
What do you mean? How?
No, what part of that? Hold on. What part of that don't you understand? And then I'll try to explain.
What do you mean, bro? If somebody says something about somebody's mom, nigga, you're getting slapped, no matter what.
How do you think that strategy works out for you in the long run?
Nigga, it works out really great. You get slapped the fuck up.
Yeah, and then what happens to you?
You could come from
Nigga,
this
nothing.
perspective
Nothing?
because you don't know house phone, and like we are all his friends, so yeah, we're gonna feel some type of way like when somebody else talks.
That's
shit
great
about.
that you feel some type of way. The type of way that you feel, we have a word for that. It's called self-destructive.
And guess what? And you're
you're a fucking
dumbass
weirdo.
entered Toke's chat saying, "Oh, you guys are slobbing on me."
Yeah, because you're talking about my. You're talking. No, shut the fuck up. You're talking shit about me and my fucking wife. Of course, I'm gonna ask how much you want to sub.
Yeah, well, stop letting your bitch get ran through.
Stop thinking about, bro. Listen,
Yo, bitch legs is like an obtuse angle.
That's great. And right now you're on your
Fucking
knees
bitch.
begging to suck my fucking dick, dude. You're so you're hungrier for my cock than any gay dude I've ever talked to in my entire fucking life.
No,
shut the fuck up.
everybody
Come on,
else.
dude.
Yo,
You're gonna sit
your
here and
wife
talk
is
about
hungry
my
for
wife.
everybody else's dick.
My wife's not
Apparently,
in the bro,
your
you're not
wife.
talking, you're not talking to my wife right now. You're talking to me. So why not talk to me?
Okay, well,
Talk
we're talking
me,
to your
talk
wife's
about
legs
me.
right now, obviously.
Really? I don't see you over here.
My
laugh
argument
it up,
was the
laugh it
fact
up, little
that
man.
if
Come
you're
the fuck
willing
on. You don't
to
have anything.
Your girlfriend being
Talk to me.
fucked by
Hey,
different
hey,
strange
my
men,
girlfriend's
you're
not
obviously
here
gonna
right
have
now.
insensitivity.
Your girlfriend is the 405 on
My
ramp.
girlfriend
Like she's ran
is not.
through.
My girlfriend is not in this conversation right now. So why don't you talk to me? If you don't have anything to say to me,
You're talking
then
about
that's
the
fine.
fucking homie's
You're talking about
mom,
our
dude.
homie,
What
you
the fuck is wrong
dumb
with
bitch.
you?
I didn't come in here to talk about your homie. I came here to talk to you about what I said. If you want to talk to
Okay,
me about
well,
what I said,
okay.
then let's do it. Did my wife say anything about your friend? No. So why the fuck are you talking about my wife?
Well, tell your wife to stop. Tell her pussy
You're
stop talking
about
all
the
around
mom,
town.
so
Then
shut the fuck up. Your arguments are like it's invalid right now. You're
My
talking
argument
about
is
the homie's
invalid
mom.
while you're
So we're gonna
obsessed
talk
over
about
what goes
your
in or out of my
relationships. We're
wife,
gonna talk
bro.
about
Are
your
you
personal
serious?
relationships.
How
We're
sad and
gonna
lonely
roast
are
any
you,
way we
thirsty
can
motherfuckers?
Because you're being incredibly
sad and lonely.
insensitive.
Stop
So
fucking
get
your
that through
bitch
head.
raw.
Sad and lonely. Sad and lonely.
and lonely. That's what
Sad
you're
and
gonna be.
lonely.
Stop
That's
fucking
what I'm
your girl
getting.
raw
I'm getting
because it's a
massive
problem.
incel vibes in here today, okay? If you want to talk
Incel.
about
Wait, we have incel vibes. You're the one with the fucking bright blue hair. You're like 36 years old. You weigh 300 pounds, and your girlfriend gets fucked by all of Los Angeles, bro. You're the incels.
we don't
Crazy.
even live in LA, bro. Are you okay?
Bro, we
right
all
now?
live in LA. Let's link up. By the way,
I'm
let's
sure
link
she
up.
travels though.
We can link up right now if we're all in LA.
You're gonna link
We
up.
can link up
I
right
just
now.
said I'm not in LA. Can you hear me? Are you so
Yeah,
fucking
'cause you
excited
try to
jerking off to
smack
pictures
the
of my
fuck
fucking
up.
wife?
What, bro,
Jesus
that's your
Christ.
wife?
You guys are
You wear a condom every
insane.
night. Keep it a
You
thousand.
guys
Yo,
are
maybe you should talk
insane.
about the homie's mom if you're so sensitive about your fucking wife.
I'm not in. Notice I'm not driving out to fucking shoot you over shit, talking shit about my wife, because I actually have a
who
life
said-
that's
I
worth
never said I
living
was gonna
for.
do that
Okay.
either. I know. We never said we were gonna do that either. We were just talking shit about this dude who's talking shit and being insensitive about our homie. That's why we're talking shit, and you join trying to argue about your fucking about your stance of like, oh, I'm able to do this. I'm able to go ahead and do it. We're gonna call you a fucking retard for it.
Oh, cool.
And make
Well, I'm
fun
gonna
of
call you
your
guys fucking
wife.
retards for your opinions. Welcome to the internet. You figured it out. Good job. I'm glad I could fucking help you. Do
Awesome.
you need any
No,
more
all we
education?
can say
Do
here
you
is
need me
you,
to teach you
apparently.
as a 34-year-old guy?
You're
What
the
are you
one
guys
getting
like
heated.
15? Do you guys need me to teach you anything else while I'm in here, or while I'm here? It's a free education.
Okay,
go-
no.
Go debate another 15-year-old on your
In
stream
all,
to
in
look
all,
like a smartass.
wait. In all seriousness,
Uh-huh.
in all seriousness, I do want you to teach me how you are okay with just letting your bitch get ran through.
True.
I really want you to teach me.
Okay, step
I
one,
really-
try to find any girl ever, okay? That's the first part, okay? Try to find any girl ever, and then once you figure that out, I can help you from there, okay? Good luck. Do you have anything else except
find
explain?
all you got
Are you really
ever?
just here to talk
All
about?
you-
Are you ready to talk about anything besides my wife? Like, what am I even supposed to say? If you want a Discord call with her, maybe I can set you
if you-
up. But like, I'm
Yeah,
not here to talk for her or about
trust
her.
me, I think,
Yeah, Paulo
I think
would
we
be
can
down,
find her
actually.
number easily.
Yeah, I'm sure you could, dude. I'm sure you could.
Oh shit. Well, anyways, why did you join? Because, like I said, we're just gonna talk shit about you because you remain to be insensitive. You remain to like take.
Is that
your
what you're
words
here
back
to
and you
cry
wanna stand on your
about me being
insensitivity, so
insensitive
we're
while
gonna
you're talking
continue to
about
talk
railing my
shit.
wife, dude? Are you fucking serious right
No,
now?
we're
I
not
don't wanna
talking
rail
about
your
railing your
wife.
wife.
No,
We're talking
hell
about
no, dude.
everyone else
Prayers
doing
to
it.
the people who want to do that. to be
You
honest.
really, you are this fucking
We're
fragile.
talking about everyone
This
else
is-
doing it, not
this
us.
is what-
We're good.
This is what fragility looks like. That's what you guys are right now.
No, it's what
Fragility.
prostitution looks like. What the
Fragility.
fuck are you
That's
talking about?
fragility.
Look how heated you're getting over your. Like,
I'm the one that's
internet
heated right now.
comments.
You guys have made how many comments about my fucking wife? Holy shit! And then you're gonna
Well,
cry
it's
about
not-
somebody talking about somebody's
it's
dead
not
mom?
our
Are you
You shouldn't
fault.
talk about the homie's mom then, huh? Maybe you should
Exactly.
fucking keep your
And
mouth
it's
shut
not
about
our
that.
fault that she got more miles than a used car. It's not our fault. Like, check her shit. Like, check her shit, bro. That's not our fault. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
How often do you fantasize about my wife? Be honest. How much do you think
we-
about her?
we-
Are
we
you looking
actually
at her
didn't hear about
Instagram,
it till
her
today.
pictures? Oh,
We
so
actually
this is a
didn't
new
hear about it
fantasy.
till
Okay,
today.
that's good. I'm glad, dude. you have anything else you want to talk about?
We don't want nothing to do about that.
Yeah, that's good.
That's about it.
Okay.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
hey,
What
listen,
about
I'm glad we
what
can,
about? Hold on. What? Yo, Destiny. Honestly, what about the Savage comment about all that? Did you see Flacco's video about the other clip you had made? You're referring to all the people around Adam being crazy people and savages, all that stuff. Where are you coming from when you're making comments like that?
Savage behavior to go to blows over people talking shit to each other. That is savage behavior. Do you disagree?
It didn't go to blows or whatever.
What do you mean? He literally threw a drink at him. The only reason it didn't go to blows is because Adam backed off. What are you talking about?
Bro, we were there. Like, what are you fucking telling niggas that were there?
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Did he throw something at him?
Okay, that's not a blow.
So Destiny,
if you weren't the split guy is fucking retarded. Okay, I'm talking to Harmonious. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Destiny, if your mother had just passed away and one of your close friends was being insensitive to you about it, would you try to debate him, or you can just punch him in the face and teach him a fucking lesson immediately?
I'd probably be a fucking adult and a fucking man, and I would tell the guy, "Hey, don't talk about my mom like that. I don't appreciate it." That's what you do, right?
Bro, why do you say why do you talk like that? Like,
because you're acting, because you're talking like a 9-year-old. I would go in.
What is wrong with this nigga, bro?
I'd slap that dude up the face. I would slap that guy. Like, come on, dude. Are you fucking serious?
From a privileged background. Do you come from a privileged background? Do you have any type of
come from a privileged background?
You've ever gone
what are you
through in your life,
talking about,
ever?
dude? You don't have. First of all, you don't know what the fuck my background is. Number one,
I
okay.
don't. That's
Number
what I'm
two,
asking you. That's
chances
what I'm
are
asking
you
you.
guys
for one, we could probably
able to
say it's
think this way.
prostitution because you're
I'm trying to
taking
see
on your
how
wife.
you're able
You
to
can say
think
that.
this way that like, oh, someone's gonna talk shit about my dead mom and I'm not gonna punch him in the face. Like how you had to be from an incredibly suburban area with like no hardships. You have like not suburban. I mean like a cul-de-sac ass area with no hardships, rich parents.
Well, maybe
now
I just
now you're trying to like give your perspective on the real
you
world.
have no idea what my background is. It's obvious, which is fine. That's
And
cute.
that's why I was
okay?
asking that
But
question,
number
yeah.
two, it has nothing to do with where I came from, and it has to do with where I am. And I couldn't imagine throwing away any part of my life because I feel like I need to protect my masculinity by punching some dude because he talks shit about
It's
my
not
dead
your
mom.
masculinity. You're protecting your.
Just so you know, you're not talking on a freeway. You can slow down a
family
second.
members, bro.
Your love and respect for your family members don't want you going to prison because you're fighting somebody because they came off as insensitive.
This is why I bring up your relationship with your wife. Where I'm saying that if you don't have that barrier with
You
your
know
wife,
this
being
shit,
able to have her fucked by other guys,
Holy
you're obviously
shit.
not gonna punch some guy for fucking talking shit about your dead
Great.
mom either.
All right. Well, you guys have anything else or?
That's it.
All right. Well, good luck in life. When you get older, maybe you'll figure shit out a little bit more, or maybe you won't. Maybe you'll end up fucking shot or killed or in jail somewhere.
Tell your
Good luck,
wife
dudes.
to.
What a fucking waste of time. Holy shit.
Have accusations of sexual assault in a hotel room where witnesses who were there who were partaking in what they claim was a consensual sexual experience, where are their statements?
I can't even say what I'm going to want to say because now everyone's going to say it's like I wanted to call them the N-word. I don't want to call them the N-word, but I feel like I can't make any assumptions or say anything about their background because if I do, it's going to come off as racist. I can't say anything. Whereas this guy can make all sorts of guesses about like where I came from or what my background is, but I can't fucking say anything. It drives me crazy. I don't know what the fuck I can do. It's like these people are, when I say these people, I don't mean black people, but I mean like this community of people, some of which happen to be black, this hip hop, online, whatever this bullshit, right? It feels like it's like the trans community of like the new people that I'm fighting with. It's like the same problem that I ran into with trans people where I can't say anything to them or about them, not slurs, but just anything without it being like, oh, he's racist. Oh, he's insensitive. Oh, like, dude, are you serious? Holy shit. Sorry. Okay. We're gonna get through this fucking video, dude.
You have, you know,
I need to just, one of these days, I need to bring back like 2011 Destiny, okay? Jesus.
allegations being made, and then you have a day before the raid, you've got these videos that emerge of these girls dancing half naked from the Tate house. You've got them going on lavish holiday together a month after the raid, super expensive stuff.
Why are you talking about them? You could talk about so many other topics. Because I've been on the Note Jumper podcast. Haven't I been on like 3 of their shows at this point? 2, I'm planning on going back in a month. 3, I'm friendly-ish with like Adam22 and a couple of other people on that show. 4, I've had multiple other people. Of course I'm gonna fucking talk about them. What do you mean? Like, I might not live with them or be as, but of course when shit's going down on the internet, people are gonna talk about it. Like, what do you, no fucking shit, Sherlock Holmes. Like, what a stupid thing. Like, why would you talk about me? Why are you broadcasting your shit on the internet? Of course, if you're broadcasting it for everybody to see, everybody's gonna have an opinion about it. Like, Jesus.
The pictures are out there. You can find them. Posting a bunch of photos. I mean, does this sound, just use your mind, people, does this sound like something's not fishy here. Do these sound like individuals who have just gone through a traumatic experience, a horrible experience of being assaulted and trafficked? Also, where is the evidence of confinement? Where is the evidence that they didn't have access to the outdoors when you have multiple people, and by the way, cameras that they're refusing to look at the Tate home, at other people's homes like Jasmina's, that show, according to them, free access in and out. You can't be going out to get people who are held in confinement. They don't say, oh, can you run and get a pizza? And they go run and get the pizza. Oh, they're confined, but pizza's different. A jog is different. That's not how it works. I mean, really, like there's the brain dead people out there. It's just unbelievable. And by the way, corrupt institutions rely on you to be brain dead, rely on you to not ask questions. So refuse to play that game. Suleiman, go ahead. I want to bring in your timeline just for clarification from your Substack, but go ahead, please.
Yeah, of course. So just the French Riviera, I just want to add one point, because some people may argue, guess what? They went there because they wanted to get away from things, and it was a way of just...
Destiny, just attack their backgrounds and try to attack their insecurities. Bring up how little views they have, or maybe how they probably didn't grow up in the hood like they claim to. Bro, you really think I can say any of that shit? I can't. Please stop. Jesus Christ.
Just, recovering from the situation. For me, that would be an acceptable explanation. The problem was they were posting on Instagram, they were posting on TikTok, so therefore it was, again, about publicity as opposed to trying to recover.
Yeah, I've seen the photos, and I have to say, if it was, they went away to clear their heads and to recover, and it was about health, and it would not look as it did. And so I'm just go look at the photos. Audience, make your own decision about that. I want to just pull this timeline up. Deli, do you have that timeline for the UK woman? This was put quite beautifully out there by Suleiman. It says, prior to November 2021, Andrew Tate meets the UK woman in London. November 2021, the UK woman moves to Romania. March of 2022, alleged incident of assault. 11, April 2022, videos of the woman partying and twerking. Around April 2022, UK woman blackmails Andrew Tate for 200,000 euros. And the 12th of April 2022, the raid on Tate's home. And around May 2nd, 2022, is the luxury.
I don't get why they're all so worked up. Do you know? Adam didn't even insult his mom in that clip. He literally said he helped pay for the funeral. I don't get why they're all up in arms. The reason why they're up in arms is because the way that Adam talks is autistic a little bit, where initially he said that, like, yeah, I heard that he's got a lot of stuff going on, he's dealing with like his mom shit or whatever, and when some people hear that, like, his mom shit, they're reading it in the worst way possible, and they're thinking like, oh, you think that his mom shit was just like a little thing, like some bullshit? So people started to get heated over that, and then when when the house phone guy expressed his upsetness about that, like, oh, you try to like just like rub it off and you like talk shit about it. Adam's like, what do you mean I talk shit? I paid for it. And now that was like another attack, like, you paid for my mom's funeral, motherfucker. And then he like got up and to fight and whatever. That's like the shit. But it's all like fragility. It's all just like being very fragile. Like, that's the problem, is being very fragile. Also, what was the... It didn't come to blows. He just threw something at him. Oh, kill me. Another problem, too, also, more than it being a racial thing, more than it being a community thing, more than it being a culture thing, another problem, too, is I think for a lot of these guys, I think also they're really young. Like, those two guys, I think were both, like, probably, like, 21 or younger, I think. And if that's the case too, that's also going to play a lot into it as well, right? Wait, are you serious? This is the guy that was shit-talking me? Okay. Whatever. I'm moving Adam out to fucking Miami, okay? We're gonna get litty.
Holiday. So just use your brain. Does this timeline make sense to you given the allegations and the accusations? It doesn't to me. It just doesn't. As a female, empathizing with someone who could have gone
What's up,
through
Louis?
that legitimately. This is just not, this does not make logical sense to me. There's too many holes, and there's too many pieces of evidence, legitimate evidence, like the cameras and the surveillance, that are being excluded.
I do think sometimes I have to be careful about the dude. I feel like when I die in the next 2 years, it's gonna be so political. Like I have to choose the person that kills me so well, because like I feel like if I end up getting killed by like a black dude over shit like this, my whole community would go, they'd be all America first. Like it would be over. My whole community would be like, you know what, Fuentes was right, and then it would just be done. I'd be over. And then all the communities would be like, there it is. Like it would just be the worst possible thing in the world. I need to like pay a guy to be like, pretend to be a white nationalist and to like stay in the back roster. So like if I'm a minority or like a Muslim or a woman or whatever, or a fucking, any left-leaning person was ever gonna kill me, he has to like pop in and like save the day. Like, no, it was a sniper shot from this guy and he's been posting racist Nazi shit for the past 20 years. Like, oh, thank God. It was the right that got him, you know? Jesus.
I'm going to get to the chat, Suleiman, and then let's just see if we have some questions here from the audience. Okay, let's see what we got here. Lurker, $20. Funny how the social media and journalism do not put the same energy in blaming Tate brothers and sex trafficking for the government finding and releasing Epstein lists. So yeah, they're talking about the, of course not. Of course, because remember, this is political and this is agenda driven. And they have a selective interest in the truth depending upon who they like and who they don't like. We have Prototype 3710, $20, free the Tates. Their money and possessions are being seized and the charges will be to justify them. This is a horrible message to send to international travelers. The gynocracy, social media, and US is behind this. And that's an interesting, Suleiman, that's an interesting point. We have one more from Prototype as well, but you know, the Tates really did put Romania on the map. At first in a very positive way, creating this tourist attraction. People...
This is... Bro, you're delusional. Are you serious? I know that she's saying this and not the other guy, but like he's not pushing back on it, so I'm gonna hold him to account as well. Like,
nobody was going to Romania before the Tates were there, and then they were like, oh, maybe I'll check out Romania.
Do you think, Andrew, do you think the Tates are driving a whole bunch of international tourism to fucking Romania? I think you could get creative with your roast towards that community if you really thought about what gets them the most mad, because, well, it shows they don't hide it really well. The problem is that, like, the way that I would dig into that community, all of it would like come off as racist, but it's because they're black people. But like I would do the same towards like white people too, right? Like if I was arguing with some like really incel-y fucking white guy, a lot of the stereotypes I'd go to would be racist. I'd say, okay, you've got some school shooter vibes, motherfucker. Or okay, like is this the next like Unabomber or whatever? Which like would feel kind of racist, right? But it's against white people, so we don't think of it as racist. But the issue is that like if I were to reach, so I can reach into stereotypes of white people to like, you know, kill a white person in a debate using white stereotypes, but I can't do it to other. That's the issue. Because when we're reaching into people's backgrounds, it's always going to be stereotypes, right? Because they don't, like that guy was stereotyping me. He thought I came from like an ultra rich, wealthy, whatever fucking background, and I had never had to work a real job or whatever. He thought that's what he thought about me. But those are all like white suburban kid stereotypes, right? Which some of them fit me, but a lot of them don't. But I mean, like he can do that because I'm white. So it's just, it's not a. I'm telling you, it's not a game that you can play. I can't get in the business of generalizing a black dude and insulting him unless I actually want to go full on fucking racist, right? Do you have to argue like that? There's no way to talk things through with them. I probably could have, but I mean, like they already started just screaming about my fucking wife, so like what the fuck am I gonna say, right? But
What is this doing to Romania now? People aren't blind and deaf. They see...
To be fair, it was the white guy saying that. Yeah, but I didn't know he was white until I left the call. I thought they were both black. So I didn't know that.
The amount of corruption that's going on. Do you think Romanian officials don't realize that that's being processed by Americans and other people who are now saying, I'm not going to move there, I'm not going to go there because look what they're doing to him. I'm going to Romania now. People aren't blind and deaf. They see the amount of corruption that's going on. Do you think Romanian officials don't realize that that's being
why is she saying this? The Tate's whole move to Romania was about how corrupt they were and that was good. It's like what is she...
Processed by Americans and other people who are now saying, I'm not going to move there, I'm not going to go there because look what they're doing to him. I could be next. God only knows what goes on in the legal system over there.
Yeah, I think I totally agree. I think when it comes to
I don't think that I don't think anyone is thinking that. Holy shit, I might get in trouble for sex trafficking if I go over to Romania. Oh no, I don't think anybody's thinking that. Unless you're a fucking sex trafficker.
Romania now, people will think twice about ever going there on a holiday, never mind to go and reside there. It's just not worth it. If you can just be taken into prison, just think about it.
To be fair, can you understand them getting mad over talking about someone's dead mom when you get mad over them people talking about your wife? Okay, two huge things. One, nobody was actually shit-talking his mom. I'm sure his mom was a fine lady. Adam was not shit-talking his mom, ever. Adam did not shit-talk his mom. He just came off as sounding insensitive. But he sounded insensitive in an autistic way, right? Where Adam's like, yeah, it seems like, he's got the shit going on with his mom. That he's being autistic. I seriously doubt, now, I will admit, I could be wrong, and maybe Adam is actually a huge piece of shit behind the scenes and I just haven't seen it. But it didn't sound to me like Adam was being like, yeah, he's got that shit going on with his stupid fucking mom, like whatever dumb shit. It didn't sound like that to me. It sounded like he's just like, yeah, he's got shit going on with like his mom or whatever that died, right? That's what it sounded like to me, right? Now again, I know you guys are either primed to hate Adam, or maybe Adam is like a crazy fucking snake behind the scenes or whatever, but that's what it sounded like. So no, if Adam was out here essentially like, oh yeah, his mom is a fucking slut, look how many miles of dick she, like, Jesus, fuck, then I could understand like, hey, bro, like, yeah, you're gonna die, right? Although you still shouldn't be attacking somebody for shit like that. But like, yeah, that would be, but he wasn't shit talking his mom. He was being autistic about his mom. There's a big difference, okay? Or I don't even know if you could say he's being autistic. No, it's a little autistic. He could have been nicer about it. He could have phrased it better.
180 days without ever being charged. Who would be silly enough to ever go to that country? Because remember, it doesn't mean that you've done something wrong. They can just charge you.
Tone deaf, sure.
Looking for the evidence for 180 days and say, guess what? Sorry, we couldn't find anything.
Yeah, and that's
so. Yeah, I would think.
That's not an excuse, though. What do you mean that's not an excuse? That's part of how you evaluate another. Are you an adult? What do you mean that's not an excuse? Like, that's, of course. If I heard somebody say some shit, like somebody was like, he's shit talking your mom, I'm gonna want to know what he said. Like, what do you mean? And it's like, oh, well, he said like, I think he's dealing with like a bunch of shit with his mom or whatever, and it sounded insensitive. That's a world of difference. That's some shit where it's like, you'd be like, bro, what the fuck? Like, don't say this. Like, that hurts, okay? Versus some guy being like, yeah, his fucking slut mom finally kicked the bucket. Fuck that bitch. Because that's some shit where it's like, I'm not talking to you ever again. Like, you're out of my life. What the fuck is wrong with you, right? Of course the intention matters and how he's saying it matters. Of course that's important. What do you mean? How can you say that like, how can you say that like that doesn't matter?
That's a witch hunt, right? That's what people are saying. Is it a witch hunt? I mean, it just seems like.
Yeah, them talking about my wife the way they did crosses the line way the fuck more than Adam did. Like, it's not even close.
Like, if you had the evidence.
But again, even at that, not that I give a fuck. But it's like the I can't say, I'm not gonna say, I'm trying so hard not to say the ninja moment on the Boondocks or whatever, where it's like, if you've got a life and you've got shit to hold on to and you've got like meaning and purpose or whatever, like, you're not about to throw it away, like starting a fucking fight with somebody because they talk shit about your moms, right? Why would you ever do that? You've got, like, if you have a future and you've got things going on in your life, why the fuck would you ever do that? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Maybe I need to like quote other, like, oh God, I wish I could. There's so many like black rappers. There's so many black community members that say shit like this. Fuck, even in fucking Cream, they talk about like, oh yeah, young kids just want to fucking, gangbang and shit. Michael Jackson, just beat it. Like, fuck, like even in the black community, they talk about this shit all the time. Like, don't kill each other over stupid shit. Now, I guess I can't, maybe I can't say because I'm white. Actually, Latino, actually Latinx. But like, it's not even like I'm saying anything revolutionary or new there. Like, this is shit that people have been talking about for a long fucking time in the black community, about the black community, or outside the black community, or in the rap community or whatever. It's not even controversial. It's so stupid. Okay. Anyway, about Andrew Tate.
You would charge them already. So what is this, a hunt now? I mean, is this something crazy going on here? $20 from prototype 3710. Placing them under arrest in horrible conditions is a form of psychological torture to coerce false confessions. They don't want them to speak out on what has happened to them. They need them muzzled. I would highly doubt, I actually have no concern whatsoever that the Tates would be coerced into false confessions.
What?
Not the Tates, but the women could be. So imagine you brought, like, one of them's in hospital. If for 6 months, if you try to break them women down.
Oh, that, yes.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, that is a fair point. I was thinking of it from the perspective of the Tates, but you're right. They've got the 2 women in there. I'm sure there's a lot of coercion, a lot of conversations going on in there, which is another reason, again, get the lawyer.
Why would they think that the prosecution could break the women down to saying false things, but not the Tates?
In there. That lawyer needs to get in there today. Okay, I want to talk about.
And remember the women have come out and said that when Daycott came, they tried to coerce their testimony. So we know that's happening.
Yeah, is that the Ukrainian woman that you're referencing right now?
That's right.
Yeah, so a Ukrainian woman came out and said, there was a video, I think we're probably referencing the same video. She came out and said,
yeah,
I'm being coerced. Like, they're trying to get me to say stuff that didn't happen. I'm being manipulated. And if she's coming out, by the way, it takes a lot of courage for these women to come and speak out, because they know the second they do, they're going to be targeted in some way. But if she's saying that, is that a pattern that's going on? I want to talk about the case files for a second with you. So initially, the first hearing, you see that the Tate team was presented with what looked like 17,000 documents.
The issue is that you called yourself a racist like 30 times today. Of course, people are going to think you are giving uncontroversial advice from bad faith. No, that's called cope, my friend, okay? Anybody that's watched any of my shit isn't gonna think I'm a fucking racist. And if you watch 2 seconds of a white guy saying something mean about a black guy and you think that he's a racist, that's your fucking problem. Grow the fuck up, welcome to the fucking real world, figure your shit out, and find a way to associate with people that disagree with you without crying, "Wow, racism," like a little fucking child, okay? Fuck you. I'm not here to cater to how sensitive or fragile or how much of a fucking pussy-ass bitch you are. Figure out how to talk to somebody without like crying and pulling the race card immediately because they said something about you that you don't like. Fuck you. No, I'm not here to, I don't play that shit anymore, okay? That was 2021 Destiny, okay? That was like, oh, well, maybe if you are really mean to them, they have systemic white supremacy, blah, 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 blah. Fuck out of here, okay? Go to Vosh's channel and try that shit, okay? Don't do that here. Figure out how to engage with somebody and the actual shit they're saying, even when they're mean to you, without being like, well, he's racist. Out of here. That's corny. That's goofy, okay? That's goofy.
Within 45 minutes, they had to like review all these documents. I'm hearing that a lot of them were irrelevant. Then you add in the fact that surveillance cameras aren't being submitted to the case files. Then you add in these 2 women, Beatrice and Jasmina, who are saying, we're not victims. We're repeatedly labeled as victims in these case files. Our statements are not being properly recorded. They also, I believe, have cameras set up outside of their houses. I think Jasmina had suggested that they had confiscated them, but they're not actually using them to prove that there was fluid movement in and out of the house. So what is what is going on here with the case files? Is there anything additional that you would add to that? And what is the agenda here, Suleiman?
Yeah, so I agree. Everything you've said, you've summarized brilliantly. But in addition to that,
not everyone watches you, so of course they're going to characterize you as such. Don't cater, but something you say unironically plays into the label. That's fine. But you know what? I'm pretty big, okay? And I'm getting bigger. I got a big presence on TikTok. So we're going to reset some of that discourse because I'm big enough to do it, okay? And I will do it. So I might say some things, and it might be a little bit mean, and I do say things that are mean. If you want to call me an asshole, if you want to say I'm a jerk or a big fucking meanie sometimes, yeah, that's fair. You know what? And I am mean sometimes. And you know what? I'll even give you this. There are times when I'm mean when I should be nicer, okay? I'll even go that far. I'll give you that one. There are times when I'm mean when I should be nicer, okay? But I'm not racist, okay? Not even close. Not yet. Okay? Not even close to being racist. So if that's all you've got when it comes to engaging with me, then you need to figure out something else, okay? Because I don't give a fuck, all right?
That they basically had a scenario where the next hearing, they actually finally gave them the case files, because previously they let them look at them, but then they took them back. The second time they actually gave them, but only 1 day before the actual hearing. So again, not enough time to go through it. And it was mostly irrelevant information. Another important point to note is, and I just thought about this now while you've been interviewing, so I do need to double check this. But Luana said in her interview in April that the women are not allowed to leave the country when there's an ongoing investigation, and yet both of them have left the country.
Yeah, you're talking. Where are these women? Doesn't that seem odd to you that you would make this statement and then you would just run? I mean, that just doesn't seem. It just doesn't seem. Something is wrong. Again, if the fish stinks, it stinks. It just does. You were also part of an interview, Suleiman, with Tom Khan, who's a longtime friend of Andrew Tate. I saw you and him.
You're not big on TikTok unless that brain rot politics kind of see it. When I say big on TikTok, I mean a lot of people post my shit. When I say that, I get a surprising number of people now in real life who like recognize me from TikTok, which I never thought would happen. It was just like really weird. Fuck, when we were in New York, I think like, fuck, I don't remember. It was like 5 or 10 people like stopped us outside. Like, oh my God, are you Destiny? It was like really crazy. Yeah, now it's gonna be like, are you Destiny? Pull up. But yeah, we'll see. Jesus.
Sat side by side and interviewed Jasmina. I think it was last week. And she was talking about, you were asking her point blank, you know, were you victimized? And she's outright saying that she was not a victim. There has since been, and we're going to dig into this article in a second, since been a report that came out that Romanian judges are ruling that those women have been brainwashed.
He's saying he knows a rapper that fucked your wife? What? Bro, we come from a totally different world.
Nigga. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. You feel me? Like the video, dog. Yeah, that nigga pissed. I know that. And just know, I know he hit. I know.
Okay, but she didn't do shit. It was actually him, but fuck you, Destiny, whoever you are. Colorful hair
and
for
fuck your
girls.
bitch too, even though people are doing that probably right now as we
It's for
speak.
guys too. But.
He's in his feelings about me. I like that.
You feel me? Like,
I like that I left and he's still thinking about me. He can't help but talk about me. He's thinking about that. He's thinking about that BWC. He's thinking, I want that blue haired dude in my bed. He's thinking, I want to fuck his bitch. I wish I could be a part of that. That's what he's thinking right now. Right now. He's dreaming on it. His girl's behind him and all he can think about is my wife's pussy and my dick and where it goes. That's all he's thinking about. He's obsessed with me.
Keep it 1,000. I like to handle business outside, nigga. Get out the house. I like to handle business outside.
Oh my god. Destiny.
Destiny is good.
I came for the vibes. Shit. If you have popcorn.
I'm really
Riley,
good.
bring over popcorn.
Look, I'm gonna just say it. I don't give a fuck. Destiny, you gonna hear this. I'm really good friends with a really popular rapper from LA, and just know, I know he hit. I know. So don't do that, bro. Don't do that. You feel me? Don't do that.
For sure, dude.
I know he's on his stream like, oh my god, all you do is talk about my fucking wife, talk about a fucking debate. I want a fucking debate. Come on, you want to fucking talk about? Let's say words really fast and just say act like we make sense. Come on, fucking motherfucker.
Damn, I did not hear the argument.
That nigga mad, bro. That nigga mad. Oh man, I like the video, dog. Yeah, that nigga pissed.
The funny thing is, it's impossible what he's saying. There's no chance that Melina fucked anybody that he knows down there. Because me and Melina are racist. We would never do that. I'm just kidding, in a video game.
Why every time I leave you argue? I like Abby Bucket Hat. Thank you. It's shut up, Mayday.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I'm just kidding, in a video game.
Stole it instantly. But yeah. My first bucket hat, and I kind of like bucket hats now.
Destiny, you go cuck, Cuckstiny. I'm changing the stream name to that, Cuckstiny. Let's go.
How is he so original?
So his name is Destiny. Is her name Magic Mike?
That's actually a good one.
Nice.
That's actually a good one.
I mean, Magic Mike has this year the last movie coming out. She's probably working on a movie. That's good.
Cuckman. She never even posted him on her. Oh my god, no. Focus. Hey yo, Destiny, if you listen to this, focus on yourself, bro. It's a dub. Like, it's a dub. And I know he's over there like, I don't know what these fucking black people are talking about. It's a dub. What does that mean, chat? What does it's a dub mean? Yo, it's a fucking dub, bro. Yo, get these Destiny dick rider fans about my shit, man. Actually, don't leave him. Leave him.
I need the clout. Leave him. Please don't leave, guys, actually. I really like it when you're here, and I want to talk about you guys a lot. It's
What up,
alright, bro.
biatch?
Thank you, Joseph.
It's alright, little bro. We know. Turn that sub mode on.
This nigga, man. I know he texting his girl right now like,
Don't respond to David DMs. They're gonna take you away from me.
I know. Hey, I know he's going crazy on this girl. Like, were you honest about how many dudes you actually fucked?
The projection is crazy, dude.
Oh!
Do you think he knows how many dudes his girls fucked? The only difference between me and him is that mine is honest.
My God.
Look at this launchpad abuse.
Oh my.
Do you think this is unethical? They're really the biggest containers in the game. I like to use them for the war shit. Do you think this is unethical right now? No. Shut the fuck up.
God, bro. This nigga crazy. This nigga crazy.
Why does every red pill have a cuck fantasy? It's all they talk about. I think they do. I think they think about it a ton. I think that for a lot of these guys, there's a lot of projection. There's a lot of like latent homosexuality. I think there's a lot of latent like cuckoldry fantasies, which by the way is fine. I'm chill. If you like to, if that's the type of thing you get off to. Personally, it's not for me. But if you like that shit, I think that's fine. I think nobody should shame you for it. You should be able to exploit as much as you want. It's a little bit weird that they project all of their cuck fantasies onto me. I think that's kind of strange. But hey, listen, if that's your dream, then fucking you live your. Don't let anybody stop you. Okay.
Don't listen to them, my dear. Babe, they're saying you're a freeway exit. Bro.
He got mad because you talked about the wife.
No, Yuri actually.
Spliff mode? Is that the famous spliff mode?
Is that CX coin?
I know, just like you and everyone else says the same shit. What's up, bro? Listen, you are mad goofy, I'm not gonna lie. You got tattoos on your face, not even a rapper. What do you do? You said you're so rich, what do? You got a fake fire pit in the background.
What do you do with the money? What do you do with the money, nigga?
Well, since you're interested as to why I own why I rent an apartment, I invest my money in index funds, and I'm able to have a solid income without having to stream or do anything if I chose. And I have very little liabilities every single month. But you don't know a thing about any of that stuff, do you?
Oh, really? Because it says that your net worth is $300K. We just bought an apartment for $325K. We can buy your stupid ass, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up.
Yeah, my net worth on Google says that.
Bro, do you really want me to tell you where your apartment is?
This guy wants to brag about like wealth and net worth, and he's unironically bringing up what somebody's Google listed net worth is. Wait, now I feel bad. I didn't know this dude was actually retarded. Now I feel like I'm bullying.
I know. I mean, yeah, everyone knows where my apartment is. What about it?
Bro, come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. The houses in Texas cost like $40. You can do better than that.
Yeah, I don't want a house. I want a condo, but I don't want to pay for the price of the condos right now because they're all way too expensive. Not that I can't afford it. It's just they're too overpriced. But you don't know a thing about that because you have no business bone in your body whatsoever.
Oh, really?
Clearly.
Okay. Hey, what do you like do?
Is that your wife? Are you married?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so how are you getting hoes if you're married? Also,
see, that's another thing. That's another thing I don't even have to unpack. Chad already knows.
Bro, they used to call me the richest man in LA because I had so much motherfucking money. What do you do?
What happened to it? What happened to it? Because you're washed. You're washed right now.
What do you mean? I don't.
You look, nigga. You look like a Facebook employee. You live in this little bitch ass apartment and drive a Tesla.
Yeah, I'm a smart human being who saves his money. Do you even have Mint? I have Mint. It's
I don't give a
bro.
What the fuck?
Your spending.
Bro, what are you talking
This
about?
is how I know
do
you
you,
don't
bro?
really
Do you yourself own a CX coin?
I mean, shit. I own many CX coins. I own like millions of those motherfuckers.
Bro, you're literally a goofball. Like you're literally
You don't know anything about money. That's why, that's why I know you're not rich. People who are rich know how to.
I never
money.
said I was rich. You saying that? I just show you. I just say you. No, I never said that. It never came out my mouth once. That never came out my mouth once.
Yeah, it didn't come out of your mouth. You typed it.
No, I never said that. Pull it up.
You literally said
Pull it up.
I'm rich and ice is broke.
Where, nigga? Where did I say I was rich? I never said rich. I never said that.
Okay, I mean you. Okay, I mean you.
But
did,
you are broke. That's a fact. You are
Let's
broke.
say you did it.
Look
If
at your
you're
nasty
not
ass
rich, why are
couch,
you
bro.
talking shit
You're
about my
broke.
money?
You're broke. I don't know what you blew that money on. I don't even know how 2,000 people still watch you at this point, but you're broke.
Okay, so
I could be wrong, and maybe I don't understand some cultures or something or whatever, but like this having like girls in the background, is it so that you can feel like cool, or is it like a brag thing, like, oh look, I got chicks on my stream that just like sit there bored on their phones all the time? This is like the most boring shit in the world. Like, do people really like like, at least Hassan tries to interact with girls in his background? Like, Jesus. Oh shit. One second. Okay, goodbye.
Are you rich? Or
he messaged me, said he's outside.
But hey, that's another thing I want to ask. You have like 700,000 plus subscribers, right? Correct? You're popular. You're Ice Poseidon, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you only like max out at 2,000 viewers? Like, how is 698 people not invested in your shit?
Let's think for a second. I've had streams since I've come back where I have 4K viewers. I mean, I mean, what are you trying to say?
I'm just asking, like, how is 698,000 people not invested?
I mean, I guess I could say the same about you. 5,000 subscribers, 400 viewers, 200.
Bro, I've had my YouTube for like literally a year. And then you know what's crazy? I bought this house before I had YouTube, so.
Okay, so you're rich or what?
No, I just said I have my priorities in order. Let's say that.
All right. I mean, yeah, I guess I don't have 600,000 viewers or 10 or 20,000 viewers, but every time.
But how does that?
When I lived in LA, I was hanging out with real fucking Crips, bro. This guy, Ebenezer, real fucking Crip, took me to his fucking hood. Like, I was down about that life, bro. You don't know me.
All right, now you trolling. I get it.
I mean, you don't know anything about trolling, so how would you know?
I get it, bro. I get it, man. Keep doing your thing, man. Keep laying on that nasty ass couch.
Yeah, but what about? I mean, you still haven't told me a single thing about you. I don't know anything about you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
How do you make your money?
It doesn't matter. You know how I make my money off CX
Doesn't
coin.
matter, bro. You don't have shit.
I make it off CX coin.
Okay, dude. You don't. You're fucking broke as hell. Bro,
I am. I am broke as hell because I make all my money off CX coin, bro. I trusted you.
Well, if you were actually in CX coin, you would know that it actually did a 10x, and if you didn't sell at the 10x, you're kind of a moron.
All right, man. All right, dog.
You sell drugs? Is that what you do?
Sure. Is that your stereotype for black people?
No.
He did it! I knew he'd fucking do it! You see what I mean? That's why I can't do it. That's why I can't go there. I can't say shit. It's unreal, dude.
You refuse to tell me what you do, so it must be illegal.
Wow.
It's like, dude, it's like the most fragile shit in the world.
Ow. Must be illegal, guys.
Why would you not want to flex?
Because I don't need to flex. I don't need to flex.
Well, you're telling me that I should flex?
No, I'm telling you, you should fucking get a better fucking a new couch. Cause that shit look pissy as fuck.
Okay, my couch is $4,000. The couch you have in the back there is like $800.
All right, man. All right, but that's just in one room. I mean, how many rooms do you have? I'm just. Yeah, you have how many? Okay.
How many what?
You have how many rooms in your house? Like one and a half?
I have a 2-bedroom apartment.
A 1.5?
A 2-bedroom apartment.
That is on which street? Should I say it?
On South Lamar? Oh, you got me.
I didn't say it. You did.
So what about it? Yeah, okay, you know where I live. So does
God,
everyone else.
God, I didn't even know you just said it though.
Look at the pivot, dude. What a fucking pussy. Holy shit. If you're at least gonna talk that shit, like, do something about it. Jesus fuck, man. Look at this guy. Like, should I say where you live? I'm gonna tell you where you live. And he's like, okay, well, I live on South, what did he say, South Lamar or whatever? Oh, well, I didn't know that. Like, dude, are you serious?
Okay, what?
I literally didn't even know. You literally just said it for no reason.
Okay, so who the fuck cares? What are you trying to say? Yo, I hear Giselle is in
Oh
the house
my
right
God,
now.
We're gonna bring.
Yo, if Giselle's
we're gonna bring Ice back. We're gonna team up with Ice again. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. That era is not having it. Oh fuck me. Holy shit. Where are you going? Come back. Who are we reading for Ice? Somebody told me that Ice isn't shit in this video. I don't know why we're doing this. I don't know how long this is. I don't know why I'm watching this. I have to leave for fucking London in 2 days. I'm
fucking weak, bro. You literally just said it for no reason.
Yeah, everybody knows where I live. It's not a big deal. I don't care.
All right, man. Just think twice before you try to beef with some.
Think twice. You haven't done anything to me. In fact, I think I won this conversation.
Okay, man. We'll take that to your room with you because you ain't taking no bitches there.
Oh, I have so many bitches on my phone. I have had so much sex. I've had sex with probably over 100 girls. I'm not gonna lie.
Chad, does that sound like a nigga that has sex?
It's also so cringe when these guys talk shit. Like the one guy did it about my background. Like, you don't know what the fuck my background is. Like, you sound like a dumb fuck. And now he's doing it to Ice. Like, say what you want about Ice. The dude's gotten around. Like, how the fuck, like, unless you're just clueless. But again, it's like, I guess this guy makes a living on, like, having no fucking idea what he's talking. I don't even know what he makes a living on, actually. It looks like he's got rich parents. That fake-ass, disgusting fucking gaudy fireplace in the background. Fuck me, dude. But.
Come on, bro. What? Who says that?
I don't really understand your mentality. You're saying that that you don't have to flex, but if I don't flex, then you don't believe me. You're making fun of my couch in my 2-bedroom apartment, but you're saying you don't flex. But you have a fake fireplace in your background.
True.
It's an NFT, bro. It's a CX fireplace.
Oh, dude, I know. It's everything. That's how I know that you are lying about everything you're saying, because you have no real response. You just talk about CX coin. Like, okay, how about you talk to me for real?
I'm talking to you for
real.
real. What are you talking about? This is not pre-recorded. This nigga dumb?
I mean, tell me about yourself. Anything.
Okay, I smoke ice pack every day. I slap the shit out of niggas that have bangs. I hate everyone that lives where your address is.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
I don't think you understand. I had a viewer meet up at my house. I don't give a fuck.
I don't care what you do with your people in Texas, bro. Like, that's nothing to do. I didn't even know where you live. You literally said it. I didn't even know.
Man, you better be careful. I feel like those girls in the back, they're jumping on me now.
Oh yeah, they're all over you, bro.
They're all over you. The camera, bro. They're like, damn, this Ice guy though.
Bro, come on, man. You look like, nigga, real talk, like every day of the week, you look like a lead guitarist. Like, seriously.
Lead guitarist? I mean, is that supposed to be a bad thing? Any day of the week, you look.
Wait, what was that? What was that insult?
Look like a crack bum in a fucking alley. I mean, I'd rather be a lead guitarist.
That's a good one, man. But
I mean,
you know what's crazy? Where I live, there are no alleys. There's no such thing as an alley.
In Venice Beach, there's a ton of alleys.
I don't live in Venice Beach, bro. That's where I'm from. I don't live in Venice Beach.
Okay, so where do you live?
Malibu.
Okay, dude. Yeah, Malibu.
Nigga, that's where the fuck I live, bitch.
Okay, so you live in Malibu, but so you do, but you don't flex.
You just asked me.
Okay, so what part of Malibu are you in?
Anybody want to answer that? Nigga, what part of Malibu? Malibu.
Yeah, what part?
You know Malibu's a city within LA, right?
I think you live.
Malibu's a city within LA. Whew. Is it? Would I ever say that? Is Malibu a city in LA? That's like an hour and a half. LA County? Oh, okay, maybe, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I guess we were saying that. Would you guys say that? Would somebody consider that? I don't know. I don't know what the lingo is or whatever. I've spent like a fair bit. I have friends up in Malibu and Calabasas, so I've been up there quite a bit. That's like a fucking hour and a half drive out of fucking LA. But maybe it's like LA County. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. LA County is fucking huge. But so maybe, I don't know. I don't know if it goes up to Malibu, but okay, maybe.
In like, I don't like on Pico Boulevard or something.
If you Google Malibu, it says it's a city west of LA. I don't have to Google Malibu. Like again, I have friends that live up in Calabasas and Malibu, and I went to Malibu for the Pepperdine shit. I've spent like a lot of time in that area, but I've never. But there might be different communities that refer to LA in different ways. I've never heard somebody say LA is like LA County. I don't think I would ever say. There are some places where I would say, like if I lived there, like when I lived in Glendale or like if you lived in like Burbank or Venice Beach or even Santa Monica, I think I'd say like I live in LA. But once you're at like Malibu, are you really saying you still live in LA? If you live in Malibu, or like, that's pretty far north. But I don't know. Maybe, who knows? It's like a nitpicky.
Negative.
Positive.
Okay. Well, actually, he's right there. Actually, he's right there. He's been in my house multiple times.
Who?
Yuri, he's right there. Ask him.
Yuri! Does he live in Malibu? Does he live in Malibu? Or does he live in a dumpster?
He lives in Malibu.
He said a dumpster.
No, I said I don't want to get in between this, dude. I texted Toke. I've talked to Ice. This is out of my control at this point.
All right, but just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I said yes, you do.
Okay, you live in Malibu. Congratulations.
With no CX coin.
Well, you're not telling me what you do, so I don't believe anything you're saying anyway.
No, I sell drugs, bro.
Okay, so tell me more about it. What kind of drugs?
I sell ice.
Let's get.
I don't think you do shit.
You act. I sell ice, dude.
I don't know what you do, but it sounds like you probably took a PPP loan and lied to the government. That's what I think you do.
Okay, so you think a PPP loan buys a house in Malibu? I think you got the wrong PPP lined up, bro.
They could. I mean, they were giving out like millions of dollars.
Okay, but like I said, I sell ice.
All right, wait, guys. This whole thing I feel like has gone so out of control and has taken so many corners. This all started between the just like the shirt roast, and it got like a little bit more and more started.
No, bro. Look, let's
end this?
Look, let's call it what it is, bro. He got mad because I said the All-American rejects want their hair back. That's how it started.
I don't even remember that comment.
Yeah, I was so mad when he said that.
Well, that's how it started.
Can we, dude? All right. Can we both apologize to one another and just call it truce and be friends? I don't know. It's like, dude, this is so weird because I talked to Toke, I talked to you, and it's like Toke's my best friend. I just met with Isa. We've been streaming together. He let me stay at his house. All this stuff. Been nothing but nice to me as well. And I just feel like this all started from a miscommunication.
Yeah, does his house smell like pee?
You know what?
Okay. We have to finish this Tate shit, guys. It's fucking 11:14. Potlord, that's his name. I'll call him Portland. Violently shoves his wife, Allie Rose.
Okay. Now coming from my I probably can't do that.
Go on my back.
Is he drunk?
Go on my back. I carry you.
Okay. Violently shoves his wife. I feel like you're reaching here. This seems stupid.
Let's start off with this. Number one, Toke is a really good friend of mine, and I also have to say that like if there was any, Toke has been there for me before, where he's gone above and beyond to defend me or help me in any situation, and he's just the type of homie where if I'm ever stuck in a weird situation, he'll be like the first dude to like get my back instantly and like try to defend me and stuff like that. And so, from the perspective that I've seen, basically, and let's start.
I don't even know what I'm.
This number one, Toke is a really good friend of mine, and I also have to say that like if there was any, Toke has been there for me before.
This is okay. Okay, listen. I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of their beefs or history, so none of the shit you're linking me means anything about any of this to me. Okay, so I don't know why you're. I don't know what I'm supposed to take from any of this, but thanks. I appreciate it. That dude talked about Yuri's dead sister. I don't even know who Yuri is. I thought that's like female underage like lolicon hentai. That's what I thought Yuri. I don't even know what the fuck who Yuri. I'm not talking shit on him though. I don't mean to say I'm talking shit. I just don't know. I have no idea.
I hurt some feelings with that one. I'm sorry, guys. Cheers. Thank you, Devontae.
Coxony. Damn, he mad. The white guy is Yuri. Yuri the white kid. Yuri is the white guy.
Mr.
Bro,
Kim,
this nigga crazy.
the more right from Kim possible I can.
That nigga got a Rufus dick.
Okay. We're almost through this, guys. I don't know if I'm gonna fucking finish this tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I should be. My flight leaves at like leaves at night.
Including the woman that you spoke to that day. Did you have an impression upon speaking?
Bro, this guy's GF fetishizes black people. Attacking white guys as pink penis. This is some white guilt shit. They're talking about your dick. Wait, really? What the fuck? What?
With Jasmina, that Jasmina was brainwashed.
Not at all. I would say it's completely the opposite. She was just very confident, very extrovert, very direct in the way she answered questions, spoke when she wanted to speak. I would say it's the opposite. She was literally the opposite of someone who could be brainwashed, in my view. She was even talking about things that we didn't put in the final cup, about COVID and these type of things, which weren't even, because they weren't relevant to the interview and these type of things. She was just talking about so many things that a mind that is controlled, that is brainwashed, just would not think about that. So not at all, it's complete opposite.
So my assessment here is that the witness statements here in multiple cases are too damaging to the prosecution, that they just simply aren't allowing them to surface, that the camera footage and multiple components of this case that are not being properly assessed would take down a bulk of these allegations.
She says with no idea of anything
from
whatsoever.
From a legal perspective, what can the American legal team force in terms of, can they force this footage to be assessed? Can they force these statements to be properly reviewed? What can an American lawyer do when it's really outside of her purview? What can she do here, Sulman?
Well, what she can do is...
There's not much she can do because it's not being tried in America. It's being tried in Romania, my friend. You can't just do whatever crime you want around the world and expect the United States to bail you out unless it's some hardcore political shit.
Is help support the Romanian prosecutors, sorry, the Romanian legal team. And there's two ways of doing that. So first of all, the Romanian legal team can obviously use the Romanian law to demonstrate why what they're doing is actually illegal. It's actually illegal according to Romanian law. They should be including these evidences, even if it's against the prosecution. But in addition to that, what she can do is, because what if they don't listen to her? What if there's a scenario where the prosecutor and the judge are in cahoots and they're not listening? So what the American lawyer can do is, first of all, explain it to the press, explain it to the government, explain it to society, say, look, these things are happening and they're contravening actual Romanian law, as well as human rights and international law and so on and so forth, to put the pressure on the prosecutor and on the judge and the judicial system to act appropriately. Because this is one example of definitely the contravening law.
But does it strike you as odd that that hasn't happened already? I mean, I'm watching this case unfold, and I'm just like, what is going on in terms of this legal team that they are not forcing some of this stuff? I mean, you're using words like illegal. We're talking about human rights violations. There's a piece missing here for me as to why Tate's own representatives aren't standing their ground more firmly in this and doing something about this. Now, and I'm not speaking to potential evidence that may exist behind the scenes. This is just about what we already know and what is not being allowed to have its proper day in court to shine in terms of evidence. So, I mean, I just don't understand. I'm deeply confused as to what's going on there with his own representation.
I agree. And my hope is that with this new legal team that has been added on, that there'll be more focused representation of the Tates to demonstrate that what's happening is contravening their rights.
Okay, I want to go to an article. So this was the update that happened yesterday. I've seen several of you weighing in on this. Daily Mail puts an article out. It says 2 women who deny being trafficked by Andrew Tate and his brother and insist they worked for him willingly are victims and have been brainwashed, says the Romanian judges. The Romanian judges have ruled. We're talking about Beatrice and Jasmine here. Jasmina, by the way, who just did that interview with...
I will make it do that. I'm going to probably be a little bit more of a stickler in this debate than I am normally. If you're kind of like with counterpoints, the reason why we could be kind of mean to him is because he started to cite his expertise. If you're going to cite your expertise, then we're going to attack your expertise. If this guy's going to call himself journalist, independent journalist, law degree journalist, okay, you're saying they're violating international law? What international law? Like, I'm going to need you to cite me some international law that's being violated. It's not enough to just say, you need to tell me. You're saying they're violating Romanian laws? Which ones? International laws? What international what? UN laws? Human rights violations? What are these? Tell me about these that are being violated. I think it's fair for him to be asked that question, and he should have an answer prepared for that.
Lamont just did that interview with Tom Kahn. This is what the article said.
Are you okay, Destiny? Where's your wife at tonight? Shit. That is actually a good question. I think she is, I think she's hanging without. What is she doing?
Are you calling me?
Hey, I'm just saying where you're at. What are you doing?
What?
What are you at? What are you doing?
I'm in the room.
Oh, yeah? With who?
Myself?
Really? Prove it.
Should I turn the camera on?
The 2 women both claimed that they worked voluntarily for Andrew and Tristan Tate, but a report prepared by a clinical psychologist.
What?
What?
What's up?
What are you doing?
That people keep asking me where you are.
Oh. You can see me right now.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Show me.
I can't.
Show up.
I can't do
Show
it. I don't know how.
You don't know how to show me?
Nope, I don't know how to put it on my screen.
Do it.
I can't.
Why?
Love you.
No.
Why are they so fucking fixated on Mel? Because they have nothing to say to me. Why? It's so obviously. What do you mean?
Psychologists said they were both left with trauma and did not recognize that they were being exploited. The Romanian court ruled, and I quote, although the named woman 1 and woman 2, both in the statements given before the criminal investigation bodies as witnesses and through the authenticated statements given before the notary.
Aren't you worried that dude is watching the stream right now and is scouting your research? I've thought about that in the past, that like, dude, is GF that white girl / black girl the divestors kept talking about? She's trying so hard to validate him. Black divestors writing it. I thought about not doing research publicly, but actually, no, I'm fine with that. If I do research publicly, then that's fine. Because maybe hopefully it'll be a better conversation than them just like running around, not being able to talk about shit. So no, I am okay doing it publicly. Let them have better arguments. We'll see.
And submitted by the defense to the case file denied.
Also, I'm joking, you fucking morons. My wife has been home all fucking night. She's literally in the next room. She's been walking around in the background. That's the joke. Dumb fucks.
Any form of exploitation on the part of the 4 defendants, the Collegial Panel of Rights and Freedoms appreciates that these statements do not reflect reality. Oh, interesting. It is known that in the case of the lover boy or falling in love recruitment method, the victims of human trafficking do not always recognize the fact that they were enslaved and exploited and do not cooperate with the judicial bodies, attesting to the idea that these activities were carried out voluntarily. So this is deeply concerning information. What you have here is a clinical psychologist. Who is the clinical psychologist? We don't know. Who appointed that clinical psychologist? I'm going to ask Suleiman in a second about this. What was her connection to whom? What's going on here? But you have a clinical psychologist that can sit with a woman saying, I am not a victim. I was not exploited. This is not my statement. This is not what happened. And that individual then can just on a dime say, oh, this doesn't, yeah, you've been exploited. You just don't know it. You've been treated badly and now you're damaged and brainwashed. So your statement is null and void. And they can do that subjectively to suit a narrative if they so choose. Do we have any idea who this clinical psychologist is, Suleiman? Or how does this person, this individual in a case like this, get chosen?
What are you
So, from my understanding, this...
What are you up to?
Seeing how many rappers you're talking to from LA right now, Mel.
I don't think I know any rappers. I'm so curious what he meant.
Oh yeah? That's not what I heard. That's not what word on the street is.
He's probably he's making it up.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
But it's just, I don't know what black rappers do I know?
He didn't say they were black. Why would you assume that, Mel?
I think he did say that.
Did he say that? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think he did.
I don't think he did. I think you just made that
what
up.
the fuck? I don't think I know any rappers.
We knew one rapper.
Who?
Mr. Girl.
Oh. True. Do we know any rappers? Actually? You rap?
Stop.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to finish this. It's so fucking late, okay? I love you.
Well, you didn't finish what?
This fucking stupid video. It's been taking me like 8 hours to get through it.
Okay, how did you get dragged into that call thing? What was that?
It's a long story.
What happened?
It's a long story. Ask Chat.
Who's this fucking
There's like, you know, I have...
retard?
Okay.
What's happening?
You know,
Why is it talking about me?
Okay, do you know what a star system is?
No.
It's like a sun and planets.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a star system and I have my orbiters,
Yeah.
right? And sometimes we pass by the other star. Then the other star is Adam 22, and he's got a show called No Jumper, and they have their orbiters, and their orbiters have moons. So right now the universes are colliding a little bit, and a lot of their orbiters and moons are trying to attack.
Wait,
yes.
so No Jumper, those people like you?
No.
Not anymore?
Adam likes me, and some of the No Jumper audience likes me.
They loved you.
And there are people on the No Jumper show that like me, but right now they're having like a race war.
Oh.
And Adam is the white slave owner guy, and the No Jumper people are the victims that are being capitalized on by Adam the racist
Are they
dude.
declaring war on the subreddit?
Well, yes, they've already split off and made a second subreddit because they hate the main subreddit so much, called, I think it's No Jumper V2.
Why are they not just throwing in Alicia there?
Who?
And Alicia.
Why is who not throwing in her there?
They should get her in there.
Well, no, because that would probably make Adam look even worse, because Adam is not racist.
They should throw her in there.
Yeah, well, you can do that in
It
your
would be
time,
content.
okay? It would be content, but I don't think Adam wants to destroy his entire fucking community, and he probably doesn't like that, like, his whole community is like...
Having a war.
Yeah.
So how is it supposed to calm it down? Calm it down? By calling you a cuck. Is that what they're doing?
Well, they don't... Well, nobody...
What about you?
Well, because I saw a guy... I personally think it's fucking stupid to throw hands, to start fighting people because somebody said something that you perceived as being slightly disrespectful. I think that's stupid.
Oh, to
and,
have a real life fight?
Yeah, and there was a guy that was trying to do that.
Is that one guy?
No, it was somebody different. It was
this
a guy
also wants to do that.
Well, no, this guy's just some random dipshit who's...
Yeah, but he's like threatening you to like slap you.
Yeah, he's just talking shit. Everybody does that online. But the problem is that like Yeah, there was a fight earlier, and then I said it was stupid, and now these guys are mad because they think I'm also disrespecting that one guy's mom, even though I think.
And how did you get it through to that call?
Well, because somebody in my chat told me that these guys were talking about me, and if anybody's talking about me, it's always fun to jump in and see if they want to chat. Well, I jumped in their chat and I asked the guy if he was fantasizing about slobbing on my knob.
And he got really mad.
I don't know if I'd say he got really mad, but he was interested in hopping onto a call after that.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say he was interested in hopping your dick.
Maybe that, but so we hopped onto a call and he, like always, they
Why
started.
is he taking me? I'm not even, dude. I'm not even there. What the fuck?
That's what they like to talk about.
They just like to talk about me that's not even there. That's like what they're going for.
They're meat watching.
Yeah, maybe,
Because
like,
most of
they have
the problem is
nothing else
that
to say.
most of these guys are losers. No offense, but they don't really have much going on for them. They're not successful. Oftentimes they're just young, so they haven't had their chance yet. And the only way they know how to make it in the world is by screaming and shouting at people online, like unironically. So that's just the. Yeah, and since they don't have shit to say to me because they know that I'm fucking right, because it's the most obvious fucking thing in the world, they decide to attack anybody in my peripheral because that makes them feel better about themselves.
You should just tell them I'm racist.
Why?
Maybe they'll fuck off.
How would that make them fuck off?
I'm just kidding. Well, yeah, you did. You actually did.
Oh, I think I did. You do that. Yeah,
You did
sorry.
do that.
That's why I said you couldn't have possibly had sex with any rappers because we're both racist. So.
Yeah. See, he said it was a black rapper. Just because I follow someone, I don't even think this person exists. I think he made it up. But why does he think that if you follow someone on Instagram, you're automatically fucking them?
The red pill shit has like destroyed men's ability to understand like Instagram. Like these people think that like Instagram is an app that women use to farm like sexual shit from. So if you're a woman and you're on Instagram, like a lot of these guys, like unironically, these guys are more upset if they were to find that their girl had an Instagram account than a fucking Tinder account, unironically.
Because
It's
they
like,
think we just use it for sex.
yes,
But that's not what women do.
that's what they think. That's the only reason
That's
that,
what
yes,
guys
I know,
do.
but
That's
they
not
don't,
what
they don't
women
know any women. They have no women friends or anybody that they talk to that's a woman in their life ever. Their moms don't talk to them anymore. So yeah, so all they do is they think that Instagram is literally, if a woman has an Instagram, it's because she's using it to fuck or show off all the guys that she fucks, and that's it. That's why a lot of the insults they use, and it wasn't even true, but that's why that guy was like, oh, Destiny's not even on our Instagram, because they think that you're trying to hide me on your Instagram.
You are on my Instagram.
I know, but he probably looked like 3 pictures.
Yeah.
But they do shit like that because they think that women are just using Instagrams to find guys to
Why
fuck.
did I get muted?
Why did who get muted?
What did he say?
Oh, probably type out something stupid. Or he's about to say something stupid.
Can everyone just commit suicide in chat?
Yeah, they do that sometimes.
Do
Yeah.
it. Everyone does it. Go.
No, why? Don't tell him to do that.
Everyone's committing suicide. I'm just laughing at them.
Based.
How does it feel?
Well,
They can't say anything.
nice. Way to go. Okay, I need to finish this video.
Okay.
Love you. Be careful. Destiny, that is a truly silly point. Probably the first thing I've heard you say that is so wildly absurd, awful to take. I mean, they say it all the time. I don't know what you want me to say, bro. Like, they literally say, like, if you ask the average red pill guy, he'll tell you that your wife shouldn't even be allowed to have an Instagram account. Like, they literally say this shit. I don't know what you want me to say, right?
The psychologist actually non-court approved. So the women, although she is a qualified psychologist, the women went to her on their own volition. So, and from my own understanding, and again, I will need to verify this, but from what I understand, these other women didn't actually go to the clinical psychologist. So what the clinical psychologist has done is based on...
So sliding into Insta DMs isn't a real thing. I would say behind Tinder/Hinge, Insta is the next dating app. In the same way that, like, Facebook is a dating app, right? Like, yeah, people are gonna slide into people's DMs and shit on Instagram. It happens, of course. But, like, women don't just have it to be sluts. Like, there's a difference.
Based on what we're hearing, is if she's made this judgment, she has basically interviewed the United States woman as well as the UK woman, and based on what they've said, made an overarching decision that everybody else is brainwashed as well.
I thought you said Insta was a solid dating app. Yeah, if you're good at Instagram, you can hunt down girls on Instagram. But it was the same way that you could on Facebook, right? Because it's social media. But just because a woman has an Instagram account doesn't mean she's fucking every guy that's in her DMs. The same way that just because Max found Shaylin on fucking Facebook. Just because a woman has a Facebook account or had a Facebook account doesn't mean she's fucking every guy that DMs her.
Oh, so in other words, what you're suggesting is that the clinical psychologist didn't actually meet with Jasmina and Beatrice, but instead met with the women who have made the allegations, assessed that those allegations were that.
Yeah, I would agree. They don't use it to be sluts, but for women, Tinder and Insta operate the same. A guy likes your picture, message you. You're just, I don't know what to say, but you're just wrong. If somebody is on Tinder, it's usually because they're kind of looking for somebody to fuck with, right? Sometimes women get on Tinder, get off Tinder, but a lot of women just like having Instagram accounts. They like taking pictures. They like doing social media. Like that's like a fun thing for them to have. It's not just being on Instagram. It's not the same as being on Tinder.
Valid, and hence everyone else's assessment was invalid and brainwashing as a result of being contradictory to what the women making the allegations had said. That's what you're saying.
That's the conclusion I've come to based on what the evidence I have. So the evidence I have is the lawyer of the Tate saying that the psychologist that these two women saw was a non-court approved one and was someone they'd seen themselves, and as soon as they saw the person, they flew out the next day. And from what I understand, the information I have, that the Jasmine and Beatrice have not seen a psychologist. So if that's the case, one can only assume that what's happened is that he's made the judgment based on what I've said.
Okay, so we're going to have to talk to Jasmine. Audience, you want to hear from Jasmine? I think we can get her on. I want to know if she spoke to anybody, and I want to know what's going on here. That's outrageous, by the way. First of all, you can't use a non-court approved psychologist, psychiatrist, because who is that person? Do you understand what that means? That means that you can go to somebody, maybe it's your friend, your relative, who knows? Who knows who that person is connected to? And you can get them to validate what you are saying or invalidate what somebody else is saying. Was there money exchange? What is going on there? That is completely corrupt. That is vile.
It's almost like, didn't Andrew Tate say he literally moved to this place because he loved the corruption? And now all of you fucking people are crying about it? Wasn't that his whole point? Like, how is there no, like, what is it called? Is it leopards eating face moment here? Like, is that what it is? It was so funny. It was so funny when Andrew Tate would talk about how corrupt it is. Ah, so cute, so funny, such a good meme. And now it's like, what? Corruption?
And
what is happening outside? Oh God, they're coming for me.
That's outrageous. Also, what's outrageous to me is now we are selectively, this is not an evidence-based decision, we are selectively and subjectively deciding that one woman's statement is true and one woman's statement is false based on our own subjective opinions about what their experience was. This is not grounded in evidence. This is atrocious what's going on. I'm going to see if we can get Jasmina on the show. I think we want to hear from her and see what's going on there.
True.
Okay. Let me just take a look. We have one. Is it super chat we want to hear? Oh, no, I'm going to hold on this one. We're going to wait. Okay. I want to get to some of the politics of this and just ask your opinion on some of this, Suleiman. So for me, there's two components here. You have a macro and you have a micro. And I know you're not a political analyst by trade, but I would love to hear your take. For me, the macro of this is there's a political narrative that, obviously the system, Andrew Tate talks about the system. He talks about the matrix.
Usually red pill people say that women use Insta as a sort of conduit for relationships with men is because Instagram is usually the most benign social media that women will give away to anyone and therefore the first port of access to random creepy men. So most stories are based on this platform. This is the reason for that. Insta and Tinder are wildly different. I don't even know what that, I don't know how to even parse that statement, but okay.
Said he's taking on the climate agenda. He's taking on very powerful people. He's talking about masculinity, which I've said for a long time. You cannot wreck or destroy a society unless you destroy strong men. He's made a living off of building men up in many capacities. People who watch his long-form content know that. I think there are people in positions of power on a macro level that can't stand him. I'm sure the World Economic Forum is not a big fan of Andrew Tate. I'm sure the WHO, I'm sure all the three-letter words that we
It's all the meme orgs. Did we bring up Soros yet?
Talk about. I'm sure the Biden administration is no fan. I feel very confident saying all of that. But then there's a component of Romanian politics that's also been fascinating to me. I don't know if you know anything about this, but apparently there was a prosecutor in this case who was applying, I don't know if it's the lead prosecutor, but who was applying for a higher level position And that position will be announced in March, supposedly appointed around the 11th. And I'm wondering if this prosecutor also wanted this high-profile feather in his hat to establish some sense of, I'm important, I'm worthy of this promotion. Do you know anything about the local politics and what could potentially be happening here?
Yeah, of course. So in terms of his impact, you're 100% right. I mean, he has a significant impact. Just to give an example, in UK schools, if you mention and
I think the Instagram thing has more to do with the meta of the thirst trap photos a lot of 20-something women post on there. The argument is that there's no reason to show yourself off like that unless you're inviting attention from high-value men. Red pillers wouldn't be against women having an Instagram account if it wasn't somewhere... Okay, that might be true, but most women don't do that. The problem is you only see the thirst traps. You don't see like the fucking... Dude, I've been with and fucked super beautiful women that, and I look at their Instagram and you can't even tell. They don't post anything like that of themselves. There are a lot of women out there that just don't post that much. Like, yeah, of course, if you go on Instagram, you're like, look at all these women, look at all these women. Like, yeah, no shit. Those are the ones you're seeing. But what you don't see is how many women don't post that. Because how the fuck would you even know? Like, it's just not true. People think that the average woman is like getting, like, posting like super ultra scantily clad, like fucking pictures on Instagram trying to farm Dubai fucking whalers. And that's just not true. There's a lot of beautiful women that don't post that much like risque shit. They just don't. You have no idea about that. It's just that doesn't happen. Like, it's like you guys can't fathom the idea of a normal woman. Like, you think that a normal woman is somebody posting these insane pics on Instagram trying to farm like hypergamously like the top 20%. That's just not true. That's not how most women work. You only know the women that you're being shown on these like red pill shows. That's it.
Tate, that kind of situation can get it escalated to safeguarding, and then later could be escalated to prevent, and later you can end up losing your children. So there is and in the United Kingdom that only ever happened previously for ideologies like terrorism and so on and so forth. So this is the first time that's happened for an individual, although you could say that maybe he represents an ideology which is, as you said, given support to men in a world where basically men's feelings and what men are going through is disregarded. In terms of politics itself within Romania, yes, you have a number of questionable things that have happened that indicate that something strange is going on. The first thing is the lead prosecutors, and that we're talking about, allegedly is applying for the vacant position, which is the head of DICOT, and that position only became available one day before he began prosecuting. So one day before they arrested the Tates. That's the first thing. The second thing is this. Do you remember when there was a paper about some girl coming out claiming that Andrew Tate had texted him, texted her?
Yeah.
Well, when you look into that, first of all, there was no text exchange. There was just one text sent. There was never conversation about ages. There was never any type of conversation. It was literally one message. But when you look at it, guess who she was? She was the daughter of a Romanian politician.
Interesting.
And that Romanian, who is Guzman. And so she's basically connected to politicians. And I found that strange straight away.
Well, what are you claiming that the messages were fake? And it was multiple messages. It wasn't just her, it was other women as well. That was the point. But like, is he claiming that the messages were fake? That it wasn't the Tates that were sending that, or?
Guess what? The girl who's making this claim, she's went to Romanian newspapers, she's went to the BBC, she went to a number of newspapers, and all of these girls are connected to either very wealthy men or Romanian politicians. And then you've got a scenario where the ex-prosecutor, so there's two ex-prosecutors, so I don't want you to confuse them, but basically one of the ex-prosecutors, her husband was being tried in court, and the decision was made before it was even, before the day of the decision. So again, it makes it seem like that there's some kind of connection between the judiciary and the prosecutors. And then the last thing is there's an ex-Romanian prosecutor who had the same position as this guy, who said that she's looked at the evidence, and in her view, the evidence does not meet the record standards. She finds it unfathomable that they've even been arrested, and she believes that the only way this has happened is because of outside interference.
You know, I've long said innocent until proven guilty. That's a standard that we operate in the United States, although some in media don't operate by that when it's inconvenient for them. But I do.
Brave.
But I'm looking at this case, and looking at what I've seen, I don't believe that they can get a fair trial given what's going on. So my question to you is, has the decision already been made? Is this going to be an instance where you could wind up with a conviction without evidence and just bleeding of corruption? What is your take?
Yeah, I do think the evidence. I do think the decision's already been made, and hence why they're making these moves. We've already talked about the illegality of not bringing forth evidence that is proving Tate's position, such as CCTV. And why that's a problem is this: if you're just going to look at one type of evidence which makes one look guilty, what will happen? It'll go to trial, and everybody knows. Let's say there was even a fair system. Trial risk means that even if you're innocent, you could end up being found guilty, because that's what trial risk is. But then on top of that as well, the fact that they're doing this does, in my view, indicate that this decision's already been made.
I'm debating this guy,
and also
yeah. I think in a few
another
days.
layer of this problem, again, with politics is, in order, I keep saying American citizens, because you grow up with the idea that if you're an American citizen and something like this happens to you, your country will come to your rescue.
No, you don't. No, you absolutely don't. If you're listening, you're an American citizen, don't ever think that you can go to another country and violate their fucking laws and you're gonna get fucking bailed out. That is absolutely not fucking true. It can happen in exceptional circumstances where the cases are exceptionally political, but when you're like self-admittedly going to countries to take advantage of their lax legal system and all that shit, and you're openly talking shit about it, why the fuck would you ever think that you're gonna get bailed out by anybody there? What a stupid thing to believe.
Rescue. The people in power in this country can't stand this guy. They cannot stand this guy because he is standing in their way. This guy is standing in the face of authoritarianism.
Oh
Single-handedly,
my God.
really, because he has enormous reach. He's talking about your freedom to create and build the life you want for yourself. He's telling men to man up. I mean, this is also, all of this is just standing in the way of authoritarian dictates. So the American government is not stepping in. I mean, the Biden administration, they're not going to step in and come to his rescue, which is why I keep saying it's gonna have to be the legal team. There's gonna have to be something that happens here. And I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what that is. I'm gonna try to get Tina Glandian on as well to discuss what's going on there, because I don't understand. She says I'm not allowed in the jail. I'm like, what do you mean not allowed? Like, you got to get in there. Like, end of story. There has to be, I don't know. I'm losing my mind over here. So I want to ask you just to, in closing, and then I'm going to do a little summary for the audience here, but is there anything about this case that we haven't talked about today that you think is worthy of mention, maybe that people don't know? And what are you looking for next? As you follow this case so closely, what are you waiting, what shoe is going to drop next that's going to tell you what's going to go on here?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm looking for is more information coming out in terms of the evidence, in order that we can actually evaluate it and find out exactly what's going on. And in my view, as we receive more and more evidence, it just exonerates the Tates more and more. So that's important. But another important thing is this, because people try to downplay Andrew Tate's role in society and think that he doesn't have an impact. But he has a huge impact. I gave the example of UK schools, but as you said, the biggest impact he has is on men or young men. And we live in a society which is a feminist, liberalist society where extreme feminism.
When someone like Andrew Tate inspires a huge breadth of positive doctrines and motivations of the youth, do you shrug that off as youthful stupidity from the believers? Do you see no benefit in people searching to create strong, independent members of their generation? I don't believe that's the case. I just don't believe that. I don't know if there's this huge positive influence that Andrew Tate has on young people. Like, all these people always mention that and they bring that up, but I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. And I think that even if he did have some knock-on effect or knockoff effect or whatever, where it's like, oh yeah, maybe some people are going to the gym more, I guess. Like, the guy doing it, like, the guy's a literal fucking scam artist, right? A self-admitted scam artist. His whole life has been built, and his whole fortune and empire has been built by scamming his employees, by scamming the men that partook in his business services, by scamming everything and everybody. So no, like, even if he does exude some positive messages, I wouldn't want my kid learning anything from fucking Andrew Tate, from a loser fucking scammer. Of course not. Why would anybody want that?
Controls everything. And so, for example, high level of male suicides, high level of male homelessness, and so on and so forth is completely ignored. And in my view, as somebody who wasn't a fan of Tate, although now I've consumed a lot of his content, I do agree with a lot of his ideas, getting men to basically find value in themselves and actually getting society to actually value men is the biggest concern of the Western liberalist society. So I totally agree that he is probably enemy number one, because I don't know anybody else who speaks to young men in that manner. There's nobody else.
Do you think this is going to go to 180-day detention? how far you think it's going to go before a charge, and will a charge be dropped at all?
So I think they'll go the full 180 for two reasons. First of all, to punish them, to try and break the women. And the second reason is this: they need more time to find evidence. They've had almost a year and they've not found anything, so they need a lot more time to either find evidence or, as Tam Khan said, actually, which is his concern, that they might fabricate the evidence.
It's been 10 months, and the only leaks, the leaks are nonsense. I mean, truthfully, even if they had something here, my impression is they would be leaking it, because they wouldn't want public outcry. They would want the public to feel that the detention was justified in some way. Instead, what you have is anybody with eyes and ears who's actually interested in digging is seeing there's no justification for this right now, for what's going on right now. Again, what they're counting on, though, is that enough people have been poisoned by the shorts and by media so that they just can't stand him, and they're letting their emotions and their own, opinion of Andrew Tate, which may be negative, maybe they don't like him, inform how they feel it should play out. And it's like, oh, well, I don't like him, so he should be punished kind of mentality that's playing out. Suleiman, any closing thoughts? And also, please tell everybody where they can find you, and because you're going to continue to follow this, obviously, in the next, several weeks, months. I'm sure we'll have you back. If there are any big updates, I'd love to have you back. But please tell people where to find you for updates.
Yeah, of course. You can find me on Twitter, which is Sheikh Suleiman, SHAYKH, and then Suleiman, which is my name. And then my Substack, which is, I'm not sure what the name is, I think it's Suleiman.Ahmed@Substack or whatever it is. There you can find or follow me. And just what you said, I just wanted to make my final comment on that, because I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that's an important point. If there was something important, I believe they would have leaked it. Because
Andrew Tate's a loser now? Dude, you were so charitable to his message a few weeks ago. Yeah, because you know what? I did the thing that conservatives actually tell you to do when it comes to Andrew Tate. I actually decided to listen to him and look at full videos instead of just the little clips. And when I did look into the full videos and I got past little clips, what I found out was that he was a scamming loser piece of shit. Even if he wasn't a sex trafficker, he's a fucking loser. Him and his brother laugh and joke about scamming men for embassy passes and for all this shit that he does with his cam girls. Even in the shit they admit to, they're fucking losers. So yes, it's not because I changed my mind and I flipped blah blah blah. It's because I did what you guys want and I looked up the full context of everything I said. I looked up how they made their money. It was by doing corrupt casino deals, and it was by running a scam cam business where they scammed their customers, pretending that they were going to get girls to fly out and meet them, and they never did it. And they talked and bragged about how they scammed them over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then Tate talks about how he gets women to fly from other countries and lies to them about marrying them and brings them to work for him. These women that don't even have backgrounds in sex work. And then he talks about scamming them by stealing from their taxes. And he gives tips and tricks on how to rob girls from their taxes by lying about how complicated they are. So yes, after I started to watch the full context and do research about who he was, I've decided that I do think they're fucking pieces of shit. Yes, that is my position.
after Tina's interview, which caused them great concern, they then leaked the judicial document yesterday. Like, how can a full judicial document be leaked? And I would say that the judicial document is again another scenario where there's hardly any evidence. It's insinuations, and actually the real evidence is in Tate's favor.
Suleiman, thank you. Audience, stick with me. I'm going to do a little roundup here, give you some pure opinion from me. Suleiman, thank you for caring about objective journalism, for doing the digging, for coming on, and we'll definitely have you back when updates hit. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to get to a chat here. We have two, actually. I'll read both. Shinobi Tekken says, free the Tates. They are the victims of the satanic New World Order agenda. Interesting. Strong men cannot be slaves. Tates are a threat to the likes of the World Economic Forum. Oh, the World Economic Forum can't stand this guy. I'm going to give you pure, unadulterated opinion now in 1 second.
Oh, as opposed
Lurker,
to the objective
$20.
truth you were giving us
That
before.
Beatrice and Jasmine had Stockholm Syndrome. Free the Tates. I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did. Okay, so I tried to keep it, you know, Suleiman has a fantastic reputation as an investigative journalist. By the way, he covers a lot of cases, not just a Tate case. So I wanted to keep that, you know, not opinion free because I'm opinion by nature, but I really wanted to keep that what it is. So I'm going to tell you something now, something stinks in this case. The corruption stinks. You tell me why. You tell me why cameras are not admissible. If there are cameras inside and outside the Tate home that show that these women have free movement in and out of the house, why is that being held? How could you be held captive if there's videos of you sitting on a phone and going in and out of the house? The representation is saying, show these. Okay, you've got women saying these cameras from my own house are being confiscated. My devices are being confiscated. And they're not even admitting the reality of, like, I had free movement. That's a problem. Corruption, deep.
True.
You've got these women. Let me tell you something. When I saw this Daily Mail article, I started to grow horns. I'm telling you, man, this is some sickness that you have two women coming out and saying, and I've heard.
Okay, I don't care. All right. Jesus. Well. It's been fun. I love you all very much. It's been a wild ride today. I want you guys to stay safe, be careful, be chill. Promise is the last Tate debate? I mean, probably not. Like, we're only at the start of it, probably, because if charges are filed, that's going to reignite the entire media cycle, right? And then if a conviction happens, that's also going to reignite. So we've got 2 more big media cycles, 2 or 3. Maybe something big will pop up during the actual court case itself. I don't know how public Romania is with their shit. If they do like public trial, I imagine they must, right? But is a series of Pearl debates about it really worth it though? If I can, isn't this gonna be Pearl's like first show back? She's a pretty big person. I think it's a pretty big audience. Why the fuck would I not do it? Do a body painting stream with Kelly Jim. Yeah, I'll do it. He's getting the rapper who claimed to have sex with your wife on stream. Okay, I'm sure he is. Okay. I need to sleep. I got shit I have to do tomorrow because I have to go, because technically I go to London tomorrow, so. Why can't we movie stream when you're gone? Because you guys need to learn to chat again, okay? So shitting on my fucking chat all the time. Ribbon, cappuccino, pop channel, cappuccino, my doing. I will catch you guys next stream arena. Peace out. I think tomorrow, maybe a little later.